If you're tired of bloody system novels, how about a change of pace with a heartwarming story full of humor and warmth? This young man's name is Heo Chung. On his way home after a tiring day drenched in rain, he coincidentally picks up a peculiar girl. As soon as they meet, she shatters a multi-million yuan TV with a single sword stroke. The girl's name is Kong Hua. Her speech, gestures, and attire all make it seem as if she walked out of 1,000 years ago. Heo Chung had no idea that this seemingly coincidental encounter would become the thread of fate connecting the two of them. For now, however, his heart simply sank at the sight of a stranger standing in front of his house on a rainy night. Because of that, he dropped his house keys. Kong Hua, a disciple of a sword sect from thousands of years ago, quickly retreated. Her eyes were full of caution. Up until this point, Heo Chung thought she was cosplaying some character. He silently got up intending to leave, but cast a glance at her. From her posture to her sword and straw sandals, everything she wore looked like professional cosplay props to Heo Chung. Just as he was about to open the door and enter his house, Kong Hua loudly stopped him. He was about to explain that this was his house, but hesitated, seeing her cautious demeanor. "Do I look that bad?" In the end, Heo Chung decided she was a strange person, turned his back, and entered his house. Before closing the door, he glanced outside and saw Kong Hua still standing in the corner in the same vigilant posture. The door closed and Heo Chung finished his shower. He took a can of cola from the cupboard and didn't forget to feed his pet cat, Hobaki. Heo Chung took a refreshing sip of cola. At the end of a long day's fatigue, he sighed and looked at the still pouring rain. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. Heo Chung pondered for a moment. He took an umbrella and looked outside through the peephole. Beyond the lens, only an empty space was visible. Thinking the girl named Kong Hua had left, he slowly opened the door a crack. The moment the door opened, she appeared in a combat-ready stance. To Heo Chung's dismay, the space became still. He hurriedly explained that he was only trying to give her an umbrella, because it would soon get dark and the rain didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. Heo Chung, with good intentions, advised her to go home quickly or have her family pick her up. But Kong Hua asked, "Where is this place?" which bewildered him. He replied that it was his house, a residential area on Bukming Ro. She then poured out a series of absurd questions. This time she asked who he was. He felt very awkward. He didn't know whether to say he was a kind neighbor or a mentally ill person. In the end, he handed her the umbrella and told her to call him Heo Chung. When she made no move, Heo Chung tried to retrieve the umbrella. Kong Hua suddenly clasped her hands together like an ancient person and reported that she was a disciple of the Yuan sect but didn't know why she had come to this place. That action further solidified Heo Chung's conviction that this girl was ill and addicted to cosplay. But he sighed and decided to call the security guard. Heo Chung, fearing she might be cold outside, told her to come inside, so Kong Hua entered the somewhat messy room. While Heo Chung was calling the security guard, Kong Hua saw the large TV screen and with wide, wary eyes watched it. She flinched at the sound coming from the TV. Her next action made Heo Chung scream. That expensive TV was completely shattered by a single swing of Kong Hua's sword. He couldn't believe his eyes, frozen like a stone in despair, unable to utter a word. And Kong Hua's gaze, like a predator fixed on its prey, turned towards him. Because of this, Heo Chung had to put aside calling the security guard for now. Both of them paused after Kong Hua's action. Heo Chung trembled all over and forced a twisted smile. "This is going to be a bloody development," he thought to himself. He stammered, "Where did you say you came from?" Kong Hua replied with another question. "How were those people just now able to come out, and who were you just talking to?" Heo Chung looked at the woman in front of him and thought, did the 5-sect circus come to town? Normal people don't dress like that. She just casually pierced someone else's TV and is wearing straw sandals. Does she have the ability to pay for damages? He raised both hands and suggested in a gentle voice, "How about you put away your sword first? I'm a good person. I just lent you an umbrella, didn't I?" Kong Hua considered his words for a moment, then decided to comply, pulling the sword out of the TV. Only then did Heo Chung speak again. "What's your name? Where are you from?" She skillfully sheathed her sword, looked directly at him, and introduced herself. "Kong Hua, a disciple of Yuan." Heo Chung laughed and commented, "Is that the Yan from Yomra Dewing King Yama? That's a pretty good name, isn't it? Is this Yuan place very big? Where is it located?" Kong Hua, surprised, asked back, "You don't know Gasso Yuan?" He looked at her and said honestly, "I've never heard of it." She then scrutinized the person in front of her from head to toe. He sized her up and down, then spoke again. "Anyway, I'm a good person and I can help you. If you have any questions, just ask me." Kong Hua replied in a sad voice, "I want to go home." "To Yuan," Heo Chung slowly explained. "This is the residential area of Bukming Ro, Yongkwang New District, Gangsung City." "Gangsung City, do you understand? You're not an ancient person, are you? What a joke, I'm not going to have to ask who the emperor is, am I?" Kong Hua raised her head, looked at him, and murmured 2 words, "Your Majesty." Heo Chung, seizing the momentum, asked back, "Then who is your Majesty?" Surprisingly, her answer was very shocking. "Your Majesty is simply your Majesty." Heo Chung continued to ask, "Excuse me, but what year is it?" Kong Hua tilted her head and asked back, "Isn't it the 16th year of Kaiyuan?" Heo Chung's mouth dropped open, and he thought to himself, this young lady, no, this swordswoman's mental state doesn't seem like she's joking. He raised his hand, his face was already utterly perplexed. Just a moment, Heo Chung quickly searched for information, and his expression grew increasingly bewildered. Heo Chung clutched his head and mumbled incomprehensible words. "Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, right? He's dead, so he's naturally not here. Li Longji, then do you know Li Bai, Li Tai Bai, Qinglian Jushi?" Kong Hua, excited, asked back. You know him, where is he? Heo Chung, after various thoughts, felt a sense of defeat, then smiled and continued, he's probably in a mountain valley, hunting monsters. At that moment, Kong Hua was startled once again by a sound from outside. Her ordered food has arrived. She warily pointed her sword tip in that direction. Who is it? Whose voice is that? Heo Chung hurriedly stepped forward and intervened. Whoa, wait a minute. He struggled to explain. It's someone delivering food to me. They're not a bad person, so calm down. Step back a bit so you're not seen by others, Kong Hua asked as if she couldn't understand. Is it a servant? Heo Chung corrected her. No, it's just a food delivery person. The delivery person smiled and said, hello, here's your order. He briefly replied, thank you. Kong Hua looked around and murmured as if unable to comprehend. Are they fighting? Suddenly, Heo Chung offered the food bag. Aren't you hungry? Let's eat together. She hesitated warily, then refused. No need, thank you, but her gaze remained fixed on Heo Chung. Kong Hua then became curious again. Why have you all cut your hair? Is this perhaps a place where criminals are exiled? He looked at her and explained again. No, wait a minute. What do you mean we? Only then did Kong Hua begin to speak of what happened 1 shijin ago. When I came here I saw it from outside. Heo Chung began to imagine. 1 shijin ago, is that 2 hours ago? The rain had just started then. If someone with a sword was standing outside motionless, it could have easily turned into an indiscriminate slaughter. Good thing nothing happened. He put food in his mouth and asked back. No one paid attention to you, Kong Hua slowly continued. No, I merely hid in dark places and moved around, he responded to her words. Then that's fine. Kong Hua suddenly came closer and asked with curiosity, you still haven't answered my question. Heo Chung hesitated and explained, how should I put this? Just think of it as a custom here. There's no special reason. Want to try some? I'm sure you've never tasted anything like it. The food in Heo Chung's hand looked strangely delicious. Kong Hua bit her lip, suppressing her appetite, but ultimately stubbornly shook her head. He asked back as if he couldn't understand, you don't need it? Then how about something to drink? I just opened a bottle, I'll give you this glass. It's sweet. You've probably never tasted it. At these words, Kong Hua got angry and raised her voice to argue. Are you looking down on me? You've been doing that from the start. You clearly said you were eating a meal, but what are you eating? He hurriedly explained. I'm not looking down on you. If it fills your stomach, it's a meal. This is called a hamburger. While speaking, he accidentally knocked over a cola can, leaving the floor drenched. They silently stared at each other. Heo Chung gave an awkward laugh and hastily clarified, it's really not poison. This is just called a carbonated drink. Damn it, it's really just a misunderstanding. Kong Hua looked at Heo Chung with wary eyes. He picked up the cola can. Heo Chung drank the cola to calm himself down. He involuntarily flinched at her sharp gaze. Heo Chung pointed to the can, signaling to Kong Hua, and she shook her head upon hearing his implied offer. He sat on the sofa and said in a gentle voice, could you please stop drawing your sword at the slightest provocation? I'm a good person. If I weren't, would I have left you outside the door to die or whatever? Right, he gestured, pointing to the cat Hobaki in the corner of the room. Hobaki got scared, you know. Heo Chung's gaze was fixed on the sword in Kong Hua's hand, he thought to himself. Facing such a violent woman now, there are only 3 options. First, trick her into going outside and then lock her out. Whether she starves or freezes outside or goes around indiscriminately slashing people, it's none of my business. Most likely, within 3 days at most, I'll see news of her being arrested or killed. Second, call the police immediately and let them handle this. Maybe a descendant of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang has appeared in modern society. Heo Chung looked at the image in the illustration and exclaimed in shock, why are they using such an image? I'm not a pervert either. If she came from 1200 years ago to the present, she would have research value regardless, but the police are highly likely to think I'm playing a prank. No, they definitely will. If a mistake happens after she comes here, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. Kong Hua surrounded by people being questioned. Young lady, do you know this person? Where's your home? We'll take you there. This is going to be a bloody development. Having finished his thoughts, Heo Chung couldn't help but cover his face. He glanced at her and continued his thoughts. Third, let her stay here for now and see what happens. An ancient swordswoman is standing before my eyes in my house with a sword at her side. Can I just let her go? She's a bit violent and prone to drawing her sword, but as an ancient person she might even use light body techniques. Beyond anything else, if I trick an ancient person from 1200 years ago and kick her out and she gets caught later or wanders around or luckily manages to live in this society or even gets taken in by someone, if that truly happens, I will deeply regret it. A scene from a sci-fi novel is unfolding right before my eyes. And I just let her run away. After thinking for a long time, his mood began to get excited again. Heo Chung offered her a piece of bread and said, have some. Exhausted by hunger, Kong Hua salivated at the sight of the bread but stubbornly turned her head, refusing to take it. She saw the umbrella on the floor. Kong Hua suddenly blurted out, what is this? He calmly explained, it's food, or should I take a bite first to prove it's not poisoned? Her eyes gleamed and she nodded. Good. He took a bite of the bread under Kong Hua's curious gaze. Heo Chung suddenly imagined a scene where she found it tasteless and stabbed him. He sighed and continued, all right, it probably won't suit your taste. I'll order you a proper meal later. Kong Hua's face hardened and she glared at him with murderous eyes. Heo Chung patted an empty chair and said, do you know where this is? Let's sit and talk. With you standing there holding that sword, I'm quite scared. Kong Hua suspiciously surveyed the seating, then carefully approached step by step and sat down. He was suddenly filled with an indescribable feeling. I want to take out my phone and capture this rare sight. Heo Chung grinned and looked at her with amusement. Kong Hua furrowed her brow and looked around with caution. Everything was unfamiliar, but still I recognize this umbrella. This man in front of me definitely tried to give me an umbrella at first, but this room is a bit strange and so is what he's eating. This person in front of me might be a bit odd, so it's better to be careful, Kong Hua suddenly asked. Where is this place? He replied. Gangsung City. I don't know how to explain it, so you'll understand. Do you happen to know Li Bai? She said impatiently. Do you know where he is? He flustered continued. From now on, no matter what I say, you must not be surprised. Heo Chung looked at the sword in her hand and gestured with a trembling voice. Could you please put your sword down next to you? I'm afraid you might get agitated. Kong Hua listened and placed her sword on the table. A hint of sadness was in her voice. It doesn't matter where this place is. I just want to go home. Seeing Kong Hua's sad expression, he spoke with a slight sense of apology. You probably can't go back because this place is very, very far from your home. Kong Hua's eyes widened when she heard those words. She asked back, bewildered, how far is it? Heo Chung calmly replied, more than 1,200 years. She asked back, confused. What do you mean? He continued to explain so she would understand. This is the world 1,200 years after the era you lived in. Li Longji, Li Bai, and Yang Gifei, Lucian, whether you know them or not, your emperor, your friends, everyone you knew lived 1,000 years ago. They already died 1,000 years ago. As soon as she heard that, Kong Hua sprang to her feet and retorted, nonsense. Heo Chung, startled, patted his chest and said, you can find out for yourself whether it's nonsense or not. You've already seen it, haven't you? Nothing here is familiar to you. You can think of this as a completely new world now, heavenly white jade capital. Do you know Li Bai's poem, 12 Towers on the 5-Cloud Star Peak? You can think of this place as the Jade Capital, she retorted in a cold voice. He never wrote such a poem. Heo Chung sighed and replied, there might have been a slight misunderstanding. Perhaps he hadn't written it yet in the time you knew him. He might have been around 20 years old then. We can learn about Li Bai later. In short, this world is both very dangerous and safe. It has its own laws, so to stay safe you must first understand this world. Kong Hua, unable to accept, growled, are you tricking me? He calmed her. You are an intelligent person. Believe you can judge for yourself. Haven't you seen the situation outside? The world now is completely different from the one you knew. Everyone you knew has become history. If I were thrown into a world 1,000 years in the future, I wouldn't be much better off than her. She's not violent, she's just afraid. Kong Hua spun around fiercely at his words and shouted, nonsense, I don't believe it. Heo Chung, flustered, grabbed her. Wait a minute. As he touched her, Kong Hua's eyes widened. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at him. Heo Chung sighed, looking at the sword at his throat. As I said before, this world has its rules. You need to understand them a bit to be safe. For example, you can't just carry weapons around like this. If you go outside like this, it will be very dangerous. Kong Hua questioned, puzzled. Why are you trying to help me? He explained casually. At first, Hobaki was outside too and I picked him up. She lowered her sword and asked, unable to comprehend, Hobaki? Heo Chung picked up Hobaki and continued, this chubby cat you see. She furrowed her brow and said in a displeased voice, are you looking down on me? Heo Chung replied, flustered, no. Kong Hua furrowed her brow and looked at Heo Chung with caution. She assessed him internally. She couldn't tell if his words were entirely true or mixed with falsehoods. He grumbled, holding Hobaki, why do you shed so much fur? But at first glance she could tell he had no ill will. He had simply come home as usual and encountered her. It was getting dark outside and he had simply tried to lend her an umbrella. Kong Hua tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and asked, still unable to comprehend, why are you trying to help me? Heo Chung flinched and replied, honestly, I'm a bit curious. Anyway, this situation is just too strange, isn't it? Don't you understand? If I went to your era and met you, and I was a man from 1,000 years in the future, wouldn't you find it very strange? Such an extremely bizarre person having appeared would only be killed by the bandit chief. Imagining his own death in that place, Heo Chung's face darkened. He continued, the times are different here. You can't just kill people arbitrarily. Everyone loves peace. I don't know how you ended up here. If we find the cause, perhaps you can go back, but before that, you must learn how to live in this world. First, you must not harm others carelessly. Heo Chung pointed at her and continued to urge, and you must not damage property carelessly. If you can do that, I will help you. Otherwise you may leave now. Oh, and outside, please try not to hurt people. Currently officials are everywhere and they are very formidable. Kong Hua watched his back, then looked down at her drenched clothes and fell into thought. I know nothing about this place. My clothes are also different from others. I won't even be able to leave the city gates. If I leave this place, I truly have nowhere to go. Heo Chung pointed to his phone and gestured. If you agree, put down your sword. I'll order you a meal. I'll have someone bring food. To be honest, having you here is a big risk. It's dangerous on both sides. I have to worry about you being discovered by others. And if there's any misunderstanding, I have to worry about you drawing your sword and cutting me. So do you understand? She looked suspiciously at the sword in her hand. Kong Hua hardened her face and reluctantly threw the sword to the floor. Heo Chung continued, what do you usually eat? Food here probably won't suit your taste. I'll see if there's anything you might know. No flatbread, so porridge and dumplings will do. You're drenched, so wash up first. You can eat later. Do you know how to dry your clothes with internal energy? She opened her mouth, unable to comprehend. Where do I wash? Heo Chung led her to the bathroom and she was full of surprise. He explained, there are many strange things in this world. There's no need to be surprised and no need to always think someone is trying to harm you. At least I won't harm you. Don't worry. Kong Hua quietly tilted her head and looked at him. Heo Chung held the shower head and taught her step by step. Look at this. Left is hot water, right is cold water. Press it to stop, lift it for water. Try it. This is liquid soap for washing hair. Press here and it comes out. Apply it to your hair and it will lather. When it lathers, it's clean. This is called a toilet. It's used for bodily functions. After explaining, Heo Chung returned to the living room. He suddenly sighed and headed to the wardrobe. Heo Chung held up a set of clothes and looked puzzled. This isn't very good, is it? He approached the bathroom door and casually stepped inside. Seeing Kong Hua's murderous gaze, he was flustered. I made a mistake. I forgot she doesn't know how to lock the door. He calmly held up the clothes and explained, there are no women's clothes at home, so please wear these for now. I'll go out tomorrow and buy you a few sets. Come here, I'll show you how to lock the door. The bathroom door closed. Heo Chung, left outside, thought to himself as if he had narrowly escaped death. Luckily she hadn't taken all her clothes off. Otherwise another bloody scene would have unfolded. He sank onto the sofa and let out a long sigh. Inside the bathroom, Kong Hua was still playing with the soap bubbles as if they were new and even put them in her mouth to taste, and instantly regretted it. Heo Chung was lost in confused thoughts. I picked up an ancient person and even a female swordswoman. Am I really not dreaming? He cautiously picked up the sword and looked at the light reflected on the blade, muttering to himself, is this an opportunity to ask my father to appraise if this is a real antique? Kong Hua came out of the bathroom. Seeing Heo Chung busily writing something, she asked softly, curious. What are you writing? He paused momentarily. At the sight of the beautiful Kong Hua before him, Heo Chung's face reddened, and he held up the paper to change the subject. This is just me organizing some problems that need to be solved immediately. Can you read writing? She furrowed her brow and looked at it intently, then replied, it's a bit strange, it's hard to recognize. He continued, I'll tell you after I finish writing it all. She sat on the sofa tugging hard at her collar and grumbled, these clothes are also very strange. Heo Chung said, flustered, they're just pretty. In our customs, complimenting someone is a very normal thing. It's not meant as flirtation. She warned him seriously, you would do well to refrain from frivolous words. Heo Chung replied with disappointment that he understood. He suddenly noticed the straw sandals on Kong Hua's feet and said gently, there are slippers over there. You can throw away those worn-out straw sandals and I'll buy you new shoes tomorrow. Kong Hua looked down at her toes, then trotted towards the shoe rack. He complimented her, internally blushing. Cute. The delivery person's voice came from outside. Food's here. Seeing her bristling like a hedgehog, he reassured her, it's just the food delivery, there's no need to be tense. This young lady is very cautious and wary, like a cat without a home. The delivery person's voice came again. Enjoy your meal. Kong Hua looked at the lunchbox on the table and suddenly spoke. I remember now, the second leader always said, those who are kind and amiable to me are nothing but thieves. She suddenly smiled and said cheerfully, but you are a good person. Time passed and Heo Chung watched Kong Hua finish her lunchbox. As she slowly put down her spoon, he began, now that you're full, let's talk a bit. In short, right now. You are a person from 1200 years ago. Hearing that, Kong Hua tensed. He continued, whether you can accept it or not, our future conversations will be based on this fact. Do you understand? First, this place is absolutely safe. At least in this room, even if you were to cut me down with your sword, as long as my corpse doesn't start to smell, you wouldn't starve if you hid here. You could hide for about a week, 7 days without any problems. So there's no need to keep staring at that sword. Because you don't know anything here. For example, this object is just a sound-making device, harmless anyway, just for entertainment. He took out his phone from his pocket, pointed at it, and explained, there's a lot of entertainment here. I'm telling you this just to let you know that this place is absolutely safe. Even if I make certain gestures or do things you don't understand, they are very ordinary. Do you understand that I won't harm you? Kong Hua's hand slowly clenched. Heo Chung breathed a sigh of relief as she calmed down and nodded as if she understood. He continued, next is outside. This is quite complicated to explain. This is a peaceful world where everyone lives stable lives, and it's very safe outside. But that's safe for me. For you, danger is everywhere. Kong Hua asked back, unable to comprehend. Why? He explained. Because if you suddenly appear outside, you could harm others. It's like wandering around the imperial palace with a sword would surely lead to being pursued. It's roughly that feeling, and it's obvious you're an outsider at first glance. He rummaged through the items in the drawer one by one. Heo Chung held up a card and explained, this is an ID card. Everyone here has their own unique number and date of birth. If someone commits a crime or does something bad, they can be put on a wanted list based on this. That's why there are many officials on the streets. They're always investigating whether someone is a criminal or not. If someone without this object meets the police and arouses suspicion, they'll be taken in for investigation. At that point, everything about you will be exposed. I don't know what will happen after that, but it probably won't be good. Confess and leniency will be shown. Resist and you will be severely punished. And another thing, the law here is very strict and the officials are very formidable. If you just harm someone, you will surely be discovered, and then you'll go to prison. Those who resist will surely die. Carrying a weapon like yours on the street is also considered illegal. You can assume it's over if you're noticed by others. He fell into thought. So identity is the biggest problem. The most important thing now is to hide her well, and other matters can be slowly resolved afterward. If she's seen by others and her identity is exposed, it will undoubtedly shake the entire world. A living ancient swordswoman. Kong Hua clapped her hands and said, understanding, I see, you mean I'm a vagrant. He scratched his chin, feeling awkward. Oh well, it's actually more serious than a vagrant, to be precise. It's like a slave without a contract. If caught, it would be very miserable, but in your case it could be exceptionally more severe than that outcome. Your situation in this world is very dangerous. I am very happy to have met an ancient person from 1200 years ago, and I find it very strange." Kong Hua's eyes widened and she looked up at him. Heo Chung continued his offer. "So I am willing to help you, to get you used to this world, to adapt slowly." She lowered her head and said in a sad voice, "How can I trust you? I just want to go home," he calmly continued. "If you can't trust me, then we can part ways here. Helping you is not easy. In the current environment, if you use your light body technique even once, the news will spread all over the internet and you won't be able to hide anymore. So you must cooperate. If you don't trust me, I can't help you either." The air in the room was strangely quiet. Kong Hua cautiously spoke. "Then what should I do?" Heo Chung continued his mission. "First, from now on you shouldn't draw your sword at the slightest provocation. For people in this world that's a very frightening thing. Alright, now if you have any questions just ask, I will answer them." Kong Hua suddenly looked to her left, then changed direction and looked to her right. She suddenly blurted out, "Where is your wife?" Heo Chung was flustered and she adjusted her clothes. "Embarrassed? Is my presence here inconvenient?" Heo Chung, feeling insulted, explained flustered, "I haven't married yet, despite being over 20 years old." Kong Hua was astonished. "You haven't married yet?" The two suddenly fell silent. He covered his face and said weakly, "Are you perhaps worried about a man and woman being in the same room? In our culture, that's a normal thing. Besides, I didn't ask you to sleep with me, did I? There happens to be an empty room, so follow me. Actually, this room was used as a storage room, and no one has used it for a long time, so it's a bit messy. Anyway, if we clean it up a bit later, it should be quite livable." Watching Heo Chung busily cleaning the messy room, Kong Hua felt a slight doubt. There was clearly someone who brought food with just a word, but now he was cleaning the room himself. The customs here are truly strange, and a landlord of this age hasn't married yet. Heo Chung's voice once again interrupted her train of thought. "Currently there's only the comforter I used in winter at home," he suddenly said. "Just use this for now, we'll think about other things tomorrow. Don't worry, these have all been laundered. It's very clean, so please rest. I know your mind must be very confused right now, mine is too. I hope that when we wake up tomorrow morning we'll both realize this was just a dream." Heo Chung started to leave the room but suddenly stopped and introduced himself. "Oh right, my name is Heo Chung." As the door closed, his voice faded. "Good night." Kong Hua only came to her senses after seeing the door close. She stood blankly for a while, then put down her sword. She sat dejectedly on the bed. The dark night enveloped the entire building. Heo Chung lay in bed, constantly tossing and turning. Heo Chung looked at the moonlight outside the window and curled up under his blanket. He felt an indescribable emotion, thinking that none of it felt real. During the day he had gone for a job interview, only to forget his umbrella and get drenched running home. It had been a perfectly ordinary unlucky day, and then he picked up a girl who drew her sword at the slightest provocation and even claimed to be from ancient times. He covered his face and sighed. "Oh whatever, why worry so much? I'll just sleep and think about it tomorrow." Outside, a faint darkness still lingered. As sunlight shone directly on Heo Chung's face, he faintly opened his eyes. Habitually, he picked up his phone from the bedside table. Seeing the time displayed on the screen, he frowned in annoyance. It was just 10 o'clock. Heo Chung suddenly snapped awake. He sat up abruptly, flustered. Right yesterday. He stealthily got out of bed and peeked into the living room. Kong Hua sat calmly, toying with the sword in her hand, then noticed him and called out, "Heo Chung." With an unreadable expression, he awkwardly opened his mouth. "Ah, it wasn't a dream," she echoed. "Heo Chung." He composed himself, cleared his throat and said, "You're up quite early?" She immediately retorted, "It's almost lunchtime." Heo Chung pressed his lips together, his mind in utter confusion. This conversation could not continue. He opened his mouth. "Right, aren't you hungry?" Kong Hua clutched her stomach and softly said, "A little." She suddenly seemed to remember something and rummaged through her body repeatedly. Kong Hua quickly ran into the room and then darted back out in front of Heo Chung a moment later. Kong Hua took his hand and extended it. "Although you may not lack such things." She placed 2 small silver ingots in his hand, but before she could finish speaking, Heo Chung asked, "Do you have any gold?" He thought that silver wasn't worth much, but gold always had value. "I still don't know how to get an ID card, so should I use my own assets? I don't have much though. What if this swordswoman has some?" She awkwardly pulled out her jade pendant. "With this, it should fetch a few taels of silver." Heo Chung exclaimed in a fluster. Wait a minute," he sighed. "Never mind, I was just asking. Surely I can afford to buy you a meal. Take your money back." His gaze was fixed directly on her. Heo Chung glanced at her and urged, "A little later I'll go out and buy you some clothes and daily necessities. I'll bring back food too. Remember, absolutely do not go outside on your own. It's very dangerous out there." He thought to himself, "If she wears my clothes it'll be more normal than what she wore yesterday, but she'll still look very strange. If she changes into modern clothes, combs and ties her hair differently, she should be fine walking around this neighborhood. It's actually a good thing that there's a police station across the street. With it so close there will be fewer people watching, so as long as she doesn't cause a scene outside she should basically go unnoticed." Inside the clothing store, Heo Chung remained deep in thought. He carefully picked out clothes one by one. "This one and that one too, please." He saw a dress hanging above. Heo Chung pointed to it and requested, "One of these dresses too, please." He walked around the mall, then sighed when he saw a lingerie store. "No choice, I'll just have to brave it. I can't go home empty-handed." An hour later, Heo Chung sighed as he left the mall. He glanced at the items in his hands, blushing in embarrassment. He suddenly noticed a store next door. Heo Chung strode in. He picked out 2 books. The cashier's voice rang out. That'll be 200 yuan total. He rubbed his phone and briefly replied, yes, yes. He held the books for a long time, puzzled. I don't know if it'll be effective, but I'll just keep them at home for now. As he organized his various purchases, he walked through the bustling street. Time to go home. Downstairs at the apartment complex, the security guard saw Heo Chung and spoke. Mr. Heo, back from shopping? He replied casually. Oh yes, yes. The guard seemed to remember something and said, oh right, you called me last night. He interrupted the guard. Uncle Zhao, I misdialed. It was nothing. Have you had your meal? Uncle Zhao advised. I just ate. You be careful too. Lock your windows tightly. Aunt Liang says there have been some thieves around lately. Be careful if you see anyone suspicious lurking about. He replied cheerfully, yes, I'll keep that in mind. Heo Chung pushed open the door and said loudly, I'm home. Seeing Kong Hua stiff with vigilance and a stern expression, he froze like stone. He handed her the lunchbox and reminded her, I told you it's absolutely safe here. Acting like that makes you look very strange. Relax a little. Here, let's eat first. And this, I bought some things you'll need. Take a look after you eat. She softly said, thank you. Heo Chung seemed to realize something. Kong Hua asked, puzzled, why do you look like that? His eyes lit up and he pressed, shouldn't it be thank you, young hero? Am I not worthy of being called a young hero or a mighty warrior or something else? She repeated in confusion. Thank you, young hero, he said, unable to conceal his excitement. It's nothing. Kong Hua, despite seeing his peculiar excitement, had no idea he was teasing her. Heo Chung pointed to the lunchbox as a signal. 18 dragons subduing palms, everlasting life scripture, heavenly demon great art. She frowned, puzzled. What are all those things? He leaned in closer again, pressing his suggestion. How do you cultivate your martial arts? Could you see if I can learn too? Kong Hua paused for a moment. You are too old. Even with strong will and perseverance, it would be difficult to achieve great success. Even though she said that, Heo Chung's burning passion did not die down. Great success isn't necessary. I'd be happy just to learn. I'll take you as my master. He suddenly sighed. Is the master very strict? All right, eat your food. Watching Kong Hua lower her head and eat, Heo Chung felt a little awkward. This scene was far from what he had imagined. He also started eating his share. After finishing their meal, he spoke first. Right, these are the clothes I bought. I didn't know your size, so I bought them based on height. They should fit. Try them on later. You can wear this dress if you like it or not if you don't. There are shoes too. These are flat shoes. They'll be much more comfortable than your straw sandals. And Kong Hua picked up a piece of underwear, puzzled. What is this? He explained in a fluster. This, you'll see how to wear it later. If you really don't know, I'll try to find a video about it. Video? Yes, yes. I bought a few sizes, so just choose the one that fits. And these too, they're all for women, so I won't say more. Figure them out yourself. Kong Hua held the bag of items, looking puzzled the whole time. He pushed 2 books towards her and continued, finally, these 2 books. This history book, although its narrative is formal, can serve as general education for you. And this book too. It's in simplified Chinese, so I don't know if it'll be effective, but take a look anyway. I need to teach her how to use a computer even simply, so she can search things herself. It's no wonder she's tired. I also stayed up late last night and only just fell asleep. Seeing Kong Hua yawning repeatedly, he said, didn't you sleep well last night? Get some good rest later. We can talk again tomorrow. It's been a night. Do you have any more questions for me? She cautiously opened her mouth. What is your status in this world? He pondered for a moment before speaking. Status? I just graduated and am about to enter society as a fresh graduate, currently unemployed. If I were to explain it in a way you'd understand, I've just taken the imperial examinations but haven't yet received an official position, so I'm looking for another job to support my family. She replied, a child of a wealthy family then. Heo Chung countered, no, I come from a poor family. There are many professions in this world. There are 360 trades. Reading books doesn't necessarily mean one has to become an official. When she looked puzzled, he added, perhaps like a landlord. Kong Hua opened several books. Seeing the illustrations inside, tears welled up in her eyes. She said, choked up, how can I go back? Heo Chung sighed helplessly. I don't know, it'll probably be very difficult. How did you get here yesterday? She replied. Yesterday I was chasing a thief and it was raining heavily and I got lost in the forest. As I wandered around I saw this tall chamber. Heo Chung looked outside in confusion. There's no forest here, he continued. Ah well, first let's make sure you settle in well here. Then we can think about going back, he suddenly said excitedly. I want to ask about your martial arts skills. I mean, how good are your martial arts? Kong Hua replied. I'm quite strong in Yonbang. Heo Chung asked excitedly, how strong is quite strong? What internal cultivation technique do you practice and what sword forms? Can you do light body techniques? Can you jump down from several meters without getting hurt? She stood up and replied, I should be fine jumping down from about this height. Heo Chung's eyes widened in shock. It was the 4th floor. Heo Chung looked at Kong Hua with admiring eyes. He spoke incessantly. Can you do internal cultivation too? I was being imprudent. It's fine, Kong Hua interrupted him. They are merely a few moves of Jianghu martial arts. How can I be called a master? She demonstrated a few moves and instructed, watch carefully. To cultivate martial arts one must first train the waist, and to train the waist one must first learn the horse stance, drawing power from the ground. Heo Chung exclaimed in surprise, interrupting her. Wait a minute, are we starting already? She explained. You are already old, so cultivating martial arts takes a long time. You must accumulate it steadily, little by little, he pleaded, his face pale. Then can I not practice the horse stance? He looked puzzled. How can you learn martial arts without practicing the horse stance? He continued. How long do I have to do this horse dance? Konghua raised her hand. 3 years should be enough. He frowned, lost in thought. 3 years, if I could last that long I would have joined the army ages ago. Then what about the sword? Can't I learn sword forms right away? She countered. That won't do either. Your hands can't keep up with your eyes and your eyes can't follow your hands, so you'll only learn a few ordinary martial arts movements. Heo Chung was crestfallen, his disappointment palpable. He sat in a corner and mumbled, all right, go try on the clothes first if they don't fit. Take them to the store to exchange them, and the other things, you can figure them out slowly. If you really don't know, I'll think of a way to teach you, Konghua replied softly. As Konghua's door closed, Heo Chung's eyes darted to her sword. He quickly rushed over, taking advantage of the moment to draw the sword from its sheath. He held the sword with both hands and wildly swung it around. A moment later, Heo Chung panted breathlessly. No good, it's too heavy. Konghua's voice was heard. I've changed. Seeing her in clean new clothes, he was momentarily entranced. Konghua approached, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. I tried them all on and they fit perfectly. Thank you, young hero. He waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't move. Turn around once. Seeing her turn several times with vigor, Heo Chung nodded and observed, He suddenly remembered something and said, I forgot to buy a hair tie. That hair tie of yours is a bit strange, so just let your hair down for now. Konghua untied her hair. She cautiously asked, like this? He praised her internally, blushing. If she goes out looking like this, as long as she doesn't open her mouth or do anything strange. Konghua was very cooperative and intelligent. There was no need to exert much effort on such ordinary matters. Fortunately, this ancient lady is only lacking in knowledge, not IQ, he urged. We'll go for a walk tonight and I'll buy you a new hair tie. Don't forget what I told you. Twilight slowly descended. Konghua slightly opened her eyes and observed Heo Chung's movements. At that time he was still sitting at his desk. She pushed open the door and entered, looking at him with curious eyes and spoke. What are you doing? He blurted out. Is that you? She looked at the computer, puzzled. What is this? Heo Chung explained. This is called a computer. It's a bit hard to explain, but you can think of it as a clairvoyant device. You can see everything that happens in very distant places with this. He changed the subject. Is that book hard to read? She cautiously replied. Yes, it's very difficult. I am reading it though. Heo Chung continued cheerfully. Take your time, there's no rush. After all, no one has ever experienced something like this. If this happened to me, I'd be worse off than you. Konghua exclaimed, oh, in surprise. His hand quickly manipulated the mouse. Heo Chung was doing something and writing in a notebook. Konghua looked at him, puzzled. Don't you have to go to work? He replied simply. This is working. To earn money in this world you have to use your brain. She suddenly blurted out. A merchant then? Heo Chung explained. Not exactly, but you can understand it that way. When you eventually understand this world, you'll naturally know. Now you need to know more than just these things. Start with the basics, and it would be good to look at some history. It'll be difficult for you to understand the development process of modern history all at once. So you should start with a general understanding. Heo Chung suddenly said, oh, and smiled brightly. He looked at a video in the corner of the screen and spoke, all right. How good are the martial arts of your great Tang family? She replied excitedly. Very strong. Heo Chung nodded, smiling contentedly. He clicked on the video on the screen. The sound of a wuxia movie played, and fast, clean sword strikes clearly appeared in the video. Konghua became more and more engrossed as she watched. He cleared his throat a few times and spoke. That's enough. She suddenly turned around. Huh? He asked excitedly, pressing. Is it that strong? Heo Chung pointed excitedly at the computer screen. This strong? Konghua frowned and evaluated. This martial art has reached the realm of immortals. She imagined herself fighting the character in the movie. He played another movie and suggested, watch this one too. Seeing the character in the movie severely injured by a single palm strike, Konghua's expression darkened. Heo Chung, still unaware of what was happening, happily asked, how is it? She spoke in a trembling voice. Is this your true strength? He explained in a fluster. No, this is all fake. It's all something we imagined and then used tools to film as a movie. So the conclusion is that it's all fake? Konghua asked, puzzled. Is that true? He firmly stated it was fake. Oh no, it's real. She leaned closer to him, pressing. Real or fake? Heo Chung's face turned pale as he stammered. The martial arts are fake. My words are real. He pointed at the screen and explained, look at this. They don't look alike, do they? How can there be so many different outfits in the same world? They are all ancient people we created in our imagination. It should be called wuxia we imagined. It's just set in ancient times and created with props. Heo Chung probed, looking at her. Did she understand? She replied seriously. He sneered triumphantly. Of course she wouldn't understand. Once she gets used to this world, she'll understand what movies and art are. Then are your great Tang family's martial arts that strong? She frowned and affirmed. Almost, except for this footwork. He wondered. No light body techniques? Konghua sighed and explained. Yes, there are, but ordinary people only specialize in one. In the mountain stronghold, the only person with such good footwork is probably second mistress. Her martial arts are not as great as these two people's, and if she were to use the Buddha's palm, it would be even more impossible. Heo Chung listened and nodded. An idea suddenly struck him. He excitedly pointed at the screen. All right. Do you know this? This is different from creating afterimages and sounds with bare hands. It's not that I don't trust you. I just want to broaden my horizons. Konghua watched the video seriously and nodded. She stood up while Heo Chung was still bewildered. Her eyes lit up and Konghua demonstrated a few palm techniques to him as if showing off. Heo Chung couldn't hide his excitement. She asked, puzzled, is it like this? He nodded repeatedly in admiration. Yes. Konghua picked up her sword and said softly, if you want to learn, tell me. I will teach you. Heo Chung looked at her with admiration, and he happily jumped up and down behind her. Konghwa's foot suddenly kicked a small ball when Hobaki sat at the door looking at her excitedly. She glanced at him, then closed the door, locking Hobaki outside. Inside the room, she leaned against the door, sighed and thought to herself, indeed there are no good people in this world without a reason. Good people without a purpose only make others uneasy. Now I understand. He wanted to learn martial arts. All his actions now make sense. This world seems very dangerous. Konghwa raised her head and looked around the room impressed. This place is quite spacious too. She lightly drew her sword. She decisively swung her sword. Heo Chung, hearing the sound, couldn't help but wonder, what is she doing? Isn't she sleeping? He yawned widely and grumbled, I'm sleepy, I should sleep. Heo Chung tossed and turned, feeling a little confused. I can't believe it. There's a female swordswoman in the room opposite mine. The noise from the next room became increasingly clear. He wondered, what on earth is she doing? Twilight deepened outside the window, and Heo Chung awoke, tiredly picking up his phone. Damn it, what time is it? He was startled by the time displayed on the screen. Did I sleep that long? Heo Chung suddenly snapped awake. He sat up abruptly, flustered. Right, yesterday. He stealthily got out of bed and peeked into the living room. Konghwa sat calmly toying with the sword in her hand and noticed him and called out, Heo Chung, with an unreadable expression. He awkwardly opened his mouth. It wasn't a dream, she echoed. Heo Chung, he composed himself, cleared his throat and said, You're up quite early? She immediately retorted, It's almost lunchtime. Heo Chung pressed his lips together, his mind in utter confusion. This conversation could not continue. He opened his mouth. Right, aren't you hungry? Konghwa clutched her stomach and softly said, A little. She suddenly seemed to remember something and rummaged through her body repeatedly. Konghwa quickly ran into the room and then darted back out in front of Heo Chung a moment later. Konghwa took his hand and extended it. Although you may not lack such things, she placed 2 small silver ingots in his hand, but before she could finish speaking, Heo Chung asked, Do you have any gold? He thought that silver wasn't worth much, but gold always had value. I still don't know how to get an ID card, so should I use my own assets? I don't have much though. What if this swordswoman has some? She awkwardly pulled out her jade pendant. With this, it should fetch a few taels of silver. Heo Chung exclaimed in a fluster. Wait a minute, he sighed. Never mind, I was just asking. Surely I can afford to buy you a meal. Take your money back. His gaze was fixed directly on her. Heo Chung glanced at her and urged, A little later I'll go out and buy you some clothes and daily necessities. I'll bring back food too. Remember, absolutely do not go outside on your own. It's very dangerous out there. He thought to himself, If she wears my clothes it'll be more normal than what she wore yesterday, but she'll still look very strange. If she changes into modern clothes, combs and ties her hair differently, she should be fine walking around this neighborhood. It's actually a good thing that there's a police station across the street. With it so close there will be fewer people watching, so as long as she doesn't cause a scene outside she should basically go unnoticed. Inside the clothing store, Heo Chung remained deep in thought. He carefully picked out clothes one by one. This one and that one too, please. He saw a dress hanging above. Heo Chung pointed to it and requested, One of these dresses too, please. He walked around the mall, then sighed when he saw a lingerie store. No choice, I'll just have to brave it. I can't go home empty-handed. An hour later, Heo Chung sighed as he left the mall. He glanced at the items in his hands, blushing in embarrassment. He suddenly noticed a store next door. Heo Chung strode in. He picked out 2 books. The cashier's voice rang out, That'll be 200 yuan total. He rubbed his phone and briefly replied, Yes. He held the books for a long time, puzzled. I don't know if it'll be effective, but I'll just keep them at home for now. As he organized his various purchases, he walked through the bustling street. Time to go home. Downstairs at the apartment complex, the security guard saw Heo Chung and spoke. Mr. Heo, back from shopping? He replied casually. Oh yes. The guard seemed to remember something and said, Oh right, you called me last night. He interrupted the guard. Uncle Zhao, I misdialed. It was nothing. Have you had your meal? Uncle Zhao advised. I just ate. You be careful too. Lock your windows tightly. Aunt Liang says there have been some thieves around lately. Be careful if you see anyone suspicious lurking about. He replied cheerfully, Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Heo Chung pushed open the door and said loudly, I'm home. Seeing Konghwa stiff with vigilance and a stern expression, he froze like stone. He handed her the lunchbox and reminded her, I told you it's absolutely safe here. Acting like that makes you look very strange. Relax a little. Here, let's eat first. And this, I bought some things you'll need. Take a look after you eat. She softly said, Thank you. Heo Chung seemed to realize something. Konghwa asked, puzzled, Why do you look like that? His eyes lit up and he pressed, Shouldn't it be thank you, young hero? Am I not worthy of being called a young hero or a mighty warrior or something else? She repeated in confusion. Thank you, young hero, he said, unable to conceal his excitement. It's nothing. Konghwa, despite seeing his peculiar excitement, had no idea he was teasing her. Heo Chung pointed to the lunchbox as a signal. All right, eat your food. Watching Konghwa lower her head and eat, Heo Chung felt a little awkward. This scene was far from what he had imagined. He also started eating his share. After finishing their meal, he spoke first. Right, these are the clothes I bought. I didn't know your size, so I bought them based on height. They should fit. Try them on later. You can wear this dress if you like it or not if you don't. There are shoes too. These are flat shoes. They'll be much more comfortable than your straw sandals. And Konghwa picked up a piece of underwear, puzzled. What is this? He explained in a fluster. This, you'll see how to wear it later. If you really don't know, I'll try to find a video about it. Video? Yes. I bought a few sizes, so just choose the one that fits. And these too, they're all for women, so I won't say more. Figure them out yourself. Konghua held the bag of items, looking puzzled the whole time. He pushed 2 books towards her and continued, finally these 2 books, this history book, although its narrative is formal, can serve as general education for you. And this book too. It's in simplified Chinese, so I don't know if it'll be effective, but take a look anyway. I need to teach her how to use a computer even simply, so she can search things herself. It's no wonder she's tired. I also stayed up late last night and only just fell asleep. Seeing Konghua yawning repeatedly, he said, "Didn't you sleep well last night? Get some good rest later. We can talk again tomorrow. It's been a night. Do you have any more questions for me?" She cautiously opened her mouth. "What is your status in this world?" He pondered for a moment before speaking. "Status? I just graduated and am about to enter society as a fresh graduate, currently unemployed. If I were to explain it in a way you'd understand, I've just taken the imperial examinations but haven't yet received an official position, so I'm looking for another job to support my family," she replied. "A child of a wealthy family then?" Heo Chung countered. "No, I come from a poor family. There are many professions in this world. There are 360 trades. Reading books doesn't necessarily mean one has to become an official." When she looked puzzled, he added, "Perhaps like a landlord." Konghua opened several books. Seeing the illustrations inside, tears welled up in her eyes. She said, choked up, "How can I go back?" Heo Chung sighed helplessly. "I don't know, it'll probably be very difficult. How did you get here yesterday?" she replied. "Yesterday I was chasing a thief and it was raining heavily and I got lost in the forest. As I wandered around I saw this tall chamber." Heo Chung looked outside in confusion. "There's no forest here," he continued. "Ah well, first let's make sure you settle in well here. We can think about going back," he suddenly said excitedly. "I want to ask about your martial arts skills." "I mean, how good are your martial arts?" Konghua replied. "I'm quite strong in Yonbang." Heo Chung asked excitedly, "How strong is quite strong? What internal cultivation technique do you practice and what sword forms? Can you do light body techniques? Can you jump down from several meters without getting hurt?" She stood up and replied, "I should be fine jumping down from about this height." Heo Chung's eyes widened in shock. It was the 4th floor. Heo Chung looked at Konghua with admiring eyes. He spoke incessantly. "Can you do internal cultivation too?" "I was being imprudent." "It's fine," Konghua interrupted him. "They are merely a few moves of Jianghu martial arts. How can I be called a master?" She demonstrated a few moves and instructed, "Watch carefully. To cultivate martial arts one must first train the waist, and to train the waist one must first learn the horse stance, drawing power from the ground." Heo Chung exclaimed in surprise, interrupting her. "Wait a minute, are we starting already?" She explained. "You are already old, so cultivating martial arts takes a long time. You must accumulate it steadily, little by little," he pleaded, his face pale. "Then can I not practice the horse stance?" She looked puzzled. "How can you learn martial arts without practicing the horse stance?" he continued. "How long do I have to do this horse stance?" Konghua raised her hand. 3 years should be enough." He frowned, lost in thought. 3 years? If I could last that long I would have joined the army ages ago. Then what about the sword? Can't I learn sword forms right away? She countered. "That won't do either. Your hands can't keep up with your eyes and your eyes can't follow your hands, so you'll only learn a few ordinary martial arts movements." Heo Chung was crestfallen, his disappointment palpable. He sat in a corner and mumbled, "All right, go try on the clothes first. If they don't fit, take them to the store to exchange them, and the other things, you can figure them out slowly. If you really don't know, I'll think of a way to teach you." Konghua replied softly, "Hum." As Konghua's door closed, Heo Chung's eyes darted to her sword. He quickly rushed over, taking advantage of the moment to draw the sword from its sheath. He held the sword with both hands and wildly swung it around. A moment later, Heo Chung panted breathlessly. "No good, it's too heavy." Konghua's voice was heard. "I've changed." Seeing her in clean new clothes, he was momentarily entranced. Konghua approached, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. "I tried them all on and they fit perfectly. Thank you, young hero." He waved his hand. "It's nothing. Don't move. Turn around once." Seeing her turn several times with vigor, Heo Chung nodded and observed, "Hum." He suddenly remembered something and said, "I forgot to buy a hair tie. That hair tie of yours is a bit strange, so just let your hair down for now." Konghua untied her hair. She cautiously asked, "Like this?" He praised her internally, blushing. "If she goes out looking like this, as long as she doesn't open her mouth or do anything strange, there will basically be no major flaws." Konghua was very cooperative and intelligent. There was no need to exert much effort on such ordinary matters. Fortunately, this ancient lady is only lacking in knowledge, not IQ, he urged. "We'll go for a walk tonight and I'll buy you a new hair tie. Don't forget what I told you." Twilight slowly descended. Konghua slightly opened her eyes and observed Heo Chung's movements. At that time he was still sitting at his desk. She pushed open the door and entered, looking at him with curious eyes, and spoke. "What are you doing?" he blurted out. "Is that you?" She looked at the computer, puzzled. "What is this?" Heo Chung explained. "This is called a computer. It's a bit hard to explain, but you can think of it as a clairvoyant device. You can see everything that happens in very distant places with this." He changed the subject. "Is that book hard to read?" She cautiously replied. "Yes, it's very difficult. I am reading it, though." Heo Chung continued cheerfully. "Take your time, there's no rush. After all, no one has ever experienced something like this. If this happened to me, I'd be worse off than you." Konghua exclaimed, "Oh," in surprise. His hand quickly manipulated the mouse. "All right, for now, study up on history and get a general understanding of this world. Then you can decide for yourself." Watching Heo Chung continue to type on the keyboard, she seemed to have something on her mind. Konghua suddenly spoke. "Is my staying here a great inconvenience?" He replied casually. It's alright as long as you don't hit, kill or lay a hand on anyone, it's actually perfectly fine. Hobaki suddenly approached him and meowed. And Heo Chung happily pinched Hobaki's cheek. I forgot to feed him. He picked Hobaki up and sighed. Heo Chung turned to her and advised. Alright, if there's nothing else, go study. She lowered her eyes and replied softly. Understood. Heo Chung sat for a long time but couldn't get any information, so he began to lament. No progress at all. He turned on his phone and mumbled to himself, let me check. His gaze suddenly shifted to a familiar phone number. Heo Chung remembered. Jinho is a proud police officer now. I wonder if his probation is over. Anyway, I'll just ask. Remembering Kong Wa's secret identity, his fingers, which had been tapping the screen, suddenly stopped. He mumbled, he's part of the system, so at least he'll know a little. Heo Chung gathered his thoughts, stood up and exclaimed, alright, first things first, let's take a shower. He came out of the bathroom looking refreshed. He looked at Kong Wa's door and said, puzzled, she hasn't showered yet, it seems. Oh well, ancient people's habits will change eventually. She only goes out once a day, so showering or not isn't a big deal, plus I forgot to buy her pajamas. Heo Chung suddenly touched himself, flustered. Pajamas? Damn, I forgot there was another gender in the house. Thinking that, he darted into his room. Luckily she hasn't noticed yet. Kong Wa's door opened and she stealthily came out, quickly darting into the bathroom. The door slammed shut. Even ancient people shower every day. On Saturday, Heo Chung picked up the writing pad and explained gently, this is a handwriting input pad. It can recognize traditional characters and its voice recognition is also very accurate. Try writing a few characters. Hobaki climbed onto the sofa and meowed loudly. He turned to her and urged, just experiment with it for now. I'm going to feed Hobaki. Watching the cat food pour out, Kong Wa asked, puzzled, what is that? He immediately explained, it's cat food. It's what cats eat. Kong Wa couldn't help but be surprised. Do you also cultivate cats where you live? Heo Chung was flustered. It's not what you're thinking. This is manufactured, not farmed. Who would have the time to farm cats? The delivery person's voice rang out from outside. Your ordered food has arrived. Heo Chung immediately rushed over. Coming. He held the paper bag and approached her, advising, this is your dinner. I have something to do tonight. I'm meeting a friend later to ask about how to solve the ID card problem. If anything happens, I'll teach you how to transmit sounds from 1,000 miles away using the computer, so don't go outside. Kong Wa happily bit into her hamburger and Hobaki climbed onto her seat and meowed. Hobaki looked at her with sparkling eyes asking for some food. Heo Chung picked Hobaki up, holding him back. Hey Hobaki, eat your cat food. Kong Wa asked, unable to comprehend. Shouldn't I give this to him? He immediately replied, of course not, because it's not good for his health. Kong Wa was greatly shocked by his words. She held the hamburger, continuously struggling internally. This hamburger tastes bad. The bustling city slowly fell into the darkness of night. Heo Chung pointed at the screen and advised, this is the QQ account I just created for you. If anything happens, use this writing pad to type out messages to me, alright? You know how to use the writing pad now, right? He said in a stern voice. I'm telling you again, I'm not hiding inside the computer talking to you. Just think of it as 1,000-mile sound transmission. Heo Chung left the house. He stood at the door scratching his head, worried. She'll probably be alright, right? He got off the bus. Heo Chung kept looking around, searching for a familiar face. From afar, Jinho's voice called out, over here, Chung-ah, over here. He sat down, exclaiming, you've gotten even darker. It's so dark I almost didn't recognize you. Officer Jin, you must be working hard. Jinho grinned and replied, it's quite tough. Sit down, let me pour you a full glass first. It's been a while since we've talked, so let's drink our fill tonight. Heo Chung asked, puzzled, are police officers allowed to drink beer? He happily replied, don't be silly. I'm not on duty right now. Why wouldn't I be allowed to drink? I'm in plain clothes. Right now I'm just an ordinary civilian. Hearing that, Heo Chung no longer worried. He began to order. Then I'll order 20 beef skewers, lamb skewers, 10 celery skewers, 4 kidney skewers, 2 servings of grilled chicken and a case of beer. Let's drink. The two toasted together. Heo Chung spoke. How's work? What do you think about being a police officer? Jinho couldn't help but curse. What thoughts? It's completely different from what I imagined. At first I thought I'd be fighting villains and doing heroic deeds. He emptied his beer bottle, growling. But there's none of that. It's just miscellaneous tasks every day. You can't even imagine how ridiculous it is. When lovers fight, they tell me to go mediate, and neighborhood disputes, they tell me to go reconcile. I haven't even encountered a single thief. It's just mediation every day. I don't know why there are so many trivial things. He smiled and consoled him. Then it's proof that the people are living in peace and prosperity. That's not bad, is it? Not every police officer has heroic dreams like yours, do they? Heo Chung suddenly remembered their school days. Jinho had dreamed of becoming a police officer since childhood, but he stopped growing after 160 centimeters. When he found out the minimum height requirement for the physical exam was 170 centimeters, he hugged me and sobbed. Fortunately, the height restriction was later abolished, and he got so excited that he started practicing high jump day and night, finally becoming a police officer. Jinho grumbled, stop talking, I'm going crazy. Before you came, I looked around. If some guy with a knife had suddenly appeared, I would have slammed the table, rushed out and fought him. That would have been really satisfying. Heo Chung, thinking of Kong Wa, waved his hand. What are you talking about? Dream on. He suddenly looked across the street. Heo Chung spoke mysteriously. I have something to ask you, though I don't know if you'll know much about it. He asked, puzzled. What is it? He continued. It's just a hypothetical. There's a drifter who lost their memory and wants to get an ID card to find a job. But if they don't have an ID card, how can they get one? He immediately replied. They can't, there's no way. Do you think it's as easy as buying a bunch of vegetables on the street? That's an unregistered person, they can't get one. Heo Chung asked, puzzled. They're unregistered, so they need one, otherwise why bother getting one? Jinho's eyes sharpened. He pressed. Why? Who needs one? What's your friend's name and where are they? He scratched his head and evaded. My grandfather's third son's neighbor's nephew asked me to ask. Their friend is a bit complicated. He cut him off. Stop talking nonsense. An unregistered person can't get one unless they can submit supporting documents, for example, finding their parents and submitting a paternity test or something else. It's very complicated. For someone who suddenly appeared without any proof, don't even think about it. Heo Chung asked curiously, then how do you handle people without an identity, like unregistered people or vagrants? He immediately replied, why would we handle them? Unless they're acting suspiciously, we usually just question them and investigate, to see if they can be investigated for being a fugitive or not. Jinho suddenly slammed his cup on the table, raising his voice. No, you're up to something, aren't you? Heo Chung thought to himself, this guy is usually curious, but something's off. He clarified, what could I be up to? You just got commissioned, you're really paranoid. Do you think I'd hide a wanted criminal and then ask a police officer like you how to cover it up? Jinho continued. That's true. You probably wouldn't have the guts for that. Usually if you encounter a situation like that, you should first ask for basic information and see if the person can state their ID. If they've lost their memory or are pretending to be foolish, then you have to investigate. Investigate missing persons, DNA information, and whether they're a fugitive, he asked, puzzled. So if those three things are investigated and there's no problem, then it's fine? Jinho continued, listening, then got annoyed. Why do you keep talking about only this issue? He replied awkwardly. Aren't I trying to find a topic of conversation? Otherwise, what would two lifelong singles like us have to talk about? Several empty bottles rolled across the table. Jinho mumbled, face down on the table. Just you wait, I'll definitely become a detective later. Solve big cases and appear on TV. Heo Chung calmed him. You're the best, but can you get home? Don't be late. You have to go mediate the Andes fight tomorrow. Jinho got up confused and shouted, Boss, the bill. He waved his hand, teasing, I'll pay for it, you pay for it. Seeing him playfully clinging to him like a monkey, he said, Stop it. The boss immediately replied, That'll be 128 yuan total, the boss suddenly offered. Handsome young man, if you spend 100 yuan at our shop now, you get a 50 yuan voucher. So a few skewers are practically free. Heo Chung asked, puzzled. Really, he said firmly. It's true, do you want some to go? Thinking of Konghua waiting at home, he called out, Then boss, please pack some beef skewers and some fish cake tofu to go. Jinho, sitting in the taxi, shouted, See you next time. He waved his hand, sending him off. Yes, go well. Heo Chung sighed. He thought to himself, it's a bit troublesome but quite interesting. So many people and events from the past have been buried in time and turned to dust. And now a small grain of sand has popped out and encountered Heo Chung. He pushed open the door and entered the house, calling out, I'm home. Heo Chung saw Konghua asleep on the sofa. Seeing her sound asleep on the sofa, he suddenly blushed. What is this feeling? Konghua suddenly woke up and asked, You're back? He held up the bag of skewers. You ate dinner too early, so I bought some more in case you got hungry. She quickly replied, Thank you. Heo Chung pretended not to hear, asking back, Thank you to whom? Konghua blushed, embarrassed. Thank you, young hero Heo. He happily waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. As soon as he sat down, she furrowed her brow and pinched her nose. You've had a lot of alcohol, Heo Chung said casually. Not much, just a few bottles. He opened a yogurt lid and urged, This is called yogurt. Before you eat it, try licking it once. Konghua, curious, watched him taste the yogurt on the lid and he signaled, Try it. Heo Chung confidently asked, How is it? She happily opened her mouth. It's delicious. Watching her happily eat the yogurt, he suddenly smiled. Heo Chung then stood up and advised, Hurry and eat it. Drink it all at once. Don't let it get cold. He happily thought to himself, This feeling of coming home to the light still on and someone sitting in the room, it's really nice. It feels more like a home now. Heo Chung came out of the bathroom and looked at her, puzzled. Still studying? He approached Konghua and said, The living conditions are very good now, so you can bathe every day. It's a very enjoyable thing, so there's no need to hold back for my sake. And about those clothes, do you know how to use them? Konghua asked, unable to comprehend. Clothes? She recalled the pile of underwear she had found. Konghua suddenly blushed, embarrassed, and shook her head repeatedly. He said, flustered, All right, I'll teach you how to use a hairdryer. The clock continued to tick, and Konghua's expression darkened. She looked at the dress Heo Chung had bought her, lost in thought, then picked up the two items again to compare them. Konghua angrily tossed the dress onto the bed and began to bathe. Her hand reached for a towel. Konghua happily thought to herself, To be able to bathe every day, I'm truly lucky to have met a good young hero and to be able to slowly get used to everything here. But relying on others isn't a long-term solution. I can only take one step at a time and think, so I will strive to truly understand this world. Dawn broke and the morning breeze blew through the window. Konghua, with sleepy eyes, came out into the living room. Seeing Heo Chung sitting there, she felt a little unfamiliar with him. He put down his device and greeted her good morning. She asked, puzzled, Are you working? He explained. No, I'm just watching the news, she furrowed her brow and asked in a somber voice. You're not an official, are you? Heo Chung said, flustered. No, if I were it would be much easier to get you an ID, he continued. Are you hungry? Since you're rarely up this early today, I'm going to buy breakfast. Want to come with me? She replied, embarrassed, retreating into the bathroom. No, it's fine, Heo Chung, not thinking much of it, advised her and left. All right, I'll go by myself then, keep watching. He casually strolled through the apartment complex courtyard. Uncle Zhao called out to him from one side. Mr. Heo, he approached cheerfully and said, What's up, Aunt Young? Uncle Jin, are you all discussing matters of national importance? Aunt Young looked at him with a probing gaze. She approached him and asked, When you've been sleeping at night lately, have you heard any strange noises? Heo Chung stood in the apartment complex courtyard, puzzled. Noises? He scratched his head, flustered. No, I've been sleeping very well. Why, was there a thief? Uncle Jin said warily. I think we have a ghost here. A few nights ago something dardled a dog in the middle of the night and it tucked its tail and wouldn't come out even when called. I've thought it was strange ever since. He turned to Uncle Zhao and spoke. Uncle Zhao, did you see anything too? He put a cigarette in his mouth and let out a long sigh. Uncle Zhao spoke. I didn't see it, but it was caught on camera. People rushed to the surveillance room. Uncle Zhao carefully turned on the surveillance camera footage. On the apartment complex's surveillance screen from last night, someone with agile movements appeared, swiftly moving from one building to another. When the video stopped, everyone's faces turned pale. Heo Chung helplessly clutched his head. That movement was indeed hers. This won't do. I need to go back quickly and ask that swordswoman why she's acting like a female ghost in the middle of the night. Beside him, people kept whispering, It really is a ghost, isn't it? Maybe it's just a large wild cat. How could a cat jump like that? He worried internally. It's unknown how many other cameras outside might have caught her. He approached Uncle Zhao and suggested, Uncle Zhao, was there anything else last night? He immediately replied, No, there wasn't. He gave an awkward laugh and said, Let's just observe the situation for now. Perhaps no, maybe it was just a passing ghost. Uncle Jin pressed him repeatedly. Passing by, do ghosts go for strolls? Heo Chung said, puzzled. Isn't that right? Maybe it just passed through our neighborhood for a bit. Uncle Zhao reassured them. I'll keep a closer watch these next few days. Heo Chung was flustered. That was a close call. If they had called the police, it would have been a huge problem. As soon as he returned home, he interrogated Kang Hua. You secretly went out in the middle of the night, didn't you? Seeing his angry face, she had no choice but to admit it. Yes, I did. How did you know? Heo Chung shouted angrily. How dare you ask me how I knew? The camera, no, the clairvoyant device recorded your every move. He approached her, sat tiredly on a chair and asked, What clothes were you wearing? She replied, It was black clothing and my face was entirely covered. He sighed internally. That was a scare. As long as her face wasn't exposed, no one would be able to trace this place. Hosting an ancient person is truly thrilling. Heo Chung instructed in a stern voice, From now on, if you want to go outside, tell me. I will take you while you live here. Do not go outside on your own arbitrarily. Your status in this world is very dangerous, so don't just wander around recklessly, Kang Hua asked, flustered. Did I bring trouble upon myself? He regained his composure and reassured her. It's good that you know. Right now, everyone outside is saying there's a ghost, Kang Hua said, unable to comprehend. A ghost? Heo Chung stared at the search bar. Are there any videos of ancient people time-traveling to modern times and getting shot to death? He vowed internally. I must make her understand how dangerous this place is, otherwise the dark future Heo Chung imagined would unfold. Kang Hua, flustered, clutched her clothes and said, If I cause you too much trouble, I will leave this place right now, he reassured her. The most important thing you need to do right now is to study quickly. Wait a moment, I'll order food from outside. What do you want to eat? Hamburger, chicken wrap, baked bread? Kang Hua listened to his words, reassured and smiled. She continued, Healthy food. Thank you, young hero. I'd like healthy food. Heo Chung replied, And eat some cat food. Kang Hua heard that, got angry and glared at him. Heo Chung picked up a pile of clothes and went. Kang Hua also followed him and watched him put the clothes into the washing machine. He began to explain. This is called a washing machine. That is a machine that washes clothes and it's very convenient. If you want to do laundry too, you can put them inside. Kang Hua asked, puzzled, Does it wash cleanly? He poured in detergent and replied, It washes cleaner than if you did it yourself. Kang Hua heard that and quickly darted into her room. She came out with a few items and, following Heo Chung's instructions, put the clothes into the washing machine. He looked at the items she had put in and continued, If there's more, bring it all. What is this? As Heo Chung picked up something that looked like a bandage, Kang Hua's face flushed and she snatched it away. Seeing her desperately fleeing back, he shouted in a fluster, Wait a minute, he thought to himself, puzzled. Is it a foot wrap? Is she practicing foot binding? How could she practice such powerful martial arts like that? The washing machine rattled incessantly. Heo Chung's face darkened, and he thought to himself, No, when I saw her change her straw sandals last time, her feet were perfectly fine, so why suddenly this? Do even martial arts masters have such tastes? He looked at the search results on the screen, his expression one of incomprehension. Heo Chung suggested in a gentle voice, What is that? Lift your foot a bit, I want to take a look. Kang Hua puffed out her cheeks and firmly refused. No, I won't, he asked back, flustered. That thing earlier? Something suddenly occurred to him. Heo Chung thought to himself, flustered. That day I bought a pile of underwear in various sizes, but she didn't wear any of it. Turns out, she wasn't lacking nutrition, she was just wrapping herself with those damn bandages. That was, what kind of stupid question did I ask a woman? Seeing Kang Hua turn around, he couldn't help but think I'm doomed internally. She drew her sword and angered shouted at his face, "Pervert!" Kong Hua angrily retreated into her room, and Heo Chung sat there, trembling. After much deliberation he mustered up his courage, approached her and began to speak. "No beauty in the world can compare to those of Chu. It is said that the beauties of Chu are peerless, a land of enchanting women, like a lady from our eastern neighbor. This lady has a perfect figure, neither tall nor short, with a naturally beautiful complexion that needs no powder or rouge. Her eyebrows, skin, waist, teeth. There was no part of her that wasn't beautiful. When she smiled, her beauty was beyond description, captivating countless people. But a pervert is not like that. His wife's hair was disheveled, her ears were twisted, her lips were chapped, and her teeth were missing. Truly a miserable sight. Her waist was twisted, her body covered in scabs, and she suffered from severe hemorrhoids, yet the pervert loved her deeply. He had 5 children with her. Isn't 5 quite impressive? Even married to such an unattractive wife, he lived harmoniously and had many offspring. A pervert is a man of unparalleled virtue, truly an example for us all, so thank you for the compliment, SwordsWoman. From today I shall be a pervert forever." The air between the two fell silent. Heo Chung thought for a moment, then spoke. "Oh right, when your people repay a debt of gratitude, if the benefactor is unattractive, they vow to repay it as an ox or a horse in the next life? If the benefactor is handsome, having nothing else to repay, this humble one shall offer their body, that is, accompany them." Kong Hua heard that, sprang to her feet and exclaimed in annoyance, "What did you say, you pervert?" He gave a wry smile and tried to calm her. "Don't glare at me, it was just a joke." Heo Chung raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "My apologies, it's my fault," he continued. "Alright, jokes aside, you need to learn this too. You could keep using that long white cloth, but now that you can enjoy the best things of this era, it's not good to cling to old customs. Besides, I've already bought the clothes, so we can't just throw them away. Let's do this, I'll come back out in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Heo Chung entered the room and asked cheerfully, "How is it?" Kong Hua stammered in a trembling voice. "You people here, your lives here are all like this." Her face was flushed and she asked, embarrassed, "Are you all this unrestrained?" Heo Chung couldn't understand. "Unrestrained, dressing comfortably and enjoying life, isn't that a normal thing?" she retorted angrily. "You have no shame?" he asked back, not backing down. "Then tell me, what is shame?" Kong Hua's face flushed and she was flustered. That's Heo Chung, seizing the momentum, explained. "Someone like you is called old-fashioned, haven't you already seen it on the streets? Those young ladies expose their thighs and their waists. That is human freedom. Men can expose themselves, so why can't women? If you can't accept it, then you can wear long clothes and long pants. But you can't go up to them and tell them they have no shame." Kong Hua didn't back down and turned away. "Is that so?" she shouted. "I cannot accept it. I absolutely cannot accept it." Seeing her angry, Heo Chung reassured her. Alright, don't accept it then. Let's move on to another topic, he continued to introduce. "This computer can be used for games in addition to learning and work. The games inside are very fun. According to scientific research, 90% of people learn how to operate a computer by playing games at first. I believe you are not among the remaining 10. The mouse cursor moved to the start button. The game's effects and the light emanating from the screen intrigued her. Kong Hua, following his instructions, continued with great concentration. Watching her engrossed, he thought to himself, "I need to find something for her to do. Otherwise she'll just be thinking all day and running out at night, or constantly thinking about martial arts training, which isn't good. If one day Kong Hua understands this society and leaves without a word, saying something like, 'Farewell, young hero, I'm off,' or goes looking for her Chang'an or Gusu, it would be better for her to just play games at home." Heo Chung approached and stopped her. That's enough. You've been at it for over an hour," Kong Hua shouted, unable to comprehend. "Ha," he suggested, "I'll teach you how to play landlord." Heo Chung yawned. Kong Hua, imitating the movements in the video, sighed, winning again and again. He yawned repeatedly, entered his room and thought to himself, "I don't have anything to do for now, so I might as well sleep." The video's sound still echoed, crushed to death. The room door closed, cutting off the video's sound. "Sorry." Heo Chung entered his room and mused, "Fortunately, I didn't get a job that day. Even if the interview had been successful, having picked up an ancient swordswoman from 1200 years ago, I would have had to give up that job anyway. I can only take things one step at a time." Lost in thought, he eventually fell asleep. Twilight descended upon the living room and Heo Chung, feeling tired, emerged from his bedroom. He scratched his head and said, "It's time, let's go out and eat. This time I'll take you to the east. It would be better if you change out of that dress. There's no need to tie your hair, letting it down would be better. You tied your hair when you went out a few nights ago, didn't you? Let's change your hairstyle too. It will greatly help prevent others from recognizing you as that shadow from that night." Kong Hua looked down at the clothes she was wearing, her expression slightly puzzled. The sound of the door closing echoed. She wore a white dress and cautiously spoke, "Is this how it is?" Heo Chung saw her, his face flushed and he froze. He scratched his head in embarrassment, avoided her gaze, and admired her internally. The elegance of an ancient person is truly mysterious. His face flushed, he suddenly said, "Alright, change back into the clothes you were wearing before. If you wear this, you'll easily attract other people's attention." Kong Hua trembled with anger. Her fists clenched tightly. The room door slammed shut in front of him. Heo Chung recalled the scene of her trying on each piece of clothing and admired internally, "It feels like it could warm others." The two went down to the apartment complex courtyard together. Uncle Zhao saw them and said brightly, "Out for a stroll with your girlfriend again, I see," he explained, flustered. "She's just a friend." Heo Chung looked at the object in his hand and asked, puzzled, Uncle Zhao, is that a peach branch? He happily swung the stick and introduced it. No, there's no peach wood available yet, so I'm using this as a temporary measure. Uncle Zhao's eyes suddenly sparkled. He leaned on the stick and asked seriously, do I look like Chin Chong from the painting? Heo Chung awkwardly agreed. You really do. It's getting dark, so you should be careful too, Uncle. He replied nonchalantly, it's fine. I have the great compassion mantra. Kong Hua looked at the object in his hand and said, unable to comprehend, is this a sword? Heo Chung looked back, feeling awkward. I'm really accumulating karma. The two walked along the street together. Kong Hua looked to her left, then turned her head to her right again. Then she asked, puzzled, what is a girlfriend? He answered casually. It just means friend, she continued to ask, flustered. Why is the character for woman attached to it? Heo Chung explained. Because you are a woman, Kong Hua retorted, puzzled. Then why did you say it wasn't so? He gave a wry smile and evaded the question. Even if I tell you now, you wouldn't understand. You'll know later. Seeing Kong Hua's glum face, he thought to himself, if I tell her what girlfriend really means, she might pack her bags and run away in the middle of the night. Heo Chung changed the subject. Oh right, the Tang dynasty has fallen. What did you feel after watching that video about dynastic changes? She shook her head. He sighed helplessly. Is that so? As it grew darker, people around them moved busily on the streets. Kong Hua observed everything around her, quietly assessing. There's no night curfew here and no street vendors. There are no bumpy dirt roads either. The air outside is filled with various things that cannot be described in words. I have never seen such a peaceful place. Not even in the era of great peace that second leader spoke of. Everywhere is safe. My eyes can see everything. It's like a scene from a dream. Heo Chung's voice suddenly broke through. SwordsWoman, would you like some milk tea? She couldn't help but be surprised. Tea? He approached the beverage shop and immediately ordered 2 drinks, 1 pearl milk tea and 1 lemonade with a little ice and a little sugar. Heo Chung handed the milk tea to Kong Hua and introduced it. This is milk tea. It's a type you could never drink where you lived. The pearls are those black things, you can eat them and they're very sweet. Try a sip. She looked towards the beverage shop and thought to herself, are those people making money with this? Could I learn this work too? He explained, that's right, that is a profession and you can learn it too, but you can't earn money with it. Because you don't have an ID card, the identity issue needs to be resolved gradually, it won't happen all at once. Don't worry, we will definitely find a solution. Let's stop talking about this for now. First try the milk tea. Kong Hua took a sip, her face gradually furrowed and she struggled to chew the pearls. Heo Chung asked cheerfully, how does it taste? Seeing her face darken, he was puzzled. Does it not taste good? She chewed, swallowed and replied, yes, it's a bit strange, and the pearls are hard to chew. Heo Chung exclaimed excitedly. So the hero thinks so too. I also think so. I don't know why people like this drink. Her face darkened. Are you perhaps troubled? Did you buy this for me even though you thought it tasted bad? He handed Kong Hua his lemonade and explained, I thought women liked sweet drinks, so I assumed you would too. Mine is sour, so it might not suit your taste. If you don't believe me, try a sip. Her way of using a straw was a bit odd, but she'd find out by tasting it herself. Kong Hua inverted the tip of the straw. She took a sip of the lemonade. Kong Hua's eyes sparkled as she praised, it's very delicious. Hearing that, Heo Chung swapped the cups. Then you drink this, I'll drink the bubble tea, since I already bought it. It would be a waste to just throw it away. He smiled brightly, happy that she liked it. Kong Hua looked at him with puzzled eyes. She felt something was off. Never mind, it's really delicious anyway. Only empty dishes remained on the table. Heo Chung patted his stomach and said, I'm full. He gently suggested, let's take a walk later to digest and then head home. As the two walked through the night streets, he suddenly saw a bus stop. Heo Chung turned to her and said mysteriously, I'll take you somewhere very interesting. He led Kong Hua to the bus stop and waited with her. Heo Chung pointed at the bus and cautioned, don't be surprised, just follow me. Kong Hua, hearing his words, stuck close to him. The two safely boarded the bus and he suggested she sit by the window. It would be more comfortable for sightseeing there. The bus slowly started moving, carrying the two into the city center. Heo Chung, seeing Kong Hua pressed against the window, asked, isn't this carriage very stable? He said with a hint of disappointment in his voice. I thought you'd be a bit surprised, but you're very composed. Kong Hua glanced at him and explained, I've ridden in carriages before. A mechanical announcement echoed on the bus. The next stop is Namgang Bridge. Passengers wishing to alight, please do so in an orderly manner. The two got off together. Kong Hua was surprised by the scenery before her, and he introduced, this place is called Namgang. The two stood on the bridge gazing at the lights radiating from the city. Heo Chung continued, the nights in your era must have been very dark. It's not like that now. This is called the night view of a modern city. Kong Hua was lost in thought for a long time. She couldn't take her eyes off the scenery before her and finally spoke, is this truly the world 1,000 years later? Heo Chung did not deny it, answering simply, you've read more than half the history book, so you must have the answer in your heart. 1,200 years, that's a huge change. He turned his head to look at Kong Hua. Her eyes were sparkling, staring intently ahead. Heo Chung pulled out his phone and whispered, you probably can't go back. Getting an ID card is hard, but finding a way back is much harder. Stay here, it's really fine. Flying through the sky, burrowing into the ground, diving into the sea. There's nothing we can't do now. People have even been to the moon. Someday when you can get an ID card, I'll take you on an airplane to see the sky. She looked up at the sky, puzzled. Fly through the sky, he nodded. Yes, fly through the sky. Someday we might even travel to the moon. It's too early to talk about such things now. For a very long time you'll have to learn about and recognize this world from my small room, Manhua asked with curiosity. And then, he thought for a moment before answering, and then we just keep living. With time you'll surely find something you like and a lifestyle that suits you. Live here, assimilate into this place, and enjoy the era of great peace 1200 years later. Heo Chung looked at his phone and exclaimed, "It's getting quite late already." In Kongwa's eyes sparkling lights were reflected, followed by fireworks shooting high into the sky. Heo Chung looked ahead and thought to himself, "This is the best era in thousands of years, so there's no reason not to accept a young girl, even if she came here unexpectedly." Seeing Kongwa's sparkling eyes, he asked with a bit of curiosity, "What are you thinking?" She replied, "I was thinking that if the leader saw this world he would be very happy." He listened and suddenly smiled. Heo Chung turned his back and agreed, "Yes, so you must see everything for him, and for the great leader, second leader and third leader. Welcome to this era." Sunlight shone on the table. Heo Chung scanned the posts on the bulletin board, then frowned and cursed internally. "I'm building up bad karma. Running around like a bandit in the middle of the night has reduced the number of people walking on the streets at night. The police will be patrolling this area at night, and I can't even take her out during the day, so she's stuck at home." Kongwa pointed at the scenery outside the window and asked him, "What are all those people watching out there?" Heo Chung approached curiously. "What?" He suddenly covered his face in surprise and stammered, "They're watching a Taoist priest catch ghosts." Kongwa asked, unable to comprehend, "Is this how all of you live? It's like being in prison." Recalling the things the two had been doing, Heo Chung felt a bit dazed, eating breakfast, looking at the computer, eating lunch, yawning a bit, and then eating dinner. He explained, flustered, "Of course not, this is called being a homebody. Being a homebody is a kind of lifestyle." She frowned and replied awkwardly, "I don't know," he continued. "I can choose to go out or I can choose to stay home. Going out and wandering around is very tiring, so I'm lying down at home. Like a boss who raises dogs and cats at home every day without much to do." Kongwa suddenly spoke. "I want to go out and wander around." Hearing this, he asked back as if unable to understand. "Go out and wander around? You mean you want to leave this place?" Heo Chung countered. "Don't joke, what would you do if you left? Putting everything else aside, you need to solve your basic needs first. You can go without changing clothes, but walking can be done on two legs. And sleeping, will you sneak into someone else's house to sleep? And eating, will you rob or steal?" She was speechless at his words. Heo Chung continued, "I can give you some money. You've also learned how to buy food at restaurants, but someone without a livelihood will eventually run out of money, and then they'll be at a dead end. If you don't want to commit illegal acts, you'll have to hope you meet a good person. There are no deep mountains around here where you could catch a wild boar, so you'd have to scavenge through trash cans." Kongwa ate her bread, flustered. She was lost in thought again. Without an identity, it really is difficult to take even a single step. Seeing Kongwa's grim expression, he replied, "I understand that changing living habits, ways, and knowledge about life is very difficult." Heo Chung put his hand in his pocket, pulled out 2 coins and explained, "But everything must be done step by step. At least now you know how to take public transportation and how to use money, don't you? Isn't that a huge step forward? Even if you say with that gloomy face, 'I haven't learned anything,'" he put the money in her hand and explained, "No, you're learning a lot. At least now, even when I say such things to you, you no longer draw your sword. If I give you some money, you can live outside for a while. So now you're much more capable than when you first arrived a month ago. Learn slowly. When the ghost commotion outside dies down, I'll often take you out for walks. Some things you have to experience directly to understand." She asked back, unable to comprehend, "Are there really ghosts outside?" He pointed out the window and replied, "The Taoist priest is still dancing outside." Heo Chung continued, "You can pay me back when you earn money later. If you can't pay it back, I'll have to find something for you to do. I'll think about what you might be capable of." She said excitedly, "Thank you, young hero." He scrolled through websites, lost in thought for a moment. "I can't get her a formal job, but this is the internet age. She has a classical aura, and practicing martial arts could give her something to do and a chance to interact with others. It's not really that simple for an ancient person who's just beginning to accept this world, to earn money and adapt. That's assuming she even wants to learn." Heo Chung gestured, calling her over. "Come here and see if you can do this." Kongwa looked at the screen with a puzzled expression. "Can I do what you're doing, monitoring others and earning money?" He interrupted her words. "That's too complicated. You can't learn it now. There's too much to learn and it requires experience." The door outside rattled and he shouted loudly, signaling, "Who is it? Go back to your room." Old man Heo's voice was heard. "Open the door." Heo Chung's face turned pale. "Our family is here. Quickly hide in your room." The person outside can open the door arbitrarily, but the person inside has to hide. As the knocking on the door became more urgent, he shouted, "Coming, coming." He opened the door, and seeing old man Heo before him, he stammered, "Father, what brings you here?" He reminded him in a stern voice, "Call me landlord." He glanced around and asked with a frown, "Still haven't found a job?" Heo Chung replied cheerfully, "Does father, the landlord, even care about my job? Isn't it enough to just give father money? Why look for a job? I'm doing very well right now." Old man Heo said in a stern voice, "Graduating and still not finding a proper job, just speculating all day. And always looking for shortcuts," he retorted angrily. "What are you talking about? You might as well build a cowshed for me. I'll send this to Grandma. Father came here specifically to see if I was working. It's National Day now. No one is working." Father came to check the electricity and water bills. Seeing the game screen on the computer, he got even angrier. If you still haven't found a job next month, I'll raise the rent. Let's see if you can still stay cooped up at home all day, he suddenly spoke. Oh right, Father. Did you see that Taoist priest when you came? This place is haunted and unsafe and the environment is a mess, so Father should lower the rent a bit, he shouted angrily. Nonsense, you just hurry up and find a job. Old man Heo suddenly stopped. He called out softly, Heo Chung ah. Seeing the dress and clothes hanging on the balcony, he was startled. Father, listen to me. His voice was full of doubt. Are you learning to wear clothes like this now? Seeing old man Heo standing outside the door, Heo Chung's face turned pale. Should I admit it or not? That is the question, but compared to his son wearing women's clothes, having a woman suddenly appear in the house isn't so strange, is it? Even if I can deceive him for a while, I can't deceive him forever. If Father meets Aunt Jung outside and they chat a bit, those gossiping aunties will surely mention that there's a woman in our house. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed, so he prevaricated. Actually, it's a friend's, he dodged, flustered. It's a long story. I have a friend. Her younger sister. Yes, my friend's younger sister came to stay for a few days. He walked over and knocked on her door. Kong Hua opened the door for a moment. The door opened and Kong Hua cautiously stepped out. He introduced Father. This is Kong Hua. I hope this swordswoman doesn't do anything strange to make Father notice something. Kong Hua stammered, flustered, then suddenly looked down and asked in a small voice, what should I call him? Heo Chung cleared his throat. Call him uncle. Old man Heo, startled, thought to himself. That young lady just now, she was about to call me father, wasn't she? No doubt about it. She bowed her head and greeted. Hello, uncle, he replied. Hello, hello. Heo Chung scratched his chin, flustered. Anyway, it's roughly like this. She'll be staying here for a while. Kong Hua also chimed in with his words. Yes. Old man Heo grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Hey, you, come here for a moment. He suddenly stopped and old man Heo looked at her and reassured her. So you're Kong Hua? It's all right, it's all right. She awkwardly spoke. Yes. He closed the door and began to interrogate him. Tell me. What exactly happened? He explained. It's just that a friend came to stay. It's nothing big, so Father, don't wander around arbitrarily. You'll scare someone else's daughter. Give her the spare key I gave you for now and I'll give it back to you when she leaves, he thought to himself. I must get that spare key back. If one day I'm not home and Father or Mother comes and finds Kong Hua alone, it could cause unnecessary trouble, he said in a stern voice. She's your girlfriend, isn't she? Heo Chung countered. No. He insisted. She was about to call me father just now, he explained, flustered. You misheard, he continued. How old is she? He replied. 18. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Old man Heo sighed. What karma? He opened his mouth angrily. What karma? She's just staying over, and even if we were truly dating, it's a legal thing, so why call it karma, he thought to himself. I came to collect rent from my son and tell him to find a job, and I ended up meeting a young lady who was about to call me father. Old man Heo said in a stern voice, You scoundrel, you don't even have a proper job. Heo Chung retorted angrily. As long as I earn money, what kind of job do I need? This is the IT era, you know. I've explained what I do to you so many times, but you always end up saying there's no insurance or something. I'll send you the money. I've received all the rent. Leave the key. How much are the electricity and water bills? He replied. 230 yuan. He quickly sent the money and showed it to him. There, give me the key. I've never heard of a landlord holding a key and entering and exiting as they please. Old man Heo stated firmly. This is my house, he repeated with a hardened face. I'm renting it. He sternly warned. Don't forget to pay on time. Don't make me come and demand it every time. Once you find a job, you can live as you please. If you don't find a job, you'll have to pay rent every month. Not just rent, but more expensive than other houses. If you have any complaints, find somewhere else. Heo Chung laughed internally. This old man is playing games with me. The rent is a bit expensive, but still. But later all that rent would become mine, whereas if I rented someone else's house, that money would just go to someone else. Old man Heo took off his glasses, flustered. Your mother called you to come home for dinner. He suddenly turned his head. You? His son explained, flustered. She's just a friend, not a girlfriend. He put on a stern expression. Do I look like an idiot? Heo Chung sighed, preparing to see him off. All right, I have things to do too, so I'll go home when I have time. Old man Heo cautiously probed. It's not that I'm lecturing you young people, but if you start dating too early, it's easy to get into trouble. Compared to Miss Ju last time, Heo Chung cut him off. Ah, old man Heo came out to the living room and sighed. All right, let's not bring up old matters. Hurry up and find a job and start working. Heo Chung casually replied, We'll talk about that when the time comes. Old man Heo suddenly stopped, pushed up his glasses and advised, Be careful with safety. Heo Chung was flustered. She really is just a friend, I'm telling you. Heo Chung glanced at a corner of the house and called him back. Father, just a moment. He came out holding Kong Hua's straw sandals. Old man Heo was puzzled. What do you want to show me these for? Heo Chung excitedly asked. Look at this, it's a Tang Dynasty antique. How much do you think it's worth, Father? You've researched archaeology your whole life, so you know about these things. Asking you is perfect. Old man Heo was bewildered. Wait a minute, what Tang Dynasty antique? Tang Dynasty. Heo Chung replied immediately. Probably from Li Longji's era. Please see if it's worth any money. Seeing his son's starry eyes, old man Heo put on a stern expression. I don't know if it's worth any money, but you should go to Namsan Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. He walked out the door, thinking to himself, Is it too late to have a second child now? Heo Chung, left inside, watched him flustered. Why is he just leaving? Old man Heo looked at Heo Chung, puzzled, and thought to himself, Bringing out a worn-out straw sandal and calling it a Tang Dynasty antique, he might as well say it was a shoe woven by Liu Bei. he inadvertently spoke. They say too much computer use makes you stupid. You should stop using the computer so much and go out for a walk. Heo Chung suddenly sighed. My hopes of becoming rich are gone. Seriously speaking, it wouldn't be wrong to say these straw sandals were from before the Zhou dynasty or even from the Kaiyuan era. Ultimately, no one would think that history is just a thin veil away from the present, and that if you break through that veil a person could pop out. Heo Chung suddenly suggested. Father, take a closer look, see if it can be made to look like an antique. Old man Heo glared at him sharply. He continued to scold. Just because you make it look old does it become an antique? Look at yourself. I'm not lecturing you, but can't you do something proper? Stop thinking useless thoughts all day. Can't you learn from Jin Ho? When Uncle Jin comes over to chat and says Jin Ho became a police officer, if he asks what you do, I'm too ashamed to even speak. Heo Chung hid the straw sandals and retorted, I'm a freelancer, I can't let Konghua see this. Otherwise she'll think I'm a pervert obsessed with these straw sandals. Old man Heo growled, freelancer. Old man Heo's anger exploded. Bullshit. Does a freelancer forge worn-out shoes if you weren't all grown up? He couldn't continue, and picked up the sword next to him. I would have beaten you with a stick. Old man Heo suddenly looked at the sword in his hand. Seeing him hesitate, Heo Chung's face turned pale. I'm screwed. Father takes the sword. Won't Konghua get angry? She even carries that thing around when she eats. He ran over, snatched the sword away and explained, it's a toy, just a toy. Old man Heo growled, let go. Heo Chung weakly retorted, it's just a toy. What kind of antique could it be? The two froze in midair. Heo Chung compromised. All right, father, take a look. Seeing old man Heo examining it carefully, he thought to himself, he's looking at it like this, so is it really an antique? Old man Heo forcefully drew the sword and Heo Chung's face also turned pale. He extended his hand, puzzled. How is it? Old man Heo replied angrily, take your own, and then he threw the sword at Heo Chung. He went into the room angrily, exclaiming, what a scare, I almost believed that weirdo. Go find a proper job, or take the civil service exam and serve the people. The room door slammed shut. Heo Chung carefully examined the sword blade and sighed. No wonder there wasn't a single trace of rust. For something from thousands of years ago, it really does look like a toy. Seeing the gleaming sword emerge from its sheath, he suddenly sighed. Don't peek from there. Keep this well and don't take it out casually. Heo Chung asked, puzzled. What were you about to call my father earlier? Konghua replied, flustered. I simply didn't know how to address him. Heo Chung explained. He's my father, Buchin Appa. They all mean the same thing. You can just call him uncle. If you ever meet my mother, my Mochin, you can call her auntie. She nodded. I'll remember, uncle, auntie, oh right. Don't you want to learn more martial arts? Heo Chung sighed internally and asked back. A certain cultured person from the Heo family tried practicing the horse stance but couldn't last even 5 minutes. Isn't there a shortcut to becoming a master quickly? Or some amazing cultivation technique? She retorted, as if unable to comprehend. How can there be a shortcut in martial arts training? Heo Chung leaned back and laughed self-deprecatingly. He thought to himself, now is a peaceful society, so the value of martial arts is very low. It's practically useless outside. If you hurt someone, you have to pay for damages. Training? What kind of training? Suffering is for enjoying later, but why suffer if there's no benefit? That's an illness. He sat up, collected himself, and looked at her seriously, suggesting, come here and let's play some games. We can talk about martial arts training later. Seeing Konghua sit at the desk, he thought to himself, learning a way of life is something that must be done step by step. Even when a child first starts to understand the world, don't they all do it through games, building wooden blocks and solving puzzles or games? Online games are also games, so there's not much difference. Konghua looked at the computer screen and Heo Chung taught her from beside her. That's right, you click there immediately. Don't worry about that. Twilight slowly descended. Konghua, while eating, suddenly asked, is this what you call a game? How do you earn money with this? Heo Chung replied, once you learn everything, you play games on behalf of other people. On behalf of whom? Why? I need to think about how to explain this. Otherwise she won't have the motivation to learn, and she might suspect I'm tricking her. This is one form of entertainment. So when you've eaten your fill and have nothing to do, you pass the time. Can you understand it as just playing? As a result, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people play a single game together. With so many people, of course, there will be some who don't have time to play games. Not everyone is as free as you or I. Those people don't have time to play games, so they pay idle people like you to play on their behalf. She suddenly blurted out. I can't understand it. Paying money to have someone else play a game because you don't have time. Heo Chung agreed. Exactly. They bought the game with money and then they're told to spend time playing it. It's like you're raising fighting crickets for a landlord. If you raise them well, they just take them and play with them. Does that make sense? Becoming an internet-addicted girl is better than pretending to be a ghost at night and scaring people. As for the future, you first need to learn how to live before we can talk about the future. Hobaki stretched and approached Heo Chung. When he started being affectionate, Heo Chung waved him away. Hobaki listened and went towards Konghua. Wagging his tail, he looked at the desk and leapt onto it. He naturally climbed onto her body and curled up. Konghua saw that and involuntarily smiled. She suddenly blurted out, what a strange cat. The police station enjoyed a rare peace. Everyone sat in their offices processing documents. Officer Go spoke from one side, isn't everyone hungry? Let's order something together. A plump colleague rushed over excitedly. I was just getting hungry. Where should we order from? GM Zongman, he continued. All right, what about others? Jin-ho, are you hungry? Jin-ho sat on one side and politely replied, I'm not very hungry, thank you. He looked out the window and sighed. It's really quiet today, nothing to do at all. Everyone in the office looked at him. Jin-ho was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Officer Go asked helplessly. Didn't you learn not to say things like that to your superior? Jin-ho scratched his head, puzzled. What do you mean? The alarm sounded and they all sighed. They quickly got up and dispersed, grumbling. Tonight will be busy all night. Jin-ho followed Officer Go to the car. Sitting in the car, he advised, from now on never say things like it's really quiet today or nothing to do today at the police station. Remember, absolutely don't do it. Jin-ho was curious. Why? He explained helplessly. It's like a superstition, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, if someone says that day will be absolutely busy. It will definitely be crazy busy. Jin-ho turned his head, thinking to himself, is this what Chung Ai called raising a flag? The two arrived below Heo Chung's apartment. We're here. Let's see, Building 14. Jin-ho followed him, thinking to himself, an old neighborhood in the middle of the night. It's definitely a bit eerie. Officer Go shone his flashlight on a heavily drunk man outside. It's towards this wall, probably here, he spoke. Hey, what are you doing here? Jin-ho looked at the man, thinking to himself, a big case. The man, reeking of alcohol, woke up with a very annoyed expression. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for ages. Hurry up and tell that damn old lady to open the door. Jin-ho covered his nose and approached him. The alcohol smell is terrible. Officer Go calmly knocked on the neighbor's door and said in a low voice, we've received a report. There's someone causing a disturbance here, so please open the door and cooperate. The door opened slightly and a woman named Xiao Kui looked out. He asked, did you make the report? She replied, flustered, Officer, I didn't make the report. Perhaps a neighbor did. It was a bit loud. The man suddenly stood up and shouted, I called you, damn old lady, how dare you lock me out? Is there no law? Officer Go looked at him, frowned and asked, puzzled, is this man your husband? She was flustered. He's my husband. I just wouldn't let him in because he was angry. He drank too much. I told him last time too. I'm really sorry. I'll talk some sense into him. The man stood up, pointed at her and cursed. Hilarious, trying to lecture me. How dare you lock me out? So what if I had a few drinks? I'll show you who I am. Officer Go couldn't stand it and threatened. Or should we take you to the police station to sober up? Oh no. The man was startled and trembled. I'm sober, I'm sober. Jin-ho chuckled to himself from the side. Another big case solved. Truly amazing. As they left the building, the alert sounded again. Incident in Building 20. Officer Go shrugged helplessly. See, Heo Chung suddenly woke up. He scratched his head, got up and was puzzled. What's that noise? He secretly peeked at the dark silhouette in the living room, thinking to himself, is the SwordsWoman trying to sneak out again at night and pretend to be a ghost? Sure enough. Heo Chung sighed and turned on the light. Hey there, SwordsWoman. Are you going out again? Seeing that the silhouette in the living room was not Konghua but a stranger, he cautiously retreated. Damn it, who is that? Heo Chung cried out in alarm. It's a thief. Knowing he had been discovered, he tried to run away. Heo Chung quickly shouted, stop right there. Konghua's shadow flew like a dart and grabbed his head. Her strength pinned him down, rendering him immobile. As her grip tightened, Heo Chung intervened, flustered. Wait, you'll kill him if you squeeze harder. Let go quickly. He looked at the trembling thief sitting on the ground and frowned. Heo Chung looked to his side and saw Konghua was wary of him. He helplessly thought to himself, what on earth is happening? Heo Chung looked at the trembling thief kneeling on the ground and thought to himself. In an instant she choked an adult man with one hand and slammed him to the ground. He almost couldn't breathe. There are still several handprints on his arm. It's too vicious, he sighed and spoke. Stay still, don't move arbitrarily. I'll call my police friend to come over. The thief reached out his hand and pleaded, Big brother, please let me go. As Konghwa's sharp gaze turned toward the thief again, he hid his hands and stammered, Big brother, please just let me off this once. I've been beaten enough for now, just this once. I was out of my mind. I'll never do it again. Heo Chung retorted, shouting, You deserve it. You have perfectly fine hands and feet. What couldn't you do? Do you think my money just fell out of the sky? How can I let a guy like you off? Is this your first time? The thief pleaded desperately, as if collapsing. It's my first time, big brother. Please forgive me generously. Don't call the police. There really won't be a next time. If there is a next time, I'd have to save my own life first. Really bad luck. I heard this place was haunted and came here. But as soon as I arrived, I almost got choked to death by a person. This presence, this strength, is this woman some kind of martial arts champion? Heo Chung glared at him and said softly, Too bad. The thief bowed his head and said sincerely, I'm sorry. Heo Chung held up his phone and calmly said, That's not sincere at all. Alright, it's better to just call the police. First, I'll call my police friend and ask if this counts as self-defense. If there's any problem, I'll take you to the hospital with the police. The thief grabbed his pants, flustered. No please, I'm fine, big brother, just this once. I swear to heaven these injuries are from me falling because I wasn't careful. They have nothing to do with you or your sister. Heo Chung frowned, puzzled. Why is he so afraid of being reported to the police? It's really my first time. He nodded honestly. It's true, truly, more real than pearls. Heo Chung walked to the window, pointed at the man's grappling hook and said sternly, However you got in, get out the same way. I'll pretend nothing happened. The man immediately leapt out the window, thanking them profusely. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. Even after landing in the yard, the thief turned back and waved to the two of them. Good people, may you have peace all your lives. Heo Chung sighed, his head aching. Shouting like that in the middle of the night, he had to be careful not to be scolded by the residents for causing a disturbance. Konghua asked, puzzled. You're just letting him go like that? He closed the creaky window and explained, "Otherwise what would I do? If I reported it to the police, it's uncertain whether you'd be investigated for hitting him just now, and there's also your identity issue. If you were to go through the normal investigation procedures, I truly wouldn't be able to help you. So scaring that thief a bit so he wouldn't mind anything else and pretending nothing happened was the best course of action," she retorted, surprised. "He came to steal things, and I'd be investigated for hitting him?" Heo Chung had no choice but to emphasize stealing is one thing, but you hitting someone is another matter. It's complicated to explain, but specifically it depends on the extent of his injuries. Wait, why are you still wearing your outdoor clothes? Were you perhaps planning to sneak out again? Konghua looked at the clothes she was wearing and said in a low voice, "No, I'm just used to sleeping in these clothes. I heard movement in the living room just now, so I came out to see what you were doing." Heo Chung then had no choice but to wave his hand, saying, "Do you think everyone is interested in sneaking out at night like an owl just like you? Stop thinking useless thoughts and go back to sleep. I'll call someone to fix the window tomorrow. I'll turn off the light. Good night." Konghua still stood blankly in the dark room. She also opened her mouth. "Good night." Dawn broke. Heo Chung stood in the bathroom brushing his teeth. He calmly wiped his face and came out. Suddenly he ran into Konghua also coming out. Heo Chung greeted her good morning. Seeing her drenched in sweat, he asked, puzzled, "Were you secretly practicing in your room this morning?" Konghua replied, untying her hair tie. Heo Chung's eyes sparkled as he suggested, "Next time, can you leave the door open so I can see how you practice?" She immediately agreed. "All right, a great hero shouldn't be stingy." Heo Chung suddenly paused, flustered. She agreed so readily again. Had the sun risen in the west? She played with Hobaki and looked at him, puzzled. "You are truly a strange person. It's not good if I agree, and it's not good if I don't." He vowed internally. "Heo Chung, calm down. A true man doesn't argue with ancient people." He suddenly spoke. "Let's go out for breakfast, and while we're at it, find someone to fix the window." She immediately agreed. "All right." Walking along the sidewalk, Heo Chung continued, "I thought about it all night yesterday. Learning only theory at home won't do. To learn how to live, the best way is to experience life directly. See a lot, hear a lot, learn a lot. Life is everywhere. Do you understand how you should learn?" she asked back, full of curiosity. "How do I learn?" he replied immediately. "Abandon your past ways of thinking and thoughts, forget where you lived before, and accept everything anew." Konghua stared blankly. "Everything anew," Heo Chung said gently. "Like with the thief last night, for example, if you encounter a similar situation again, you can subdue him, but you shouldn't lay your hands on him too severely." "Last night, weren't you trying to break his neck?" As steam seemed to rise from her rough fist, Konghua replied cheerfully, "No, I held back a lot of my strength." Seeing her powerful hand, his face also turned pale. "All right then." Heo Chung returned to the main topic and continued, "Hurting other people here is a very troublesome matter. Even if he's a bad person, you can't kill him. Everything must be left to the officials, but given your abilities, basically no one can threaten you, so you must not lay a hand on anyone at any time," she asked, unable to comprehend. "And to what extent can I hit someone?" Hearing that, he thought for a moment before answering, "It depends on the situation. For example, why would you want to hit someone?" Konghua also playfully asked back, "Then if you were to sneak into my room in the middle of the night, should I use heavy force or not?" The moment he heard that, Heo Chung turned pale on the spot. As she touched a raw nerve, he quickly explained, sounding displeased, "That's basically impossible, so let's use another hypothetical. Do I look like that kind of person?" With an utterly serious expression, Konghua affirmed, "Very much so." He shouted, really unable to accept it, "What makes you say that? I'm a young hero with good morals and overflowing righteous spirit. Understand?" Daunted by his imposing presence, Konghua replied shyly, "I'll believe you for now." The more she answered, the more he felt like exploding. "What do you mean for now? And wait a minute, why do you think I'd sneak into your room? Why are you thinking such strange thoughts?" After speaking, Heo Chung also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Although I did throw her straw sandals in the trash and then pick them up again, I definitely didn't do anything else." Hearing that, she also broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to look him in the face. "You said it before." Heo Chung, as if not having processed the information properly, questioned. "Said what?" The more he sweated, the smaller her voice became. "You said you were a pervert." Although he was so angry he wanted to hit someone, Heo Chung had to hold back. "What? That was just a joke. Besides, you've seen how weak I am, haven't you? If I really tried to mess with you, I'd be dealt with immediately. What kind of fool would do that? Although that's not exactly something to brag about." After explaining, he himself felt a bit uneasy. With an utterly disdainful expression, Heo Chung continued, "What if something like that really happens later?" With clear eyes, Konghua calmly raised her fist. "I'll hit you once." At those words, a wave surged in his heart. "One hit? Wouldn't that take my life?" After walking for a long time, the two finally stopped. Heo Chung, back to his usual self, announced, "We've arrived." He and she sat down and waved to the waiter. "Two of the usual, please." The waiter quickly replied yes. After ordering their drinks, the two suddenly fell silent. Heo Chung spoke first, still maintaining his imposing demeanor. "From now on, feel and experience life. And remember today." Suddenly, Konghua turned her gaze to her outstretched hand. She looked at her hand and repeated, "Remember." Suddenly, her syrup-stained hand mingled with her train of thought. "There's no longer a need to carry a sword and kill people." The waiter's voice broke Konghua's train of thought, announcing, "Your order is ready." As the food was placed on the table, Heo Chung also politely thanked him. She seemed to have discovered something. The food on the table, white and yellow, looked appetizing. Kong Hua picked up a dumpling and tried to taste it. Even biting off just a corner made her happy. Kong Hua exclaimed in admiration, "It's delicious." At the sight before him, Heo Chung also unconsciously smiled as he looked at her. He thought to himself, who would have thought this lady eating a dumpling came from ancient times? Do ancient people also have such good appetites? When Heo Chung spoke, Kong Hua was surprised. If you're not full yet, there's more. You can have as much porridge as you want here. If you want more dumplings, go over there and ask the waiter for a few. I'll pay later. Hearing that, she looked towards where the food was. It seemed she could eat until she was very full. Kong Hua cautiously asked, "Are these dumplings expensive?" Heo Chung, a smile on his lips, reassured her. "No, they're not expensive. Breakfast here is relatively cheap. You basically don't have to worry about food here. Filling your stomach is the priority, and eating a little more won't cost much, so feel free to eat." Suddenly she stood up. In his heart, a feeling of joy and comparison involuntarily arose. It's like raising a child. Don't tell me, it actually feels somewhat rewarding. As expected, she wasn't full yet. Bringing her to experience life was indeed the right thing to do. From afar, Kong Hua said innocently, "Hello, 15 more dumplings, please." Heo Chung, who had been listening happily, almost spat out his drink. He coughed in surprise. The staff could only force a smile at the sight. "Yes." Seeing her return to her seat, Heo Chung asked, "Can you eat all that?" Kong Hua replied calmly, "Yes." "Is it too much?" She looked at him with sparkling eyes, a hint of apology in her gaze. Heo Chung returned to his usual composed self and consoled her. "No, I told you to eat until you're full, so eat until you're full. It's just that you stand out too much. Eat a normal amount when you're outside. And buy some more to take home and keep eating. 2 more bowls of porridge would be fine too." Kong Hua calmly drank a bowl of porridge and said, "When I can earn money from games, I'll pay you back." Hearing that, he also replied happily and triumphantly, "Then I'll look forward to it, my lady hero." "Boss, the bill." The staff member heard that and replied, "Yes, please come again." The two really did buy 10 dumplings and headed back. Suddenly, both of them looked at one spot, surprised. It turned out they had stopped in front of a hot pot buffet restaurant. Heo Chung saw it and suddenly promised, "Next time I'll take you to an all-you-can-eat buffet." Kong Hua asked back, curious, "What is that?" He explained earnestly, using elaborate words, "It's a place where you pay a bit of money, and after that you can take as much food as you want and eat until you can't eat anymore. Like that porridge earlier, but inside there's not just porridge, there are also vegetables and meat. I'll take you another day and you'll understand." Kong Hua also opened her mouth in enthusiastic surprise. "Such a good thing exists, it's like a relief agency." He looked at the bag of dumplings in front of him and replied, "No, it's just an ordinary restaurant, it's just a business model. Most people here are knowledge workers. Like an emperor, once they sit down, they sit all day processing various tasks, so they basically don't need to exert physical strength and thus eat less. If you eat a dozen or 20 dumplings in a restaurant, you'll stand out to other people. For you to fully integrate here and hide your identity as an ancient person, we need to be a bit more discreet." As he opened the wrapping, Kong Hua naturally picked one up. "That's right. Because we don't eat much, some merchants open such establishments. They tell people to pay a bit and eat as much as they want, since we can't eat that much anyway. Especially ladies and children. Even if they pay 100 yuan, they'll at most eat 30 yuan worth, so the store can make a profit of more than half." Hearing his words, she also shared her thoughts. "Then there are also people who eat a lot, so it's fine to lose a little. They can just earn money from those who eat less." Heo Chung also praised her without reservation. "Very clever. When I first went to a buffet with my dad as a child, I was amazed that the owner was such a good person. He let everyone eat to their heart's content." She also continued with her own question, "But if you have a small appetite, why go there? Is it because you have too much money?" Heo Chung also happily continued to explain, "Buffets have a lot of variety, so you can eat whatever you want. It's very convenient and satisfies people. There's no need to worry about what to order nor about the price." Upon receiving the information, Kong Hua couldn't help but gape. Seeing her innocent expression, Heo Chung thought to himself, "For someone as blank slate as Kong Hua, anything I say to her becomes a lesson. Although this world is complex, many things are interconnected. When all aspects of life combine to a certain level, a qualitative change will occur, and she will suddenly realize how this world operates." Kong Hua and this world seemed to be gradually merging into one. Time flew by, and 2 days later, Heo Chung handed her a new smartphone and said this phone was hers. "If anything happens, call me." Kong Hua cautiously asked the phone's price. "Isn't it very expensive?" He quickly waved his hand and clearly stated, "No, it's not expensive, it's just a free gift." He also thought to himself, "I got an Android phone worth over 1,000 yuan when I got a supplementary card which is perfect for the lady hero." Seeing the phone in her hand, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Kong Hua carefully handled it like a treasure and said, "Thank you, young hero." Upon receiving her sincere thanks, Heo Chung felt triumphant. "No need for formalities, try it, learn how to call me." She also agreed and examined it diligently. Only then could he breathe a sigh of relief. All right, with Kong Hua's IQ she'll get it quickly. Suddenly, Heo Chung's face darkened and he felt uneasy. A wave of unease surged in his heart. Why do I feel like I've become an NPC? Never mind, let's not think about it anymore. If she learns quickly, it'll be easier for me. I'm going out for a bit, so eat dinner alone. No need to wait for me. Kong Hua heard that and replied, all right. Before leaving the house, he gave a few more instructions. I might come back a bit late. If you don't feel like playing games, you can watch videos of Landlord or study the phone. It's quitting time now, he thought to himself again. At first I was worried she wouldn't be interested in games, but now that she's heard about earning money, she's instantly turned into an internet-addicted girl. So I'm worried Konghua will get too engrossed. Konghua hesitated upon hearing that. Is controlling these small dolls to move around really work? He also explained to her so she would understand. Of course it is. If you continue after quitting time, that's overtime. Since it's a training period now, there's no overtime pay. The food is on the table, so if anything happens, call me, but eat first. I'm going out now. Konghua also didn't forget to advise him, go carefully. In an instant he went down to the lobby and took a taxi. Even while sitting in the car he was still lost in his own world. It feels like I haven't been home since I met Konghua. The door suddenly opened and a voice was heard. Mom, I'm home. What entered Heo Chung's eyes was an empty house. Suddenly old man Heo came out holding a book and said, this rascal, you're finally here? The moment he saw his father he asked, Dad, where's Mom? Old man Heo approached the sofa and replied, she went to play mahjong, hasn't come back yet. Heo Chung heard that and worried, what time is it now, aren't you hungry, Dad? Suddenly he also felt his stomach was empty. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit hungry. Call that girl and tell her to come over. Did you come alone? Where's your girlfriend? As he touched a raw nerve he began to explain ramblingly, girlfriend, no, she's just a normal friend and she's only staying for a short while. Seeing him evade he immediately understood. Do you think I don't understand you young folks living with you? If it were a guy, would you have let him live with you? Jin Ho also lived with you before, but that's different. If that guy was a girl, she would have been your girlfriend a long time ago. At those words Heo Chung was dumbfounded and speechless. You're impossible to talk to. I'm not talking to you, Dad. Just call Mom and tell her to come home quickly. He said alright outwardly, but inwardly thought, Mom puts everything aside once she starts mahjong, so how did Dad put up with it for years? Just be happy. Hello Mom, it's me. I'm home now. I'm hanging up. After he hung up the two of them went about their business, making it quieter than an exam hall. Eventually he spoke first. Oh right, a few days ago there was a thief at home, so I need to fix the window. While I'm at it, I'll install a security system, so please give me the money for it. Old man Heo replied with an utterly contemptuous voice, a thief? What is there to steal in your house? At those words Heo Chung's pride was hurt and he flared up. Isn't a computer money? As they exchanged crumpled notes. Old man Heo still used the same tone. You sleep hugging your computer, don't you? Who would steal it? Stop treating your computer like your wife all the time. Are you okay? Receiving the cue, Heo Chung seized the opportunity to show off. I gave him a good beating and chased him away, though it wasn't him who had done the beating. You're changing the subject. Your father is asking if you are okay, not about the thief. He still didn't understand. I knocked down a thief, what could happen to me? Before he could finish speaking, Mrs. Heo's voice chimed in. Chung-ah, you're here. Why didn't you tell Mom beforehand? Heo Chung quickly reminded her. I mentioned it in the group chat at lunchtime and Mom replied too. She also said nonchalantly. Oh really? I was busy and forgot. I'll make dinner now, so watch TV first. From afar his heart whispered uneasily, humming that tune she must have won at least 10 yuan. Mrs. Heo quickly started preparing food. While doing so, she didn't forget to ask about her precious son. Oh right, where's your girlfriend? Heo Chung had to explain again. Where would I have a girlfriend? Don't just believe whatever Dad says. Old man Heo, who had been quiet, also chimed in. What nonsense. You hang clothes together, eat and sleep together, and do laundry together. Can ordinary friends do that? Mrs. Heo was startled by those words and exclaimed, What, you're already eating and sleeping together? Why didn't you tell me? He also agreed with his wife. Weren't you waiting for this rascal to come back? Heo Chung, with an utterly helpless expression, finally opened his mouth. Why are you two getting like this? Mrs. Heo was indeed very quick. She finished preparations in no time, and even after sitting down her curiosity continued. Don't you have a picture? Show Mom. He thought to himself. I originally wanted to go see for myself, but Dad said it wouldn't be good to go carelessly without knowing the situation, so I had no choice but to wait for Chung-ai to come back and ask. She's just a friend. She has 2 eyes and 1 nose. What more do you want to see? Knowing Mom's personality, this won't end unless I show her a picture today. Here it is. She's a friend, not a girlfriend. Mrs. Heo seemed very pleased with her future daughter-in-law. She's really pretty. Give it to me, let me see properly. This was taken at Namgang Bridge, right? This picture turned out really well. You took so many pictures of your friend. Heo Chung quickly denied the insinuation. Don't think strange thoughts, and if you're done looking, give me back my phone. It's my antique, you know. He examined the records. Regardless of whether she's pretty or not, they already see her as a daughter-in-law. No matter how much Heo Chung corrected her, Mrs. Heo was still convinced. Whether sitting or strolling, this rascal took pictures of her whenever he had a chance. She's not his girlfriend yet, but he has feelings for that girl. He's interested in her, and she happens to be living at his place. They definitely have feelings for each other. She looks very young. 18, right? Where does she study? He answered succinctly. She doesn't go to school. She didn't believe the lie and retorted. Doesn't go to school? How can someone so pretty not go to school? Heo Chung picked up some food and patiently explained, what does going to school have to do with being pretty? It's not a beauty pageant. Is it impossible for someone from a poor family to not be able to afford school? Seizing the moment, old man Heo boldly belittled his son. Would someone with a good education even look twice at your son? He just idles around all day, cooped up at home with his computer, and he doesn't even have a job. Mrs. Heo felt sorry. Such a pity at a young age. Heo Chung tried to maintain his dignity. Enough, Dad, you're just eager to see me fail. She still seemed very curious and asked further. How did you two meet? Isn't she from Gangsung City? He remained silent for a moment, then said seriously, let's just talk about me. Inwardly he thought, this swordswoman is still at a loss about how to live in this world, and here they are already trying to set her up. That's outrageous, truly outrageous. I'm leaving, you two should go to bed early. And Mom, don't just play mahjong every day and starve Dad. At those words his dependent nature revived. It would be harder for your mom to stop playing mahjong than for you to stop cooping yourself up at home. At words that made everyone in the Heo family awkward, she quickly changed the subject. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. They say your house is haunted, don't they? I heard a woman crying in the middle of the night. Some kind of red-clothed ghost, they said. Are you okay? He smugly curled the corners of his lips and chuckled. It's true, I heard it too. Mrs. Heo truly doubted her ears. Really? He also replied firmly. Yes, Dad, you need to cut the rent in half. That place is a haunted house, otherwise I won't renew the contract. His father shouted in a stern voice. Nonsense, he quickly retorted. It's not nonsense. A Taoist priest even came to perform a ritual a few days ago. Do you think I didn't see him? Mrs. Heo also chimed in. Whether there's a ghost or not, you have a girlfriend now, so you'll have more places to spend money, won't you? He adjusted his glasses and tried to say, she said she wasn't, but Heo Chung cut him off. Yes, even if the Jade Emperor came, she's my girlfriend. At the same time, at Heo Chung's house, Kong Hua made a loud noise doing something. Heo Chung, who opened the door and saw everything, spoke. I'm home. Why are you holding your sword? Were you just practicing sword forms? Seeing his expression, Kong Hua dared not say anything and quickly tried to change the subject. I'm going to wash. She ran off frantically, clutching her clothes, but took a wrong turn and came back. Then she turned again and ran, still clutching her clothes. Heo Chung, sensing something strange, cautiously asked, You're going to wash? Why are you taking your sword? Kong Hua flinched and stammered, I just want to take it with me. Thinking it was truly suspicious, he asked firmly, Wait a minute, did anything happen while I was out? Did someone come? Kong Hua still flatly denied it. No, suddenly realizing something, he cautiously asked, Then who are you being wary of? Is she wary of me? She still desperately hid it like burying cat poop. No, you're a good person, aren't you? After saying that, she darted away and slammed the door shut. Heo Chung stood blankly for a moment, then turned around. Fine, as long as she's not wary of just me. I'm the great hero Heo Chung. How could I be an object of wariness like a wolf? He fell into quiet thought before the trickling sound of water. The quieter it was, the more mysterious the sound of the water became. That sound truly made Heo Chung very curious. He had strange imaginations, then shook his head, pretending to be proper. I am a righteous and upright great hero. 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 Suddenly something caught his eye. It's a bit curious and hard to understand, he thought to himself. Since when was my iPad on? Did I forget to turn it off? Never mind, let's not worry about it. I'll just leave it there. I'll need it for video editing tomorrow anyway. That computer was given to the swordswoman to play games, no, to work. Finally, Kong Hua came out of the bathroom. She was drying her hair with a towel in one hand and holding a hairdryer in the other. Her eyes sparkled with moisture. In front of the peerless beauty, Heo Chung foolishly asked, I've been wanting to ask, does martial arts training also make your skin better? Kong Hua seemed a little puzzled. You're still talking nonsense so innocently. In the past you must have been exposed to the sun and wind, so even if your skin isn't rough it shouldn't be this smooth. Don't tell me you don't know internal energy. Kong Hua retorted upon hearing that. Even if I try to teach you, you won't learn. Heo Chung disagreed and argued. So I really have to start with stances, he mumbled to himself, wondering why others learned peerless martial arts with just a few questions or a clap while he had to do difficult stance training. Wait a minute, maybe she could open a beauty martial arts class later. No, young people these days buy gym memberships and only go a few times a year. They can't even lose weight, so what good is martial arts training? Kong Hua was about to plug the hairdryer into the outlet, preparing to turn it on. When the atmosphere seemed quiet, she spoke. Did that exorcist from a few days ago catch the ghost? Heo Chung also answered honestly. How could he catch it? They're all frauds. You secretly went out in the middle of the night and people mistook you for a ghost. Where are there ghosts in this world? If you want to catch a ghost, you should start with yourself. Kong Hua's pride was hurt by those words and she corrected him. I am a person, not a ghost, but he just pressed the switch as if it didn't matter. Heo Chung stepped forward proactively. You're not used to this yet, are you? I'll dry your hair for you. Kong Hua stared intently at the hairdryer in her hand, then realizing it was futile, reluctantly handed it to Heo Chung. Here. He turned on the machine and continued what he had been saying earlier. Yes, you are a person. The important thing is that people in this era have never seen martial arts like yours. That's why you were mistaken for a ghost in the middle of the night. If you don't climb over walls at night, nothing will happen. Kong Hua couldn't help but be curious as she looked at the sword in her hand. Why do you people not practice martial arts? Heo Chung kindly explained. Now living conditions are good. Everyone lives well, eats heartily, and dresses warmly, so they think about how to live happily. Martial arts, no matter how excellent, are useless, so some martial arts have naturally been lost. Simply put, the more comfortably people live, the fewer practice martial arts. Thinking about practicing martial arts every day, going out to fight, kill, and trample others is an illness. Don't be infected by this bad habit. Everyone likes to enjoy themselves. If given a choice, who would laboriously practice martial arts? So you see, I'm too lazy to train. You can even see it in history. In the past, Ah Ching defeated 3,000 armored soldiers with a single wooden sword. After that, Guo Jing defended a city, and even millions couldn't stop him. Who's next? Linggu Chang learned swordsmanship and could dominate the world without even needing internal energy. By the time of Wei Xiaobao it was over. At that, Kong Hua grew even more curious. Why are these people not in the history I learned? Heo Chung still gently explained. That's grandfather Jin Yang's history. In short, martial arts are dead, and to live comfortably you need to rely on science and technology. If there was modern science and technology in that era, with enough money and food, young people would definitely just play games every day. Who would practice martial arts? And put away your sword. Why are you hugging it? As if she couldn't take it anymore. Kong Hua shouted. There are ghosts. I'm hugging it to protect myself. Heo Chung said with extreme patience and calm. Where are there ghosts? Don't talk nonsense. It's all you're doing. Kong Hua's expression suddenly vanished and she said, I saw it when you left. I saw a ghost. Kong Hua's face looked as if her soul had left her body. When you left I saw a ghost. At that single sentence, Heo Chung's face turned pale. He thought to himself, I shouldn't understand this swordswoman's words with ordinary thinking. For example, some auntie went out to throw away trash with a face mask on. Tell me, what did that ghost look like? Kong Hua also described it diligently. Its hair was very long, longer than my hair. She stroked her own hair. Kong Hua continued. It was roughly this long and its face was so terrifying. He cursed. Damn it, what happened next to him? That's a bit scary. She still trembled as she continued. Then its face was stark white, so white, even whiter than the dumplings I ate before, and it was wearing blue clothes, a very strange kind of Taoist robe. The sleeves were this long, it was too terrifying. Heo Chung's head buzzed upon hearing that. He involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. Heo Chung was truly a bit shocked. He still couldn't believe it. What on earth did Kong Hua see? Could there really be a ghost here? No, that can't be. Ghosts don't exist. There's no such thing in this world. I need to be scientific. Think about it. If ghosts really existed, how many people would have died 1,000 years ago? Then the dead would be piled up like mountains. Where would they all have gone, right? You might be too stressed and seeing things. Hurry and dry your hair and go to sleep, Kong Hua said dejectedly. In our time ghosts are very terrifying beings. He turned on the hairdryer and comforted her. It's the same in our time too. They're very terrifying beings. But the problem is they don't exist, not at all, understand? Other people just mistake things for ghosts, but there aren't any in reality, she said firmly once again. They do exist. I saw one. I wonder if my sword could hurt it. Hearing those cold words, Heo Chung was terrified and cut her off. Stop talking, you're making it sound real. He was truly pale with fear when he met an ancient person who time traveled from the Tang dynasty. He couldn't understand the cause. He calmed himself internally. If Kong Hua already exists and a ghost appearing doesn't seem so strange, tomorrow I should go ask Uncle Zhao if I can borrow his peach wood sword. After drying her hair for 7,749 seconds, her hair was completely dry. Kong Hua very politely stood up and sincerely said, Young hero, thank you. Heo Chung also responded in kind with the atmosphere. No need for formalities. Stop overthinking and go to sleep. Hearing his reassuring words, she replied too. He turned around to put away the hairdryer, thinking to himself that he should shower too. He had only been putting on a brave face earlier. Our Heo Chung was still scared, and as a result his shower was a third faster than usual. Even after coming out of the bathroom he couldn't shake the thoughts. Living alone and living with someone else was indeed very different. Since she had said that, a slight fear had arisen in his heart, making it seem like he wouldn't be able to sleep. I should work on the video I need to edit tomorrow a bit now. Meanwhile in Kong Hua's room, she held her clothes and thought to herself, these clothes were all bought by the young hero. Compared to the clothes other people wore on the street, the young hero had chosen clothes that were acceptable for me. The young hero is a good person. Finishing her thought, she fumbled under her pillow and pulled something out. Lost in thought, she remembered that these were the clothes she had worn when she first arrived. Compared to the clothes she was wearing now, these clothes were a bit tight at the shoulders, the sleeves were much shorter, and the fabric was very rough, feeling scratchy. If she were in the mountain stronghold, second mistress would have mended these clothes for me. She would have added patches to the sleeves and widened the garment a bit. Those thoughts took her back to the past. Martial arts come from fighting. Don't be afraid. Leader, if anyone looks down on you, beat them up. Keep beating them until they submit. Then no one will dare to touch you. It turned out that the owner of that low gruff voice was the leader. Next to him was a woman who cared for her tenderly. You don't even know how to sew, young lady. All day long you just swing your sword. How will you ever get married later? Look, this outfit is torn again. I'll mend it for you later. Thinking this, a wave of sadness washed over Kong Hua's heart. I must diligently practice martial arts. To face that disheveled ghost I must definitely survive well. Suddenly a knocking sound from outside interrupted her train of thought. When Kong Hua cautiously opened the door, Heo Chung outside was bewildered. He turned on his screen and pressed, "Is this what you saw?" As soon as she saw it, Kong Hua drew her sword and retreated 8 meters. That's exactly it, Heo Chung sighed, realizing. Sure enough, when he opened the iPad, a horror movie was half played and he checked the history. If he kept letting her watch such intense wuxia worlds, forget science, I almost believed it myself. Alright, I'll sleep first and explain it to her tomorrow. Though he said that, Kong Hua still looked very frightened, and he immediately turned off the screen, comforting her with an utterly helpless expression. Don't worry, I've sealed the ghost so you can sleep peacefully. Seeing that, she agreed. A clear and bright morning returned. Sunlight streamed into Kong Hua's bedroom. The ghost truly hadn't appeared. Even so, when she went outside, she still held her sword in her hand. She once again fell into her own world of thoughts. She had promised him that she would open the door and show him her sword practice. The young hero doesn't seem to be awake yet, but I still need to practice. In this strange era I can only protect myself by practicing martial arts. Meanwhile Heo Chung also just woke up and came out. Seeing her he also spoke. Good morning, Kong Hua also replied politely. Good morning to you too. After finishing his morning routine he kept yawning, scratching his belly, and didn't forget to look back at her and think to himself, everything is going in a good direction, even if she were stopped for a check on the street right now. As long as she doesn't suddenly freeze up, she would basically be able to handle it, and wouldn't reveal her identity as an ancient person. After all, she has the privilege of being a woman and her looks, so it's much better than some bearded burly man time traveling here. If the time traveler had been the leader with his sideburns, 8-foot height, muscular body and hiding in the corridor with a great sword, Aunt Young or someone else would probably have called the police immediately upon seeing him. But he also asked, what does your leader look like? Does he have a lot of beard? Kong Hua also replied enthusiastically. He's a little taller than you and he has a beard. Heo Chung suddenly imagined that appearance. As expected, a bearded old man. Finished with her thoughts, she eyed the landlord suspiciously. Why don't you have a beard? Seizing this opportunity, our Heo Chung boasted, I am a scholar, not a burly man with a messy beard. He boasted too excitedly, and was caught by her. Scholars on our side also grow beards, so are you perhaps? He quickly interrupted and corrected her. No, of course not. I am an ordinary man. On our side we have razors. They are tools specifically used for shaving beards. Remember that. Get ready a bit, we'll go out for breakfast later. Kong Hua lost interest and nodded vaguely. She suddenly remembered and cautiously mentioned a problem she was experiencing. Oh right, the phone you gave me yesterday seems to be broken. This morning when I woke up it didn't respond at all. Is it very expensive to fix? I'll pay you back later. Hearing that, Heo Chung calmly explained. No, 9 times out of 10 the battery is dead. I'll charge it for you later. Kong Hua truly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't broken, that was fine. After getting ready, he and she left the house. Looking at the phone in his hand, Heo Chung spoke. Today is the weekend so you don't have to work. Put aside games for a moment. Come learn how to use the phone. For example, if I go out, you can send me voice messages or call me on WeChat. You'll need to use this for both earning and spending money. Kong Hua asked back suspiciously. Spending money? He also replied seriously. That's right, look here. This is a WeChat red packet. There's none inside now, so I'll send you 100 yuan. This way you'll have 100 yuan and you can spend it. She looked at the phone and murmured. So you press this to confirm. All right, he reverted to his cunning nature. Consider this a loan from me. You can pay me back when you get your salary later. Thinking about it, very few people can borrow money from me. Those people usually don't need to borrow money, nor have they ever borrowed any. So this is the first time in my life that I'm lending money to someone else. I've given you my first, so cherish it. Although she didn't fully understand the information, Kong Hua roughly, anyway young hero, thank you. Meanwhile, where the clang of metal rang out from mending pots inside the room, a person sat gazing at the distant sky. Suddenly the door opened from outside and a young man called out, Dad, I'm home. My shift just ended and I came straight home. I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat, Dad? He replied. There's some porridge in the pot and some bread to eat with it. Jin Ho had caught a few thieves last night, he said while eating. Why are there so many thieves? In a peaceful era like this, who would steal when they have perfectly good hands and feet? Beggars probably earn more money than thieves. It turned out that the man was his father. I heard that Heo Chung, who's not even a police officer, caught a thief. Hearing that, he was startled. Dad, what? When was this? He briefly explained the incident. I heard from old man Heo a few days ago. There was a thief in that old house over there, and Heo Chung gave him a good beating and then let him go. Hearing that, Jin Ho became furious. What that happened to? That scoundrel didn't even contact me and he just let him go. I should give him a good talking to. As a police officer, I've wanted to do something meaningful every day, but I keep missing out. And this guy just sits at home and encounters a windfall. What a world. Disorganized, undisciplined. I should severely criticize him. At his anger, Mr. Jin Ho's father calmly said, He already let him go, so what are you interfering for? I hear he even found a girlfriend and is living with her. I truly have nothing to say about that man. That scoundrel is pretty good looking. And he's tall as a beanpole, so finding a girlfriend wouldn't be a simple matter, would it? What? Mr. Jin's voice sharpened. So you know he's good looking too. Even a good looking guy tries to find a girlfriend. What about you? Jin Ho, feeling hit, stammered. I'm not in a hurry, I just got a job. Why rush? Look, where do I have the time? Every day I don't know when a call will come, and if it does I have to go immediately. I leave early and come back late, so finding someone too early is useless. If I'm going to look, I should look for someone to marry, otherwise we just break up soon anyway. Look at that Chung guy, isn't that right? Bang, Mr. Jin shouted as if the sky was falling. So you know that too, others already have too, and you know it's hard to find, yet you don't think quickly and always ride that old rattling car around. What are you rattling around for? He mumbled with his mouth still defiantly replying, to catch thieves, but Mr. Jin delivered a heart-piercing remark. Did you catch any? He still steadfastly and fiercely resisted. Sometimes I do. As for the girlfriend issue, I'll think about that when I become a detective. Before that, women are just fleeting clouds to me. His father was helpless. From my perspective, you just fundamentally can't find a girlfriend. His pride surged to Demon King levels, and he was hit where it hurt. Dad, are you looking down on me? Do you believe that someday I'll bring a Konghua flower of the police force as a girlfriend to the police station to show you? His father's force was too fierce. Mr. Jin picked up a slipper. You scoundrel, always doing nothing proper, and you'll bring a Konghua? If you can find a girlfriend, I'll acknowledge you, Jinho hurriedly stammered. There's a good proverb, isn't there? A man before achieving great things. How can he settle down, right? His father was truly on the verge of his blood pressure rising. Only your head thinks like that, you scoundrel, don't run away. Jinho took his porridge bowl and went to a corner feeling extremely annoyed internally. Dad really hits hard. What did I say wrong? He ate all his food while listening to music. A man should have big dreams and a big appetite. Suddenly at this moment a phone call came. Hello, you scoundrel, why did you call? What, you want to hang out tonight? Hang out, I'm on duty tonight. Hanging up, Jinho stood up in disappointment. Entering his bedroom, he didn't forget to instruct, duty is very tiring, so I need to get some sleep in advance. Dad, wake me up at 4 p.m. Meanwhile, Heo Chung also received a call. Where are we meeting? The other person quickly replied. Hold on, I'll send you the address later. That scoundrel Jinho, what kind of duty is he on? But at this moment he hesitated slightly. Wait, tell me where it is first. If it's a bar, forget it, but if it's just a meal, that's fine. Hearing the other person's words, Heo Chung nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll bring a country friend to see the sights. Meanwhile, Konghua was listening to this conversation blankly. Okay, see you tonight. Heo Chung cleared his throat, turned around and announced. I'll take you out to have some fun tonight. She was still unfamiliar and didn't understand his meaning. What do you mean by have fun? He had no choice but to explain. It's just going out to experience modern life a bit. You'll understand when evening comes anyway. Remember, act according to my cues and don't cause a scene. Konghua was a bit bewildered, but seeing Heo Chung playing with Hobaki, she didn't say much. Understood. Suddenly she looked at him holding the cat with a puzzled expression. Just said that those ghost-like things in martial arts were all fake. So why can you create such strange things? Yes, they are very strange. Heo Chung gently stroked Hobaki and explained, this isn't strange. It's originally about seeking stimulation, just like raising a cat. After a person's survival needs are met, spiritual needs naturally arise. Whether it's pets, movies, or games, they satisfy a certain human desire. Didn't you have strange novels or anything like that where you came from? Hearing those unfamiliar words, Konghua was immediately confused. I don't know, I've never read novels. He patiently explained to her in more detail. For example, storytellers in tea houses often tell strange stories or folk legends, and that's precisely to satisfy people's curiosity. Simply put, where there's demand, there's supply. Do you understand? That's the essence of employment. Others pay you money to come to you to solve a problem, and if you solve it, you get paid. In this society, everyone pays money for others to solve their problems. For example, when we go out to eat every day, drinking milk tea, then ordering food, street surveillance cameras, clothing stores, and so on, these things are all for you and me. They all require someone to solve problems for them. And they get paid. Similarly, everyone asks others to solve problems for them, and at the same time they also solve problems for others. For example, if you play games, once you learn everything, you can play games on behalf of others and get paid. Then with the money you earn, you can find others to solve your problems of eating and buying clothes. Everything is a transaction. That's how society works. Hearing his explanation, a thought suddenly struck her. No wonder Heo Chung, like an old landlord, didn't need to go out to work, yet someone brought him food. The clever Konghua easily summarized his meaning. So after the problems of eating and drinking to one's fill are solved, those ghost movies solve the problem of people having nothing to do. Then if you pay money to watch them, they get paid to produce them. Heo Chung heard that and was very satisfied. Precisely, you're smart. Take this. Very quickly the next moment he handed her a can of cola. He stood next to the refrigerator, squinting and smiling. It's a reward for the correct answer. Konghua looked at the can of cola in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Only after a long while did she ask, then why did you let me stay? Helping me doesn't earn you money, does it? Is it also to satisfy your spiritual needs? Heo Chung was flustered by Konghua's question. He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then looked at her with meaningful eyes. Perhaps, honestly, I don't know. I just let you stay because I wanted to. Seeing the young man before her, Konghua's cheeks had already flushed. The young hero truly is a good person. Without any wariness, she reached out and opened the can of cola. But the next moment, a stream of black liquid shot out, startling Konghua, and Heo Chung couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Seeing her clumsy reaction, he kindly offered his help. Here, take this tissue and wipe it off. Time flew by and soon it was evening. Heo Chung thought to himself, if everything in life had to have a purpose, this world would be a truly boring place. On the way, he cautioned Konghua carefully, it might be a bit crowded later. It's okay, eat what you want, drink what you want. You can do anything you like except alcohol. Suddenly, Heo Chung stopped. He gazed at the splendid building before them. We've arrived. Konghua's eyes widened in surprise, having never been to such a place. This is the place. He, standing beside her, completely understood her feelings. It's mainly for you to experience things. These things might be a bit unfamiliar to you. Heo Chung then led the way, guiding Konghua. Come on, my rich friend is treating tonight, so eat to your heart's content. Feeling a bit shy, she followed him inside. Konghua continued to look around the space. The noise echoing from all directions made her slightly uncomfortable. Not long after, they stopped in front of a room door. Heo Chung calmly said, here we are. Inside the room, numerous people were already having fun, singing and chatting loudly. At that moment, a man who had been singing and the woman next to him turned their heads to look. Chung, you're here." Instead of answering, Heo Chung glanced around. He saw everyone enjoying themselves. They were all doing their own thing, which slightly surprised Heo Chung. "You've already started," Jaejin said enthusiastically. "Yeah, we were bored anyway, so we waited for you to sing a song. I'll pick one for you." But he wasn't in a hurry. "Wait a minute, let me sit down first." Heo Chung quickly chose a corner seat and sat down. Konghua was still unfamiliar with the surrounding space. Konghua was so tense amid the splendid scenery that she couldn't move a muscle. She unconsciously clenched both her hands when suddenly a hand appeared before Konghua. Heo Chung warmly offered her a snack. "If you're hungry, have this first to tide you over. The food will come out a bit later. These are all nuts, you should be able to crack them with your strength." However, the music was too loud for Konghua to hear clearly. "What did you say? I can't hear you well." Only then did he realize. "Right, it's so loud in here, you have to speak loudly to be heard." So without much thought, Heo Chung leaned close to her ear and said, try cracking this." Konghua, bewildered, did as he said. He, still unaware of the situation, continued to speak to her at close range. "Didn't you have these where you lived? I recall these have been around for quite a while." Konghua blushed with embarrassment because of him. "I don't know, I haven't seen them before, but these are very tasty." Her eyes sparkled, having tasted a new food. Konghua also leaned closer to Heo Chung's ear to be heard better and said, "These are very tasty." He smiled contentedly upon hearing her. "If they're tasty, eat plenty." Heo Chung looked around, lost in thought. "Anyway, we're inside a karaoke room, so no one will pay attention to this side. It's fine if Konghua cracks the pine nuts. Even if someone sees, they'll at most be surprised by her hand strength." Suddenly, he picked up a beer bottle. Heo Chung laughed enthusiastically, raising the bottle. All right. Guangya, let's have a drink." Jaejin was slightly annoyed that his singing was interrupted. "You jerk, I was in the middle of a great song," but he still responded to his action. Bottoms up. With that, both of them emptied the beer in their hands in one go. Konghua, who was sitting next to them, watched Heo Chung's refreshing expression as he drank beer. Her eyes sparkled as she suggested, "I want to drink that too." Heo Chung immediately refused without a second thought. "Women need to know how to protect themselves when they're out. You shouldn't drink alcohol. This is like a very dangerous beast." Konghua, hearing that, argued back, slightly annoyed. "I've drunk it before, it doesn't make me drunk." He, like a man of the year, continued to nag. "The alcohol here is stronger than the makgeolli from your time. Even if you don't get drunk, you shouldn't drink it." But she didn't give up so easily. "I just want to taste it. Just one sip." Konghua's eyes sparkled, revealing an intense desire. Heo Chung, seeing this scene, sighed, looking exhausted. In the end, he had no choice but to give in and concede to her wish. "Just one sip to taste." Konghua carefully took a small sip and Heo Chung asked. She frowned, savoring the taste. "How is it?" Konghua replied in a small voice. "It doesn't taste good." He, not hearing well, asked again. "What did you say?" She immediately leaned close to Heo Chung's ear and said, "I said it doesn't taste good." Jaejin immediately noticed their suspicious behavior and pointed it out. Hey, what are you two doing over there in broad daylight with the sky watching and so many people around?" Heo Chung, disgusted by the sight, waved his hand. Go away, just keep singing your song." But Jaejin was no longer in the mood. He put his arm around his shoulder and asked quietly, "I've been wanting to ask since earlier, is that your girlfriend?" Konghua, who was nearby, was also very curious about their conversation. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Heo Chung shook off his hand and immediately denied it. "She's just a friend." "Konghua, she's from my neighborhood." He turned to her and politely introduced, "This is my best friend Wang Jaejin. He's a big shot with a proper shop and an old landlord type." Jaejin, hearing that, complained loudly, "Who introduces someone like that?" He harbored ill intentions towards Konghua. "Just a friend, and can I be her friend too?" Heo Chung blocked him without hesitation. "Lost, don't even dream about it." Jaejin, refusing to back down, immediately retorted, "Why not? What am I lacking? Are you as tall as me, as handsome as me?" He still confidently asserted, "I have money. I'm a VIP customer." Heo Chung, not wanting to argue about this anymore, changed the subject. "Enough talk. Haven't we started yet? I'm starving." At that moment, Konghua, sitting next to them, was still engrossed in cracking the nuts in her hand. Jaejin then approached the karaoke machine screen and said, "A few more people haven't arrived yet. Don't rush. First, let's warm up our voices. I've always wanted to hear you sing meow 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 in Cantonese." "Ho ya, that guy, damn it, he's on duty again tonight. Why does duty even exist in this world?" Heo Chung, hearing his words, got a bit annoyed. "Ho ya is protecting the people right now. A loafer like you just fooling around is a parasite on society. What do you know?" But they didn't seem to care much and each happily danced and sang. A moment later, Konghua started to feel uncomfortable. "What are all these people doing here? It's too noisy." Only then did Heo Chung realize that bringing her to the karaoke room was unnecessary. However, if she wanted to learn about life, it was naturally best to experience as many things as possible. Experiencing various aspects of modern life was also a form of accumulating experience, and ultimately, it would help her integrate. He forced a smile and waved his hand, explaining, "Just think of it as a celebration. It's mainly that guy's girlfriend's birthday." So a few more people were called to liven up the atmosphere. Places like this can easily bring people closer. She stared at him with puzzled eyes, and at that moment, Heo Chung noticed the shelled nuts Konghua had opened. "Everyone who comes here has different purposes. Some come to drink, some like singing or loud noises, and some want to make friends. You have strong hands. Crack a few for me too." She quietly cracked a few nuts and gave them to Heo Chung. He happily accepted them and asked curiously, "Thank you, Lady Hero, but can you sing?" Konghua replied coldly, "I cannot." Heo Chung laughed triumphantly. Even if you could, I wouldn't let you. This young master will sing for you, just wait. At that moment the door opened and a group of people immediately entered. One of them showed displeasure as soon as he saw Heo Chung. Why is this jerk here again? Liang Ya entered from outside, gave Heo Chung a cold stare, then turned his head frostily. Right then Heo Chung noticed the continuous sound coming from Kong Hua's direction. He was slightly surprised by the amount of shelled nuts piled on the table. Are you very hungry? A little. Heo Chung forced a smile and soothed her. Just wait a little longer. A very big cake will be coming out soon. As soon as Kong Hua heard that, she could imagine it. Her mouth watered continuously. Very big, she thought. She recalled the things she had experienced. Since coming here, she hadn't yet eaten any particularly difficult to eat food. The worst had been the dumplings she couldn't eat her fill of when she first arrived and was hiding, and the hamburgers that had become hard and changed flavor after 2 days. But even so, they were far more delicious than flour cakes and plain water. While Kong Hua was still engrossed in her passion for food, Jaejin handed him a microphone. Chung Ahoya isn't here, so let's the two of us sing a song. Heo Chung reluctantly accepted. I'll only sing one song. Kong Hua quickly noticed the strange object in his hand. She touched it out of curiosity. What is this? Immediately, Kong Hua's voice came out of the speaker, startling her. What is this? What is this? Why has my voice become so loud? Heo Chung, seeing her reaction, immediately reassured her. Don't be scared. This is called a microphone. It's not a monster or anything. I'll explain it in detail later. Kong Hua listened and nodded in agreement. Heo Chung felt relieved internally. At least later, if she hears a loudspeaker while walking on the street, she won't be scared, and exclaimed, this person's inner power is truly profound. Right then, she looked up at everything with wide eyes. He, seeing this scene, unconsciously swallowed. He suddenly felt like pinching her face. Heo Chung mustered his courage and reached out his hand, but as soon as his hand got close, Kong Hua noticed it. Heo Chung immediately flusteredly withdrew his hand, pretending to whistle to divert attention. Someday I must pinch her face. After that, he and Jaejin sang a song very happily. He scanned the people around and signaled. Looks like almost everyone is here. Let's start. Soon after, a staff member pushed a large gift box into the room. Jaejin stood in front of everyone and confidently declared, Thank you for waiting. I won't say any more. Today is my girlfriend's birthday. But at that moment he discovered with shock, where's my girlfriend? At that moment a woman said, I think she just left. Jaejin immediately asked back, where did she go? She also shook her head helplessly. I don't know. Heo Chung was disgusted by the situation before him. You're celebrating your girlfriend's birthday, but she's not here when it's time to cut the cake. I thought the lady who sang with you earlier was your girlfriend. He, not believing it, still stretched his neck and looked around. Unable to find her, Jaejin returned disappointed. I don't know where she went. Well, let's just keep having fun. We'll leave the birthday cake for when she comes back. Let's keep drinking. Heo Chung approached curiously and asked, Is she a new girlfriend? He replied honestly, It's been over a month. He smirked meaningfully and said, It's been that long and it's like this. Looks like you'll break up soon. Jaejin, hearing that, got very angry. Get lost, we truly love each other. Kong Hua, who was nearby, listened to their conversation seriously. Truly love each other, she thought. Girlfriend, she approached Heo Chung curiously and asked, Is a girlfriend the same as a wife? He scratched his head and explained shyly. No, it's not. Girlfriend is just a term and it varies for everyone. Jaejin, who was listening nearby, was also dumbfounded. What kind of question is that? Heo Chung gave a realistic example without hesitation. For example, his girlfriend could become someone else's wife in the future. The more he listened, the angrier he got. You jerk, but the next moment Jaejin thought about it carefully and realized it made sense. Come to think of it, it's not wrong. Right then Liang Ya suddenly approached. He smiled brightly and offered a drink. Brother Chung, don't be a stranger, I'll offer you a drink. Heo Chung coldly refused immediately. I'm not drinking. Liang Ya still didn't give up. Brother, what are you saying? But he glared at the other person with a warning look. Brother Chung, brother, try another strange trick. Liang Ya. I don't want to deal with you today, so will you just behave? Jaejin, who had just come in, sensed that the situation was not good. Those two jerks, they're going to fight soon. He was now very flustered. The two had been classmates for several years and even shared a room, so it shouldn't be like this between them. Jaejin had originally invited Liang Ya with the intention of reconciling them, but seeing both their faces darken, he became very worried. This is ruined. He quickly rushed over to stop the two. Hey, talk it out nicely, both of you. Don't lay hands on each other. Liang Ya, don't provoke him. Liang Ya replied with a smile. No, I just wanted to offer a drink. How can you say I'm picking a fight when we haven't seen each other in a long time? Heo Chung then looked at Jaejin with displeasure. You called him, didn't you? He was immediately intimidated by the other person's attitude. It's already in the past, isn't it? His gaze instantly turned cold. In the past, Heo Chung began to speak, looking at the other person meaningfully. Where should I even begin? I originally thought it was nothing. Jaejin, now scared and pale, asked, So what do you want to do now? You also said it was nothing. Liang Ya calmly raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Of course, what's the big deal? It's all in the past. I just wanted to learn a thing or two from Brother Chung and offer him a drink. And the result is what you see. He clearly understood the other person's intention and retorted honestly. I just don't like his strange behavior. I have no other intentions, don't misunderstand. I just purely find him an eyesore. He also didn't back down. Brother Chung finding me an eyesore. Heo Chung's face hardened as he warned. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson from the last beating, did you? Kong Hua, observing the situation from outside, was also slightly worried. Are they going to fight? The people there also started whispering among themselves. Jaejin, standing between the two, was very flustered. Wait a minute, when did you two fight? There's nothing going on between you two, is there? Why are you acting like children? However, Liang Jia's gaze at Heo Chung was far from friendly. Eventually Jaejin pleaded in a low voice, "That's enough, Liang Jia. For my sake, it's my girlfriend's birthday, so please let it go." Hearing that, he laughed and raised his glass. "See, I just came for a drink, so why has it come to this? Brother Chung, if you drink this glass with me, it's like nothing happened." But he still maintained a firm stance and refused to drink. Liang Jia, perhaps finding Heo Chung difficult to deal with, turned his attention to Kong Hua. "Then I'll offer a drink to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is truly beautiful." She, who had been observing from the side, was suddenly mentioned and became very flustered. "Me, his sister-in-law?" His expression darkened further, and he warned in a low voice, "She doesn't drink. And she's not your sister-in-law, so shut up if you don't want to die." Kong Hua echoed his words, repeating, "That's right, I'm not." Heo Chung also quietly advised her, "Don't talk to that jerk, because that guy is absolutely disgusting." Jaejin could no longer tolerate the situation. Stop talking." He tried to send Liang Jia away first. "Liang Jia, go over there." Heo Chung also quietly returned to his seat. Jaejin sat next to him, trying to maintain his composure. "When did you two fight?" Heo Chung also honestly confessed. "It was a long time ago. If I had known that jerk was here, I wouldn't have come. Just looking at him makes me sick." Kong Hua quietly listened to their conversation from the side. He now regretted it immensely. "If I had known you two were like this, I wouldn't have invited him." "Want a drink?" Heo Chung replied nonchalantly. "It's already in the past, it's just that jerks like him just make me feel bad and unlucky just by looking at them." At this moment she suddenly blushed and asked curiously, "Why did he call me his sister-in-law?" He instilled incorrect knowledge directly into Kong Hua. "It's because that guy is ugly. I'm better looking than him, right?" She observed for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You are better looking than him." Suddenly, Heo Chung pointed at Kong Hua. "You're also very pretty, aren't you? Since both of us are handsome and pretty sitting together, this is what's called a beautiful couple. So naturally people with problems in their heads like them see us as a couple." Jaejin, listening nearby, found it increasingly strange. Wait a minute, what do you mean problems in their heads? I also thought you two were a couple at first." Heo Chung looked at him contemptuously. "You always had problems in your head." Jaejin felt insulted and very angry. "I guess we'll have to duke it out too." At this moment Kong Hua asked again curiously, "But why do beautiful couples look like couples?" Heo Chung immediately pointed at Jaejin. "I don't know how abnormal their brains are, so it's better not to talk to them, including this guy." Hearing that, he quickly retorted, "I have a girlfriend." He then turned his gaze back to the other side. "Including this guy." At this moment a woman entered. "Where did she go?" Jaejin cheered as soon as he saw her. "She's here." He unhesitatingly abandoned his friend and left. Over here. Turn off the lights, cut the cake. My girlfriend is here so we can start." Soon after, a beautifully decorated three-tiered cake appeared. Kong Hua's eyes sparkled like stars and she seemed incredulous. "It's really big. Are we eating all of this?" Heo Chung also nodded, confirming yes, but at this moment something made him hesitate. Wait, he felt like something was wrong. At this moment Kong Hua just stared blankly at the cake on the plate. In her round eyes the scene of people throwing cake at each other was reflected. Time rewound a few minutes. Heo Chung pulled Kong Hua along without a word. "Follow me." He quickly found a safe spot for her. "Hide here. Hide well and don't move arbitrarily. Don't come out until I call you. I'll bring you a big piece of cake later." Kong Hua was very curious to hear that. What would the cake taste like? But why did she have to hide to eat cake? Was there some kind of rule? She quietly remained in the spot Heo Chung had arranged for her. She was really looking forward to it. A fragrant piece of cake suddenly appeared before Kong Hua and she rejoiced. "Is this cake? It must be very delicious." But the next moment that piece of cake was smashed into someone's face nearby. Now everyone was playing with cake. "Take that." Kong Hua frowned in confusion. "Huh?" She could no longer restrain herself and reached out to take it, but the gigantic cake collapsed right before her eyes. Suddenly a person's shadow appeared at that moment. "Why did you come out? I told you to hide well." Heo Chung was covered in cream, but he tried to protect the intact piece of cake on the plate. "What's wrong?" He tiredly sat down next to her. "These crazy bastards, I'm exhausted. I thought that Wang Yao guy bought such a big cake to have a cake fight. Come on, I saved this before they threw it, so try it." Heo Chung handed the cake to Kong Hua and she accepted it carefully, but at this moment her eyes looked sad. Kong Hua put the cake in her mouth and tasted it. Heo Chung asked expectantly, "How is it? Is the cake delicious?" Kong Hua, touched for a long time, finally opened her mouth. "It's very delicious." Just then memories of the past surfaced in her mind. She wanted to let second mistress taste this thing called cake. She couldn't even eat her fill of baked flatbread, always just drinking a few cups of water, but if she ate such delicious cake she would surely smile widely. After finishing the cake, Kong Hua sat idly watching them have their cake fight. She was filled with regret. Why are they throwing away such delicious food? Even a landlord must have earned money through hard work. Heo Chung wiped the cream from his face and explained, "This is also one of the uses of cake. If you want to eat some, I'll buy you some next time. If you eat it secretly at home, not a single bit will be wasted." Kong Hua frowned. At this moment she seemed to realize something. throwing away delicious food, especially enjoying themselves while getting their clothes dirty and pursuing stimulating things despite having stable lives. This was truly the best era. Many thoughts filled Konghwa's eyes. She looked at the empty cake plate on the table and continuously asked herself, is this truly an era of great peace? The two sat there idly watching the people. After some time, Heo Chung helped Konghwa stand up. They're all done playing, so it's safe now. You don't have to hide here anymore. Let's go to the restroom and clean up, then go home. She quietly sat and waited for him to return. Suddenly someone approached and spoke. Did Brother Chung abandon his sister-in-law here? Liang Ya approached, feigning kindness. What's your name? Let's get to know each other. Konghwa's attitude was completely different. She was very displeased. I don't want to talk to you. He still shamelessly sat next to her. Don't be so cold. Did Brother Chung tell you to say that? Seeing how clean you are, you didn't play with him earlier, did you? Come on, you two. But before Liang Ya could achieve his goal, Konghwa dodged. What are you doing? He still didn't give up on his idea. Everyone else is dirty, so it's not good if only you're clean. You should get a little dirty too. Liang Jia's finger almost touched Konghwa when she became very tense. Come on. Konghwa's hand clenched so tightly that it made a sound, but at this moment a hand appeared and firmly grabbed Liang Jia's shoulder. Heo Chung interrogated him in a low voice. Who gave you such gall? He then furiously attacked the other person. Heo Chung didn't even give Liang Ya a chance to retaliate. Where did you get such gall? Now he was trembling, having been beaten by Heo Chung. Liang Ya couldn't bear the humiliation and became so angry that his eyes turned red. Damn it. Then he punched Heo Chung in the face. He glared at the other person, angered by the sudden attack. After some time, the two finally separated. Jaejin was utterly flustered by this sight. Are you two fighting again? Stop it right now. Jaejin saw Heo Chung pinning Liang Ya to the ground and beating him and shouted loudly. Turn on the lights. Both of you stop fighting. Quickly separate them. The people there quickly rushed over to pull the two apart. Heo Chung was held by his collar and Liang Ya was firmly held by his shoulder. The two young men holding Heo Chung stared wide-eyed, admiring Konghwa, who was lightly pulling his collar. This young lady is really strong. She's pulling him with one hand. Jaejin's side wasn't so comfortable. It took 3 young men to hold down the enraged Liang Ya. Jaejin gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. Damn it, why did I let those two be together? Heo Chung wiped the blood from his nose, raised an eyebrow and provoked. Wang Ya, look at this. The fun birthday party turned out like this, or do you want to hit me a few times too? Jaejin's mouth kept twitching. I want to hit both of you a few more times. He turned to dismiss the guests. I'm really sorry, everyone. Let's break up. Let's disperse for today and meet another day. The situation is a bit messy. There were only a few people left in the room. He, with cotton stuffed up his nose, asked Liang Ya, how about it? Can you get up? If you can, we'll keep fighting. If not, I'm leaving. He looked at him with displeasure. Jaejin heard that and cursed. Fight what again? Seeing Heo Chung's swollen face, he asked, are you okay? Your face is so swollen. He replied, I'll manage. I'm fine. I'll ask again. Are you going to fight more? The two continued to bicker. You've got guts. How dare you touch my girlfriend's face? If you have a complaint, deal with it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Someone knocked on the door from outside and all 4 of them looked towards the sound. Jaejin went to open the door with displeasure. Who is it? We're busy here right now. Outside stood 2 police officers. We received a report. There was a fight here, so please open the door and cooperate. He was surprised to see the person behind the middle-aged police officer, Jin Ho. The middle-aged police officer looked at Jin Ho, whose face had turned pale, and asked, do you know them? He had just confidently boasted to the middle-aged police officer. I used to come here often with friends, so I might meet someone I know. Officer Go replied nonchalantly. Really? He forced a smile. I know them too well. The 3 fell silent. He looked at Heo Chung and Liang Ya. Seeing the numerous scratches on his face and the injuries on Liang Jia's hands, he frowned. You really had a blast. Jaejin rushed over to smooth things over. We were just singing and bumped into each other, and someone mistakenly reported a fight. They're being overly nosy, aren't they? She covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to Jin Ho, do you really have to go to work? You look cool in this uniform. Jin Ho also enjoyed Jaejin's compliment. Of course, he interrogated them. You two, what happened? Konghwa hid behind his back, secretly looking. Nothing at all. Heo Chung quickly blocked her. It's exactly as he said. Jin Ho secretly assessed them. They look quite serious, but I should ask this side first. If this side is fine, then the guy with glasses probably isn't a big deal either. Officer Go took out a pen and a small notebook and began to record. Let's see your ID. Who brings an ID to a birthday party? He gave them no leeway. Tell me your ID number. He glanced at the broken beer bottle on the floor and then said, earlier you said there was no fight, right? Heo Chung forced a smile and strongly denied. Fight? What fight? Someone must have played a trick because they were bored. Liang Ya did not cooperate and stood up, pushing up his glasses. We fought. We did. He hit me. He frowned. So did you fight or not? Liang Ya answered honestly. We fought. Officer, look. Can a birthday celebration end up like this? Jin Ho pushed Heo Chung's arm. Hey Chung, so did you fight or not? He replied weakly. If he says we fought, then we fought. Let's go to your place and talk. Jaejin rushed over with a fawning smile. His smile looked very awkward now. Don't do that, it was just a joke. It wasn't a fight. We just got a little excited from drinking too much and now he's talking nonsense. He closed his notebook and declared, let's not argue. Come with us to the police station to talk. Heo Chung, knowing he couldn't escape, pointed at Konghwa. He entrusted her to Jaejin. Take my sister home. I'll go with him. He thought, unable to understand. Why is she a girlfriend sometimes and a sister other times? Curious, he still agreed to Heo Chung's request. Don't worry. Officer Go turned around and said, let's all go together, we need to understand the situation anyway. Hearing that, Heo Chung's face suddenly changed. Damn it, Heo Chung tried to keep Kong Hwa out of this. There's no need for that. My sister is still a middle school student and hasn't done her homework yet. Officer Go immediately retorted, don't try to fool me. A middle school student coming to a place like this. Jaejin thought to himself, Chung Ai is usually smart, so why is he talking such nonsense? He scratched his head. I can go with you, just ask me anything. I was here the whole time, so I know best whether they fought or not, Officer Go said impatiently. That's enough, why are you talking so much? Jin Ho smiled helplessly. I'm just a rookie, a subordinate, so I don't have the authority to make decisions. Heo Chung glanced at Kong Hwa and said, my sister just came up from the countryside and has never been to a place like this before, don't scare her. Jin Ho said with displeasure, we're not cannibals. We're just trying to understand the situation. He looked at the four people and thought to himself, Dad told me this guy got a girlfriend and I thought it was this young lady. They all left the karaoke room together. Jin Ho asked him with a laugh, hey Chung-ah, where's your cousin from? A middle school student. How old is she? We're friends, so your sister is practically my sister. What's our sister's name? Heo Chung knew exactly what he was thinking. Are you doing a background check on her? Middle school students don't have ID cards yet. She's just visiting my place for a few days. He began to introduce Kong Hwa. Her name is Kong Hwa, understood, he said cheerfully. Understood, understood. I'm your Jin Ho Oppa. He frowned and warned, Oppa, what are you talking about? She's shy, so don't scare her. Jaejin stood by his car with his girlfriend and said, you didn't come when Jin Ho called, but now that everything's over, you've come to catch people. Alright. I'll lend you my car and I'll take a ride in a police car. They drove for a short while before stopping the car and all entered the police station together. Jaejin was still in the mood to tease Heo Chung even inside the police station. Chung-ah, you're home. He didn't hold back and swore, home? What home? Officer Go warned, enough, stop fighting. Do you know what time it is? Go in and get interrogated quickly. Heo Chung worried internally. Now I'm a bit nervous. Is this what they call a guilty conscience? I really need to control my temper to raise this ancient person. Kong Hwa on one side tried hard to memorize her newly created identity. Middle school cousin, no ID, birthday is, feeling his gaze on her. She also looked up at him. Her eyes held determination. He said nothing. The milk was already spilt, so they had to face it. First, they needed to get used to it. Heo Chung and Liang Ya entered the room with Officer Go. He asked the two of them, tell me what happened, who wants to speak first? Heo Chung explained first. We just had a fight. I threw the first punch and he swore at me. He asked for more details. Tell me in more detail. Heo Chung immediately pushed the problem onto Liang Ya, then asked him to tell you. Officer Go looked at Liang Ya and said, you tell me, the specific process. He smiled cunningly, calculating internally. Coming to the police station this time wasn't good, but he couldn't afford to lose out. Amidst the chaos, Heo Chung threw the first punch, so he would be in trouble and then he would make himself the victim and pin all the blame on Heo Chung. At first I was just playing around, just playing. Then he hit me. I don't know why he suddenly did it, but I got hit. Officer Go lost his patience and started scolding the two of them. Tell me the process in detail. Don't you know what detail means? They lowered their heads and dared not say a word. How did you play around? What did you say? What did he reply? At what point did he hit you? How did he lay hands on you? And how did you resist? His gaze was full of menace. Understood, what are you thinking? Tell me exactly what happened. He turned to Heo Chung. Or you tell me first. He was startled. Me? Liang Ya quickly interrupted. I'll tell you. At first I just wanted to offer him a drink, and if he didn't drink I didn't force him either. No matter what Liang Ya said, Heo Chung could only think of Kong Hwa. It was too soon for Kong Hwa to be involved with the police station. She was not at all accustomed to modern times yet. Liang Ya finally finished speaking, and Officer Go asked, is that how it was? But Heo Chung was still lost in thought. She must be being interrogated by Jin Ho next door. And he didn't know what the situation was like or if she had made any slip-ups. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Officer Go called him. Hey, what are you spacing out for? I'm asking you. Heo Chung replied without any embarrassment. It's roughly similar, but the first part is wrong. He acted strangely and swore at me. So I laid my hands on him. He thought to himself, whether I laid hands on him or not, I can just say he started it. Liang Ya waved his hand. I was just playing. Officer Go didn't accept the explanation. Everyone fought and now you're saying it was playing. Can I believe that? The room suddenly fell silent. Officer Go asked helplessly, how do you two want to resolve this now? Shake hands and make up. Liang Ya said incredulously. What? Shouldn't he be locked up? He began to explain. This is mutual assault. If I arrest you, I'll arrest both of you. If you think the injuries are serious, get a medical examination, and then we'll decide on detention or compensation depending on the situation. Did I injure his stomach? The stomach is just bruised, so it probably won't show much even with an examination. Liang Ya lifted his shirt to reveal the bruise below his stomach. Heo Chung smiled, thinking to himself, he won't be arrested. That guy has a job and has to go to work. His smile angered Liang Ya. Think again or shake hands and make up or get arrested together or your face got injured. Officer Go grasped the key point. Why do you know so much? He stood up, slamming the table in anger. He hit me first. His internal calculations were wrong. He thought he could get him locked up for a few punches, but it turned out to be mutual assault. Officer Go was truly angry. He gets a 500 fine, you get 200. He gets 8 days in detention, you get 5, or go for a medical examination or makeup. Which do you choose? Liang Ya was angry but had no choice. Heo Chung came out of the restroom. Jin Ho stared intently at his face. Your face injury will probably last quite a while. It's so late, should I take you home? He put a bandage on his face. No, it's fine. It's not good to leave your post during work hours. It's fine at night. Jin Ho raised his hand and covered his mouth. Don't speak carelessly here. He nervously looked around. There's a mysterious force here. Heo Chung was stifled by the covered mouth. Are you crazy? Seeing no one around, he let go of Heo Chung. Don't be shy, I'll take you home, he panted, his face pale. It's really fine, we called a taxi. Where's my sister? He said, she's outside the main gate. Our sister didn't want to come in even when I asked her to wait inside. Jaejin was with her getting some fresh air outside. But why does our sister seem a bit foolish? Hearing him criticize Kong Hua, he immediately swore, you're the foolish one. She's much smarter than you. Stop talking, I'll leave first. See you when you have time. Jaejin looked at his phone's time. Damn it, it's already 1 o'clock, he sighed. Why isn't Chung Ai done yet? That jerk Liang Ya left ages ago. Heo Chung's voice echoed. Why are you two here? Aren't you cold? Jaejin replied. I couldn't stand being sleepy inside. Look how messy this whole thing is. Although he came to the police station, he had no regrets. Who said I did? If I get the chance next time, I'll hit that jerk again. He looked around and asked, where did your month-long girlfriend go? Jaejin said helplessly. She couldn't stand it and went to sleep in the car. Should I take you two home too while I'm at it? He quickly refused. We can call a taxi. It's late, so you two should go home quickly. He calculated internally that with someone else nearby it would be inconvenient to talk to Kong Hua. Jaejin didn't insist. All right, I'll wait for the car with you. A cold wind blew down the street and Jaejin and Heo Chung shivered. He wrapped his arms around himself. It's quite cold at night this season. Suddenly, he caught the key point and waited a moment before pressing Heo Chung. Before, you would have taken off your jacket and given it to your girlfriend, he said nonchalantly. She's not cold. Kong Hua also nodded, confirming, yes, I'm not cold. Jaejin frowned. Is she really his sister or his girlfriend? Damn it, he thought unhappily. I don't know what their relationship is. A little later, Heo Chung and Kong Hua arrived home. He stretched. Finally home. Heo Chung walked ahead with Kong Hua following behind. He was silent and she said nothing. He thought to himself, why does this swordswoman walk without making a sound? It's like I'm playing alone and then coming home drunk in the middle of the night. It's unsettling. He turned to her and said, can't you walk a little faster and come next to me? You look like a stalker. She retorted, I'm not a stalker. If you walk next to me, you won't be. He walked forward and walked beside him. The two walked and talked. All right, I now declare that you are not a stalker. I never was. Upon entering the house, he collapsed onto the sofa. Finally, it's over. I'm exhausted today. Something important came to mind and he abruptly sat up and asked her, what did Jin Ho ask you at the police station and how did you answer? She calmly replied, I said I was your sister, a high school student, and attended a birthday party. When he asked other things, I didn't say anything. He gave her a thumbs up. Lady Hero, you're truly intelligent. Case closed, he mumbled internally. No wonder Jin Ho said she seemed foolish. She gently scratched the cat's chin. This government office doesn't seem that scary, he reminded her. Of course it's not scary. As long as you don't show your violent side, nothing will happen. If you're detained there for a long time, they even give you food and water. He stretched. Today's handling of the situation wasn't too bad. We had a big fight but didn't lose anything and Kong Hua even got a tour of the police station. Aside from taking up some time and being a bit annoying, everything was fine. The key was Kong Hua's attitude. He turned to her and asked, did you notice too, you're very dependent on me now. You listen to whatever I say, and that jerk swore at you but you endured it and didn't lay a hand on him. She didn't seem to care much. I don't know anything, so I have to. He stroked his chin. You're so obedient, aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Kong Hua's cheeks suddenly flushed. You wouldn't do that, you're a good person. She stroked the cat's belly and thought, I've eaten his food, used his things, and always received his help, so if I don't listen to his advice, if I don't trust him, I might as well leave this place and wander alone. Until I'm completely familiar with and integrated into this world, the only person who can help me right now is Heo Chung. She suddenly spoke. He couldn't lay a hand on my face, he replied naturally. I know, if he had laid a hand on your face you would have made him unable to get up ages ago. The two fell silent again. Heo Chung scratched his face, embarrassed. Doesn't our fight look like children playing house? Looking at his embarrassed face, her expression was very subtle. You call this a fight? Kong Hua asked Heo Chung. Why did you hit him? He hugged his pillow and frowned. Because he's despicable. When you meet a despicable person you should hit them once, but let me be clear, if later, just if someone provokes you and you can't tolerate it, use at most this much force. Don't injure them, just make them hurt. Otherwise you'll go to jail. There are many kinds of people in this world. For example, some people want to wear beautiful clothes and luxury shoes but they can't afford them. Then when they see what you're wearing they get upset and jealous of you. Yet they take it for granted if someone close to them is much better off and they feel inferior to others, thinking it's natural for others to be wealthy. She listened carefully to his words. Then if someone next to them lives a better life than them, they get displeased, she said. Is that a sickness? Kong Hua said, puzzled. Such a thing exists, he explained to her. There are two kinds of people I despise. One is the type with a twisted personality, and the other is the bootlicker type, and that jerk happens to be both. She asked him, unable to understand. What is a bootlicker? He continued to explain. It's a kind of creature, the kind that either gets everything or dies. You'll find out later. A dog licking a hand came to her mind, but she couldn't understand it at all. He reminded her, "Go take a shower quickly, it's not too early anymore." She was startled. "All right." Water poured down in the bathroom. He leaned back in his chair. "Actually, it's not bad to have someone to talk to at home. If I could shower and then sleep with her in my arms." Suddenly, as if realizing something, he widened his eyes. No, that's strange. Why am I having such strange thoughts?" The sound of the door opening, and he looked up at her. Her hair was completely soaked, and he looked at her again. Heo Chung stood up in a fluster. "You dry your hair yourself today." His earlobes turned red as he hurriedly left. "I'm going to take a shower too." He fled to the bathroom and covered his face with his hands. "She's really testing me." After showering, he saw Kong Hua sitting and drying her hair. She asked him, "I saw many women with short hair on the street. Is shaving one's head a common thing where you live?" He replied. "Hairstyles are a matter of personal freedom. If you like it, you can even shave your head. Do you want to cut your hair?" She hesitated. He turned his head and warned her, "Don't cut it. Long black hair is so beautiful." Imagining Kong Hua with short hair, he said nothing. He went to one side, picked up the hairdryer and dried her hair. "I'll dry your hair for you later, so don't even think about cutting it." She immediately agreed. She asked again, "Is drying a woman's hair also a common thing here?" He lightly cleared his throat. "It's common, very common." He focused all his attention on drying her hair for a while. As he dried her hair, Kong Hua also sat still obediently. This scene was warm and romantic. Heo Chung then slowly put down the hairdryer and advised her, "Right, it's done. I'll go to my room then. I'll turn off the living room light first, so you should go to bed early too." He turned off the light. "Good night." She looked at him blankly, then also greeted him, "Good night." She picked up her phone and tapped it for a moment. "Good." She typed out each stroke. "Night, these two characters, I suppose." Her eyes widened. She searched for a song on the app. She pressed the play button. Sound flowed from the device. She pulled the blanket over her head. Kong Hua listened to this song repeatedly. Some people's feelings are just 2 or 3 words of goodnight, making people excited but easily leaving. Old feelings are always stuck in a dilemma, unable to control the goodnight that comes from your hand. In a daze I was with you. Then suddenly a broken bridge appears, pulling us apart. The next morning, Heo Chung woke up. He scratched his head and greeted her, "Good morning." She greeted him. "Good morning." He asked her, "I woke up late. Do you want to go eat breakfast together?" She looked at him very seriously and said, "I'm working." He nodded. "All right, then I'll go out, buy breakfast, and we can eat." He thought as he tied his shoelaces. Living with Kong Hua, he had unconsciously been influenced and his life had become quite regular. What was breakfast like before? After Heo Chung left, Kong Hua still worked diligently. She glanced back and then used the writing pad to search for information. What is a girlfriend? Numerous pieces of information appeared. She quietly read through them one by one. Kong Hua concentrated on reading the information on the internet. Girlfriend. As free love developed, the concept of a girlfriend in people's minds also evolved from simply a female friend to a synonym for a romantic partner before becoming a wife. She continued to type on the keyboard. "Are there ghosts in this world?" A moment later, Heo Chung returned home from outside. "I'm home. Come here and eat breakfast." She opened her mouth. "I'm working," he persuaded her. "Working is good, but you need time to rest too. For example, breakfast time." She turned her head and clenched her fists. "I'll eat." Heo Chung opened a bag of dumplings. "I didn't buy many, just enough to tide you over. It'll be lunchtime soon anyway. This time I also bought dumplings and soy milk." She held the dumpling in her hand tightly and looked up at him, asking, "Since I've done this for so long, can I do it on behalf of others?" She calculated internally. As Heo Chung said, 1 round of mining earns 18 yuan and there are 6 dumplings here, so 1 day of mining can feed her for 3 days. Heo Chung fiddled with his phone. "Hold on, I'll find an account and see if you can do well," he thought to himself. Anyway, games are just for giving Kong Hua something to do, to stop her from running out in the middle of the night pretending to be a ghost to scare people or wandering outside. Hearing that, she was very happy. "Really, I want to try," he sighed and looked at her, mumbling to himself. "Only after she understands this world can I find her a proper job." As Kong Hua took a bite of the dumpling, her eyes sparkled. "Pork bun, there's more here, eat slowly." Then she drank the soy milk. After eating and drinking her fill, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The food here is very delicious," Heo Chung said, unable to comprehend. "It's not your first time eating it, is it?" She pushed the soy milk cup forward and asserted, "I really think it's very delicious. The cake last night was also very delicious. All the food here is very delicious." He smiled and looked at her. "As long as it's delicious, that's good. Oh right, when's your birthday? I'll buy a very big cake and let you eat it all by yourself," she stammered. "I don't know." Heo Chung was momentarily stunned and spoke again. "You don't know your own birthday? Then when did you come here? Let's make that day your birthday in this world." "How about it?" She stared at him blankly, then happily asked back, "Really? So I can eat cake next year?" Her face was very innocent. Eating 1 cake made her so happy. He glanced at her, waved his hand and said, "Actually, you can eat it today too. I'll buy 1 later and we'll count it as this year's." She widened her eyes and happily said, "Really? Thank you, young hero." But then her expression changed. "Won't it cost too much? Such delicious cake must be very expensive." Heo Chung smiled and reassured her. "It's not expensive, just wait and eat." They each held their phones and fiddled with them. Heo Chung opened his mouth. "Oh right, did you bring any coins?" "As far as I know, in the Yuan era they mostly used coins and very little silver. If you have coins you can sell them for some money. The older the better." She shook her head. "No, I don't have money. All the money was with second mistress. The small change was sewn into my clothes by second mistress in case of an emergency." After saying this, her eyes widened and she fumbled at her waist. Kong Hua thought to herself, "No one will remind me in the future. No one will sew money into my clothes anymore." He ruffled his hair. I really came unprepared. A few coins are useless, and if there were many, it would be better to put them in a pocket, so silver would have to be sewn in for emergencies. But who would have known that this outing would lead to coming here? Who would have thought then how much silver one seemingly worthless coin could be exchanged for? This is truly an era of capability. On the street, Jin-ho was riding his bicycle. An old lady saw him and greeted him. Isn't this Jin-ho? Are you on patrol? He nodded and said, my patrol is over. I'm going home now. You're working hard. It's my job. Jin-ho walked and whistled. Becoming a protector of the people really gives me a sense of accomplishment. He smiled. Dad, I'm home. A cute puppy appeared. Jin-ho widened his eyes in surprise. Whose dog is this? Oh, Uncle Jin explained. It's one of Wang's big black pups. You train it later. If you train it as a police dog, I'll take it for walks. How am I supposed to train this? The two started arguing. You're a police officer, can't you train a police dog? I'm a police officer, but I can't defuse bombs. His father lifted the puppy by the scruff of its neck. Anyway, you're a police officer, so if you raise a dog, it becomes a police dog. Do you think I'm an all-around police officer just because I'm a police dog? Jin-ho asked what the dog's name was. Uncle Jin held the puppy. I haven't thought of one yet. I need to give it a very impressive and spirited name. I'll think about it, wait. I need to look it up in the dictionary. He raised an eyebrow. Dad didn't put this much effort into naming me, did he? That's right. He scratched his neck and asked, does Heo-chung have a cousin? Uncle Jin said, unable to comprehend. Heo-chung has a cousin? I haven't heard of it. Why, are you smitten with someone else's daughter? Jin-ho sat on the sofa. No, I just asked. He frowned, thinking to himself. The two families are so close that they often gathered during holidays. Even before I and Chung were born, the elders of both families discussed arranging a childhood engagement, but both families ended up having sons, so the engagement fell through. His father asked curiously. Why are you asking about someone else's daughter for no reason? Jin-ho didn't hide it and said, last night I met a young lady. Heo-chung said she was his cousin. She's very pretty but a bit strange. Hearing that, an idea flashed in Uncle Jin's mind. Pretty? His expression became very serious. Wait, another day I'll ask old man Heo. He was speechless at his father's words. She's just out of my league. What are you thinking, Dad? Jin-ho still didn't dispel his doubts. Originally he hadn't thought much of it, at most thinking that his cousin was a bit foolish. Thinking of Heo-chung's actions at the karaoke room, it wasn't wrong, but this matter definitely seemed a bit intentional. He really felt like he had become paranoid from being a police officer. Heo-chung took Kong-hwa out. Seeing Uncle Zhao sitting there, he went over to greet him. Uncle Zhao, you haven't seen any more ghosts lately, have you? He replied in a low voice. No, that Taoist priest was really not a charlatan. One ritual and everything became peaceful immediately. Some things you just can't not believe. You tell me, I've lived for half my life and seen all sorts of things, but this is the first time I've seen a ghost. Heo-chung's face turned pale, and he forced a smile to cover it up. He thought to himself, yes, later, when Uncle Zhao retires, he and his wife will walk around and embellish this story into a full tale. Back when I was working as a security guard, and when his grandson grows up he'll tell the story again. He pulled her away. Heo-chung looked at Kong-hwa and said, see, you made the uncle like that. She lowered her head and asserted, I won't do that again in the future. She glanced at him and opened her mouth. They think I'm your girlfriend, he replied nonchalantly. They really think that. Kong-hwa denied it, but it's really not so. Seeing a leaf fall on her head, he reached out and brushed it off. Didn't I tell them it wasn't? But whether they believe it or not is their business. Come on, let's go drink some lemonade. Her face flushed and she thought to herself, although I don't know why they think that. The two of us are innocent. We sleep in separate rooms and haven't crossed any lines. At most we eat together, walk together, and occasionally I dry her hair. She quickly ran to him and said, young hero is right. As long as there's no shame in our hearts it's fine. She asked him, what does a girlfriend do? I'll try to avoid it. Then they won't misunderstand anymore, he patiently explained. A girlfriend generally walks the streets together, strolls together, eats together, and lives together. Hearing the last words, Kong-hwa's expression became very subtle and she couldn't help but crumple her cup. Oh right, and drinks milk tea together, Kong-hwa stammered. Then he read her mind and immediately explained, it's just that your identity is special, so it's an exception. You can't apply normal reasoning. She asked disappointedly, is that so? Lowering her head and looking at the cup in her hand, she thought to herself, why is such a delicious drink called a girlfriend's drink? Glancing at the trash can, she wanted to throw away the cup but then changed her mind and quickly ran after him. Then as long as there's no shame in our hearts it's fine, right? He confirmed. Yes, absolutely. Both of us are innocent, so there's nothing to worry about. Arriving at the cake shop and seeing his back, her heart felt lighter. Yes, that's right. As long as we're innocent, why care what others say? The staff handed him the cake. Mr. Heo, here is your ordered cake. Thank you. The two left the shop. Kong-hwa carefully looked at the cake box, thinking, even such a small cake probably isn't cheap. I'm incurring more and more debt to the young hero this time. She asked him, you said last time that work is about solving other people's problems and getting paid for it. Young hero, do you have any problems I can solve for you? Oh, his lips twitched and he thought to himself, this lady hero is suggesting I earn money. Is she trying to work to repay her debt? She's smart indeed. Heo-chung continued to walk forward. I don't have any problems. Even if I did, it wouldn't be something you could solve. She continued to ask, what kind of problem? A mischievous thought crossed his mind. He said seriously, my problem is that I don't have a girlfriend. Kong-hwa stroked her chin, lost in thought. Seeing her like that, his face flushed and his heart was in turmoil. Surely the lady hero isn't taking it seriously, is she? She lightly nodded. He looked at her in surprise. Did she agree? But even if Konghua agrees, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on her, as if realizing something. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, Light of justice, I cannot help you abduct a good girl, I'm sorry, this is a rule set by the great leader. Heo Chung was stiffened by her words. All right, I thought too much. Heo Chung looked at the cake box in his hand and thought to himself, there's one thing I like about Konghua, and that's when she encounters something she's never seen or heard of, she doesn't immediately dismiss it as fake and completely ignore my words. Instead, she thinks, oh, this can happen too, then believes it or is half convinced and verifies or thinks for herself. Lack of knowledge isn't scary. Stupidity is thinking that the small part you've seen is the whole world, and that's what's truly scary. Konghua tugged at his clothes. Is doing that on the street also a very common thing here? He glanced over and saw a couple kissing. Heo Chung said disapprovingly, No, this harms public morals, it's the rage of a single person, she said disappointedly. But I thought he asked her, wasn't your place very open? Yes, that Li Shimin you mentioned, she said nonchalantly. I've heard a little about him. Hearing that, he became very excited. Then what? My father spent his life researching history, so it would be really interesting if Konghua were to say now, no, that history is all fake, she asked back, unable to comprehend. What then? Heo Chung explained. With such an open society you couldn't have never seen such a thing, could you? Konghua frowned and looked at him. But what does the emperor's, officials' and scholars' private lives have to do with me? He widened his eyes, then finally sighed. That's also true. He recalled what he had learned. Historical records all documented what kind of official someone was, what kind of emperor someone was, or which literati or scholar enjoyed the arts and had refined tastes. But what did this have to do with ordinary people like Konghua, wielding a long sword, roaming the world, eating meat and drinking wine were all just his own imagination? He smiled and asked, when you have time, tell me about the lives of your people in Yanfeng. It sounds very interesting. She stared at him blankly, recalling the scenes of poverty, rampant corpses and land merged with blood. Konghua clenched her fist. My life isn't as interesting as here, so you wouldn't like it. Just listen to the story. The two returned home and Heo Chung opened the cake box. Seeing her playing with the candles, he said, These are birthday candles. I didn't know how old you were, so I told the staff 18. You can put them on the birthday cake. Put them wherever you want. She carefully placed the candles on the cake and he went towards the light switch. I'll turn off the lights, she asked curiously. Why turn off the lights, he replied. This is called a ritual. The room became dark with only the light from the candles. He put his hand on her shoulder. Presenting Lady Hero Konghua, today's main character. Next is making a wish. Close your eyes and say your wish in your heart. After making your wish, open your eyes and blow out the candles. Not difficult, right? The image of the candles was reflected in her dark eyes. Understood. Hurry and make your wish. This is your first birthday here, and you're probably the only one to celebrate it. It will definitely come true. Konghua clasped her hands and prayed. Heo Chung stood by, waiting for her to make her wish. Suddenly she opened her eyes, she turned her face, and his face and hers were pressed close together. The two awkwardly separated. He asked in a fluster, Did you make a wish? Then blow out the candles. Konghua lightly blew. She stared blankly at the cake. This ritual was truly strange, he explained. It came from the West, you'll get used to it. With eyes sparkling like stars, she held up her phone. Can I take a picture of it and save it on my phone? Heo Chung said with a laugh. A picture, you say? Take as many as you like. Heo Chung approached and instructed her. That's right, just like that. Then you just press that round button. She obediently followed. Like this, he watched her cut the cake. After taking all the photos, it was time to cut and eat the cake. Hold the knife and cut a small piece. That's right, cut it like that. After a lot of effort, she finally cut out a slice. She offered it to him first and he happily accepted the cake. Good, then I'll just eat one slice and the rest is all yours. You can eat as much as you want. She couldn't believe it. It's all mine. Konghua stared intently at her slice of cake. Seeing that she wasn't eating, he asked, Why aren't you eating? Don't you want to? She immediately replied no. As she took a bite of the cake, happiness bloomed on her face. It's very delicious. Heo Chung stared intently at her, thinking to himself, it seems like a child's first time eating cake also brought such an expression. When did she grow up so much? Perhaps she's eaten a lot, or there are more and more delicious foods so it doesn't feel the same as before. How long has it been since she felt such satisfaction eating delicious food? He smiled slightly and offered her a can of cola. Konghua, your coming here is lucky, but isn't it for me too? She received the can of cola and thanked him. He was filled with emotion. To experience something like picking up an ancient person in this short life of a few decades, I haven't lived in vain. It will be an interesting memory to look back on later. The two clinked their cans. To our encounter for meeting across 1,000 years. Heo Chung watched the blank-faced Konghua, and she began to speak. In the 4th year of Kaiyuan, a locust plague broke out in the land of Lu. Fortunately, Lord Yao worked hard to eradicate the locusts and fight against natural disasters, avoiding fields strewn with white bones. But disaster was still disaster. Second mistress fled from Lu to Gusu at that time. Second mistress always said that this was an era of great peace and Lord Yao was a sage. In her room she even enshrined a longevity tablet for Lord Yao. Whether the mountain stronghold was poor or rich, she always ate only half of what others ate. The great leader always reprimanded her for being foolish, but she would just smile and say that she only enjoyed half of her blessings, and the other half was shared with a great benefactor to help this world last a little longer. Hearing this, Heo Chung frowned and blurted out, Aren't you people from the Jianghu offering a longevity tablet to an official of the court? Aren't you people from the Jianghu offering a longevity tablet to an official of the court? But Kong Hua sighed and explained, if not for him, second mistress would not have been able to escape the land of Lu, and who knows how many people would have died. Second mistress said that every day she lived was a gain, and that I didn't understand because I hadn't experienced such things. The more he listened, the harder it was for Heo Chung to believe. She really came from the Kaiyuan era. This is the extent of what was considered an era of great peace. An extreme thought crossed his mind. What was an era of chaos like? Kong Hua opened her mouth again and continued to speak about that era. There were no wars, no corvée labor, and no harsh governance, but everywhere was ravaged by natural and man-made disasters. If not for the disasters, it would have been an era of great peace. With a sage like Lord Yao fighting against locust plagues and natural disasters, it was truly an era of extreme peace. Second mistress told me that. She said we were living in an era of extreme peace, so we should not ask for more. Her eyes were filled with sadness, and she didn't eat the slice of cake she was about to. If that was an era of great peace, then what is this place? At this moment Heo Chung spoke. In the 16th year of Kaiyuan there was a famine in Yan. The year you came was an era of great peace, and yet it wasn't. Heo Chung's heart was troubled. Compared to Kong Hua and me, I was just luckier. Lucky enough to be born in an era of abundance and prosperity. He continued to stare at her. An era of great peace. Then he quickly turned his head and urged, stop thinking about it. What's past is past. Hurry and eat. Kong Hua heard that and just smiled softly, saying, thank you, Heo Chung. Looking at the remaining cake, she suddenly suggested, can I save it and continue eating it tomorrow? He turned his head and explained, if you keep it until tomorrow it won't be as delicious as it is now. But Kong Hua smiled brightly and replied, it will still be very delicious. In her hand she still held that small piece of paper. Kong Hua said softly, it's really good, to be able to freely waste food for pleasure and to see thighs and slender waists everywhere on the street. Second mistress was wrong. This is truly worthy of being called an era of great peace. It's just a pity she can't see it. Suddenly, Heo Chung spoke again. Then let's toast, he smiled and continued. To this era of great peace. She also clinked her can with his. To the era of great peace. Kong Hua raised her head and looked into the distance. Her gaze softened considerably. Kong Hua vowed internally, I will see this world for second mistress and for everyone. A few days later, as Heo Chung sat at his computer, chin in hand, Kong Hua appeared at the doorway with a serious expression. She paced back and forth, hesitating, not daring to speak. When Heo Chung spoke, Kong Hua was startled. What's wrong? He looked at her disappearance in confusion. A moment later, Kong Hua returned. She approached him and hesitated for a moment. Only then did Heo Chung realize the problem. So you ran out of that. Were you embarrassed to tell me? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll order a pack online for you. But he stopped speaking and suggested to Kong Hua, I'll transfer a few hundred yuan to you. You can buy these things yourself. Later I'll teach you how to go to the supermarket. The first step to learning how to live is learning how to buy things. Online shopping is convenient, but Kong Hua needs to experience the basics of modern society. Oh right, did you throw away that long white cloth of yours? That will affect your health. It's too constricting. As Heo Chung mentioned that item, Kong Hua's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly corrected himself. Oh no, I'm just a bit worried, that's all. Modern times have modern ways. Here, living comfortably is the top priority, isn't that right? Kong Hua hesitated for a moment before answering, no, that garment hurts my back. At these words, Heo Chung was momentarily stunned. This is beyond my comprehension. I'll look it up online. You go back to your room and try on something else. I remember buying a whole bunch of them, but the sizes might not fit. Kong Hua slowly walked to the door, stopped and put her hand on the doorknob. She suddenly asked, is it normal for us to live like this? Heo Chung, looking at his phone, replied nonchalantly, both of us are innocent, so what's not normal? Kong Hua slowly opened the door and agreed with him. That's true. The door closed behind her. Kong Hua thought shyly, we are innocent. Sunlight shone on the calendar on the desk and a transfer success notification appeared. Kong Hua looked at her phone screen in confusion. Does this mean I've paid back 100 yuan? Heo Chung smiled and replied, received. Her eyes widened even further, almost glued to the phone. I've paid back 100 yuan. Seeing her attitude, he thought to himself, if she's so reluctant, she didn't have to pay me back so quickly. I need to find something for her to do. After a long deliberation, Heo Chung spoke. Oh right, do you know how to cook? Unexpectedly, Kong Hua's cooking knowledge was surprisingly poor. I know how to boil porridge and heat food. Heo Chung continued to suggest, then would you like to learn how to cook? He proudly thought to himself, as the saying goes, one skill allows you to travel the world and many skills allow you to humble yourself. As long as you have a skill, you can survive anywhere. Unfortunately, Kong Hua's martial prowess is completely useless, and she has no other skills. This is to help Kong Hua develop other talents and see what kind of work suits her. It's definitely not because someone said a few kind words to her and she thought someone wanted to help her cook. Kong Hua's face lit up. You mean I can learn to cook? Heo Chung continued to calculate internally. She must feel that she can't just rely on games. She can't stay at home playing games all day without any sense of reality. But cooking is different. A chef is always a decent profession. Then he opened his mouth. Of course you can if you want to learn. Come here. Today I'll teach you how to make stir-fried potatoes. Our kitchen can't use high heat, so it needs to be fixed and cleaned before it can be used. I'll teach you how to use detergent and a steel wool pad. I'll go out and buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. You can get familiar with things first and wait for me to come back. Kong Hua immediately agreed excitedly. Alright, before leaving, Heo Chung looked at her back for a moment longer. Cooking, huh? Actually, I only know how to make a few simple dishes like stir-fried potato shreds and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A woman shouldn't be unable to learn how to cook, so I'll think about it when the time comes. After that, Heo Chung went grocery shopping. Meanwhile, Kong Hwa also finished her task. Finally finished, the kitchen was so clean it gleamed. Kong Hwa stopped. She clutched her stomach and images of delicious food floated in her mind. I'm a little hungry. Could I also make such delicious food? Just then, the sound of the door opening was heard again. I'm back. Kong Hwa quickly approached the door and looked at the items before her with curiosity. She saw a bag of potatoes beside her and asked, "What are these?" Heo Chung waved his hand and replied, "These are potatoes. Moreover, they grow in fields and there are many in the fields. Anyway, they're food, they're sustenance, and they're very cheap. If you had this treasure where you lived, famines would probably be very rare. Truly an auspicious item. First, help me move these things to the kitchen. I'm exhausted." Kong Hwa effortlessly lifted them onto her shoulder. Alright, after that, Heo Chung began to teach her how to put the potatoes in the sink, wash off the dirt, and then peel them with this. Just peel the outer skin. If you learn how to cook, you'll cook and wash dishes here. I'll give you a fee, 5 yuan per meal. No, 20 yuan, how about that? Kong Hwa hesitated and replied, I eat your food and I live in your house, but I also help with a few tasks and get paid for it. That's not right. Besides, I eat it too, so I'm doing it for myself. It's too unreasonable to get paid. Heo Chung still spoke with a serious attitude. Then think of it as a reward from me. A prize. Eating at home is healthier than eating out. Hurry and learn how to cook. I believe in you. Kong Hwa thought to herself. The phrase eating at home sounds a bit strange. Heo Chung's explanation continued. Next, you need to julienne the potatoes like this. Like in the picture. Kong Hwa read the explanation online and muttered, first slice, then julienne. At this moment, Heo Chung's phone suddenly rang. He moved away and finished speaking. After julienning, put them in water and add salt. I'm going to answer a call, let them soak for a while. I'll teach you when I get back. Howsy, what's up? A reply came from the other end of the phone. Nothing, that's why I called. If something happened, I'd be busy. Wanna go out for skewers tonight? Heo Chung quickly refused. Skewers, my ass. It's almost winter. I'll go with you for hot pot next time. So let's postpone it. Let me know in advance when you're free. I cooked today. Jin-ho heard that and sighed. Who knows when next time will be. There was a moment of silence. He turned pale and shouted into the phone. Wait, what did you say? You know how to cook yourself? Hearing this, Heo Chung covered his ears and replied, what's so surprising? Let me tell you. I didn't buy much food, so there's none for you if you come to eat. Jin-ho continued to press him. You're a bit strange. But Heo Chung stopped him before he could say more. Go away, he sighed, thinking, if I hadn't said anything, that guy might have come running with his bowl and chopsticks. If it's not necessary, it's probably better not to let Kong Hwa appear in front of Jin-ho for now. At this moment, the phone was searching for, is it normal for men and women to cook together at home? Kong Hwa bit her lip deep in thought and clicked on it. Heo Chung pointed at the items on the shelf one by one and explained, this is oil, this is salt, this is dark soy sauce, and this is sugar. They're all seasonings, you need to remember later, watch how much I put in. Kong Hwa looked at the person next to her with confused eyes, her mind wandering. Eating together during the day, sleeping together at night. Heo Chung looked over and asked again, did you remember? You shouldn't put in too much seasoning, eating too much MSG will make you stupid. She avoided his gaze and reluctantly replied, I remembered. Heo Chung looked at her worriedly, then after a moment asked again, you're a bit strange. What's wrong? Kong Hwa mumbled something. I don't understand. If there's no shame in my heart. Heo Chung asked back curiously, what did you say? She turned around and declared, I said it smells very good. The food was quickly placed on the table. Kong Hwa's expression almost immediately turned to excitement. This smells very good. Heo Chung handed her a bowl of rice. She received it and replied briefly, thank you. Heo Chung thought to himself, after living together, no, after Kong Hwa came to stay, this is the first proper meal in 2 months. She put a mouthful of food into her mouth. Kong Hwa's expression brightened. It's really delicious, very tasty. Are these potatoes also grown from the ground? Heo Chung smiled and continued, yes, otherwise where else would they come from? Here's one for you, it's hot. Steaming them directly is also very fragrant. I like to eat them that way the most. It's too hot. Try this one, be careful, it's hot. Kong Hwa took the potato with both hands and murmured in response, potatoes. He swung his chopsticks and said philosophically, it's normal that you haven't seen them before. This is something that came from the West. If I were to say, just if, that one day you could go back, you should build a very large ship, sail straight southeast to another continent and plunder it. You could go down in history. I can already see people praising you in history books. I'm thinking if I should find a place to cultivate a piece of land, then I can settle down here, Kong Hwa thought to herself. As long as she had a piece of land, she could grow things herself, produce her own food. Cooking didn't seem too difficult either. That's the only way out. Heo Chung looked over curiously. Hearing this, Kong Hwa's eyes sparkled. Yes, I know how to farm. Even if I haven't seen it before, I can learn to do those things. To his surprise, he raised an eyebrow and replied, I advise you to drop that unrealistic fantasy. Farming isn't reliable now. The people of Yanwang truly have a deep love for land no matter when. They always want a piece of land of their own. With land in hand, their hearts feel stable, representing settling down, but the era is ultimately different. Kong Hwa looked over in confusion, asking loudly, why can't I? I have strength. I just need to save a little money, accumulate enough food, and then find an uninhabited place to cultivate. When I run out of food, I'll temporarily ask you to let me stay here, and I'll earn money to pay you back and accumulate more food. That way it will only take 3 or 4 years at most and I'll have a piece of land of my own. Heo Chung's face turned pale as he interrupted. Wait a minute, please learn to live here first, then consider that later, okay? In his mind he was frantically deleting the scenario she had just painted. 3 or 4 years was absolutely unacceptable. Konghua paused, her dream interrupted. She turned away, her expression almost immediately turning sour. Seeing that, Heo Chung's voice also deepened by several tones. He continued to suggest, just consider this place your home. At most I'll support you. This shocking declaration made her blush. You'll support me? Heo Chung broke out in a cold sweat, quickly explaining, don't misunderstand, it's purely innocent, like supporting Hobaki, a lady hero from 1,000 years ago. Is quite interesting. If possible I wouldn't bear to let her go. As for the future we'll deal with that later. After all we can always find a solution. Konghua stammered, young hero, please don't say any more. You've already shown me great kindness by letting me stay here and I will repay you, but repaying with my body is impossible. These words momentarily confused Heo Chung. Konghua repeated once more, I cannot consider this my home. This is your home. I'm only staying temporarily. We are completely innocent. He could only agree with her. All right. We are innocent, with clear consciences, and you're only staying temporarily. I didn't say anything. Do I look like a bad person to you? Konghua looked at him with wide eyes, once again affirming that he was a good person. He pointed a finger, a little annoyed, and reminded her. No, call me young hero and don't say good person. As night fell, the two went about their own business. Konghua was sitting in front of the computer. She moved the mouse cursor to an icon and clicked on it. A web page opened before her. A series of information caught her eye, followed by an incredibly cool photo of Heo Chung. How is this young hero? He came beside her, nonchalantly explaining, what's wrong? It could be me. Konghua examined the two intently. This person looks very much like you. Heo Chung's face turned pale and he tried to deny it. Although he looks very similar, it's not me. But Konghua kept staring at him. Sweating under her gaze, he had no choice but to admit, all right, it's me. Only then did Konghua comment, you were very strange before. Some doctor once said that if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to someone who does. Heo Chung placed his hand on the table, honestly admitting that he wasn't polite and refined before, and liked to show off. All of that was dark history. She shouldn't look at it anymore. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The photos saved in his secret album were originally meant to sternly remind himself, occasionally opening them to avoid doing any more foolish things. He never expected Konghua to find them. Luckily, the short videos were all in a hidden folder, otherwise Konghua would have thought he was a lecher. It would certainly be misunderstood. Konghua turned her head to look at Heo Chung, her eyes wide with curiosity, asking, did you also have long hair before? His face turned several shades paler, and he reluctantly explained, funeral love family, HKT style, you wouldn't understand, it's a trend where I'm from. Heo Chung remembered his past self, thinking if he hadn't been like a hooligan then he wouldn't be harassed by the old man every day for rent now. What's so difficult about renting a house from your own family? Who does that? Finally he suggested, I'll create a new account for you. You can use your own account to post pictures of cakes. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be kept forever. No need to worry about losing it. The password is the phonetic transcription of your name. Oh right, you don't know phonetic transcription. Then this one, I love you 3000, you type it again. Did you remember it? Konghua strained her eyes to memorize Heo Chung's hand movements and quickly replied, remembered. Heo Chung continued to show off his keyboard skills. First, set a name. I'll set it for you. Xingyu Fei Yang. Done. Konghua's eyes widened as she looked at the screen. Xingyu Fei Yang, is this my online name? He smiled brightly at her and asked, does it sound good? Yes, it's like wandering the martial world using a fake identity. You don't need to reveal your real information online. I'll add you to a few game chat groups. You can observe their conversations a bit and also try to join in. All kinds of people are online. If you encounter anyone whose words make you uncomfortable, just ignore them. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can look it up online. Yes, just click here and type what you want to ask. After patiently instructing her, Heo Chung tiredly slumped into his chair, looking at his phone which he had just used to add Konghua as a friend, secretly worrying, if this continues, won't she turn into an internet-addicted girl? Never mind, it's much better than digging mountains or roaming around doing good deeds. In a flash, 2 months had passed. She had formed the habit of having someone beside her asking this and that, or silently exploring on her own. She would gradually get used to life here, then figure out how to live, settle down in this world, and eventually become a complete city person. His eyes looked into the distance. Heo Chung continued to muse. The place she lived over 1,000 years ago was a land of the Yuan era, and the place he lived now was a land of a prosperous era. That's all he could do to help. Time continued to fly, and soon it was past 10 o'clock. Konghua suddenly spoke, I'm going to take a shower now. Heo Chung casually replied, go ahead. Oh right, I bought a very large towel that's very absorbent. You can use it to wrap your hair, wipe it vigorously for a while, and then it will dry faster with the hairdryer. She softly replied, I understand. When she entered the bathroom, Konghua quickly changed her clothes. She wrapped the towel around her hair, calculating in her mind. Heo Chung was right. Now everything existed for human enjoyment. Seeing everything, it was all like this, unlike when she was there where everything was for survival. Only 2 months had passed. Even she realized that she was like two different people when she first arrived, and now, very quickly, she left the bathroom. Heo Chung saw her and vigorously waved his hand. Come here after I dry your hair. I want to take a shower too. Kong Hua looked at him, thinking to herself. Heo Chung held the hairdryer, urging her from the living room. He started to help her dry her hair. Heo Chung's face turned pale and he mumbled, "As long as I help Kong Hua dry her hair every time, she won't dislike her long black hair and cut it." She turned her head to look at him and suggested, "You can also try growing your hair long. As long as it's not dyed red, it would be very beautiful. That way I can help you dry your hair too." "No, I'm perfectly fine like this. Men need to look sharp. I look very sharp now, but only you help me." Heo Chung smiled and explained, "It's just a small matter. Hair salons also have people drying hair every day. You don't need to worry about it. One day I'll take you to get a haircut, and you'll look even more beautiful." Kong Hua's face flushed as she replied, "Thank you, young hero." If Heo Chung were in her time with such a kind heart and weak martial arts, he would definitely not survive. She thought for a moment, then looked down at her hands, her eyes wide with the thought, "Perhaps I can protect him and also swing my hand and say it's just a small matter. His prosperous world, it's better if he doesn't go there. He's very good as he is now, extremely good." Time passed and pedestrians had already put on many layers of clothing. Heo Chung continued to gesture to Kong Hua. "That's right, just stay still, don't move." His phone was now full of her pictures. "So cute," he sighed, then pointed outside and mumbled, "Look, if you went out alone, wouldn't you be freezing now? Luckily I, the great hero, thought of everything." "Oh right, can your kung fu resist the cold?" Kong Hua fiddled with her fur hat and replied, "A little. I can endure the cold better than you." Heo Chung continued to tease, "Don't your straw sandals freeze your toes?" mentioning the taboo subject. Kong Hua's expression immediately turned more frightening. Heo Chung quickly scurried away. "If you're hungry, cook for yourself. There are still tomatoes and eggs in the fridge. No need to make anything for me." "All right, I'm going out now." With that, he slammed the door shut. Heo Chung's figure walked alone on the street. It was already past mid-November and the rent still hadn't been paid. He originally intended to transfer the money directly to his mother, but then he remembered that the rent had been reduced last month, so it would be better to go home for a visit, so his parents wouldn't come to where he was staying with Kong Hua. No, Kong Hua staying was normal for her, but others would still misunderstand. A single man and woman living under one roof, spending day and night together. If you said nothing was happening, even ghosts wouldn't believe it, unless they were as foolish as Hobaki to accept his excuse. Hobaki, scratching himself, also paused in disbelief, sensing he was being slandered. The sky was still very clear. Aunt Heo looked at Heo Chung curiously and asked, "Tell me, Mom says, why haven't you brought that girl back here yet?" He quickly replied, "Please don't. Isn't she just a girlfriend? Why bring her here?" She tilted her head, looking left and right. "The two of you eating our food, then your father will say," Heo Chung interjected. "I'm freeloading and even bringing my girlfriend, truly a cruel freeloader." As he sat down, Aunt Heo frowned and asked, "Aren't you two too young to be living together?" Followed by a series of questions. "What's her background? Don't tell me you picked her up somewhere, or rather, where did you pick up such a grown person? She's alone in a strange city, working here." In their conversation, Kong Hua was transformed into a poor girl from the countryside, newly arrived in the city. Heo Chung smiled and continued to make things up. "I usually help her a little, taking care of her like a younger sister. After taking care of her a lot, we interact frequently, and then feelings developed." Aunt Heo, half believing, continued to question, "Where is that girl from?" Heo Chung hemmed and hawed, explaining, "From a remote, secluded stream. When I met her, her straw sandals were worn to shreds, but she was too reluctant to change them. Her clothes were full of patches, very pathetic, and she couldn't even eat her fill." Hearing that, she commented, "That's a bit much. Are there still such things happening now?" But remembering the images of their first meeting, Heo Chung could confidently assert, "Not at all. It's true, truly pitiful. You just haven't seen her, Mom." Aunt Heo pouted and continued, "Still lying, but those photos have such a presence." Heo Chung skillfully continued his mother's words, "Yes, Mom, doesn't her presence seem different from others? A poor child is already the pillar of her family early on. She's definitely not like today's girls who lack nothing, only know how to eat, play video games, and drink milk tea." He sat leisurely, rattling off his prepared words. Aunt Heo's eyes suddenly lit up and she asked, "So you two are living together. Do you have any plans?" Heo Chung blushed, explaining awkwardly, "What plans? Wait a minute, we don't sleep together. She sleeps in the storage room. We're very innocent." With a clear conscience, Aunt Heo leisurely drank tea and reminded him, "I don't care if you're innocent or not, but you still need to be careful." Heo Chung vigorously wiped his hands, thinking to himself that he and Kong Hua were just in a relationship of patronage and assistance. "Be careful, my ass." At this moment, she suddenly suggested, "Next time, bring the girl here for me to see. If she's not suitable, then you two should break up quickly. If she is suitable, then what? Then your father will waive your rent." Hearing her son's suggestion, Aunt Heo reluctantly replied, "We'll see then. You still haven't found a job." Heo Chung casually replied, I'm looking. Time passed. As night deepened, the clock quickly struck 7 p.m. Heo Chung spoke softly to Old Man Heo. "Father, you're here?" Old Man Heo looked down at him with a dark expression and immediately questioned, "Did you come to pay rent?" Heo Chung calmly explained, "No, I came to eat dinner." Mrs. Heo stepped in to stop the argument. "Go wash your hands quickly and eat." A beautifully set table of food unfolded before them. Heo Chung said contentedly, "Homemade ribs are still the best. It would have been great to bring Kong Hua to taste them. That lady probably already ate. She's probably on game overtime by now." Old Man Heo looked at him, smiling to himself, and asked, "What are you laughing foolishly about?" Heo Chung himself asked back in disbelief, "I was laughing why he only thought his son was strange." Water was turned on for washing dishes. Heo Chung quietly helped his mother. Suddenly his gaze landed on a few potted plants nearby. "Mom, is this ginger?" Mrs. Heo softly explained. "Yes, they say it's very good for the body, so I planted a stalk." Heo Chung's eyes widened and he carefully examined it. His hand unconsciously reached out. Then Mrs. Heo caught him immediately. "What are you doing?" he pouted and suggested, splitting it in half. "Just give me half, I'll take it home and plant it too." After getting the ginger sprout, she looked at her son. Heo Chung was already blushing from smiling. Kong Hua's image came to his mind. Kong Miao, Kong Hua. She'll definitely like this and play with it by planting it. I should give it to her later. Mrs. Heo lightly tapped his hand and asked, "It's this late, aren't you going home yet?" I said, "Aren't you going home yet?" Heo Chung's mind was now only filled with Kong Hua. He softly said, "Mom, I think I'm in love." But Mrs. Heo calmly asked back, "You two are already living together. What do you mean I think I'm in love? Why is your face red? Do you have a fever?" Heo Chung quickly denied it. "No, I'm leaving. You two go to bed early and don't let Dad stay up too late." He quickly left the house, exhaling steam as he walked. His face was flushed as he looked up at the sky. Heo Chung muttered, thinking of Kong Hua. "Falling for a lady from 1,000 years ago, should I desire this or not? I wouldn't dare to desire it." He continued to sigh deeply and mutter, "I joked about having a girlfriend before, but that was just a joke, teasing that lady. Someone who's crashing at your place can't really be a girlfriend." Heo Chung felt everything was strange. Everyone else's girlfriends are normal. But my girlfriend is from 1,000 years ago. That's too strange. This can't be happening. Heo Chung pushed open the door and entered the house. Kong Hua was startled by his voice. "I'm home, what are you doing?" she stammered and quickly waved her hands to deny it. "I was going to play games." At this moment, Heo Chung held out the ginger sprout in his hand and said to her. A moment of silence passed between them. Kong Hua looked at the sprout before her with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" Heo Chung took off his outer clothes and explained, It's a ginger sprout. I'll give it to you to plant anywhere. The kitchen is fine, your room is fine, just growing it like that is also very nice, it suits you well." She excitedly took it and turned around. "Then I'll put it in the kitchen." Heo Chung followed her movements with his eyes. His face was that of a man in love. Heo Chung suddenly approached Kong Hua and softly asked, "Do you still want to play games?" She didn't even look at him, blurting out, "No, I'll do it again tomorrow. I'm going to get ready for bed now." Heo Chung continued to urge, "The temperature has dropped a lot lately, so cover yourself well with your blanket. It'll get warmer in 2 or 3 weeks. Come here for a moment." Kong Hua hesitantly sat next to him, and after a brief silence she spoke again. "What's the matter?" Heo Chung closed and opened his eyes, then directly suggested, "I want to touch your hand." Kong Hua quickly shouted loudly. "No," he continued to correct himself, "I want to see if your hands are cold." But Kong Hua was highly vigilant and firmly refused. "They're not cold. If you don't believe me, touch them yourself. If you held a sword every day, it wouldn't be like this." She was flustered as Heo Chung carefully touched her hands. What are you doing?" Heo Chung leaned in closer and muttered, explaining, "I want to see if a martial artist's hands are ugly. If they're not ugly, then I'll practice too. If you use the computer a lot in winter, your hands will definitely get cold, so I should order a hand warmer later. Girls will definitely all like it." Kong Hua's face turned as red as a tomato and she couldn't bear it anymore. She said loudly, "I'm going to wash." As soon as she finished speaking, she frantically ran off, and Heo Chung then sat alone, listening to the sound of running water. His gaze was fixed on the bathroom door, then quickly shifted elsewhere. In his mind he thought, "She looked like that when she came in earlier, so something's definitely suspicious. I need to see what she's up to." Heo Chung's hand moved towards the mouse and search results quickly appeared. What to do when crashing at someone else's house. Why do some women like to post their photos online? How to help someone find a girlfriend. Why can't you eat all your food? Can I go back to the Yuan era? Why do you know everything? How to earn a lot of money. How much is a cake? Is it expensive? How to make your breasts smaller. How to earn money quickly from games. Are there immortals in this world? How to watch horror movies on Hent. Heo Chung internally commented, a search expert. What on earth did she search for? I really don't know what strange things Kong Hua's mind is full of. A moment later she came out of the bathroom. "I've finished washing." Heo Chung suddenly turned to look at her, then stood up and suggested, "Come here, I'll dry your hair for you." Kong Hua looked at him with wide eyes. Why does Heo Chung's gaze seem a bit strange? No, there are too many strange things tonight. Heo Chung unraveled the hairdryer cord and explained that online searches aren't omnipotent. In fact, it's people answering you, and people make mistakes, so you can't believe everything online. Kong Hua muttered, blurting out, "Is that so?" He looked at her, and seriously affirmed, "Of course, otherwise where would anything be omnipotent? Some bad guys even use it to deceive and harm people. Remember, don't trust it too much." She obediently replied, "Understood." Then they returned to their usual spots. Kong Hua asked him curiously, "Why are you suddenly talking about that?" Heo Chung calmly explained, "It's nothing, it just suddenly came to mind. I don't know what you searched for either." Time passed and night deepened. Heo Chung lay in bed tossing and turning. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Kong Hua assimilates into modern society. What next? Should I trick her into becoming my girlfriend, or send her to someone else? As soon as he thought something he shouldn't, Heo Chung quickly slapped his own cheek. He thought in surprise, What nonsense, I have to trick this lady into becoming my girlfriend somehow. Konghua was brushing her teeth at this moment, her expression serious and fixed. She turned her head and questioned, "What are you doing?" Heo Chung calmly replied, "Nothing, just brush your teeth," he internally commented. The more I look at her, the prettier she gets. How can her eyes and nose be so perfectly proportionate? You have time, let's go see my parents together. Heo Chung began to explain. My father came last month, didn't he? He thinks us living together is strange, so why don't you pretend to be my girlfriend and we can go have dinner with them so they won't meddle anymore. Konghua looked at him, unable to understand. A girlfriend, I heard they have to sleep together, don't they? Heo Chung continued to list the benefits. You don't have to do anything, just eat your fill. Of course, if you want to, you can sleep together too. But Konghua firmly refused. I don't want to, he continued to suggest. Then just eat one meal and you don't have to do anything else. It's just pretending, not real. Hearing this, she had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. Heo Chung's face brightened. Then let's practice a bit beforehand, Konghua asked back, unable to comprehend. We're just going for dinner, what's there to practice? At her question, he was momentarily stunned. Practice eating, of course. Let's go to the buffet for lunch, the place I told you about last time where you pay a little and can eat as much as you want. Heo Chung internally calculated. A man must keep his word. Konghua's eyes sparkled at the mention of the buffet. You mean I can eat as much as I want? He confidently affirmed. Yes, we're eating hot pot. You eat until you can't eat anymore. They quickly headed to the buffet. Aren't you cold? Konghua followed excitedly. No, I'm not cold. These clothes are very warm at this moment. Heo Chung suggested again. If you ever go back someday, it wouldn't be a loss to take this padded jacket. Do you want to take potatoes too? She looked at him and hesitantly asked, if I earn money and buy a computer, can I carry it with me every day? Heo Chung continued to explain, it's possible but I don't recommend it. Besides, a computer would be useless if you took it back, unless you downloaded a lot of data. Who knows if you'd be treated like a monster then. It's better to just plant potatoes. His words motivated her. After I finish eating, I should search online for how to plant potatoes. Although everything here is great, a golden cage is still not my home. If I can go back, going back is the best option. They walked for a while and encountered Aunt Yung struggling with something heavy. Heo Chung quickly approached. Aunt Yung, why did you buy such a big sack of rice? Where's Uncle Wang? She panted, explaining. High blood pressure. Are you busy right now? If not, help me carry this. Heo Chung smiled brightly and replied, of course I'm not busy. Konghua, come here and help me put this on my shoulder. The sack of rice was quickly on his shoulder. Heo Chung smiled brightly and said, Auntie, look, I was just taking my girlfriend out for dinner. Luckily you ran into me. Aunt Yung laughed and teased. Last time you said she wasn't. Are you admitting it now? What's this pretty lady's name? I see her every day but I still don't know. Konghua softly said from behind. Konghua. Heo Chung continued to interject. Kong as in ginger, Hua as in beautiful. Hearing this, Aunt Yung couldn't help but smile contentedly. She's pretty and her name is pretty too, he panted as he set the sack of rice on the ground, then continued. Auntie, you must have met Konghua before. Aunt Yung agreed. I have met her but I don't remember well. Uncle Wang. The door opened. Heo Chung continued seriously, yes, it was a long time ago when I first entered university about 4 years ago. Back then she wasn't as tall as she is now and her face was a bit round, so everyone teased us a few times. Do you remember? But Aunt Yung still looked at him, unable to understand. Was that so? Heo Chung had no choice but to conclude, she's probably changed too much for Auntie to remember well. That round face was hers. Aunt Yung smiled and continued. Oh my, how can our memory be as good as you young people? I've already forgotten, he then replied. You'll remember this time. After entering her house, Aunt Yung still waved. Come in for a glass of water and rest a bit, you look tired. But Heo Chung smiled and refused. No, we have to go eat. I play games all day at home so I don't go out. We'll go first. They continued on their way. And at this moment Konghua asked curiously, did I come here 4 or 5 years ago? He lazily explained, come here, who knows which mountain cave you were hibernating in back then. I just said that. If it leaves an impression, good. If not, it doesn't matter because nothing happened anyway. If no one knows you besides me, then that's proof that you don't exist. Understand? Konghua still looked blank. Don't exist, he held out his hand towards the sky and explained. Yes, in a social sense you completely don't exist. No one knows you came here, so naturally there will be no future. Coming here is the same as when you were in the Tang dynasty and that's not good. You need to put down roots here to live well. That auntie just now is the neighborhood gossip. She chats with other old people whether there's anything to talk about or not. Could even imagine her gossiping. That Heo Chung guy has a girlfriend. She's quite pretty and they look good together. Her name is Konghua. He smiled and explained, if we talk about us and subtly mention it, it will leave an impression on other people. Then everyone will know that such a person exists. It's even better if we subtly say we met a long time ago. This is called community consciousness. Konghua then slowly replied, I think I understand what you mean. They continued to walk past Uncle Zhao. Heo Chung waved and said, Uncle Zhao, are you cold? He slowly commented, it's freezing today. Hearing this, Heo Chung smiled brightly and asked back, why don't you go inside the guardhouse? Uncle Zhao continued to explain, it's boring sitting inside for too long so I'll smoke a cigarette and sit for a bit before going in. He spoke softly and his hand had already taken Konghua's hand. Then uncle, you keep working, my girlfriend and I are going out for dinner. We'll go first. It was no longer convenient for him to hold them back. Go, it's nice to see young people together. Uncle Zhao quietly watched Heo Chung walk away holding Konghua's hand. They walked quietly together but Heo Chung was shouting internally, Ah, where's my hand? Oh no, oh no, oh no, he coughed and smiled brightly, withdrawing his hand. This is called finding presents. Konghua looked at her sleeve and muttered, is that so? Then I'll let you hold it. Heo Chung quickly refused. No one's looking now, no need. What's there to hold if you can't even see your hands? Should I just hold them secretly? Pretending to have a girlfriend is really not easy. The streets at the end of the year were strangely deserted. Heo Chung led Konghua and spoke. Right in front of them was the hot pot restaurant. Wait, damn it. Jin-ho was standing right in front of them. He thought in surprise, why is Jin-ho here? I've been trying to avoid running into him lately. At that moment Jin-ho spotted them. Busted. If he turned back now, Jin-ho would think it was strange. Hey, isn't that Housie? Are you busy? He approached and replied curtly, of course I am. Where are you heading now? Something strange about this guy. Heo Chung pointed his finger and explained in a low voice. We're going to eat hot pot. Want to join us? Jin-ho frowned and replied curtly, I'm on duty. His gaze fell on Konghua, his middle school cousin. Then let me clarify something for you. At this sudden attack, Konghua's face turned pale and her mind went blank. She mumbled, what's an ohm? Meanwhile, Heo Chung quickly interjected, enough, she's my girlfriend. Jin-ho was certain this guy definitely had something going on. If she was his girlfriend, why did he specifically say she was his middle school cousin? He concluded curtly, you've got something going on, don't you? Heo Chung continued to reply playfully, yes I do, because you're Sherlock How. Alright, I'll explain another day. I'm starving to death right now, so if worst comes to worst you can interrogate me today, like interrogating a criminal. Jin-ho was disgusted by his attitude. Get lost, I'll let it slide today. If you don't properly explain this another day, I'll tell your father. In Heo Chung's eyes he had become a guy who just fought over money and drank all the time. He turned around and continued to lead Konghua, not forgetting to give Jin-ho an affectionate finger. Don't mind him, let's go eat hot pot. They entered the hot pot restaurant. Heo Chung looked around and continued to guide her. Let's sit over there, the light's better. The two quietly sat down. Only then did Konghua ask him again, was I not supposed to come out? Heo Chung pulled out his chopsticks and asked back, what do you mean not supposed to? Are you planning to stay cooped up at home? If you stay cooped up at home, you probably won't learn anything even after a year. You need to come out and experience things, integrate into life here. Konghua pointed outside. Those people. Heo Chung continued to guide her. Don't mind them, you haven't committed any crime. Do you think they'll arrest you? At this moment, Jin-ho was still working diligently. Heo Chung spoke again. If you truly don't reveal your identity, even if you were a vagrant, they'd have to find your family. Konghua frowned and looked at him. You didn't say that at first. Heo Chung continued to pull her hand. Today is different from the past. Let's go get some food first. Soon, food was served before them. Konghua put her hands together and said, thank you for the owner's kindness. Heo Chung smiled and reminded her, enough with the thanks. Quickly take off your coat and hat. What kind of custom is this? They began to eat together. He put food into the hot pot and asked, did you have hot pot in your time? Konghua's eyes sparkled as she explained, we had a way of eating like this, but I've never had it. He continued her words, I remember we did too. It's even written in poetry, isn't it? Here, eat a lot of meat. Konghua replied obediently, thank you, young hero. At this moment a poem came to Heo Chung's mind. Green ants, new brewed wine, red clay stove. Night approaches, the sky threatens snow. Can you drink a cup with me? Perhaps that's how it's read. Eating is also quite enjoyable. He offered a plate of shelled shrimp and coaxed, here, eat this. Konghua reached out to take it. Thank you, young hero. She ate happily, then curiously asked the person opposite her, aren't you eating? Only then did Heo Chung seem to come to his senses. I was unconsciously mesmerized watching her. I'm full. Look, if you eat the shrimp and I peel them for you, isn't it much faster? Friends should help each other. Konghua's eyes widened in admiration. So that's how it is. Konghua's modern diary. Helping each other while eating buffet. Time continued to flow over the hot pot table. After a while, Heo Chung smiled and asked again, are you full? Konghua sighed and replied, I'm a little full. He stood up and suggested, then it's perfect, let's walk back and digest. She softly agreed, He continued to put her hat on, saying, alright, that's done. They walked out together and the cameras on the street captured every moment of the two. Heo Chung smiled and suggested, let's go this way. After walking a bit, the sun will shine. Heo Chung's sudden question echoed, can you walk on water? They say Bodhidharma once crossed the river by stepping on a leaf in our time. Konghua looked at him and replied honestly, I don't know. He continued to point at a stone and asked, can you break this with your hands? The stone looked at them in bewilderment. What did I do? Konghua also looked at him speechless. How could a body of flesh and blood be harder than a stone? Heo Chung kept shaking his head from side to side, then took her hand again and led her. He stopped in front of a tree and excitedly asked, how about this? Can you break it? Konghua gathered strength in her hands. Dangerous act, do not imitate. She punched the tree in front of her without hesitation. Dangerous act, do not imitate. And with a single blow she split the tree in half. Dangerous act, do not imitate. Heo Chung, the instigator, pointed at her in surprise. You're damaging public property, let's go quickly. Konghua asked back, speechless, didn't you tell me to break it? He continued to hold her hand. Heo Chung dragged Konghua far away from that place. Only then did she speak, hey, I think you can let go now. He reluctantly did as she said and awkwardly quickened his pace. Alright, let's go home and play games. Heo Chung sat lazily at home, mumbling a few philosophical words. Young hero, what is sentimental destiny? Wait, what sentimental destiny? Konghua quietly looked at him. Heo Chung also fell silent. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa, then stared intently at her again. Konghua pointed at the screen and said, this person said it. Heo Chung reached out and pressed the keyboard, his face hardening as he asked back, Hey sir, are you asking us to form a sentimental destiny? Then 2 lines of notifications appeared. Xiaohaozi has been invited to the team. You have been kicked from the group. Heo Chung sighed and suggested, It's your turn to cook now, I'll help you. Kong Hua moved, tying her hair, and Heo Chung followed her with his eyes whistling and enjoying life. A moment later a knock was heard. Heo Chung almost froze when he saw Old Man Heo. He quickly started speaking, Father, it's not rent day yet. Old Man Heo replied impatiently, his voice raised, Did I say I came to collect rent? I just dropped by on my way home from work and also to see how your air conditioner is doing. If there's a problem, the landlord, should fix it. Kong Hua, holding a plate of food, spoke politely when she saw him. Hello, uncle. Old Man Heo was startled and adjusted his glasses. What was this situation? This scenario was wrong. In fact, before coming he had imagined a terrible scene. Off work. I'll go teach that brat a lesson. These 2 brats stay idle at home every day and eventually their living expenses will run out. Then Heo Chung will be forced to find a job. And then Old Man Heo continued to look around the house. The sparkling bathroom, the almost glowing toothbrush holder, even the shoe cabinet was clean. He was so surprised he couldn't say a word. Last time it was like a pigsty, but this time it suddenly changed like this. This was a home. Old Man Heo had no choice but to make up a casual excuse. Hello girl, I just came to see if the heating is working well. If it's not warm enough, I'll call someone to fix it. Heo Chung began to grumble. The heating is working very well, father, you don't need to worry about it. Old Man Heo pushed the doorknob and said, I have to go now, otherwise your mother will nag me. But he suddenly turned around and pointed at him, earnestly urging, You be sure to drop by home another day. At this moment Kong Hua spoke. Then I'll continue stir-frying the vegetables. She brushed past him and Heo Chung turned his head to follow her. After that his attention was completely focused on her. As Kong Hua continued to run her hand through her hair, Heo Chung's face flushed. He mumbled, This feeling, my heart is really pounding. A serious question was raised at the dining table. Have you ever thought about the future? Kong Hua asked back in surprise. The future, it will be like this in the future. At these few words he smiled. Like this, all right, let's keep it like this in the future. She quickly looked at him and corrected him. No, I mean I won't impose on you forever. You and I are not close, nor do we know each other. You have helped me so much, which is a great kindness. How dare I ask for more? Second mistress said, We owe no one. Receiving help is kindness, but one should not take a step further after receiving an inch. Heo Chung froze and mumbled. Is this how it's going to unfold? He decided to speak. I have something to say. Are we simply not close, nor do we know each other? Look, I'm single and you're single. Our meeting is fate. Kong Hua still firmly refused. No, you are my benefactor. I cannot do that. I must repay all my debts to you. A few words hard as stone shattered his dream. Heo Chung's thoughts unfolded in his mind. Kong Hua opened her mouth with tears in her eyes. This maiden has nothing, so I can only repay with my body. Heo Chung said seriously, I don't wish for you to repay with your body, only that you wish it. Finally they held hands. Heo Chung spoke displeased. Isn't this how it should unfold? Repaying with one's body is also selling a kindness. Kong Hua quickly denied it. No, second mistress said that one should repay kindness, but repaying with one's body is shameless. Because it means relying on that person when one cannot repay. He wanted to kick open the door and argue with this second mistress. Why are you like this? You're ruining someone else's fate across 1,000 years, not doing anything good. That woman continued to pull the strings and control Kong Hua. Heo Chung's face changed in anger. He mumbled and suggested, Can I not be your benefactor anymore? Kong Hua replied seriously, A benefactor is a benefactor. You don't need to pity me. I will work hard to earn money and no longer be a burden to you. The biggest obstacle on the path from benefactor to tricking her into being a girlfriend. The space fell silent again. Kong Hua was still looking at the computer screen. Heo Chung looked at her and thought to himself, At this rate of game grinding, how long will it take her to repay everything? He imagined himself turning into a wolf harassing her. Listen to me. But Kong Hua could still raise her voice and warn, Next time it won't be a tree but your neck that gets cut. Heo Chung slumped weakly onto the sofa. Hobaki began to stretch. Heo Chung suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, demanding, Go find her. Now, besides getting used to modern life, she needs to find a job that can support herself. Otherwise she won't feel stable or belong in this era. Heo Chung continued to mumble, speechless. Who's feeling sour? I'm feeling sour. As night fell, the light shone brightly. Time continued to pass and it was early December. Jin Ho kept pressing him. Tell me honestly, what was the deal with that girlfriend last time? Heo Chung looked at the menu and explained. She doesn't know anyone here and I felt sorry for her, so I brought her home and made her my girlfriend. Jaejin quickly interrupted. Is this kind of fabrication normal? Seeing the drops of water on his lips, Heo Chung avoided him in disgust. You're so disgusting, quickly wipe it off. What's not normal? Love between men and women is all voluntary. Jin Ho raised his voice and asked back, Nonsense, why did you say she was your sister? I don't believe you. Heo Chung continued to explain as if he were Buddha. I was hiding her identity. She used to wander around and do odd jobs, didn't even have a home let alone an ID card. I investigated everything I could and she even went to a detention center. You both know what a detention center is like. So why hide her identity? It's to avoid getting into trouble, to avoid being sent to a relief agency or something. Is your brother that kind of person? We've known each other for so long and you look at me like that. It really hurts. Jin Ho was speechless and reluctantly concluded, I'll believe you for now. Heo Chung then playfully tapped Jinho's shoulder. Last time when we had barbecue I asked about getting an ID card. When you have time can you look into how to get one for my sister-in-law? Jaejin interjected, and they all started arguing again. Enough, stop talking about this. We haven't seen each other in a few days. Why are you so stingy, you ghost? Let's drink. The three clinked glasses. Jinho quickly left. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm leaving first, brothers. The remaining two said in unison, thank you for your hard work, officer. He grumbled in response, officer, my foot. After that, Heo Chung rode back with Jaejin in his car. I didn't want to say it earlier, but is there a position at your shop that doesn't require an ID card, like a part-time job or something? I'm trying to find something for my girlfriend. No problem, just say the word. No, it might be useful later. If my girlfriend needs some kind of certificate, only then did Heo Chung begin to explain. She can't just keep wandering around. If we can find out some of her past experiences, it'll be easier. It's best to say she's been working since she was 16, Jaejin explained proudly. So she's been working at our shop since 2 years ago. I'll go back and figure out how to handle it. Leave that to me. Heo Chung was satisfied and impressed by his attitude, just like a brother. Heo Chung opened the doorknob and stepped inside, speaking, I'm home. Have you eaten? Konghua turned to him and replied briefly, I have. I left some in the kitchen. Heo Chung sank into a chair and said, you even left some food. You should eat it when you're hungry. You've gained weight lately, haven't you? Konghua approached, sniffing, then covered her nose and questioned, you've been drinking again. Did you visit a brothel? Heo Chung quickly sniffed himself. What? Lady Hero, why do you say such things? Konghua frowned and explained, there's a fragrance on your body. Heo Chung sniffed himself and thought, it must be the perfume from Jaejin's car. He wanted to make all sorts of excuses. I am a good citizen. I don't go to such places, nor do I do anything illegal. What on earth was going on in that small head? There are no brothels now. That's illegal and you'd be arrested by the police. Selling one's body isn't allowed either, so you don't have to worry about me selling you if I run out of money. Konghua raised an eyebrow and replied, this world has so many rules. Heo Chung leaned back and replied, if there were no restrictions, selling one's body, selling one's liver, selling one's kidneys, could all be legal transactions. Don't think that because it's a peaceful era everything is peaceful everywhere. Where there's light, there's darkness, and bad guys are never few. All sorts of imaginations bloomed in Konghua's mind as she fell into thought. Terrifying. Fortunately, young hero didn't take my heart and liver to sell. Just then, he suddenly looked at her and spoke again. You seem a bit lax lately, don't you? Actually, that's good, because you need to stay vigilant at all times. But Konghua wasn't listening at all now. Seeing her expression, Heo Chung wondered to himself, what is Lady Hero thinking now? He got up and headed to the kitchen, wondering what food Konghua had left for him. Doesn't look bad. She even carefully wrapped it up. It's really nice to have someone leave food for you when you come home. Heo Chung's lips curved into a smile. He held the food packet carefully and thought, even if I'm not hungry I should eat a bit, otherwise what if she doesn't leave any next time? Heo Chung finished all the food and came out. He slowly walked past her and sat down in a chair. At this moment, Heo Chung blushed as he looked at Konghua. The more he looked at this cute little ginger, the more he wanted to hug her. What would it feel like to hold her? He was afraid because of her strong martial arts, so he wanted to but dared not. How was it when you met my father last time? Konghua quickly turned her head and replied briefly, I don't know. Only then did Heo Chung say, my father is a conservative person. He rarely smiles at me and he's always stern, demanding things all day. Sometimes I envy other families. They eat, talk, and stroll together harmoniously. Konghua quietly looked at him. Heo Chung continued to confide, from childhood until now, my father has never once hugged me. I've often thought how nice it would be if my father hugged me once, but it never happened. Knowing this is too distant a dream, could you hug me to let me experience what it feels like? At the last words, Konghua frowned in confusion. Why does that concern me? Heo Chung continued to act alone. Never mind, you're not my father anyway. I just wanted to know what it feels like to be hugged, but if you don't want to, I'll stop. He said that and sat quietly. Konghua also looked at him with a sad expression. She turned her head away and her hands resting on her knees were already clenched. I'll help you, it's nothing. Konghua approached Heo Chung, reaching out her hands and hesitatingly saying, like this? Heo Chung quickly seized the opportunity and hugged her tightly. Konghua was startled and tried to push him away. But then her eyes softened, and she clutched Heo Chung's clothes. The two of them hugged each other like that. And after a moment, Konghua spoke again. Are you done? Heo Chung replied. A little longer. She kept thinking to herself, young hero just wants to experience what it feels like to be hugged. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Meanwhile, Heo Chung was smiling contentedly. He tightened his arms and thought, her whole body is warm and her hair has a subtle shampoo scent. If it weren't for fear of startling her, I'd really want to hold her tighter. Konghua asked again. Are you done now? Only then did Heo Chung let go of her and scratched his head, saying, I know what it feels like now. Thank you, Lady Hero. Konghua was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, it's nothing. At this moment, Heo Chung suddenly suggested, I've drunk too much and feel dizzy, so I'll go wash up first. Konghua quietly watched him leave. Her mind was also filled with her own thoughts. It turns out young hero isn't as carefree as he seems normally. At this moment, Konghua was practicing in her room and sweat dripped from her face. Heo Chung reached out and pressed the stop recording button. Konghua's figure appeared on the screen and he spoke again. Good morning. Konghua quickly replied. Good morning. Heo Chung continued to be curious. Is your kung fu for strengthening the body some kind of body strengthening method? She looked at him and replied, it's just strong. I'm much stronger than you. Heo Chung looked at her hands. A few questions began to surface. Why are traditional martial arts practitioners healthy and strong? 10 reasons why you must watch anime on Hentai. See Heo Chung, suddenly spoke Lady Hero. His eyes looked at her with a sincere expression, and Heo Chung's entire face was almost glowing. He slumped to the floor and suggested, I want to learn Kung Fu. Kong Hua's face turned pale as she looked at him in surprise. Heo Chung said anxiously, Kung Fu is traditional culture, it would be such a pity for it to be lost like this. I must diligently practice and become a new generation master. Is it like standing like this? Kong Hua also reluctantly explained, even if it's useless. 10 minutes later, Heo Chung collapsed and crawled on the floor. Kung Fu is good, but some people are useless, Kong Hua quietly demanded. Don't stop, keep getting up and raising your hands high. In martial arts training, it's important not to let go of your fist. Kung Fu is built up little by little over a long time. You wanted to be a master of a generation, didn't you? But he, with a pale face, quickly raised his hands in surrender. No, I don't want to anymore. I just want to be healthy. At this moment, Kong Hua continued to explain, you just need perseverance. When you can stand for 30 minutes, I'll teach you fist techniques. Heo Chung's eyes sparkled as he loudly suggested, after learning everything, will I be able to practice fist techniques barehanded in the snow later without feeling cold? But Kong Hua looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. Why do you have to go outside barehanded and even wish not to feel cold when it's snowing? Hearing that, he continued to explain, no, I just asked, come to think of it. The first snow of winter in Gangsung City was also the first day Heo Chung seriously began to practice martial arts. Kong Hua's footsteps were cautious, and she exclaimed happily, it's slippery. Heo Chung smiled and looked at her. Is she having fun? This young lady wasn't calm when she first arrived, but now she's becoming more and more lively. Is she unleashing her nature? Then he watched Kong Hua slide a long way. She turned her head and exclaimed to him, it's really fun. Only then did Heo Chung grab her sleeve and pull her. All right, we'll play later. The driver was waiting in front, and they quickly got into the car. Kong Hua kept observing the driver, thinking, the person driving in front looks very relaxed. No need to endure the cold and the snow, no need to pull a cart, just sit there and turn the steering wheel. Can I do this too? Heo Chung began to explain. No, driving requires a lot of learning. Teaching just the basics isn't enough. If you hit someone else, it could be a fatal accident. At least for now, I won't allow you to learn this. His expression was unusually serious. Kong Hua continued to ask, then why do you know how to drive but don't have a car? He casually explained, because I'm poor. They quickly got out of the car. Then Heo Chung explained again, don't be nervous later, it's just a meal and a chat. You are Kong Hua from the mountainous region of Zicheng who came out to work. Remember that? She obediently looked at him and replied briefly. Remembered. They continued to walk. Heo Chung's face brightened when he saw a man. Oh, Uncle Jin, quickly take my hand. She took his hand as he said, and Kong Hua's face flushed. It's just pretending, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Uncle Jin turned his head and looked at him. Who's calling this rascal? What brings you here today? Heo Chung laughed and explained, I'm on my way to see my parents with my girlfriend. This is Uncle Jin. He almost became my father-in-law before. Kong Hua politely bowed. Hello, Uncle Jin. Their gaze fell on the dog next to them. When did you get this dog? Uncle Jin explained. 2 months ago. Its name is Shangpa, the paw from Overlord. Heo Chung thought to himself, good name. Uncle Jin suddenly gestured. He whispered in Heo Chung's ear, when you have time, teach Haozi some tricks. Look, he's never even dated before. At these words, Heo Chung chuckled and said seriously, Uncle Haozi is an honest guy. It would be more reliable if you set him up with a blind date. He was successfully persuaded. You're right, I'll think about it. Heo Chung and Kong Hua continued to leave. Uncle, take your time thinking, we'll go first. Uncle Jin smiled and watched them. All right, go quickly. Heo Chung indulged in self-admiration, solving someone else's major life event. A good brother, no need for thanks. They continued to walk. Heo Chung held Kong Hua's hand and spoke, there's a good saying, isn't there? Once a play begins, you must finish it even if there's no audience. Understood, she calmly replied. I don't know. He raised her arm and explained, like interlocking arms, it's all normal, so don't keep looking down for my hand. You can't be too nervous later and not talk to my mom. If you can't answer, just mumble something. Do you know what mumbling is? Seeing Kong Hua's serious expression, he was certain she didn't know. Then Heo Chung's short lecture began. For example, when my mother asks you, you're not from around here, are you? A low EQ person would stay quiet. A high EQ person would reply, yes, I'm from out of town, I'm not from around here. The key is to agree with mom first, then deny it. Kong Hua's small head was full of question marks. What's the difference? Heo Chung continued to explain. A very big difference. If you just hum or nod, mom definitely won't be satisfied, but if you reply with 2 sentences, it looks very sincere. Next, if mom asks what you do, the wrong answer is playing games. The correct answer is doing my job, Kong Hua asked back, unable to understand. My job? Heo Chung continued to explain. That's right, if mom keeps asking what kind of work it is, you just say what you do. Kong Hua still asked back, unable to understand. What do I do? He quickly explained, you just do your job. Have you learned? Kong Hua gave up on learning and reluctantly replied, I think I have. Heo Chung summarized, anyway, just improvise. I'm here, you just need to play the role of a good girlfriend. Mom, I'm home. Aunt Heo appeared excitedly. You're here, he continued to introduce. This is my girlfriend Kong Hua. I brought her to see you, mom. This is my mom. What should I call her? Kong Hua bowed. She greeted politely. Hello, auntie. Aunt Heo smiled brightly and replied, hello. Make yourself at home. Dinner's not ready yet, so sit down first. She's much prettier than in the photos. Heo Chung took her hand and pulled her. Come on, let's go into the room. It's hot inside, so take off your hat and coat. At this moment, the next person to appear was unexpectedly Old Man Heo. Heo Chung smiled and introduced, Father, look, I brought my girlfriend today. You two have met before. This is Kong Hua. He frowned and seriously assessed them. Meanwhile, Heo Chung politely suggested, I'll hang your coat for you. He looked at them and evaluated internally. Even their sweaters are a couple's outfit. Suddenly, Old Man Heo was caught peeking at his son and his face hardened as he asked back, What are you so happy about? Heo Chung casually explained, I'm happy because I have a girlfriend. Standing before the old scholar who had spent his life researching history, the historical figure was not recognized by him. This young lady came from 1,000 years ago, and she's even your son's girlfriend. The three then sat together on the sofa. Heo Chung peeled an orange with his hands and approached Kong Hua, offering her the orange and guiding her, Consider this your home. Come here and eat this orange, it's very sweet. He opened his eyes wide as if realizing something. Heo Chung said in a fluster, I forgot to buy some fruit. After all, it's her first time here. Old Man Heo reluctantly replied, You don't need those petty coins. At this moment, Aunt Heo shouted from the kitchen, Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Chung-ah, come and set the table. He obediently replied, Yes, I'm coming. This is where you wash your hands. Go in and wash up first. I'll help Mom set the table. Kong Hua quickly followed. When she came out again, Aunt Heo waved vigorously. Kong Hua, right, come and sit. Make yourself at home. Her eyes sparkled with warmth. Kong Hua quickly approached. Yes, Auntie. Heo Chung brought a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Pick up your chopsticks. They fell silent again. Kong Hua was extremely flustered at this moment. Eating was just simply having a meal, but the outcome was a little different from what she had imagined. The person opposite her spoke again. Why are you zoning out? A piece of meat was placed on her rice. Heo Chung continued to speak. My mom's ribs are really delicious. Kong Hua replied curtly. Thank you. At this sight, Mr. and Mrs. Heo couldn't help but look at each other. The two really suited each other, but their expressions quickly changed. When Kong Hua ate her second bowl, they remarked, This child eats as much as the two of us combined. As Heo Chung was doing the dishes, Old Man Heo suddenly suggested, Let's go to the study later. Meanwhile, Mrs. Heo was taking care of Kong Hua. Kong Hua, come here and drink some water. She flusteredly waved her hands repeatedly. You really don't have to go to such trouble, the auntie replied with a smile. There's no need to be so nervous. This Chung didn't even tell me he had a girlfriend, and now you two are living together, aren't you? Kong Hua truly felt that what she had learned was in vain, she thought to herself. It doesn't seem wrong to say we're living together. Yes, Mrs. Heo continued to ask. How long have you two been dating? She replied politely. For a very long time, Mrs. Heo asked further, curious. Oh, a very long time. Where's your home? You're not from Gangsung, are you? Kong Hua was startled. Yes, that's right. I'm an outsider, not from Gangsung. Heo Chung had told her, affirm first, then deny. Mrs. Heo looked at her and gently asked again, Why are you answering twice? Is that so? Then where do you live? Kong Hua calmly explained, in a mountain valley. On the other side, Old Man Heo was also questioning his son. What on earth are you thinking? Living together? What kind of behavior is that? Heo Chung scratched his head and corrected him. Don't speak carelessly. I'm just crashing at her place. We're just eating together. But he had already turned livid with anger. Do you think I'm a fool? You young people have ideas, but what if something happens? Have you thought about the future? Heo Chung still didn't take this matter seriously in his mind. It's fake now, what could happen? Father, you don't need to worry about this, just waive my rent. We'll talk about other things later. Old Man Heo was annoyed with him. He angrily pointed his finger and said, Don't even bring up the rent, I need to talk to you about this cohabitation issue first. Heo Chung cut him off coldly. Father, I know more about this than you do, his father replied angrily, curtly. Get out. Heo Chung's heart skipped a beat as he saw his father slam the door shut. Why is father getting more and more fierce lately? I forgot about this. The more mom asks, the more loopholes there will be. Heo Chung appeared from behind, saving the situation. It's late. Mom will be going now, Mrs. Heo asked in surprise. Already leaving? He continued to put on his outer clothes. He put a hat on Kong Hua and explained, It's a bit cold today, so it's good to leave early. Mrs. Heo waved her hand and replied, Be careful on your way. Heo Chung obediently called out, Yes, Mom, you be careful too and go to bed early. Kong Hua politely added a word, Goodbye, Auntie. As the door closed, Old Man Heo appeared from inside. He adjusted his glasses and spoke. How is that young lady? The auntie looked at him and asserted. Very good. Their conversation continued. What does that young lady do? Old Man Heo approached, frowning and questioning. Didn't you ask? Mrs. Heo continued to explain. I did ask. She said she does her own thing. Old Man Heo continued to adjust his glasses and asked again. What is her own thing? Mrs. Heo naturally added and explained. She does a few things herself. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, asking again, Where is that young lady from? Mrs. Heo relayed what she had heard. She's from a mountain valley in Zicheng. Old Man Heo turned his head sharply, asking curiously, Which mountain valley? The auntie continued. The Zicheng area. They looked at each other and paused, checking that young lady's information, named Kong Hua. Good personality, her job is her own business, originally from a mountain valley in Zicheng. Old Man Heo angrily drew the curtains. He hadn't found out anything, had a meal, and was tricked about the rent. Then they ran away. His gaze turned to that strange couple, Heo Chung and Kong Hua, and he thought to himself, That's right, they didn't even bring any fruit. How is that different from him coming alone? On this side, he spoke. Are you full? If not, let's go home and I'll cook some ramen. Kong Hua replied with a hint of pride. I'm full. I'm eating less and less, he replied, putting his hands in his pockets. That's also normal. Someone with less activity like you will naturally eat less and have a smaller appetite. Another reason is that there's a lot of food here and the combination of rice and side dishes makes you feel full easily. He looked at Kong Hua, who was blowing on her hands on this side, and continued to speak. A remark came out. I think you should eat a little less, otherwise you'll get fat, and you won't be able to use your qigong anymore. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly asserted, I'll eat a little less, he continued to explain. There's no need to starve yourself. After all, your martial arts training also consumes a lot, so as long as you don't eat too much it won't be a big problem. I'll buy a scale later and you can adjust accordingly. Kong Hua asked back, unable to understand. A scale, Heo Chung continued to explain, it's used to weigh pigs. 2 people lift her and hang her on the scale to weigh her. His few words became many times more terrifying in her eyes. Heo Chung began his lecture. There are usually 2 ways to be a merchant in a game. The first is monopoly, holding all resources and controlling them. The other is to use information asymmetry. I know you don't know, this is called information asymmetry. Back then, high officials and nobles always used this method. Kong Hua listened intently to his explanation. Heo Chung continued to explain. For example, if there are signs of natural disasters, they use information asymmetry to hoard food, then later raise prices, making the poor sell their houses, land, and daughters, using this monopolized resource to solidify their class. Kong Hua bristled and declared, I'm not going to be a concubine that warms the bed, you pervert. He waved his hand and corrected her. It's a joke. Kong Hua is like a blank slate now. She has to relearn almost everything from 1,000 years later. If I explain too much, she probably won't understand anything. His eyes widened. That's right, humanities. Let's search for humanities online. They quickly moved to the computer and both looked serious at the screen before them. Kong Hua spoke, unable to understand. What is this? Heo Chung continued to explain. This is exactly what you lack. Literature, painting, music, drama, movies. These are all concentrated expressions of humanities. Let's find some novels or movies that suit you and watch them together for a while every day. Kong Hua looked up at him and slowly asked again, if I learn all these, I probably won't have a scandal with you, right? Heo Chung scratched his head and replied lazily, otherwise what can I do? You don't even understand my jokes now. Go wash up quickly. That's enough playing for today. She suddenly mumbled, a scandal. He won't use it to trick me into being his girlfriend, will he? Suddenly hit where it hurt. Heo Chung let out a long cough. He turned pale and hurriedly asked back, how did you know? No, how could you think such a thing? Kong Hua looked at him with puzzled eyes. No, I thought you had no shame in your heart. Heo Chung still adamantly asserted, this is slander. Why are you slandering an innocent person without any basis? Go wash up quickly. Kong Hua reluctantly left. Left alone, Kong Hua sat blankly on the bed thinking sadly, I was originally sure that Heo Chung wanted to trick me into being his girlfriend and he would want me to be even more foolish, but why did Heo Chung just try to fill my knowledge gap? So everything before was just me overthinking. Heo Chung is truly just purely helping me. Meanwhile, Heo Chung was wrapped in his blanket. He reached out and grabbed his phone, then lazily blurted out a word. Woof. Jinho raised his voice and questioned, what did you say to my dad? Heo Chung slowly explained. I said Shangpa name was well chosen. Jinho was still angry and pretended not to know. Then what about the blind date? Only then did Heo Chung sneer. Blind date? I took my girlfriend home and your father found out. He got anxious, didn't he? He cursed. HMPH, you clearly did it on purpose. Heo Chung replied with a bright smile. My girlfriend made me a loving breakfast. I'm hanging up. Saying that, he pressed the end call button and lazily walked out. Listening to this guy's nagging first thing in the morning, it's really refreshing. At this moment, Kong Hua suddenly spoke. You woke up early today, he calmly explained. To make my kidneys healthier. No, to make your body healthy. This requires a lot of training. She asked back like this. Bend your legs a little. Arms up, shoulders relaxed. Every time she reminded him, his screams followed. Heo Chung's arms were swollen and his face was tear-streaked as he mumbled, I heard there's a crash course. Heo Chung shivered all over, mumbling and lamenting. To learn a divine martial art, you have to castrate yourself with a knife. Besides heterodox methods, there are also orthodox ones like dual wielding, right? Kong Hua was startled by this suggestion. You want to castrate yourself? Heo Chung calmly corrected her. No, I want to dual wield. Kong Hua's face flushed as she repeated, there's no such martial art. Seeing her expression, Heo Chung laughed foolishly. It seems there is, Kong Hua shouted in anger. Even if there is, I don't know it. Why is this person so annoying? At this moment, Heo Chung frowned, regulated his breathing and swiftly walked past the bathroom mirror. He touched the muscles on his arm and thought to himself, it doesn't seem to have changed much. I picked up a Tang Dynasty swordswoman, so doesn't that make me the fated protagonist? First, I accidentally meet a swordswoman, then after a nap I master a peerless divine art, and then I team up with her to rob the rich and give to the poor. Show off everywhere I go, destroy 2 evil organizations along the way, and finally, when our hearts connect, we live in seclusion in the forest. Living in seclusion in the forest is a no-go. I have parents. I'll just continue to live as an ordinary person. After a while he slumped onto the sofa. At this moment, Hobaki approached and grabbed the books on the table, and Heo Chung noticed this action. He spoke to Kong Hua. Doing that will easily make you nearsighted. It's best to read with books on a desk. Hearing that, Kong Hua stood up abruptly and asked back. Nearsighted? He explained to her. It means your eyes can't see things clearly. You'll have to wear glasses. I remember having a pair of glasses, I'll go find them. Saying that, he took out a pair of non-prescription glasses he used for showing off. Here, these are them, try them on. Heo Chung brought his hand to his eyes to help Kong Hua understand better. Do you remember my father? He wears glasses here. After listening carefully to the explanation, Kong Hua put on the glasses. This is how you wear them. Meanwhile, Heo Chung took out his phone and took a picture of her. Look, you look very pretty like this, Kong Hua said in a small voice. It's really strange. At this moment he glanced at her sideways. Seeing that adorable appearance, Heo Chung couldn't suppress his feelings, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, I want to hug this cute swordswoman again. After that, to break the awkwardness, he spoke. I thought of my father again. Kong Hua took off her glasses and asked blankly, What about your father? Heo Chung replied seriously, It's that crazy suggestion. Did your village chief ever give you a hug? She quickly continued his words. We were often together when winter was cold. The village chief would hug me tightly. Is that what it means? At this moment, Heo Chung's phone rang. It was Wang Jaejin. Are you home now? Heo Chung replied from the other end of the phone. Yeah, why? Jaejin fiddled with the envelope and continued. The part-time job you mentioned last time, I've looked into it, and it's this document. There are some things to do. I'm out right now, so I'll come to your place and we can talk in detail. Heo Chung replied from the other end. I'll wait. Turning back to Heo Chung and Kong Hua, he spoke. He's here. Hearing that, she stood up abruptly and peered outside through the crack in the door. Heo Chung looked at her and thought to himself, really fast, why does she like looking through that hole so much? Kong Hua peered through the hole and thought, this invention is really good. If I meet a bad guy I can stab him with my sword through the door. I remember this person, that rich guy. While she was lost in thought, Jaejin outside was already shivering with cold. I'm telling you it's really freezing, this big brother. Before he could finish his sentence his gaze met Kong Hua's. Let's go inside and talk. Jaejin turned sharply, awkwardly saying, I'm really sorry, I came to the wrong house. At this moment, Heo Chung came out and pulled him. Come in, where are you going? Jaejin couldn't believe his eyes. He looked around. Is this your house? I thought I knocked on the wrong door. Heo Chung put his hands on his hips and commented, You met my girlfriend last time, did you already forget? Your height must be affecting your memory. Jaejin, sitting on a chair, breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. No wonder you haven't shown your face. You were hiding a beauty at home. Hearing that, he covered Jaejin's mouth with his elbow and got straight to the point. Are you reliable? Make sure it doesn't get exposed during the investigation later. It's better not to do it than to fix a perfectly good pig and make it lame, he replied. Reliable? You don't trust what I do? Didn't you want to create a past record? A promotional girl is absolutely possible. Just write down the position, sign off after work, sell a few bottles of wine and send statistics once a week. This is the safest position. It's a flexible position. No one knows her, so investigate with this. The ledger could also be checked. He smiled slyly, looking at the information in his hand. This is it. The less conspicuous the better. It might not be useful, but since he didn't know their procedures he should prepare it in advance anyway. Then he called Kong Hua. Kong Hua. She turned her head and asked, What's the matter? He pointed at the paper without explanation. Come here and sign. Kong Hua carefully read the information on the paper but seemed not to understand what it was. Heo Chung reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not selling you off. These documents are for proving that you worked here 2 years ago. He suddenly thought of something. If this young lady hadn't learned to write, how would she sign her name? Heo Chung taught Kong Hua again. Look, this is how you write your name. Press here, this is where you sign. Jaejin saw this situation and his face darkened. She can't even write her own name. Heo Chung held his forehead and forced a smile, replying, It's a long story. She wandered outside for more than 10 years and accidentally met me. Jaejin continued Heo Chung's words, without knowing that Kong Hua was trembling with anger. You don't know how she used to drool and laugh foolishly. You can tell how miserable she was without me even saying it. Keep spouting nonsense like that, and if I believe you, I'm a dog. Kong Hua was furious internally, but she couldn't hit anyone. The two continued to talk. Stay for dinner, you've worked hard this time. All right, then Heo Chung ordered Kong Hua. Make a lot today. She agreed without a word. Understood. After speaking, she turned and entered the kitchen to prepare. Outside, Jaejin continued to be curious. Oh, cooking at home. I thought you'd eat at a restaurant nearby. That's really good. I want to change to a girlfriend who can cook too. Heo Chung replied, If you want to change, then change, just take care of your health. At this moment, Jaejin continued, I want to get a new computer recently. If you have time, help me with the specs. Their conversation continued. Heo Chung opened his mouth. Are you going to assemble it yourself, or I can introduce you to a friend and you just pay when the time comes? At first, Jaejin also agreed with his opinion. Quote, That's right. The next moment he changed his attitude. No, why is your computer all in traditional Chinese characters? Heo Chung replied coldly. Just peel your oranges. Jaejin continued to nag without forgetting. You're really strange lately, but Chung, look at this. This is too unrealistic. You lack everything, so why are you so knowledgeable? Heo Chung said nonchalantly. Of course we're poor, so we have to learn, and rich people like you buy our time with money. This also. Suddenly he seemed to realize something and thought to himself. Damn it, no. Jaejin's face also darkened and he was dumbfounded. Then he threw an orange segment at him. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Normally you'd just say get lost and that would be it. Did I misjudge you? You don't have a younger brother named Heo Chilon in your Heo family, do you? Heo Chung quickly shook off Jaejin's hand. Get lost, you're the one who's sick. She's not Kong Hua. Why would I explain so much? I just needed to explain a few words casually. Well, a lot has happened in the past 6 months. Who would believe that there's someone from the Tang dynasty in my house? Jaejin heard that and ground his teeth, asking, You've been hiding an unknown person all day. What else could happen besides this? You boasted a few times and got a girlfriend. I've seen so much but never this, Heo Chung replied docilely like a puppy. Have you seen the drama My Love from the Star? Jaejin was momentarily stunned by his question, then burst out laughing. Have you studied so much you've become a fool? She's an alien, that's hilarious. Heo Chung's eyes were as if enchanted. No, I'm explaining it at your IQ level. You wouldn't understand if I told you about this. Seeing his expression, Jaejin had nothing more to say. Heo Chung skipped towards Kong Hwa and said, I need to go see what my girlfriend needs help with. Jaejin still didn't understand what was happening, stroking his chin and asking himself, is that so? Seeing Kong Hwa's back from a distance and then her lovely face, Heo Chung's heart couldn't help but pound as he looked at her. This look is really pretty, very much like a virtuous wife. Kong Hwa heard that, her face turned bright red and she shouted, what nonsense are you talking about, you pervert? Seeing Kong Hwa fiercely holding a knife, he retreated. I just came to take a look. You look very busy, you probably don't need my help. She continued to cook, but her mind was in a jumble. Why suddenly call her pretty? What does this guy want? After being busy in the kitchen for a long time, they could finally taste the food. Jaejin took a bite and his eyes widened in admiration. This is really delicious. Heo Chung heard that and smiled contentedly. Then eat a lot. Seeing the affectionate appearance of the two, Kong Hwa felt a little displeased. Something felt a bit strange. Wasn't this the scene of guests at home, the husband entertaining the guests and the wife cooking? A few hours later, Heo Chung and Kong Hwa saw Jaejin off together. He opened his mouth. Don't forget about the computer. The sooner the better. Heo Chung immediately replied, all right. Hearing that, he also felt relieved and went back. Okay, I'm leaving. At this moment, Kong Hwa had already gone inside and was tidying up the dishes. Heo Chung passed by and looked at her. He reached out his hand indicating his intention to help her. You must be tired from cooking. Take a break, I'll do the dishes. I happen to have something to tell you. From today onwards, you are no longer an ancient person who fell from the sky. We have prepared an identity for you. Next is the play, Kong Hwa's Past, screenplay by Heo Chung. Kong Hwa's parents went missing when she was young, and she lived a wandering life in the forests of Gangsung. At 15 or 16, she followed a friend to Gangsung and has been working here ever since. One day, Kong Hwa met a kind-hearted person named Heo Chung. The two got to know each other and quickly became good friends. As they got to know each other, feelings developed and soon the two fell in love. A great love. After becoming friends, Heo Chung tried to help Kong Hwa find her parents but without any results. At Heo Chung's suggestion, Kong Hwa finally decided to live with Heo Chung, he continued. Thus the story of Heo Chung and Kong Hwa comes to an end. Isn't this reasonable? If you weren't my girlfriend, why would I try so hard to help a stranger? This has to be a great love. Understood? Kong Hwa was slightly bewildered by this situation and stammered, Understood, a great love. Heo Chung raised his hand to stroke her hair, then put it down again, a little embarrassed, avoiding Kong Hwa's gaze. Once you get used to modern life here, we'll go to the administrative office. There might be some problems after marriage, so we need to solve the identity issue as soon as possible. Actually, just making the people around you gradually understand you can be considered a success. Hearing this, Kong Hwa became very angry and asked back, Are you teasing me now? Her mind was a bit confused. Why was her heart beating a little fast? This feeling usually only happened before a fight. Heo Chung's face darkened and he awkwardly explained, No, absolutely not. I'll repeat it 3 times. This is not a joke. Look, we are currently boyfriend and girlfriend and your hair is messy, so I'll tidy it up for you. Isn't this a very normal thing? Kong Hwa also honestly stated her opinion, but we're just acting. You're my benefactor. You can't touch me. Heo Chung also continued her words. I won't move, absolutely not. You also put your fist down. After a while, he came back to his senses, covered his face and thought to himself, I made a mistake. Looks like I can't even touch a fingernail. Heo Chung was silent for a long time, then opened his mouth. Alright, honestly speaking, I had a plan. Look, we've been living in the same house for several months. Don't they say that feelings grow with proximity? I also naturally developed a liking for you, and then gradually fell in love with you. Isn't this also a normal thing? Kong Hwa couldn't believe her ears. She asked back, You mean you like me? Heo Chung was not flustered this time. He replied, Yes, I like you now. Kong Hwa's face turned bright red and she couldn't even speak properly after hearing that. This won't do. We are innocent and have nothing to be ashamed of. It's not right for you to do this. Heo Chung heard that and said in confusion, Are you married? She replied softly. That's not it. Hearing that, he frowned and continued. Then what won't do? The man is single and the woman is single. I openly like you. If you reject me and still expect my help, are you treating me like a bootlicker? Kong Hwa, I want to lick you, but I don't want to be a bootlicker. Some people pretend to dislike it on the surface but secretly enjoy me licking them. I will support you for life. Kong Hwa's face turned as red as a tomato at his thoughtless words. She shouted, No, don't lick me. If you dare touch me, I'll hit you. Then she suddenly stood up. No, I can't stay here any longer. As for kindness, the kindness between us has already been repaid. Heo Chung also replied softly, In the past 6 months I helped you adapt to this place and you taught me to study. We owe each other nothing, so you can leave whenever you want, but before you go, can you teach me a set of fist techniques? I'll find you a place to live elsewhere. She asked back why she should do that. This time, Heo Chung was no longer joking. He said seriously, Because I like you. My feelings are genuine. Liking you is just liking you. It has nothing to do with kindness. You said you can't like me because I'm your benefactor. Is that reasonable? You cannot like me. Maybe I'm not handsome enough, or I just stay at home all day, or you just don't like my attitude. All of that is fine. But you can't not like me because I was kind to you. That's too unfair to us. She was slightly happy internally but still cold on the surface, but Heo-chung continued. But what? Didn't your second mistress also say not to repay with your body if you have no feelings? You need someone to rely on here, so why don't you choose me? After a moment, Konghua bravely shouted, I don't dislike you either. Heo-chung heard that and asked, then why are you trying to leave? Konghua hugged herself in fear and shouted, you're sticking out your tongue to lick me. At this moment, Heo-chung was speechless and dumbfounded, unable to argue. Then he made up a forced excuse. I mean, I'll be good to you. I'm not actually sticking out my tongue to lick you. I don't want to be hit by you either. After speaking, he immediately sat down, tapped the chair and called Konghua. Come here, let's talk about me liking you for a moment. She quickly refused the offer. No, she thought with internal vigilance. Heo-chung's words make sense, but this whole thing still feels a bit strange. At this moment, she had already returned to her room. Complex thoughts kept surfacing. I want to leave because I'm ashamed and trying to avoid it. Should I not have feelings for Heo-chung because he's a benefactor? Why should I think that? No. Outside, Heo-chung was also worried about her decision. Will she stay or leave? She's been cooped up in her room all afternoon, so she must have decided to leave. If not, she would have come out by now. It's truly heartbreaking. Sob, sob, a creaking sound echoed. What was that? It sounded like the door opening. At this moment, Konghua came out of her room. Suddenly she stopped, glared at Heo-chung once, then immediately turned her head. She walked into the kitchen and seeing Konghua do that, Heo-chung got up curiously to look. His eyes widened. He smiled brightly and thought, she's sorted out her thoughts. Konghua washed the tomatoes and replied, what you said before definitely makes sense. Kindness is kindness and love is love. These two really have nothing to do with each other. So she turned her head to look at Heo-chung. So you can like me but you can't stick out your tongue to lick me. I won't allow actions like last time either. Heo-chung heard that and raised his hand, replying, alright, I promise. Konghua continued, leaving now would be betraying kindness, so after I've repaid all my kindness. Again, she blushed as she spoke. When that day comes, let's talk about it again. Heo-chung seemed to understand what she wanted to say and said, let's talk about it again later. She heard that and was slightly surprised. That's right, let's talk about it again that day. After that, Konghua continued to slice tomatoes, her face stern, because Heo-chung continued to stand like a ghost watching her cook. Why are you still standing here? Heo-chung said softly. I'm just curious. I don't know if you can distinguish between gratitude and liking. I'm worried you might mistake liking for gratitude. Wouldn't that be too unfair? As if struck to the core, she shouted, I don't like you, don't like you. Heo-chung saw her reaction and teased her. Alright, you don't like me. Why are you making such a fuss? He thought to himself. It's really as the books say, a thief who cries wolf. She bit her lip and said nothing, then asked him shyly. Then is there a way to distinguish between gratitude and liking? Heo-chung joked. Then I have a way to test it. Don't move. He approached Konghua closely and first said, you can't hit me. She nodded lightly. Having said that, Heo-chung reached out and embraced her. Konghua's face was already flushed with embarrassment, and Heo-chung hugged her even tighter. Konghua's eyes were already spinning at this point, and he finally let her go. If you like someone, your heart will beat very fast. My heart is also beating very fast right now. She quickly turned away without a word. If the test is over, get out and don't disturb me while I'm cooking. Heo-chung also slowly left the spot. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. He turned his head and looked at Konghua again. He mumbled to himself, if she didn't like me, she would have avoided me long ago. There's no way she would have given me a chance to touch her. Meanwhile, Konghua was already in such a complicated state of mind that she couldn't think straight. Oh no, I've suffered a great loss. After finishing cooking, she quickly set the table. Dinner's ready. Then she hurriedly left. Heo-chung frowned, thinking to himself, emotions are secondary. It's important to enlighten her about culture. I feel like something is lacking in Konghua right now. She barely smiles. She only smiles when things are within her understanding. The weather had turned cold and there were many enjoyable things now, but they didn't seem suitable for her. Perhaps he should start by having her watch comedy genres. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. I found a movie, let's watch it together. She agreed without a word. Alright, so Ganga, you really died miserably. My name is Dalgang Seo. Today I'm disguising myself and going whoring watching the movie. Heo-chung laughed heartily, but Konghua remained motionless. He glanced at her, thinking, is she still not adapted? Heo-chung sighed disappointedly. It really isn't easy to help an ancient person from 1,000 years ago adapt to modern life. But what can I do when I love her? The sound of the computer keyboard continuously clacking made Heo-chung pay attention. Looking at his phone, he thought to himself, a Tang Dynasty girl playing games, who would have thought this was real? Then he stood up and stretched. I'm going to rest first. Lady Hero Konghua just turned her head and greeted lightly. Good night, Heo-chung. But as soon as he left, she turned her head to look at him, her mind a bit complicated, thinking, my mind is still very confused right now. I really don't know how to treat him. The clock already showed 10:30 p.m., but Konghua was still focused on the computer screen, and Heo-chung was already in a deep sleep. At this moment, she secretly opened the door and looked at him. Seeing Heo-chung in a deep sleep, Konghua approached him and secretly looked at him. The night also gradually deepened. The next morning, when Konghua had just opened her door, she already saw Heo-chung. Good morning. Heo-chung looked at the dark circles under her eyes and asked, didn't you sleep last night? Why do you look so tired? In fact, Konghua had stayed up all night, but she still replied coldly, I slept a bit late last night. The clock was already 7:25 a.m. and they had finished breakfast. Heo-chung said excitedly, Let's go sightseeing in the city today. I'll let you experience some fun places. Then they prepared to go out. Kong Hua looked around and asked worriedly, is this really okay? Unlike her, Heo Chung didn't care at all. Actually, holding hands and strolling is very nice. You can feel at ease. Why don't you feel anything? Kong Hua replied calmly, nothing at this moment. Heo Chung lightly poked her hand. After a moment, she shook her hand off forcefully. Seeing this dumbfounded lady, he was also speechless, but things returned to normal and he took Kong Hua's hand again. Give me your hand. That was just a demonstration. Their hands were firmly clasped, walking down that small path, feeling beautiful things. Holding hands was also a good thing. At this moment, they boarded a bus and Kong Hua, being new, was quite curious. Where are we going? Heo Chung saw that and teased her. To the end of life, Heo Chung said playfully. You're experiencing life, so just follow me. Seeing Heo Chung's carefree appearance, Kong Hua thought to herself, no need to think about anything, no need to worry about anything, just let him lead. She recalled their sweet hand-holding. This beautiful feeling is new to me. They continued to move to the shopping center, and Kong Hua was still as dumbfounded as before. Is this a computer specialty store? He replied. Similar. There's buying and selling and many other things. A computer repairman was waiting for work. Heo Chung called his name. Go back, you're a bit unexpected today. Brother Chung, long time no see. What brings you here today to see me? Heo Chung introduced Kong Hua to Go back. A friend asked me to set up a PC. This is Jaejin's deposit, so do it well. Heo Chung wrote everything down on a note. Do it as soon as possible. When it's done, call this number. He'll come pick it up and pay the rest. This was a piece of cake for Go back. No problem. Leave this to me. After speaking, Heo Chung took Kong Hua's hand and left. Let's go. Let's go. Go back saw that and was dumbfounded. You're just leaving? Heo Chung heard that and replied perfunctorily. Sorry, I'm sightseeing in the city with my girlfriend. Go back was left with a burning heart. Heo Chung's guiding voice continued to echo. This is Gangsung Plaza, remember it. See the statue next to the trees? The top is an intersection. Cross the intersection, turn left and go straight. He soon stopped walking. Heo Chung slowly strolled with Kong Hua. He continued to explain, this is where you used to work. About 2 years ago you sold beer here. She looked at him uncomprehendingly. Ah, he kept looking at her, gently asking again, do you remember? Can you come alone later? Kong Hua looked around and replied, I remember the path we just took. She kept glancing sideways and then pointed to the store behind them, suggesting, can we go in there and look around? Heo Chung suddenly pulled her and said, no, curiosity is good, but absolutely not this kind of place. Kong Hua still looked back regretfully, and her footsteps quickly followed him. Only then did Heo Chung speak, are you hungry? Shall we eat barbecue buffet? Kong Hua simply agreed. All right. They started grilling meat, and a few pieces of meat emitted smoke. Kong Hua stared intently at the meat and commented, I prefer hot pot buffet. You just put all the food in and leave it. No need to worry about the meat burning. Heo Chung flipped the meat and explained, it's also very nice to cook the same ingredients in different ways. Don't just think about filling your stomach, enjoy the food. It's cold outside and we're sitting in a warm place grilling your favorite food. This is what enjoying the experience means. Like holding hands, Heo Chung continued to grill meat for Kong Hua, and only after being full and warm did he think about completing his spiritual life. After a while she put down her chopsticks and Heo Chung smiled and asked again, how is it? Are you full? Kong Hua's hands clenched tightly. She blushed and hesitantly suggested, can I eat a little more cake? The destructive power of this face was too great. Heo Chung quickly stood up and suggested, I'll get it for you. She shouted from behind, I can get it myself. In the end, Heo Chung brought 2 slices. Kong Hua reached out, picked up the food, put it in her mouth and thought to herself, is this what Heo Chung meant by a perfect life? They ate quietly together. Heo Chung's gaze suddenly stopped at a doll at this moment. Several sparkling bear dolls in the restaurant. He suddenly pointed to that side and asked, do you want anything there? It's a promotional item. If you finish all the food on the table, you can get one. Kong Hua commented in one word, such a good deal. Heo Chung's mind pictured Kong Hua holding a bear doll. Indeed, whether it's 2,000 years ago or now, women can't refuse dolls. Girls really like these cute things. Pick one and take it. Kong Hua grumbled, thinking, who would dislike something free? I'll choose this one. It's the color of a winter melon. The quiet winter melon also got shot. As they left, the store didn't forget to say from behind, customers, please come again next time. Kong Hua asked curiously, what is the purpose of this bear? Heo Chung continued to explain, it's soft and cute. You can hug it when you sleep, and you can think of the bear as me and hug it. Kong Hua's face darkened in several places and she declared, it wouldn't be bad to treat it like you. They continued to walk together. Heo Chung pointed and spoke, the cinema is a bit far from here, so let's walk and digest the meat and save some money too. Kong Hua looked at him and replied briefly, all right, he continued to tease. If it were some rich girlfriend, she would have stomped her foot and whined that she couldn't walk anymore. Kong Hua asked innocently, does that woman have a problem with her legs? Heo Chung stroked his chin. You don't know what whining is. He cleared his throat and stomped his foot, whining, I can't walk anymore. Kong Hua looked at the person in front of her speechless and he continued to laugh and explain, it's roughly like this. Do you want to try it? He glanced blankly, seeing Kong Hua's murderous face. Heo Chung instinctively backed away. Tickets came out of the vending machine. Kong Hua looked around and he continued to buy things. She asked curiously, are these things that can't be watched at home? Heo Chung waved his hand and explained, no, we're on a date now, and the experience of watching in a cinema is different from watching at home. You watch movies too seriously at home like you're performing a task. Movies are for enjoyment and relaxation. We'll sit in a large dark room. You have to be quiet while watching. If you want to say something, say it after the movie, Manhua replied obediently. Understood, he continued to explain. Seriously, can I hold your hand when we watch the movie? Manhua hesitated at this suggestion. She kept asking herself, my hands are rough and ugly. What's there to hold? Why does this guy keep wanting to hold my hand? Dang Twozy. His wife's hair was messy, her ears were crooked, her lips were dry, her teeth were sparse, she walked with a limp, her back was hunched, and her skin was covered in scabies, but Dang Twozy still loved his wife and had 5 children with her. Manhua was shocked to realize this fact. She quickly concluded, I get it, this guy is Dang Twozy. Who else would like such rough and ugly hands? What did you say? Heo Chung tried hard to deny. Nothing. Why is she so violent for a maiden? What if she goes crazy someday and beats me? Manhua glared and denied. That won't happen. Manhua paused, looked up at him, then added expectantly. That's right, you should learn martial arts, we need to spar. Heo Chung continued to wave his hand. No need, time's up. Let's go into the cinema. They moved leisurely together, and when they entered the cinema everyone was already moving. Heo Chung and Manhua quickly sat down. He spoke again. This is popcorn, everyone eats it when they watch movies. They started watching together, and Manhua's eyes didn't leave the screen for a moment. The content of the screen was reflected in her pupils, and Heo Chung's hand suddenly came down on her hand. Manhua instinctively pulled her hand away. He blushed and said softly, Let's hold hands. Manhua continued to be curious. Both my hands are full of calluses, it won't be enjoyable to hold them. Yet this guy keeps wanting to hold my hand, so he must be Dang Twozy. Heo Chung was scoffing in Manhua's mind. Kiddo. Manhua seemed to tremble as if startled by her own thoughts. Heo Chung looked at her, thinking to himself, what is this girl thinking? It's not like we haven't held hands before. When the movie ended, people quickly left and they moved together. Manhua glanced at Heo Chung shyly. You like holding hands that much? He admitted shyly. Maybe I don't have a hand fetish, I just want to hold hands. I'm afraid I'll get hit by this girl if I act rashly. Manhua avoided his gaze, then reached out her hand again and suggested, then hold it. Heo Chung looked at her and commented to himself, it's like she just finished an internal struggle. Lady hero, thank you. They held hands and Heo Chung continued to ask, was the movie fun? Manhua kept answering, it was fun. Heo Chung smiled contentedly. Watching movies is the best way to relax. As a person's experience widens, they can think more deeply. Then their way of thinking will naturally change. I was originally thinking of ways to broaden your experience and modern worldview. Your perspective on the world, your values on life and living, that's a long process. If I wait until you understand everything around you and become independent, it will take too long. So in this process I might sometimes be a little less honest. Even if you find out, don't hit me. Manhua blushed and stammered, how should I answer? Heo Chung's voice echoed again. You seem a bit dazed lately, don't you? Manhua asked in confusion. Dazed? Heo Chung smiled and compared. When you first came to this world you were like a long-haired cat with its fur bristling, drawing your sword and threatening without hesitation. A few months later, you drew your sword less often, but you still secretly remained vigilant. You looked ordinary on the surface, but you were always suspicious and had to check everything. Manhua at that time was wary of everything. He continued to explain. Then, from the day I told you I liked you, you turned into a fool. You believe everything I say. From the day I told you I liked you, you turned into a fool. You believe everything I say. Manhua realized this fact and felt embarrassed. It's really true. What on earth happened? The hand that was holding him unconsciously tightened its grip. Heo Chung frowned and explained, actually that's normal. People say that women in love often do foolish things, especially women who are experiencing love for the first time. Manhua denied in confusion. I'm not like that. You told me to enjoy the beautiful world and I won't stay here anymore. Her hand clasped his hand tightly, and Heo Chung groaned in pain. Manhua quickly released his hand. Heo Chung continued to explain. I won't rush you. You can accept it when you're ready. Perhaps you're acting this way not because you like me, but because you're depending on me, just as you depended on second mistress. Manhua murmured, perhaps. Heo Chung continued, take some time to think about it. After you go home, that is, you need to distinguish between love and gratitude. If you keep losing your mind, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist the temptation to seduce you into bed. At this new concept, she was startled and quickly retreated behind the bed. Heo Chung seized the moment and approached her. I've realized I'm falling more and more in love with you. Someday I might accidentally seduce and devour you. Manhua's eyes widened in confusion. What are you talking about? Do you give a warning before deceiving someone? He slowly explained, because I like you. Then Heo Chung quietly stared at her. Manhua also paused and stared back at him, and they held hands again. Let's go. After that, Heo Chung and Manhua boarded the bus together. Only then did she ask again, does your hand still hurt? Heo Chung smiled faintly. Knowing that, could you be a little gentler next time? At these few words, Manhua's anger flared. This guy is already thinking about next time. As the front door was pushed open, Dong Ah lay in the middle of the house acting pitiful. It hugged Heo Chung's leg and rubbed against it. Already hungry? He reached out for the cat food container and then teased again, if you want to eat, meow. Dong Ah quickly ate its meal. At this moment, Heo Chung thought to himself, Manhua is currently ignorant about romantic feelings, probably at the same level as me when I was 5. Back then a girl gave me a gift. Here, this is for you. It was a bottle filled with stars, but he scornfully remarked, thanks but no thanks. I think the fried bits that come with the cereal box are prettier. Damn it, what a terrible past. To help Manhua understand love better. After that, Heo Chung began researching. I need some help. He searched late into the night, and as Heo Chung stretched, his stomach rumbled. Done. I was so engrossed in editing that it's already 8 p.m. Wait, what about dinner tonight? Where's Konghua? Heo Chung walked over and knocked on the door. Konghua slowly opened it. He looked at him and softly called, Heo Chung. He looked at her curiously and said, have you been sleeping until now? She rubbed her eyes and confirmed, I slept a bit. He quickly reached out to touch her. Why do you look so exhausted? Are you sick? Konghua's face flushed as she replied, I'm fine, I'll go make dinner. Heo Chung looked at her again and thought to himself, her body temperature is normal, so she doesn't seem to have a fever. I forgot that Konghua is a woman. There are a few uncomfortable days each month. It's fine, I'll get you some water. Heo Chung poured a glass of water. He carefully offered it to Konghua. Drink plenty of warm water. I heard it helps alleviate it. She received it with both hands. Thank you, young hero. Heo Chung continued to suggest, would you like some noodles? I'll cook 2 bowls. She nodded and replied briefly, all right. 2 bowls of noodles were quickly prepared. Heo Chung continued to coax garlic. Konghua's eyes lit up as she replied, yes, he thought with satisfaction. She eats spring onions and garlic too. Konghua sipped the broth. It felt as if her whole body was cleansed. Only then did Heo Chung speak. Konghua is truly worn out. Leave it there, I'll clean up, go inside and rest more. Hello, what's up? Jaejin said excitedly over the phone. Damn it, Heo Chung, your friend is really the best. He finished assembling it and I used it. It's much faster than my old computer. Heo Chung continued proudly. Of course, Konghua was writing something again at this moment. The words difference between liking and independence appeared on the screen. After several snowfalls, winter entered its coldest period. Old man Heo suggested to his wife, when that kid comes home, try to sound him out if he's run out of money. It's not too late for him to find a proper job, Mrs. Heo thought to herself. Chatting with that sister-in-law was fun, but I still haven't found out much about her. This time I'll have to get closer to her. At this moment, Heo Chung smiled and said, Father, Mother, I'm home. She couldn't hide her excitement. Speak of the devil. Konghua followed behind and hesitantly said, hello, auntie, uncle. Mrs. Heo happily approached Konghua. Hello, you even bought us something. What did Mom make for dinner tonight? Konghua will help, I'm not boasting. But all the food Konghua makes is high-class cuisine. Old man Heo's face darkened as he thought to himself, this kid is boasting again. Mrs. Heo pouted and smiled. It's fine, just sit and wait. You two watch TV. Sound flowed from the TV. Hello everyone. Old man Heo wasn't paying much attention. His gaze was fixed on the couple over there. Then old man Heo suddenly spoke. What does Konghua do? I didn't know much about her last time, so this time I'll ask myself. Heo Chung had actually prepared a script for her. We won't be able to avoid interrogation just like last time. If mother or father asks anything, just answer. Konghua explained excitedly, using integrated circuit boards and microprocessors, connecting to network services via modems and exchanging information at high speed with other users through network sites. Hearing this, old man Heo was utterly bewildered. He adjusted his glasses and replied, that's quite something, much better than this kid. I don't know what kind of work it is, but it sounds quite professional. Heo Chung gave her a satisfied thumbs up. Yes, working hard is the best. Old man Heo continued to ask, what do you usually do at the company? Konghua continued to explain, using a combination of characters and numbers to find the x-coordinate of the mouse cursor on the screen to start the process of completing the interaction chain with other users. He had to look at her in a new light. I don't understand any of it, but she seems to be doing quite well. I'm getting old. From old man Heo's perspective, this kid must have used up all his luck to get a girlfriend like this. Heo Chung flinched as old man Heo stared at him. He bared his teeth and said angrily, how I wish you would just join any company and work. The income from making videos is too unstable. You might be able to get by now, but can you support yourself for life? Heo Chung playfully explained. Why do I have to support myself for life? He continued to press. Then what do you plan to do later? He explained excitedly. Develop steadily, get an office, start a company, and then go public on the stock market. By then I'll be the CEO of a listed company, and you'll be the chairman's father. Someday we'll be rich and respected by everyone in the world. Heo Chung's dream was so bright that it made old man Heo pause. His face turned pale and he trembled. You scoundrel, do you take your father for a fool? I won't let you off. But he had to stop when he saw Konghua hesitating over there. Old man Heo decided to remain silent, thinking that family matters should only be known by family at this moment. Heo Chung sighed. Everyone has their own destiny. Why doesn't father understand? A thought flashed through his mind. Heo Chung ran over quickly. I just remembered when Mom took me to a fortune teller, the fortune teller wrote a few lines. This child is not suited for officialdom, loves to play, is not partial, but is bold and daring, full of energy and compassion for the weak. He has the temperament of a tiger. See, father, this is my destiny. I can't help it. Working in a company doesn't suit me. Heo Chung took out his phone and took a picture of the fortune-telling slip. Old man Heo asked unhappily, why are you taking a picture of that? He casually explained. For safekeeping, I'll carry this photo with me when I take Konghua around, he seriously explained. Do you believe in such fraudulent nonsense? The fortune teller probably just made a few random guesses. Seeing you, he probably thought you'd become a rogue. You used to get drunk and fight. Didn't I have to teach you then? Konghua on the side was already bristling internally. I don't believe it either. Heo Chung quickly stepped in to mediate. Wait, it wasn't father who taught me. I changed naturally as I grew up. Everyone has a time when they like to show off. Sparks flew between the two, ready to duel. Only then did Mrs. Heo step in to mediate. Hey, it's best if you two stop. This isn't the time to make a scene, especially with her here. Old man Heo left in a huff, Mrs. Heo explained to Konghua. His father and son are just playing around. Sit tight, Konghua, dinner's almost ready. She obediently replied yes. At this moment only the two of them remained on the sofa. Heo Chung offered her an orange segment. Here. He put it in her mouth, then smiled and complimented. Good acting, you fooled my dad. Konghua's face flushed as she ate the orange, and soon the table was full of orange peels. Heo Chung was so bored that he took Konghua's hand and examined it. This hand is the same as other girls. Why is her grip so strong? Could it be internal energy? She on this side also kept wondering. Why does he keep playing with my hand? What's so interesting about it? Konghua bit her lip and endured it. Seeing her expression, Heo Chung asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Konghua took his hand and suggested, "Let me see your hand too." His hand is a little bigger than mine, his fingernails are cut short and his palm is fleshy. I still don't know what's so good about it. Then Heo Chung suddenly asked, "You can read palms, can't you?" Konghua quickly retreated. No, Heo Chung hesitated. "Oh, okay." Then he decided to leave. When he went to Mrs. Heo Chung ruffled his hair and suggested, "Mom, it's almost New Year's. I want to bring Konghua to visit with me." She asked in surprise. "Together, isn't she going back home?" He continued to explain. "Didn't I tell you, Mom? She's alone, she has no family." Mrs. Heo's hand, stirring the food, paused. She turned her head to look at Heo Chung. "I thought you were joking," he affirmed again. "Of course not." The stir-fry was still steaming. Mrs. Heo reached out and turned off the stove, replying, "Then bring her along. Now that you have a girlfriend, do you spend enough money? Give me a plate." Heo Chung replied impatiently. "Enough, Mom, don't worry about it, just take care of yourselves." Mrs. Heo skillfully dished out the food, continuing to demand, "Then move the food to the table." Heo Chung quickly followed the order. After that there was a family meal, and Heo Chung and Konghua quickly prepared to leave. Father, Mother were leaving. At this moment a potato fell out of her pocket, rolling on the floor and stopping at the feet of Mr. and Mrs. Heo. Mrs. Heo asked in surprise, "What's this? Why do you carry potatoes in your pocket?" Heo Chung scratched his head, picked up the potato and explained. Konghua lacks earth energy, so potatoes are like a charm. She continued his words. She lacks earth energy, so she carries potatoes. Heo Chung continued to explain. Potatoes grow in the ground, so we use them instead of dirt. It's less messy. I can't reveal that it's an emergency item in case potatoes are teleported 1,000 years into the past. Mrs. Heo smiled and suggested, "Then I'll cook more potato dishes for you in the future. Absorbing them through the stomach will be much more effective." He seized the opportunity and agreed. "That's right, she loves potatoes." Konghua didn't say a word from beginning to end, only waking up as if from a dream after the conversation was over. Konghua bowed. Thank you, Auntie," she stammered nervously. Mrs. Heo smiled and thought to herself, "I was just as nervous as her when I first met Heo Chung's grandmother." Heo Chung waved and called out, "We're leaving." Mr. and Mrs. Heo watched them go. "Be careful, it's dark tonight." Heo Chung and Konghua left like that. Old man Heo turned his head and went back into the house. Mrs. Heo continued to watch, beginning her own internal calculations. They seem to get along well. I hope they continue to be like this in the future. Heo Chung and Konghua walked in the snowy night. His footsteps imprinted on the ground. Konghua exhaled a white mist and spoke. "What is liking?" Heo Chung didn't look at her, replying curtly, "Liking is subconsciously wanting to be by someone's side and striving to obtain that person. For example, when you see a delicious cake and want to pay for it and possess it. That is the purest form of liking." Konghua imagined a sweet cake and asked, "What if one is incapable?" Heo Chung calmly and simply explained, "Then you should work hard to earn money. The process of working hard is also a kind of striving. When you like someone, the desire to obtain them should be proportional to your efforts. If you want to obtain someone but don't even try, that's not liking. If you tried but couldn't obtain them, you must never snatch them away. Using unethical means to achieve a goal is a despicable act." Having said this, Heo Chung sighed. His footsteps also stopped. "I don't want to deceive you because I like you. Thinking about it, if you want to leave, leave. If you don't like me, I'll respect all your decisions. To strive without asking for anything in return, that's me licking you." Then he seriously affirmed, "I don't mean literally licking as you imagine." Konghua frowned and accused him. "I feel like you're deceiving me with those words. It doesn't seem as simple as you say." She wondered internally but didn't say it. Why does he keep holding my hand but doesn't want to possess me? Heo Chung gave a big thumbs up. Sometimes, deliberately letting yourself be deceived is also a form of liking. Konghua's face flushed as she shouted, "I don't like anything." Heo Chung teased, winking. "I was just talking about the general concept of liking. I didn't say you liked me." Konghua quietly glanced at him, then turned away, unconcerned. She looked at her own hand and asked herself, "If I like him, he likes my hand, and what do I like about him? When he dries my hair, when he answers my questions at length, when he cooks meat for me, when he cooks noodles for me, or..." Konghua's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Heo Chung's hand and thought, "I like him holding my hand." The two walked side by side. Konghua softly said, "What is love?" Heo Chung didn't answer immediately, internally remarking, "When did she figure that out? She keeps asking profound questions lately." He turned his head to look at Konghua and explained, "Love is when two people spend time getting to know each other and two hearts become one." Her face flushed again, and she slightly bowed her head. What must those emotions have been like? Heo Chung pointed to his own face and teased, "Kiss me and you'll know. Want to try?" She trembled with anger and retorted, "Do you think I'd believe you?" While Heo Chung was teasing, "It depends on whether you let yourself be deceived or not." A taxi pulled up in front of them. "Let's go, it's time to go home." I turned on the switch as soon as we got home. Konghua was still taking off her shoes at the door. Heo Chung untied his scarf, thinking that since he hadn't worked all day he should edit or watch a movie. Seeing him diligently typing on the keyboard, Konghua approached and sat beside him. She held the cake in her hand and asked, "Have you ever thought about what would happen if I suddenly returned?" At these words, Heo Chung's pupils contracted. Then he calmly smiled and said, "Then you would become a successful person of that era. As long as you plant potatoes and your achievements aren't stolen, you'll make a name for yourself in history, receive titles, and become a wealthy landowner." She turned her head, frowned, and retorted, "I'm asking about you. Wouldn't all your efforts in liking me be in vain?" Heo Chung chuckled and continued, "Liking someone is an irrational thing. You can't stop liking someone just because you might leave me someday. Besides, what contradiction is there between you going home and me liking you? Why worry about the future and not enjoy the present? At least you are in front of me now. This encounter is very rare." At these words, Konghua's face flushed. "Is this deceiving me or threatening me?" Heo Chung glanced sideways and said, "Not unless you hit me. If our relationship is still uncertain, then hit this bear." Konghua quickly reached out and took it. She hugged it tightly. "I don't know if you're being sincere or lying. The old me would definitely have hit you." Heo Chung placed his hand on the chair and said bluntly, "If you don't like it, refuse. For example, if you pinch my hand or break my fingers, I'll stop," she said in a low voice. "I don't want to pinch you. On the contrary, I think it's quite nice." Hearing this, Heo Chung quickly waved his hand to remind her, "This is what liking is, or at least not disliking me. Otherwise you would have been disgusted with me. Not disliking someone is a prerequisite for liking them." Konghua immediately retorted, "Isn't this all part of your plan?" Heo Chung pretended to be refined and explained, "Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I unconsciously want to be by your side, because I like you. We spend all day together like peacocks showing off their feathers when looking for a mate. I want to show you my good qualities to gain your approval and prove that I'll treat you well." Konghua was confused and violently pulled the teddy bear's face, cursing, "Shameless bastard, you're shameless. Damn Deng Tuozi." Whatever Konghua said, Heo Chung accepted it all. He was Deng Tuozi. Konghua hunched her body and trembled, her eyes reddening, filled with murderous intent. With a single headbutt, Konghua knocked Heo Chung down. He lay powerlessly on the chair and she angrily stomped into her room, slamming the door shut. Only then did Heo Chung dare to sigh, thinking to himself, "Whether she likes me, dislikes me, or just wants to hit me, I understand, but what's with the headbutt? It's a good thing she hasn't practiced Ironhead skill." On a usual leisurely day, Konghua always practiced her sword skills. Then she lightly swung her sword and slowly sheathed it. Suddenly, as if discovering something, Konghua struck Heo Chung's leg hard with her scabbard and held it to his neck. "Stand straight, hands still, don't move." Heo Chung's face darkened and he was on guard. She must still be upset about yesterday and is taking this opportunity to get revenge. Contrary to his thoughts, Konghua's face beamed. "Didn't you say you wanted to train your body? I will teach you martial arts." Heo Chung quickly retreated 3 steps, his face firm. "No need, maintaining this posture is effective enough. No need to learn more martial arts." Konghua ran over and whispered in his ear, "After learning martial arts you can hit me without worrying about getting beaten back." Heo Chung casually refused. "Enough, enough, how dare I?" Internally he began to scream, "Are you kidding me? Even if I learn, I'll still get beaten like a dog." Suddenly Konghua sat down on the floor. She turned her body and demonstrated a set of boxing techniques in front of him. "Look. This is Tang Shou Quan. It mainly uses palm techniques combined with chin na and kicking techniques. The 3.6 harmony 3 tip is the palm. When the palm opens it's very relaxed, but the next moment it clenches powerfully." It brushed past Heo Chung's face, chin na. He slammed his head on the ground and shouted, "I'll learn, but my chest still hurts today. Your iron head yesterday was too fierce. Can't we practice tomorrow, please?" Konghua felt sympathy and accepted his plea. "Then we'll postpone it until tomorrow. Now let's go eat breakfast." She entered the room, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. "In my judgment, Heo Chung has talent in martial arts. If his skills surpass mine, he won't timidly ask for my opinion anymore. He'll just hit me and force me to do things. That's right, when that time comes, I won't be able to win, so I'll be forced to do as he wishes." Conversely, Heo Chung sighed outside. Since when did she learn how to tease people? Suddenly, Konghua poked her head out from inside and reminded him, "You must work hard, don't be lazy. The next thing you need to do is sit in front of the computer." Heo Chung put on his outer clothes and said, "I'll be out for a while. I might be back later than usual, so call me if anything happens and don't let strangers in." As was his daily custom, Heo Chung took Konghua's hand, then he quickly ran outside. "I'm leaving, take care of the house, Lady Hero," she angrily retorted. Deng Tuozi, in a large mansion, Jaejin opened the door with a lifeless face. "Heo Chung, why are you at my place?" He pointed to a text message and said, "I thought you'd forgotten. Today is the class reunion, remember?" He heard it and waved his hand, signaling, "I'm done for." "I completely forgot. Come in and wait, I'll go change. You don't have anything R-rated in your house, do you?" "No, we broke up, haven't you seen my moments?" Heo Chung pouted. "Who looks at that stuff?" Soon after the two walked out, Jaejin cried out exhaustedly, "My ex-girlfriend is really a nightmare. She suddenly broke up with me for no reason. You saw it, didn't you?" Suddenly, Heo Chung remembered something. "Wait, where's your car?" he thought to himself. "I mainly came here for a ride," he sighed. "It was impounded. I had a fight with my dad, so now I'm as broke as you are." Heo Chung immediately turned around. "All right, let's take the subway then." The subway station was crowded with people. Heo Chung stood uncomfortably inside. It's a bit crowded today. He saw Jaejin glance somewhere. He leaned in and asked, "What are you looking at?" He quickly motioned with his eyes. "That woman over there, the one with the yellow handbag." Indeed, a woman was standing with her back to them. Jaejin's whisper echoed again. "She looks very familiar, like one of my ex-girlfriends." Hearing that, she angrily scolded, "Yes, it's your ex-girlfriend." Jaejin froze. Heo Chung's eyes widened and sparkled. "Don't tell me I know you." He approached the painter, scratching his head and greeting her. "What a coincidence, I just said you looked familiar," she hissed. "Just familiar?" Jaejin exerted his observational skills. He saw a few paintbrushes and replied, "I remember you could paint." The painter seemed somewhat appeased. At least he remembered that much. Jaejin smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Of course, anyway. How have you been doing lately?" The two chatted lively. "So eating well, body's healthy. You don't look so good." Heo Chung watched Jaejin's smooth talk from the side. "He really doesn't look so good." She asked him, "Where are you going now?" Heo Chung couldn't believe his eyes. He met his ex-girlfriend, yet it was so peaceful. Then what was that look in her eyes? Even after breaking up, there was still a strong romantic atmosphere. He puffed out his cheeks, becoming Heo couple flaunting scent. And around him, Heo Chung cursed internally. How annoying, what is Lady Hero doing at home? Opening the message window, he saw the words, "This person has not received any messages yet. Be the first to send a message." Heo Chung smiled. He sent her a line of message. "There are some undeniable things, loneliness, memories, and my heart for you." Konghua was still playing games at home. Suddenly, the screen showed, "You have a new notification." After reading the message, her face flushed. "This guy is spouting nonsense again." Seeing the drug-addled demon emoji, Konghua's anger flared. That unpleasant profile picture is no different from him, but she paused. She picked up her phone and slowly typed, "Could you do my laundry?" Heo Chung replied with a single word, "Okay." Konghua instinctively walked towards Heo Chung's door. She quickly glanced around. His things must be in the room. Konghua's attention was drawn to the object on the bedside table, holding the shoe in her hand. She asked herself, "Isn't this my straw sandal? Didn't he say he threw it away? It must be. This is the one I wore when I first came here and then changed. Is this guy a foot fetishist who even likes my straw sandals?" From Heo Chung's side, he was delighted to see the message he had sent. His face was full of happiness. "Lady Hero just offered to do my laundry." Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Chung-zi, Chung-zi." Jaejin ran over and threw his arm around his shoulder. "You go ahead, I'll come in the afternoon. I have something urgent to take care of." So Heo Chung was left alone. Then a song that seemed to pierce Heo Chung's heart began to play. "It's clearly a matter for three people, so why am I the only one left out?" Arriving at the class reunion, everyone greeted each other. "Heo Chung, you're here. Sit down. Where's Wang Jaejin? I thought you two were coming together." Poured a glass of beer and said, "He ran into his ex-girlfriend on the street and went off to reminisce with a cunning look on his face. He'll probably be late." Someone else replied, "Wow, that happens." Then other friends chimed in. "How can ordinary people like us understand the world of rich people? Long time no see, Chung-ah. What have you been doing lately?" Heo Chung burst out laughing. "I've just been cooped up at home." Someone sighed and lamented. "You're lucky to have so much free time. I've been busy as hell lately. And it's almost the end of the year, so I don't even have time to rest." Someone else interjected, "You think you're bad. I worked overtime all night yesterday, and now I'm dragging this body to drink with you guys." Someone teased. "Did you crawl here? Show us how you crawl later." Heo Chung's interest had long since faded. Joy has nothing to do with sorrow. "I just find these guys noisy." Heo Chung went to a corner, sighing boredly. Heo Chung's gaze unconsciously swept over the people around him. "They are all in a world where I no longer belong. It's boring. I miss my little cat maiden." Konghua finished her meal. Heo Chung stood up ready to leave. A friend asked, "You seem in a bad mood today. What's wrong? You're not usually like this." He smiled and explained, "Maybe I'm just a bit tired lately." Someone ran over and wrapped an arm around his neck, saying, "Let's go to karaoke and have some fun." Heo Chung refused this time. "You guys go first. I'm a bit drunk and need to sober up." The person heard and left. "All right." The smile disappeared from Heo Chung's lips. He saw them happily drinking, beer bottles strewn on the floor, a very relaxed atmosphere of entertainment. Heo Chung put his hands in his pockets and thought differently. Acting like a clown like this. So what? He placed his hand on the doorknob, opened it, and left immediately. Why did I used to like these gatherings? Heo Chung stood alone outside, feeling lonely. He raised his hand as if to reach for the warm sunlight. "I must have changed, thanks to Konghua. She's like an alien meteorite, grinding away my former stagnant life into nothingness." Suddenly, Heo Chung received a message from Jaejin. "Class reunion's over. The promise breaker Wang Jaejin is calling me again." Only screams were heard. "Help me, Chung-zi." 30 minutes later, he quickly went to the hotel. With 2 bags of items in hand, he knocked on the door. A person inside slightly opened the door. Jaejin waved his hand like a pale-faced monkey. "I've been waiting for you. Hurry up and come in." Heo Chung looked at his friend helplessly. "What's wrong? Did your ex-girlfriend scam you and extort you?" He changed his clothes and explained, "I was too careless. At first I thought we could rekindle our old flame, so I followed her all the way here. She told me to wash up first. When I came out, she had taken my clothes and disappeared. Who knows when she'll return them. Luckily, I still have my phone and wallet." Heo Chung looked at him languidly. "Is that all?" Jaejin angrily raised his voice. "What do you mean, is that all? That woman is really malicious. I was completely humiliated." He leaned back in his chair and said, "It's a good thing you weren't extorted for money. When you screamed for help, I thought you had been captured." Jaejin adjusted his belt and shook his head. "Stop, if you say any more I'll get depressed. We had a karaoke appointment this afternoon. Let's go together." Heo Chung quietly looked at his friend and leaned back on the bed and said, "You go alone, I don't want to, I don't like noisy gatherings anymore. I haven't been out much in the past 6 months either." Jaejin continued to pull him. "You're just talking nonsense from drinking too much, a few songs will make you feel better." Heo Chung firmly refused, his voice was serious. "I really don't want to go. From now on I'll just have occasional meals with our close friends." His eyes sank. He missed the little lady at home. What's with all these booze-soaked parties? Wouldn't it be better to buy a pound of pork ribs to grill for Konghua with that money? "I don't want to party anymore, I just want a stable life." Heo Chung covered his face and waved his hand to dismiss him. "Jaejin, go, I'll enjoy peace and quiet here." He put on his outer clothes and said again, "All right, I'll go sober up then." The room is booked until the afternoon. Heo Chung was left alone in the room. Living a peaceful daily life is truly different from partying all night. It's true that chopsticks always need a pair and loners get nothing. I trick Konghua into being my wife every day. But am I truly qualified to be a husband? I never realized the word marriage was so heavy. Staggering, he put on his slippers. Heo Chung deliberately slurred his words, trying to get Konghua to help him up. "When the universe turns, my destiny is also set. Whether it's destiny or not, it's up to you. But you are truly a fragile soul." She furrowed her brow and chided him for drinking again. Suddenly he lifted her chin and teased, "What a truly lovely lady." Konghua, embarrassed, pushed him onto the bed. She pinched her nose and questioned, "You drank so much?" Heo Chung grinned and explained, "I seem to have overdone it a bit, but don't worry, I'm not drunk, I guarantee it." Then he placed a bag containing something on the table. Konghua's eyes widened with curiosity. "What's this?" Heo Chung's slurred voice echoed again. "Let me tell you, once you cook all these pork ribs, they'll be a very delicious meal." Konghua was overjoyed. "Then I'll cook them tomorrow. For now I'll put them in the fridge." "Lady, why aren't you going to bed?" Heo Chung lay down, affectionately hugging Dong-ah. "A little rest and he'd be fine." The clock passed 2 p.m. and Konghua was still working at the computer. Heo Chung, in a deep sleep, was awakened by a voice calling, "Chung, Heo Chung, what's Jin Ping Shuangyan?" Hearing this name, Heo Chung's eyes snapped open. He flew like lightning, grabbed the mouse, clicked repeatedly, then pressed permanently delete. "Done, it's gone." Konghua looked at his strange behavior, puzzled, and asked, "Why did you delete it?" Heo Chung made up an excuse, saying that the movie dealt with reincarnation and karma and she wouldn't understand it now. "We can watch it together later." Privately, he thought that he hadn't expected Konghua to learn how to view download history. Despite his explanation, Konghua continued to press, "You could have just told me not to watch it. Why delete it?" Heo Chung scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "I just hid it. I can retrieve it if we want to watch it later." After finishing, he let out a sigh of relief. "It's getting harder and harder to deceive Lady Hero." As night deepened, Konghua turned on the lamp. Heo Chung had fallen asleep. Instead of simply resting his eyes, he was completely out. She covered him with a blanket, and in her mind she recalled the earlier scene. She gently lifted Heo Chung's chin and he furrowed his brow, almost waking up. Startled, Konghua quickly backed away. She hurried off. "Time to prepare dinner." Heo Chung's eyelids twitched slightly. "How long have I been asleep? My head hurts a bit." He sat up abruptly and rubbed his head. Konghua's voice reached him. "You're awake? I made some porridge in the kitchen in case you were too drunk to eat." Seeing the blanket draped over him, smiled. Not only had she cooked porridge, but she'd also covered him with a blanket. Heo Chung walked past Konghua and a comedy was playing on the screen. Konghua stared intently at the screen. Konghua suddenly spoke. "Farewell, my concubine tells an old story. It's from a very long time ago, but I believe the characters, the customs, and the timeless masterpiece in the movie will move you. Some things are bound to change with time." A hint of sadness flickered in Konghua's eyes. "Times have changed. Then master's teachings must also be outdated." Konghua stood in the bathroom in front of the shower. Lost in thought, outside, Heo Chung, curious, peered at her computer. He hastily chased Dong-ah off the chair. "Lady Hero's reaction isn't normal. I hope she isn't having strange thoughts. Should I check her search history?" "Oh no, she learned how to clear her browser history." Konghua pushed the door open with her hand. Her hair was drenched. Fresh out of the shower, Konghua looked as if she had a filter applied. "I've finished washing." Heo Chung stared at her blankly for a long time, even following her every movement with his eyes. Seeing Konghua sit at the table and pick up the hairdryer, Heo Chung, blushing, suggested, "If your punch hadn't killed me, I would have committed a crime just now." Konghua dried her hair and said, "If I were a fragile woman, what would you have done when we first met?" Hearing this, he imagined the scenario and replied, "I would have called security and asked them to take you home. If you hadn't smashed that big TV, I would have thought you were a delusional cosplayer." Konghua questioned him in a serious tone, "Were you trying to do something illegal?" Heo Chung reacted fiercely, "I'm not a criminal." Secretly, he marveled that few fools would dare to commit such acts with such severe penalties. Then he sat down and let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with many thoughts. A fitting proverb for the current situation would be, "Meeting someone for the first time is due to fate from a previous life, and meeting Konghua is destiny." Time flowed peacefully and suddenly Heo Chung spoke. "What kind of person do you think I am now?" Hearing the question, Konghua's pupils contracted. She turned off the hairdryer and said, "I don't know." He turned his head and teased her. "I thought you'd say you felt nothing. Compared to your former wandering life, isn't living stably now much better?" Konghua's face flushed and she smiled. "It's truly the best." Heo Chung leaned his head back against the chair, his eyes half closed. "But compared to others, my life is still too monotonous. As you learn more about this place and become a modern person like me, you'll realize the modern world is very interesting. I'm just an ordinary person." Before he could finish, he received no reply. Heo Chung asked curiously. Don't you have anything to say? She turned her head blankly. What is there for me to say? Heo Chung looked up and gazed into the distance. You might feel that living like this is enough for now, but in the grand scheme of things this is just a small chapter. Right now I have nothing but my looks, and if I trick you into marrying me, I'll be ruining countless possibilities for you to live a better life. That's too selfish. Kong Hua tilted her head and looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? I'm alone and know no one. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't even be able to be an ordinary person. Why are you suddenly saying such things? She saw him lower his head and had a question mark above her head. Heo Chung covered his flushed face with his hand. I always wanted to tell you I like you, but when I think about living together, I don't know if it's embarrassment or fear. I've realized lately that I've become bolder than before, and I feel I need to be more careful with this issue. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I make a mistake, the consequences will be irreversible. Heo Chung thought to himself, I don't know whether to trick her into marrying me or use every means possible. Kong Hua felt embarrassed by these few words. This guy is looking at my shoes again. Heo Chung sighed and shouted, every time I have strange thoughts, the spot where you headbutted me hurts, and if it continues like this I might suffer internal injuries. I brought this upon myself. Suddenly a dangerous thought crossed his mind. Should I try to trick her into erasing this spot? After that, Heo Chung boldly spoke, it wouldn't be too much to ask Lady Hero to take responsibility and soothe the wound. Kong Hua furrowed her brow, puzzled. Does it hurt a lot? He replied very seriously. It hurts a lot. You know how strong you are. It felt like being hit by an ox. Then she obediently approached and sat beside him. At this close distance his heart pounded. Here, he nodded. Yes. Kong Hua gently rubbed Heo Chung's chest. He shivered with pleasure. Without force, even these hands are soft. The two sat like that for a long time, and suddenly Heo Chung smiled and said something strange. The ancients said that encounters in this life are due to fate from past lives. Every collision is a destiny set since ancient times, which is why you were able to return on a rainy day as if by fate. Heo Chung met Kong Hua on that day. He muttered to himself, it wouldn't be strange to say you finally arrived. Earlier you asked what would have happened if you were a fragile woman. I'm certain the outcome then would have been completely different from reality now. Kong Hua looked at him blankly. She lowered her head slightly and muttered, so you won't try to trick me anymore? Her two fingers awkwardly intertwined. Heo Chung stared at her blankly. Kong Hua asked anxiously, did I speak too bluntly? Hearing this, he merely covered his head. It's not about being blunt or not. First, erase the word trick from your mind. He let out a light sigh inwardly. After thinking all day, realizing my impulsiveness, considering the future and my family, and racking my brains to come up with excuses for my parents in case her small body gets hurt by some chance, after all this effort, I can't just let it go. I should take this opportunity to hold her in my arms. With this thought, Heo Chung bravely put his arm around Kong Hua's shoulder. Seeing his trembling hand, she asked with wide eyes, what's wrong? Martial artists are accustomed to sitting upright, making it very difficult to move them. At this moment, the atmosphere between them was very awkward. Heo Chung quickly shook off that feeling. He opened his mouth. Nothing, it's late. I'm going to wash up. After speaking, Heo Chung went into his room and slammed the door shut. Kong Hua sat outside, her face already red, thinking to herself, should I have let him embrace me? Heo Chung was the same inside. He showered, thinking to himself with satisfaction, almost there. If she had no interest in me whatsoever, she wouldn't have allowed such intimate contact. After showering, Heo Chung leisurely came out. Seeing Kong Hua still sitting at the computer desk, he asked curiously, Heo Chung, it's already so late, aren't you going to sleep yet? She replied softly, I'll check a few things in the game and then sleep. Seeing that, Heo Chung also reassured himself. The previous atmosphere was gone, so I should quietly do my work as soon as he turned on the computer, he thought. Skyscrapers don't rise on their own. They are always built with accumulated effort and money, so I'll take this opportunity to write a review of Farewell My Concubine and hone my film criticism skills. Suddenly, Heo Chung's face froze. Kong Hua had approached him, standing right behind his back. This lady always teases me but doesn't let me get close, truly cruel. Kong Hua asked curiously, why are you doing this? Heo Chung replied with a cold expression, if I do well I earn money, and if not, it's better than just sitting around doing nothing. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled. I can earn money? Can I do it too? But the suggestion was quickly rejected. No, you haven't received a proper education in this era. You might see a lot but you won't know how to express it. Just like you can't explain why you like me. Hit where it hurt, Kong Hua shouted in anger. I don't like you. At this moment, Heo Chung was unusually serious. Then tell me, what did you think after watching Farewell My Concubine? That times have changed today. Master will teach you. Whether in plays or in reality, the protagonists always suffer for love. You can't grasp the inner world of the characters, so you can't see the value of the movie, let alone its deeper meaning. That's why I told you to read more books and watch more movies. That way your knowledge and mind will naturally expand. Do you like reading books? To his sudden question, Kong Hua replied with uncertainty. Maybe. Seeing that, Heo Chung continued, then guess who likes watching you? He said with a slight blush, can I hug you? Seeing that, Kong Hua became defensive. Why are you suddenly trying to hug me? Heo Chung immediately replied, just make me feel better. Silence means consent. At this moment, Kong Hua's face was also bright red, too embarrassed to speak properly. Seeing that, Heo Chung embraced her. The cat caught in between meowed angrily. I've already said it, I want you, and for your sake I will be a gentleman who takes responsibility for our home. After speaking, he slowly released Konghua, lightly taking her hand. Go to bed early, good night. With that, Heo Chung also left, leaving Konghua alone there. She mumbled to herself good night. The next day, Heo Chung's bank cards were spread out on the floor. He rested his face in his hand, furrowing his brow in thought. The money I saved up penny by penny since college is quite a sum. Thanks to Konghua, I've been thinking about marriage lately, and I put a large sum into the stock market a few months ago. Luckily, I avoided the winter downturn. Apart from losing a few thousand yuan on the investment, videos earn me about 2,000 to 6,000 yuan a month, which is too unstable. Film reviews are still building an audience, so they're not earning anything yet. If I really want to take it seriously, I'll need to increase the speed and quantity of reviews. And then there's the competition for attention. Looking back, what my father said was right. I've been drifting along until now. It's easy to get lazy and not put in effort when you're not truly hungry. Working hard doesn't guarantee success, but not working hard usually leads to an easier life. In less than 3 months, Konghua will probably be fully integrated into society. If I'm still this idle by then, I'll have to find a job, just as my father said. At this moment, Konghua approached, interrupting Heo Chung's train of thought. Dinner's almost ready. Set the table, he asked with a bright smile. The pork ribs smell good. When should I bring my parents over to eat with us? She replied politely, yes. The very next moment, she noticed the cards on the table. What are these cards? Heo Chung immediately replied. Bank cards used to store money. Use this one for now until you get your own, Konghua asked blankly. But I have WeChat Pay, he explained to her. The two are a bit different. I'll explain later. I'll give you some New Year's money, put it in here. Give me your phone and I'll link it to your WeChat account. The two then prepared to go out. Donghua saw them and came over meowing. Heo Chung asked excitedly, do you want to go for a walk too, Donghua? Wait, I'll get your leash. True to his word, Donghua was soon leashed. The three of them strolled down the street. Heo Chung looked around and thought to himself, decorations are up, it's almost New Year's, how time flies. This will be Lady Hero's first New Year, so I'll have to get her a truly memorable gift. Suddenly, Donghua stopped walking and sat down. Konghua, puzzled, spoke. Why is he doing that? Heo Chung crouched down, gently stroked its head and explained to her. I told you I picked him up on the street before, right next to a trash can nearby. He probably thinks I'm going to abandon him here again, that's why he doesn't want to go that way. Konghua said nothing, simply picked Donghua up in her arms and turned to leave. Then let's not go that way. They walked hand in hand, and to break the silence, Konghua spoke. Do you like picking things up from the street? He replied indifferently. Only what I like. Seeing the children playing ahead, those images flashed through Konghua's mind. She stopped abruptly and became lost in thought. Everything before my eyes was as peaceful as a dream. At this moment, Heo Chung suddenly called out, startling her. Oh, isn't that Aunt Young's granddaughter? This child dressed in yellow was So Yan. Heo Chung also called out So Yan. The child, seeing him, was extremely happy and ran to embrace Heo Chung. Brother Heo Chung, he too happily spread his arms. So Yan, you've grown taller. At this moment, So Yan also noticed Konghua, and seeing that, Heo Chung quickly introduced her. This is Sister Konghua. So Yan replied politely, hello sister. Konghua was a little surprised but quickly replied, hello. So Yan turned her head to look down at Donghua, asking curiously, is this Donghua? When I saw him last time he was so small, but now he's really fat. The two talked happily. So Yan, you should eat a lot like Donghua. I don't want to be fat. Right, our So Yan isn't fat. Sister Konghua will let you play with Donghua. Then the child took Donghua to introduce him to her friends. Heo Chung suddenly spoke, all the neighbors here are great like Aunt Young. Although she's a bit nosy, she's very kind and friendly. When I was locked out of the house as a child, she always invited me in to play and waited until my family picked me up. Later, I moved away with my parents and then came back to live alone in this old apartment during college. This neighborhood is full of my childhood memories. Konghua listened and asked, sounding confused, is there a reason you introduced me to So Yan? Heo Chung frowned and asked her back, isn't she cute? Konghua was a bit flustered. She is cute, but just because she's cute? Heo Chung replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I want you to get to know more people. Otherwise life would be too boring. Konghua continued innocently. I thought you had some ulterior motive. At this moment, So Yan returned to them, excitedly asking Sister Konghua. Sister Konghua, is Brother Heo Chung your boyfriend? Heo Chung immediately teased the child. Do you even know what a boyfriend is at your age? Feeling insulted, So Yan huffed in anger. Of course I do, he continued to tease the child. Oh, then explain it to everyone. So Yan's voice trembled slightly as she said, a girlfriend is a girlfriend. Hearing such a silly answer, Heo Chung laughed amusingly. So Yan is really too cute, the child pouted and shouted. Brother Heo Chung, I hate you, I'm not playing with you. A girlfriend is a female friend like a sister. Hearing this, Konghua, who was beside them, could no longer contain her anger. She too had once been deceived by this fellow. Heo Chung raised his hand to stroke So Yan's head, saying gently, if you want to play with Donghua, come over anytime and play with Sister Konghua too. Strange, Heo Chung's expression suddenly turned serious. I think I'm becoming a hand fetishist. Konghua still didn't understand. What does that mean? He replied nonchalantly. It means I really like hands, Konghua replied with displeasure. You've always been like that. Heo Chung continued seriously. You'll understand later. My liking for hands is still constrained, otherwise I would have shown her what a true pervert is. By this time it was already dark and they had returned home. Tang Family Fist primarily uses bare hands, focusing on speed and vital point attacks. If an opponent's weakness is found, a single strike must be fatal. Looking at your palm, I haven't learned anything yet. Don't demonstrate on my body, Kong Hua seriously instructed Heo Chung. First, you must practice your stance and engrave the use of fists in your mind. Then, finding the opponent's weak points will become second nature. He screamed internally, I couldn't avoid martial arts after all. Suddenly, there was a knock at their door. Heo Chung slightly opened the door and asked, Who is it? So Yan excitedly replied, Brother Heo Chung, I came to play with Dong Ah. Seeing the child holding a book and notebook in her hand, Heo Chung immediately started teasing her. Came to play, so why did you bring your homework? So Yan replied cheerfully, Grandma said I'm here to do my homework. Then the child ran to Kong Hua. Hello, Sister Kong Hua. She was a little flustered. Hello, So-Ian. Then So-Ian changed the subject. Where's Dong-Ah brother Heo Chung? Heo Chung replied happily. He's sleeping soundly on the sofa. So-Ian went to the sofa and picked up Dong-Ah, who was displeased. Wake up, Dong-Ah, you need to go on a diet, you fatty. The two behind them were still diligently reading. Heo Chung looked at So-Ian's notebook, his face darkening as he thought. She hasn't written a single word, cleaner than my relationship with Kong Hua. Then he approached the child. Since you brought it, you should do your homework. You can do it with Dong-Ah, So-Ian immediately replied, but Dong-Ah doesn't know how to read. Then Heo Chung continued, if you teach him he will. Hearing that, So-Ian actually believed him. Oh right, after that, the child sat at the desk and diligently did her homework. At this moment, Kong Hua also noticed So-Ian, who was exhausted by the pile of homework. First floor to third floor, 30 seconds, third floor to 10th floor. Then Heo Chung also spoke, encouraging the child, So-Ian, take a look at your Korean homework. You can probably understand the words there, maybe you can even answer a few questions. Hearing that, So-Yeon raised her hand and said, Brother Heo Chung, I've solved all the easy problems, but I'm stuck on the rest. Hearing that, he said, let's see what problems they are. At this moment, Kong Hua was also secretly peeking at them. Picking up a book from the desk to hide her peeking, in her mind she recalled old memories. Looking at Heo Chung now, he reminds me of the village accountant who taught me to read when I was little. But Heo Chung doesn't sigh, and he knows much more than that old bookworm. Over here. Heo Chung picked up his phone to check the time and said, it's too late. So Eon, do you want to have dinner here before you go home? So Eon innocently asked back, is it that late already? Heo Chung didn't answer the child and instead asked Kong Hua, can you take this child home later? It's just upstairs. She, hearing that, was surprised and asked back, me? A moment later they saw So Eon off at the door. The child turned back and said confidently, it's just a few floors up. I won't get lost. Heo Chung didn't let So Eon say anything more but took Kong Hua's hand and So Eon's hand, gripping them tightly together. Aren't you afraid of falling down the stairs? Hold Sister Kong Hua's hand tightly. A moment later the child arrived home. Grandma, I'm home, please open the door. A voice came from inside. Coming. Seeing Kong Hua, the grandmother seemed surprised. Student, she quickly explained, I came to take So-Eon home. Hearing that, the grandmother smiled kindly. I'm sorry it was troublesome. So-Eon also excitedly showed off her homework to her grandmother. Look, Grandma, I finished all my homework today. Hearing that, her grandmother said, ask Brother Heo Chung to help you with your homework often. If Mom sees you haven't done your homework, she won't let you come here to play anymore. Now thank your sister, So-Eon said politely. Thank you, sister. See you next time. Upon returning to the room, Heo Chung looked at Kong Hua and spoke, I finished showering. You should also hurry up and shower and go to bed early. Tomorrow we need to go buy things for the new year, she asked back, unable to understand. Buy things outside? Seeing that, he immediately replied, then where else would you buy them? In the room. Enough, go shower. Hearing this perfunctory reply, Kong Hua was extremely angry and turned away without a word. Heo Chung suddenly spoke. Later I'm going to make some noodles with pork ribs. Want some? Hearing that, Kong Hua turned back and asked, didn't I eat dinner earlier? At that question, he immediately replied, no, I just get hungry quickly and want something to snack on. It's a late night snack. Hearing this, Kong Hua's mouth watered. I want some too. A moment later, a delicious bowl of noodles appeared. Kong Hua's eyes sparkled at the food before her. Heo Chung said, try it. The pork rib broth is really fragrant. Then he gave her a few cloves of garlic. Don't forget to eat the garlic too. Kong Hua saw the shimmering noodles and soon the bowl was empty in an instant, but Kong Hua rubbed her small belly and said, I'm still a little hungry. Heo Chung cleared the bowl and replied, eat more tomorrow. It's not good to eat a lot late at night. You'll get fat like Dong-Ah. Hearing that, she shouted in anger, I'm not fat like Dong-Ah, I'm hungry because I just showered. She walked a little further, but Heo Chung didn't forget to tease her. Touch your belly and see if it's bulging. If it's not, I'll make you another bowl. If it is, then no. She did as told. Kong Hua lowered her hand and rubbed her small belly, thinking, it really is bulging, and said, then I won't eat. It's not because my belly is bulging. Heo Chung quickly seized the opportunity to exploit her. Then I'll have to touch it to believe you. But Kong Hua's eyes couldn't be fooled. She immediately judged. You're just using that as an excuse to touch me. He continued to defend his actions, thinking that isn't illegal. At this moment, Heo Chung became serious again. Late night snacks are over. Go to bed early. Good night, good night. 1 second after entering the room, he poked his head out again. Oh right, there's a saying, when you're warm and full you start having other thoughts. Since you've eaten well, don't sneak into my room and do anything naughty. At that, Kong Hua's face turned beet red with anger. Early the next morning the two went out together. Heo Chung looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "The weather is really nice today." They walked the familiar path every day. Seeing Uncle Joe, Heo Chung happily greeted him. "Hello Uncle Joe," he replied immediately. "New Year's is coming soon. Where are you two going?" Heo Chung smiled happily and said, "Yes, we're going to buy things for the new year." Uncle Joe, hearing that, exclaimed, "New Year's things, that's good." After chatting for a while, Heo Chung also left, not forgetting to turn back and remind Uncle Joe, "Uncle Joe, take care of your health and smoke less." He leisurely took a puff of his cigarette. "I'm an old man. If I don't smoke, there's no joy in life." They walked in silence like that. Suddenly, Heo Chung's gaze was fixed on a woman's legs walking down the street. Then he looked at Kong Hua's legs again. He whispered into her ear, "That woman is wearing sheer stockings. At a glance it looks like she's not wearing anything. Do you want to try wearing them too?" Kong Hua replied loudly and displeased, "No, I prefer cotton pants. Thick fabric is warmer. Aren't they cold dressed like that?" Heo Chung immediately replied, "Not at all. Those stockings are actually very thick and warm." After speaking, he held Kong Hua's hand tightly and continued walking. "We have a lot to do today. First, let's go get our hair done for the New Year preparations." At this moment, they stopped at a hair salon. Heo Chung spoke, "We'd both like a haircut, please." The hairdresser quickly replied, "Yes, come in." Kong Hua, sitting in the chair, seemed nervous. She kept asking, "Can I get bangs like your mother? Can I get bangs like your mother?" But that suggestion was quickly dismissed by Heo Chung. "No, just trim it a bit here and tidy up the edges and the nape of the neck. Just make it look neat." Hearing that, Kong Hua pouted in displeasure and the hairdresser began her professional snipping. Kong Hua's heart was also complicated. "I need to get used to it, get used to everything here. I can't avoid the hairdresser's hands." A moment later her hair seemed to be done. Heo Chung looked at Kong Hua's hair and thought, "Her hair's been thinned a bit and the edges are neat. She looks prettier than before." At this moment Kong Hua interrupted his thoughts and spoke, "Where are we going next?" He took her hand and said clearly, "Let's go to the shopping mall to buy some new clothes and new shoes for the new year. You should wear something new from head to toe. New year, new person." As soon as they left the hair salon they encountered a fierce dog. Heo Chung secretly judged, "Whose dog is this, running wild on the street without a leash? The owner is so irresponsible." Thinking that, he stepped in front of Kong Hua to shield her. "Avoid the dog. Let's cross the street and go around." She grabbed his wrist, frowned and asked, "Why are you doing that? If I kick it once, it'll die." "There's no need." Hearing this, Heo Chung was dumbfounded. "I almost forgot, this lady hero can kill people coldly, let alone a dog." She turned her wrist and approached the dog. "Since when do I have to bow down to a dog?" After speaking, she tightly closed her eyes. Then she opened her eyes ferociously. The dog, intimidated by Kong Hua's aura, trembled with fear. Heo Chung immediately spoke. "Did you scare it away with murderous intent?" Hearing that, she asked back, unable to understand. "What murderous intent? That dog knew it couldn't handle me, so it tucked its tail and ran away." Heo Chung immediately spoke in a teaching tone, "I'll let it slide this time, but don't do it again. You're not holding a sword to fight now, you're holding a knife to cook. Enjoy life." Suddenly he became a little suspicious. "Don't you miss the bloody days of the past?" She was silent for a moment. Then she raised her hand and lightly touched her hair. "If every day is this peaceful, there's no need to fight." Hearing that, Heo Chung also let out a sigh of relief. "You're right, so let's spend peaceful days together." Hearing this, Kong Hua's mind went blank and she thought, "I seem to have fallen into a trap." Heo Chung quickly changed the subject like a puppy. "Let's go quickly, there's a lot to buy. Let's go quickly, there's a lot to buy." After a long day, they returned home. "Finally home, I'm tired." Seeing Kong Hua still staring intently at the pile of things, Heo Chung spoke. "Don't just stand there staring, get some glue. Let's put up these couplets. Traditionally, families usually paste red paper with blessings on the walls for the new year." Heo Chung explained to Kong Hua as he put them up, "It's strange not to put these up for the new year. The house looks abandoned and there's no festive atmosphere at all." "How does it look?" she replied, displeased. "It's shorter than other houses, only 6 characters, so it doesn't look as imposing as others." Heo Chung frowned and asked back, "Why are you comparing the length?" "Longer is better." She opened her eyes wide and replied, "The longer the better." Hearing this, Heo Chung seemed to transform into a different person, and his single remark left Kong Hua speechless. Mrs. Young and So Eon passed by, saw them, and asked, "Are you putting up the New Year couplet so early?" Heo Chung seized the opportunity. "Yes, auntie, if you're not busy, could you take a picture for us?" She readily agreed to help. "All right, hold still. One more." Mrs. Young returned the phone to Heo Chung. She asked curiously, "Are you two spending the New Year here?" He smiled brightly and replied, "Where else would we spend it?" Hearing this, a whimsical thought crossed Mrs. Young's mind. "Spending the New Year at home? They'll be getting married soon." "All right, carry on then. So Eon, let's go out with auntie for a bit." So Eon politely bid them farewell. "Brother, sister, goodbye." After a long time of tidying everything up, they seemed almost done. Heo Chung lay stretched out on the sofa sighing, finally finished. Suddenly he seemed to be looking for something, and a moment later, Heo Chung pulled out his phone from his pants pocket and looked at the photo they had just taken. He then asked Kong Hua for food. "Just one bite." Hearing this, she handed it to him. "Here." But Heo Chung hoped she would feed him. He was met with her sharp gaze. She then flicked a piece into his mouth. Although she controlled her strength, it seemed to be of little use. Heo Chung was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, and he pouted, puffing out his cheeks, and took out a photo to look at it alone. It looked as if it had been taken a long time ago. Kong Hua looked at Heo Chung's expression and asked, unable to understand, "What are you smiling foolishly about?" He replied, "You're just too serious. Look, I put a 1991 style filter on it with Photoshop. I don't understand anything you're saying." A message was sent. I'm bringing Kong Hwa home, please teach her how to make dumplings. Early the next morning they were already at Heo Chung's house. Kong Hwa was learning how to make dumplings from Mrs. Heo. She asked curiously, "What do you two usually eat at home?" Kong Hwa replied casually, "For breakfast we usually eat porridge. Sometimes noodles too. For lunch and dinner we make a few simple dishes." Mrs. Heo asked back in surprise. "3 meals a day," she continued. "Sometimes even a late-night snack." Hearing this, Mrs. Heo thought to herself, "That Heo Chung always sleeps until lunchtime, but now he's getting up early and even eating breakfast. It's really different living with a girlfriend." Heo Chung and his father were leisurely cracking sunflower seeds outside the living room. Just then Jin-ho stopped by. "Uncle, the unit gave us some food and we couldn't finish it all, so I brought some to share with you." Heo Chung's eyes lit up at the sight of the food and he eagerly approached. "Jin-ho, no need to be so polite, let me see what you brought." He quickly turned and went elsewhere. Seeing Jin-ho, old man Heo's face flushed with anger. He thought to himself, "Look at that kid. Others get New Year's gifts from their unit, but our son hasn't even found a job yet." Heo Chung spoke on this side. "Jin-ho, I heard you got a girlfriend through a blind date. That was fast." Hearing this, he replied, "Fast my foot, we'll talk about that later. Today I just came to wish you two a happy new year." Seeing Jin-ho, Mrs. Heo smiled gently. "You brought so much, why don't you stay for dinner? Auntie made dumplings." He quickly refused the offer. "No, my father is also making dumplings at home, Auntie." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin-ho's gaze fixed on Kong Hwa, who was making dumplings. He approached and put his arm around Heo Chung's neck. "Come here," he frowned and whispered. "Come here, your girlfriend is making dumplings," he replied nonchalantly while eating. "Yeah, why?" Hearing this, Jin-ho praised him. "This kid, he's quite something. This kid, he's quite something." Before he could finish, Heo Chung stuffed an orange segment into his mouth. "Eat this orange." Jin-ho recalled that moment. He awkwardly met his girlfriend through a blind date. Heo Chung brings his girlfriend home and even cooks with her, but I'm still awkward with my girlfriend. I compare. Thinking that, he started to leave. Seeing this, Heo Chung asked curiously, "Leaving already, not going to pry any further?" He immediately said, "What's there to pry when you're making dumplings at home? I'm leaving. I'll be away from home all New Year, so when you have time, have a drink with my father." Heo Chung chuckled lightly and replied, "I would have anyway." As night deepened, the whole family gathered around the food. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Kong Hwa was very excited to taste dumplings for the first time. Mrs. Heo smiled kindly. "Eat as much as you like, make yourself at home." She felt sorry for Kong Hwa internally. "At first I thought Heo Chung was bluffing, but now I see this child is really pitiful. How much hardship she must have endured coming down from the mountain to Gangsung City alone." Kong Hwa didn't care about anyone and ate one plate after another. Mrs. Heo continued to think as she watched her. "So simple and eats so heartily." Old man Heo gnashed his teeth, displeased. "Is this rascal just bringing his girlfriend home to mooch off us?" Back in their apartment, Heo Chung spoke. "Do you know how to make dumplings now?" Kong Hwa zipped up her jacket and replied, "Roughly. I think I just need a little practice." Hearing that, he sat comfortably on the sofa. "In these northern regions you can't go without dumplings for the new year. Just like mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival," he added. "Not only are the eras different, but geographical locations also influence people's worldview, just as people in the south and north are different." Kong Hwa seemed uninterested. "Is that so?" This made Heo Chung a little flustered. "Yes. Do you want to know anything else?" She didn't pay attention, only thinking one thing. "This guy always spouts all sorts of lengthy explanations, then tries to hold my hand and hug me. Why isn't he doing it today?" Conversely, Heo Chung was thinking something similar. "Today the lady hero is a bit strange. She must be admiring my extensive knowledge." Thinking this, he excitedly announced, "I'm going to shower first." The bathroom door closed and the sound of rushing water echoed outside. Kong Hwa was typing on the keyboard. She was searching for classic costume drama kissing scenes compilation. Without hesitation, Kong Hwa clicked and watched immediately. It was a scene of two people kissing. Kong Hwa watched for a moment. Then her face turned red. She trembled, unable to bear it. Her mind was filled with kissing scenes. Shameless. Truly shameless. Just then, Heo Chung also came out. He approached her out of habit. "I'm done showering, you should go shower too." Kong Hwa's eyes slightly lowered. She stole a glance at him. I'll shower later." Heo Chung was about to say something but didn't. He only saw Kong Hwa nervously lower her head at this moment. Heo Chung focused on the computer screen. He thought to himself, "Does she like watching the news?" Suddenly, Kong Hwa's voice dropped. "I'm not washing my hair today." Heo Chung didn't pay much attention. Then I'll go to work." Saying that, he immediately put it into action. He took out his laptop and went outside. A moment later, the clock read past 11:30 p.m. Heo Chung yawned tiredly. He stumbled into the room. "I'm going to bed, good night." Kong Hwa didn't look at him. "Good night." After that, there was only the cold sound of the door closing. Kong Hwa outside frowned and pouted. She felt a little empty. "He didn't even hold my hand before sleeping. He didn't even hold my hand before sleeping." Suddenly, Heo Chung opened the door and shouted, "It's late. Aren't you going to shower yet?" Kong Hwa was startled and flustered. She then averted her gaze. "I'll go wash my hair." "Yes, what did you say?" Hearing this, Heo Chung suggested. "Shall I dry your hair for you?" She jumped up and refused. No need. After that, the bathroom light turned on. A moment later, Kong Hwa came out with her hair soaking wet. Heo Chung had already prepared the hairdryer. He gently dried her hair. The surroundings gradually fell silent. This made Kong Hwa unable to bear it. She immediately asked, "Weren't you very talkative before? Why are you so quiet now?" Heo Chung replied nonchalantly, "I only speak when there's something to say. Right now there's nothing to say." "Yes, that's right. If you want me to dry your hair, just say so. How would I know? No need to be shy in front of me." Kong Hua's heart was already screaming, that's not what I wanted to hear. Never mind, he'll try to trick me again later anyway. The next day, Kong Hua was preparing chicken salad. She was busy in the kitchen and her phone displayed the recipe. Suddenly, Kong Hua spoke softly. I think I've become a modern person. Since your parents didn't look at me strangely yesterday, I think I can hide my identity now. Heo Chung looked bewildered. Hide your identity to do what? All sorts of imaginings popped into his head. Is she still secretly planning to leave? Kong Hua's face flushed with warmth. I just meant your family is very nice and I enjoyed having dinner with them. Chapter 77. Heo Chung busily cleaned, getting rid of the old and bringing in the new. In an instant everything sparkled. He looked at Kong Hua's back and thought to himself, this is Kong Hua's first new year here. She's probably feeling reborn. He still had one question. Why did she say she had become a modern person? I wish she hadn't cleared her search history. Suddenly Kong Hua's gaze stopped at a website. She pointed to it and asked him, what's this? Heo Chung feigned knowledge and said, this person is making money through streaming. If there are viewers. Hearing this, Kong Hua excitedly said, that's amazing, can I do it too? But her enthusiasm was dampened by him. No, Kong Hua naturally cut him off. Your identity is still a sensitive issue. She looked at the screen again. I looked it up, you can buy fake ID cards from far away. Heo Chung shook his head seriously. No, it's best to stay quiet. We shouldn't break the law. We need to get an ID card through legitimate means. Hearing this, she asked back curiously, is there really a legitimate way? He leisurely walked to a chair and sat down. Once you adapt to this world, there will naturally be a way. Kong Hua didn't say anything more, just hummed softly. Heo Chung looked at her with gentle eyes. Although he pretended not to care, Kong Hua was growing day by day. She used to just listen to my lectures obediently, but now she can debate with me. As dusk fell, Kong Hua put on an apron and asked, tonight I'll make chive and lamb dumplings. Heo Chung cheered from the side, go for it, girl. After speaking, he secretly slipped into the living room, transforming into a bad guy. I need to check her search history now. Maybe she forgot to delete it. His eyes were full of anticipation, but a cold sensation emanated from behind him. So you really were snooping. Heo Chung turned back in surprise, but Kong Hua was still standing in the kitchen. The search history was displayed on the screen. This almost froze Heo Chung. He decided to compose himself. He ran into the kitchen and transformed into a kitten. How are the dumplings coming along? Kong Hua replied calmly. Still making them, he thought to himself. Turns out I was wrong. This girl has learned how to test me. Heo Chung suggested, you just season the filling, I'll mix it. She nodded in agreement. All right. Heo Chung diligently mixed the dough and Kong Hua looked at him. Then her cheeks flushed. I wish this life could continue. On New Year's afternoon, Kong Hua and Heo Chung were neatly dressed. The two walked and then stopped. Uncle Jin saw them and was delighted. He was walking Shangpa. Are you taking your girlfriend home for a family meal today? Heo Chung nodded and replied, yes, Uncle Jin, I'll visit you later. Later, let's have some hot pot. Hearing this, Uncle Jin waved his hand. I'll boil the water. Jin Ho is on duty and can't come back, so Auntie and I are eating alone. Go quickly, your parents must be waiting. Kong Hua's eyes were fixed on Shangpa, who also sparkled with excitement. After that, they bid each other farewell. Heo Chung turned to Kong Hua and smiled. Do you like dogs? If you do, let's get one. She quickly refused. Such a big dog eats too much, so no, he whispered in her ear. People keep dogs for fun like Uncle Jin. It's less lonely to have a companion. Kong Hua reminded him. We have Dalna. He almost forgot. Oh right, we have Dalna. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed as he looked at her. She said we. A moment later, they went to Heo Chung's parents' apartment. He saw a gift box in the corner of the wall. Jin Ho's fruit box hasn't been opened, it's passion fruit. Heo Chung immediately cut it and offered it to the whole family. He handed a piece to old man Heo. It's delicious and good for your skin. Try one, father, he frowned and snapped. What does this old man need to get prettier for? He still grumbled as he distributed them one by one. Have a piece, everyone. Kong Hua received it with both hands and the three of them tasted it together. Heo Chung was slightly expectant. Is it delicious? Old man Heo frowned. So, Mrs. Heo hinted. You'll know if you try it yourself. Seeing the expressions of the three, Heo Chung thought to himself, it must not be delicious. I should give up. Then he was about to put it on the table but laughed loudly. Eat a lot, everyone. Eat and get pretty. But he was threatened by 3 pairs of murderous eyes. Heo Chung, with tears in his eyes, had no choice but to eat it. I have to eat it too. Why did my hands have to be so active? Why did I open that box? Baidu Encyclopedia. Mrs. Heo said, on New Year's Eve we bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. As we grow a year older, let's all raise a toast to the new year. Old man Heo popped open the bottle with a loud sound. The wine was reddish yellow. He cleared his throat. Another year has passed. This year is a bit different from previous years. Heo Chung has also grown up. In short, I hope this year is smoother than last year. May everything go well. The 4 of them toasted together. During the meal, Mrs. Heo started a story. When Heo Chung was little, he was very mischievous. Once, when I was cooking, he stole a piece of meat and went to show it off to Jin Ho. But he dropped it on the street and a dog from some house ran off with it. Heo Chung's face flushed with embarrassment. Mom, why are you suddenly bringing that up? She teased him. Can't Mom talk about it? Heo Chung made a plausible excuse. It's New Year's, why are you bringing up old stories, Mom? Mrs. Heo still didn't let up. Why not? The story's not over yet. Then the 2 rascals tried to snatch the piece of meat back from the dog's mouth. She listened to the story with a smile. Mom, Kong Hua is here too. A moment later, the meal was also over. Kong Hua helped Mrs. Heo clear the dishes. At that moment, old man Heo called him from behind the door. Come here. Heo Chung followed his father into the room. Seeing him rummaging for something, he asked, "What's going on? Why are you being so secretive?" Old man Heo secretly handed him an item. "Give me your hand, keep it safe. Don't open it until you get home." He was slightly surprised by the box in his hand. "What is this, New Year's money? It doesn't look like there's much inside." As soon as he finished speaking, his father kicked him out the door. "You'll know when you open it." Having finished their preparations, Heo Chung spoke, "We'll be leaving now." Kong Hua obediently bowed her head. "Bye, auntie, uncle." Mrs. Heo smiled. "Be careful on your way." On a winter night at the end of the year, Kong Hua and Heo Chung walked hand in hand down the street. "Let's stop by Uncle Jin's place for a bit. You don't need to be too formal there. Imagine you're a modern person and practice your conversation skills. Anything you say is fine. Uncle Jin will forget it after a few drinks and a nap." She exhaled a white mist and sighed. "Understood." Heo Chung looked at her a little worried. "Why does Lady Hero seem a bit slower than usual? Is she drunk?" "No, it can't be. She only had half a glass of red wine." He took out the box he had just received to see what his father had given him. He mumbled to himself, "The two of them are getting ahead of themselves again. It's still a long way off." Kong Hua stared intently at the item in his hand. "What's that?" Heo Chung blushed and quickly turned away. "It's a balloon. You can inflate it to make it big, but it's useless now." She asked out of habit, "Will it be useful later?" Heo Chung hesitated and said softly, "Maybe." The lovey-dovey couple stopped in front of Uncle Jin's house. "Uncle Jin, we're here. Happy New Year." He laughed loudly. "Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Come in, sit down." Heo Chung untied his scarf and looked inside. "Jin Ho is always busy, uncle. Why don't you find someone else to talk to?" Uncle Jin sat on a chair. "Where would I find someone now who would even be interested in me?" He quickly approached and joked. "You never know, look for someone in their prime when the 60 and 70-year-olds are doing their health exercises." He poured a glass of water and nodded. "All right, you're quite a joker." After speaking, Uncle Jin turned to Kong Hua and said, "Isn't it boring talking to an old man like me?" She was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, Uncle Jin didn't ask further. After taking a sip of water, he began to ask the question that countless people ask. "Since you two have spent the new year at your parents' house, when are you getting married?" Heo Chung's gaze was slightly unfocused. "We haven't thought about it yet, later." Uncle Jin spoke to Kong Hua again. "Are you from Gangsung?" Heo Chung quickly nodded and signaled. "Yes." Kong Hua thought to herself, "I need to practice conversation." "No, I'm from Zhejiang." Hearing that, he happily recalled, "Ah, that's a very nice place. I was there many years ago too. I stayed for half a month and it rained day and night." "Did you come to Gangsung to study?" Kong Hua was still unnatural. "No, for work." Uncle Jin tilted his head, curious. "You're still young at this age," she replied mechanically. "I didn't go to school." He nodded. "All right, that's good too. Let this kid take good care of you." Kong Hua's heart fluttered. "Yes." Uncle Jin leaned back in his chair. "In the blink of an eye, this kid is starting a family. Time flies." Heo Chung mentioned Jin Ho. "Jin Ho is also dating now, right? You'll be like that soon too, uncle." He waved his hand and shook his head. "I haven't even seen his girlfriend's face yet. There's no photo, so I'd think he's dating a ghost." Kong Hua watched the two of them talk. "I think it's fine just being in a relationship. You can't rush these things. I'm taking my time too." On the broadcast, the host began to read a New Year's message. "An unforgettable night, an unforgettable night. Wherever you are, please accept our blessings. On the most important day of the Chinese nation, we wish you all a happy new year. On the most important day of the Chinese nation, we wish you all a happy new year." Kong Hua's hands gently rubbed together. Something felt strange, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The two returned late at night. Heo Chung raised his head and exhaled a white mist. He quietly asked her, "Did you feel it at Uncle Jin's house, the distance between you and modern people?" Kong Hua was a little sad. "How am I different?" He smiled and sighed and took her hand. He said something meaningful. "It's better for you to realize it yourself than for me to tell you directly." Kong Hua intertwined her fingers with his. Her eyes trembled slightly. "I like this life. I want to rely on this person." Heo Chung switched the TV to the New Year's program. He slumped into a chair, breathing out and muttering, "I can catch the end of the New Year's program. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Don't forget to wear new clothes, those clothes we bought a few days ago." Kong Hua didn't hear him at this moment. In her mind, she was repeating benefactor, Deng Tuozi feelings, life. Then she turned to look at him like a puppy. Suddenly she jumped up and went inside. "Why is she like this today?" Heo Chung waited for a long time, then turned his gaze towards the source of the noise. "What is she looking for in the kitchen? Ah, I'm curious. What's going on?" Kong Hua appeared, holding a damp wine bottle. Her cheeks were flushed red. Heo Chung saw it and excitedly rushed over. "Why are you drinking cooking wine? This isn't for drinking." Kong Hua wasn't in a hurry, just looked at him with blurred eyes. Her lips moved slightly. "Are we both still sober, right?" she thought to herself. "I want to rely on him. I want to rely on this person." As Kong Hua gripped Heo Chung's wrist tightly, the TV continued to broadcast. "Viewers, the clock will soon strike 12, 3, 2, 1. Kong Hua kissed Heo Chung the moment the host shouted, "Happy New Year." She gently bit his lip hard. Heo Chung was flustered, his face flushed. "This is the first time in my life I've felt so powerless. I can't proceed smoothly when I'm being suppressed like this." After a moment Kong Hua pulled away. Heo Chung's lip was also injured. She frowned and mumbled, "What do I do now?" Heo Chung said aggrievedly, "Now I'm not sober anymore. How can I be sober when you're devouring me like this?" He thought like an aggrieved girl, a man and a woman, alone with alcohol flowing, emotions simmering, and I never expected to be in the passive position. Then he reluctantly suggested, "Can you let go of my hand? Of course, if you want to continue I can teach you." Kong Hua jumped up, took a few steps away from him and fled inside. Heo Chung, releasing his wrist at this moment, thought to himself, "What on earth is she doing?" Suddenly, Kong Hua held something out to him. She mumbled shyly, "Take it if you want it." Heo Chung took it, confused. "Straw sandals, what does that mean?" She lowered her head. "What else can I help with?" Suddenly clenching her fist, she suggested, "Oh right, I can teach you how to fight." Heo Chung was startled. "I've been busy all day and it's late, so let's go to bed first. It's New Year's Day, let's put off learning to fight until later. You can teach me then." Kong Hua lost her enthusiasm again and sighed. She turned back inside. "Understood." She went straight to her room. The door slammed shut and a mumbled voice was heard. "Good night." Heo Chung sat blankly in the chair admiring. "She's so resolute, what a mess. I originally planned to stay up all night. I heard many people believe that the longer you stay awake on New Year's Eve, the longer your parents will live." Suddenly he noticed Kong Hua secretly looking at him. "What is Lady Hero up to again?" "She just said good night." He hastily stood up, took a defensive stance and acted. "Lady Hero, great hero, you've had too much to drink. Don't come near this servant. If anything happens you'll send me to the afterlife tomorrow." Kong Hua approached him step by step. Her face was flushed and serious. "You didn't hold my hand today." Heo Chung's face turned pale and he didn't understand anything. "Is that all?" As he took her hand, Kong Hua happily returned to her room. Heo Chung made a judgment at this moment. Alcohol is the enemy. What if Lady Hero leaves tomorrow because she's embarrassed after sobering up? Thinking that, he hastily closed all the doors. "I can't let that happen." The next morning was New Year's Day. Kong Hua prepared the kitchen in a very good mood. Heo Chung secretly observed her. She doesn't seem to have any unusual reactions. This makes it even stranger. Thinking that, he decided to speak. "Do you remember what happened last night?" At this question, both fell silent. Kong Hua turned her face away to avoid him. "Neither of us was sober." Heo Chung was flustered and speechless. "I think you've misunderstood the problem. Let's talk about it. I'll go wash up and change first. Just wait a moment." After speaking, he fled to the bathroom. Kong Hua stood quietly outside. Her mind was extremely complicated. Oh no, Deng Tuozi and 5 children. 20 minutes later, Heo Chung asked seriously, "I need to ask you, why did you suddenly drink alcohol last night, then pounce on me and forcibly kiss me?" Kong Hua fidgeted with her fingers and replied, "Because I wanted to rely on you." Hearing that, he continued, "You wanted to rely on me, so you gave me your straw sandals?" Kong Hua turned sharply to look at Heo Chung. Her lips were tightly pressed, then she struggled to open them. "Don't you like my straw sandals?" Heo Chung's eyes widened when he heard that. Wait, who said I like straw sandals?" Kong Hua looked sympathetic. "I looked it up. It's a bit strange to like straw sandals, but it's not a pathological symptom, so you don't need to be ashamed. It's fine if I don't wear straw sandals." Heo Chung pointed to his face and stammered, "Wait, I'm not a straw sandal fetishist. You're misunderstanding me." His eyes were full of bewilderment. "Did she see me keeping your old straw sandals?" Kong Hua glanced sideways and replied softly, "I don't look down on you." Heo Chung was almost in tears. "Don't look at me like that. I kept them because they were what you wore when you first came here. I thought they were antiques and planned to sell them for money." This time Kong Hua was shocked. His face darkened as he demanded, "What on earth did you see on the internet?" She didn't bother listening to Heo Chung's explanation. "Take it if you like it, but don't sell it to others." "I don't like that." Heo Chung. He blankly pulled his hat down. "I'm going to be labeled a pervert for life." He hastily threw the pervert hat to Dong Hua. "Don't worry, I'm not a straw sandal fetishist and I won't sell them. Let's change the subject." At this moment, Heo Chung held out his bruised wrist. He said seriously and worriedly, "You wanted to rely on me, so you pushed me onto the sofa and bit me." Kong Hua's heart fluttered. "After kissing, will neither of us be sober anymore? So now I'm your girlfriend?" Heo Chung shyly requested. "Then girlfriend, can you come here and give me a hug?" Kong Hua's puppy ears were flustered. Heo Chung sat closer. Then he wrapped the young girl in his arms. "I've been waiting for this day." His eyes sparkled like stars. "Actually, your concept of being sober and mine were different from the start. You want and what I want are also different. I want a romantic relationship with you." "Do you know what a romantic relationship is?" she replied innocently. "A relationship between a man and a woman," Heo Chung continued to ask. "And then," Kong Hua still held old notions, then it's marriage." Understanding her thoughts, Heo Chung smiled. "Marriage is an outcome, not the ultimate goal. Liking you and lusting after your body are two different things." Kong Hua gripped his clothes. "I just want this life to continue and I want it to last forever." Heo Chung gently lifted her cheeks. "I know, of course. But I want my Kong Hua to be a modern wife, not a wife who is forced to raise children for a stable life." Then he lightly kissed her forehead. "I hope you learn how to smile." So Kong Hua tried to smile. "Stop, that smile is creepy." He put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer. He enjoyed explaining, "I'm not saying you can't smile, but that you smile too little, like when I see your eyes or when you eat hot pot barbecue or cake and the corners of your mouth reach your ears. I clearly see that happiness. Actually, you've improved a lot compared to when you first arrived here. Now you can smile, but it's just a slight upturn of your lips depending on your mood. I believe you know what makes people laugh and why, but deep down you can't smile and you force yourself to smile." Heo Chung thought to himself, this child's heart needs to ripen, moreover, like the eyes of a hungry person before a mountain of food, like the eyes of a farmer celebrating a good harvest, a smile would unconsciously appear. Kong Hua suddenly realized something. So that's why Uncle Jin didn't talk much to me yesterday, he took her hand. That's right, you're 1,000 years behind after all. There are many things that take time to understand, you can learn slowly. I don't want you to sacrifice everything for a stable life, I can wait. Heo Chung suddenly felt a sense of happiness. Kong Hua is most adorable when she's confused. Kong Hua immediately objected, I wasn't forcing myself. He playfully teased, then kiss me. She tightly pressed her lips, paused, then closed her eyes and kissed him. Heo Chung maintained his composure and praised, see, isn't this much better? Next time don't push me away like yesterday. Just tell me you like me, I won't refuse your kiss. In fact, I like it very much. Kong Hua said like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that yesterday, I'll give you all my shoes. Heo Chung raised his hand to explain, I don't want shoes, I want your lips. The start of the new year was very good. At this moment, someone held a red New Year's money envelope in their hand. Uncle Jin looked at Kong Hua and said with a smile, here's a pair of Mandarin Duck New Year's money envelopes. Very pretty, aren't they? Heo Chung, who was next to them, smiled and added, Uncle, I prepared these for her. Hearing that, Kong Hua happily replied, thank you, Uncle. She mumbled to herself, it's really thick. Uncle and Auntie also gave such thick New Year's money envelopes. If this continues, I'll have a lot of money after this new year. Elsewhere, Kong Hua and Heo Chung went outside. Jin Ho ran over, he put his hands in his pants pockets and greeted happily, Jin Ho, are you off duty? Then Heo Chung's face turned devious. He pulled out a wad of New Year's money envelopes from his pants pocket and shouted, look at this, Mandarin Duck New Year's money envelopes. Then he threw a few spiteful words, how could you get these? When are you going to bring your girlfriend to meet your parents? Hearing this, Jin Ho cursed angrily. Damn it, he thought to himself. If this guy finds out my girlfriend is just in name, he'll rat me out to my dad. I absolutely can't let him find out. At this thought, Jin Ho spoke. Can you help me with this problem? He replied. He's a police officer with limited authority, so it'll be difficult to resolve regardless of his position. The more people who know us, the safer we'll be. That will always help our objective. She admired softly, that's really good. Heo Chung looked at her puzzled and asked, what's good about it? Kong Hua raised her voice and replied, for the past 6 months we've always been moving towards a common goal and that has satisfied me. Seeing her happy expression, Heo Chung's heart was filled with warmth. Really? Kong Hua turned her head to look at him and said softly, that's all I know right now. Suddenly, Heo Chung turned his head, then looked at her again and kissed her cheek. Heo Chung exclaimed happily, that's really good. Unexpectedly, Kong Hua's whole body trembled. Kong Hua's sky-piercing scream burst out. Deng Tuozi. A moment later, a steaming dumpling was picked up. Jin Ho held a fork and brought the dumpling to his mouth. After a moment he exclaimed happily, it's so fragrant. Homemade dumplings are truly the best. Uncle Jin irritably whispered to the small dog in his hand, Shangpa, you have to do your best, I haven't neutered you yet. You're all grown up now, but I'm waiting for the day you meet your match. I'm putting all my hopes on you to bear offspring to continue our Jin family line. On this side, Jin Ho, with an angry expression, enunciated each word. Dad, Shangpa is a girl. He replied, I'm not talking to you, just eat. When you're done, go wish Uncle Heo a Happy New Year. Standing before Old Man Heo and Auntie Heo, he scratched his head and greeted them. Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Come in and chat, it must be tough being a police officer. You have to carry out duties even on New Year's Day. She took out a red envelope and said, this is your girlfriend's New Year's money, but you must be busy and couldn't make it this time. Auntie will let it slide. He flusteredly waved his hand in refusal. No, I'm all grown up, I can't accept it. She stuffed the red envelope into his pocket. Auntie Heo asked, do you have someone in mind? If you keep being alone, I won't give you New Year's money next time. You must bring your girlfriend next time, he replied, sweating. Yes, absolutely. I'll definitely bring her next time. Before I was lectured every day about not having a girlfriend. Someday I want to bring my girlfriend home to stop the nagging. Once they see her, they won't nag me about marriage anymore. Life is truly hard. Old Man Heo silently watched Jin Ho, who turned his head and teared up. Jin Ho was startled by his question and turned back. Do you know what Heo Chung is up to these days? He replied. He's a TikToker. Uncle, can I borrow your phone? Then he took the phone from Old Man Heo. This is Heo Chung's account. Damn it, what's with this name? Couldn't he just be called Heo Chung? This name suits him too. This is his personal page. Below are the videos he uploaded. If you want to watch a video, just click it, he said, pointing to Auntie Heo. Auntie Heo smiled brightly and said, come in quickly, sit down first. This rascal just said he was earning money, but he never told me what he was doing. This is a chance to see what he's up to. Then the three of them were dumbfounded watching Heo Chung's videos. Old Man Heo slammed the phone on the desk and shouted, is this the petty thing he's doing all day? Jin Ho thought to himself, it's all over. On this side, Heo Chung smiled and greeted Aunt Yung. Aunt Yung, Happy New Year. She replied, Happy New Year. Kong Hua bowed deeply and said, Auntie, Happy New Year. Aunt Yung praised and replied, you look very lively, Happy New Year. Suddenly he sneezed, rubbing his nose. Heo Chung mumbled to himself, someone must be talking bad about me. A moment later, the three of them sat on the sofa. Heo Chung turned his head towards Aunt Yung and asked, when is So Yeon coming back? Kong Hua really likes her, she replied. She'll be back after the holidays, so Yeon will stay with us for about half a month and she'll go back when school starts. If Kong Hua likes children, you two could have one, he chimed in happily. Auntie, you're right, get ready to receive a wedding invitation. Kong Hua behind him had an angry expression, then she shyly shouted, Deng Tuozi, does this also count as Deng Tuozi? Aunt Young, who was nearby, asked. Speaking of which, how did you two meet? Was it online? The two were startled by the question. After a moment they looked at each other. Kong Hua fiddled with her hair and replied, no, we met in Gangsung. Heo Chung complained. It took me 3 years of chasing to finally win her over. Auntie, you don't know how hard those 3 years were. 3 whole years? Aunt Young laughed and replied, it's only 3 years, not 5, so it's worth it. He called out, Uncle Wang, you don't need to be so hospitable, we have to leave soon. Old man Wang approached. He raised his voice to remind him, are you bored talking to an old man like me? Don't be shy, just eat. Heo Chung waved his hand in refusal. No thank you. A moment later, Heo Chung closed the door and asked, do you know what online dating is? Kong Hua was on tiptoes trying to get something from the top of the wardrobe. She turned around with a blank expression and replied, it popped up on a website as soon as I turned on the computer. I didn't even have to look for it. He put his hands on his hips and thought helplessly to himself, I don't know if teaching her how to use the internet was a blessing or a curse. I thought she was innocent, but she's already corrupted. Then Heo Chung turned and walked, slumping into a chair and sighing. After a moment, Heo Chung's expression turned serious again and he said, actually I prefer socks to straw sandals, especially long thin black socks. The design is simple. Kong Hua, feeding the cat, looked at him blankly, then turned her head away without replying. Putting his hand on his chin with a perverted expression, he teased, from your attitude, you know what I'm talking about, right? Heo Chung froze when he heard Kong Hua calmly reply, you mean what I saw on the street before? Steaming hot dishes were served one by one. Picking up a piece of meat, Heo Chung continued to chatter, I swear to heaven I never look at other women. I don't usually look at women much, I just happen to see some women with long legs, it's an instinct. Kong Hua placed her hand on the table. She calmly replied, it doesn't matter. I also like to look sometimes, it's a bit shameless, but they're really pretty. He turned his head and asked, pretty? Then do you want to try wearing them? A female knight in black stockings, I'm looking forward to it. Heo Chung's eyes widened at Kong Hua's blank reply. No, I want to touch them. Perhaps she meant she wanted to feel them. He put his hand on his chin and fell into thought. The mouse clicked on the search bar. Heo Chung sat in front of the chair and thought in a fluster, that's normal. Soft and smooth, who wouldn't like it? Then after a moment he glanced at her sideways. Heo Chung turned his head and suggested, then I'll buy 2 pairs, you can wear them as much as you want. Holding the cat in her arms, Kong Hua calmly replied, but I don't want to wear them. He replied nonchalantly, it's fine, if you don't want to, then don't. Internally he thought, I'll buy them first, even if she doesn't want them now, she might later, right? The computer screen showed payment successful, items being prepared. Heo Chung rejoiced internally, pre-calculating is my specialty. When I'm done showering, let's open the red envelopes together and see how much we earned today. Want to shower together? Save water, we're a couple anyway. She blushed and shouted, no, damn it, dang twozy. He held up a stack of red envelopes. Heo Chung exclaimed excitedly, it's time to open the red envelopes. A moment later the red envelopes were opened one by one. Kong Hua held the stack of money with trembling hands, then pushed it towards him and shouted, this money is yours, I can't accept it. Heo Chung looked at her with an affectionate smile. After a moment he said in an ingratiating voice, you're my girlfriend, if you don't take it, who will? We're dating. Mine is yours and yours is mine. Just think of it as emergency money. Like the emergency blanket the village chief gave you. You hide it under the bed and take it out when you need it. Kong Hua said sadly, I owe you too much money. Placing the stack of money on the table, Heo Chung replied helplessly, all right, don't mix two things together, enough about that. How about I teach you how to kiss? She was startled, her face flushed and her mouth gaped open. Heo Chung moved closer to Kong Hua and gently reminded her, close your eyes. Then his hand firmly gripped her arm. The two kissed. Kong Hua's eyes widened brightly, then after a moment closed ecstatically. Suddenly Kong Hua's state changed. She lowered her head and looked down. Kong Hua angrily questioned, what are you trying to do? Heo Chung's face darkened and he was startled. He waved his trembling hand and explained, would you believe me if I said it was an instinctive reaction? How about we just pretend it didn't happen and try again? Unexpectedly, she ran away in anger, shouting, no, you're trying to get me pregnant. I can't trust you anymore. Heo Chung froze when he heard Kong Hua's words, her head sticking out. After a moment he waved his hand and explained with a bright smile, no, I just wanted to hug you a bit. How could you get pregnant? Come here and let's kiss. She, with a darkened face, enunciated each word. No, I'm going to bed. Heo Chung continued with a smile. Good night. Unexpectedly, only the sound of the door closing was heard. Scratching his face, he wondered, does this young lady know how to kiss or not? Anyway, since I can't sleep, I'll check the reactions to my previous videos. He clicked on an image on the screen. Heo Chung read a comment. Why are you reading this useless stuff, you idiot? Just delete the comment. Why does this feel so familiar? I'll just block him. Elsewhere, old man Heo sat on his bed holding his phone. Auntie Heo came in with a towel and asked, still not sleeping, fiddling with your phone? He replied, I'll go to bed soon. Let's see who replied to my comment. Then he clicked on the screen. Auntie Heo sat beside him looking at her flustered husband, unable to understand. He only knew how to find videos through the uploader's channel. What kind of crappy app is this? Why can't I see anything? Another day, the 6th day of the new year, Jaejin called out with a smile. Changma Jinho is here. Jinho reminded him. Quiet down, don't disturb the neighbors. Coming out in slippers, Heo Chung politely reminded him. Make yourself at home. Food is being prepared. I'm putting in background music now, so I can't use the computer. If you want to use it, use the laptop. He ran over and putting his arm around his shoulder, he laughed and said, you're putting it in? Kong Hua brought out the food with a bewildered expression. Jaejin pointed at the sky, sweating and feigning ignorance. I mean, you look pretty good these days. No wonder you haven't been meeting us, he replied with a contemptuous expression. Just stay put, let me help in the kitchen. Heo Chung and Kong Hua chatted happily. Jaejin shouted from outside with a jealous expression, look at that. Our brother is about to embark on a new chapter. I'm happy and worried, aren't you, little cat? It's sudden. Why did this useless guy suddenly change, I'm asking you? Jinho turned his head and whispered to him. Could it be that Chung was body snatched by someone? Cloning technology might have advanced much more than before. Yes, Jaejin covered his mouth with his hand and realized in surprise, now that you mention it, that makes sense. He's been secluded for months and barely left the house. He must have been targeted then. The real one was dealt with and now only a fake remains. Then he continued to make wild guesses. Clones usually have a mark on their body to distinguish them from the real one. Look carefully to see if it's hidden on his neck or hand. Heo Chung approached with food in his hands and inquired, what are you two whispering about? Eat. Put down my cat, move. Jaejin pouted and grumbled, what a temper. As the four of them sat at the table, he proudly boasted, for the new year, Kong Hua showed off her skills and made a few specialty dishes. Today, drink less and eat more. Adults should drink, cheer up, rolling up his sleeves. Heo Chung thought to himself, my arm got a bit burned helping in the kitchen earlier. A red circular mark appeared on his wrist. Jaejin pointed at it and shouted in fright, oh my god, he really has a mark on his arm. He turned back, bewildered. At that moment the people at the table looked at his hand. Heo Chung, sweating, thought to himself, damn it, I forgot about the bruise from when Lady Hero leaned on me. How do I explain this? As he was about to roll up his sleeve, Jinho shouted loudly, stay still, hands up. The two of them examined his arm. Jaejin asked with a perverted smile, what's this? Heo Chung calmly replied, what else could it be? We were just playing around a bit roughly. Hearing that, he stammered in surprise, roughly, oh my god, I never thought you'd be that kind of person. Jinho, nearby, said, bewildered. Ha, Jaejin whispered in his ear, those marks? He gaped and asked back, ha, you just said it was rough. Heo Chung waved his hand and firmly denied, stop talking nonsense. The two suddenly fell silent, then he gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected, you're an expert. Heo Chung wanted to explain helplessly, it's not what you think. In the quiet atmosphere they sat down again. Jaejin raised his water glass and said, sister-in-law, I toast to you. You seem gentle on the outside, but I never expected you to be so fierce. Heo Chung waved his hand and replied, no, she doesn't drink. He inquired, not a single drop? He firmly asserted, not a single drop. Heo Chung's face flushed as he thought, how could I let her drink again? Then Jaejin said with a provocative expression, Jinho, your dream of becoming a police officer has come true. Jinho replied, working for the public good every day, it's very fulfilling. He continued to envy, I'm so jealous. I live a meaningless life every day, but this guy Chung has it all. He has a cat and a girlfriend. He pointed at the food on the table. Heo Chung reminded him, you can listen while you eat, it doesn't matter if you understand it or not. There's a lot to do, but we have free time so everyone has their own worries. He took a sip of water and thought to himself, right now Kong Hua's identity is my biggest concern. Just then Heo Chung put down his cup, but Kong Hua, who was eating, suddenly paused. A grain of rice was stuck to her lip. Kong Hua looked at him puzzled and reached out to remove it. Heo Chung gently reminded her, you have a grain of rice on your lip, serves you right. Jaejin exclaimed angrily, hey, that's enough. Don't act all lovey-dovey in front of us. Mrs. Heo, say something, waving her hands. She replied in a flustered tone, I'm just eating, he teased. You two are just too cheesy right now. Kong Hua, blushing, continued, I don't think so. We've all known each other for a long time, haven't we? Pointing at Jinho, Jaejin explained, right? Heo Chung and I have known each other since junior year of college, and these two have known each other since they were in diapers. Fate is really strange, isn't it? She asked, sweating. College? Didn't Ta Ying dye his hair red too? He held his stomach and laughed. You mean that photo? Jinho replied weakly. That photo was before college. Back then I thought it looked cool, but now it's just sad to talk about it again. Suddenly, Jaejin pretended to discover something and rushed over to Kong Hua saying, let me find some photos. I have a lot of photos of Chung's golden age. This was taken during our graduation trip. Chung got really messed up by monkeys on Mount Ma. It was truly miserable. The next day, Chung went back with a stick for revenge, but he ended up even more miserable. That's when I realized Chung had some strange hobbies, he excitedly interjected. I also have a set of photos from this guy's golden age. Here. Heo Chung, who was nearby, sighed and thought to himself, it's okay to let my girlfriend know my embarrassing stories. It's okay. Jaejin put on his clothes and said, I want to form a team for a competition. The friend you introduced to build my PC was pretty reliable. Give me his contact info. I want to buy a few more, he asked. You mean re-go back? Shop is on the 4th floor of Gangsung Electronics Market. Go find him there, he replied. Okay, noted. Pulling Jaejin, Jinho urged, we have to go now. See you when you have time. Heo Chung came out and asked, why don't you stay a little longer? No need, he replied with a sly expression. I wouldn't want to disturb you two fighting. Hearing that, his whole body stiffened and split in two, walking powerlessly. Heo Chung thought to himself, in their eyes I must be a masochist who likes getting beaten. In Kong Hua's eyes, I'm a pervert obsessed with dirty shoes. My reputation is completely ruined. The new year is almost over, so I need to start thinking seriously about work. I said I wouldn't beg for likes, use clickbait titles, or make cheap videos, but that's the secret to success. I have some reputation so I can make a living, but it's too difficult to reach a new level. Just then, Heo Chung was sitting in a chair when Kong Hua approached. He looked at her with loving eyes and Kong Hua opened her mouth. Would you like some water? Running over and hugging her, Heo Chung expressed, I don't want water, I just want to hug you. I like you. Kong Hua paused, trying to say, but Heo Chung interrupted. I like the scent of your body. Hugging him, Kong Hua asked again, does my body smell? He replied calmly. Of course men are inherently lustful. They can detect the scent of a beautiful woman, but I'm different. I'm only lustful for you. Give me a kiss. Heo Chung's lips approached hers and the two shared a passionate kiss. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment Kong Hua suddenly flinched. Heo Chung, blushing, mumbled, can you just ignore that? As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Hua pushed him down into the chair. This seems better. While I'm experiencing what love feels like, I can prevent him from trying to trick me into getting pregnant. For the sake of our future sex life, I can't let her develop this habit. Heo Chung, subdued, tried to say, let me go. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door and the two turned to look. Kong Hua, blushing, said, I'll open the door. So Yuan came in carrying books and notebooks, asking, Sister Kong Hua, are you smiling? What's so happy? She thought, blushing. How was I smiling? The little girl asked. Where's Donna? Don't oversleep all day, let's study with me. Kong Hua sat down and he watched her actions. Kong Hua shyly said, I think I've changed. Heo Chung waved his hand and replied, right, you've learned how to like someone. Internally, he thought again. She always suppresses me with her strength. This is development in the wrong direction. Stroking Donna's cheek. So Yuan confessed, Donna, you might see me on TV someday, he advised her, and she looked down at her hands. You're truly amazing. You should seriously consider going to school. If you can't read, people will laugh at you. Heo Chung, Kong Hua, both our names have 14 strokes, it's fate. Then he stood up and Kong Hua watched his retreating back, so Yuan asked, then how many strokes are in my name? Heo Chung replied, your name has more strokes than your brothers and sisters' names combined. If you had to write your name 100 times, it would feel like a punishment from the teacher. My name is really hard to write. I don't want to keep writing it like a punishment. Kong Hua looked at the peaceful scene before her and smiled warmly. The little girl continued to ask, how can I become a superstar? He counted on his fingers and replied, you have to be able to sing and dance, perform, and people have to like you. So Yuan, can you sing? So Yuan answered honestly. No. Heo Chung continued to ask. Then dance. So Yuan said confidently. I can wiggle my butt. Unexpectedly, he interjected. Your sister Kong Hua can do it too. She, blushing, shouted, I can't. The sunset poured over the large building. Heo Chung watched Kong Hua doing something. Then she looked out the window. Kong Hua glanced back, tiptoed, and picked up a pair of shoes from the floor. Heo Chung appeared and asked, what are you doing? Kong Hua, blushing and trembling, replied, I'm washing shoes. He crossed his arms and asked, then why are you washing my shoes? She replied, unable to understand. Are they mine? Then Heo Chung pointed to himself and asserted, since you gave them to me, they're mine now. The scene of Kong Hua handing over the shoes came to mind. She shouted angrily, I was going to give them back after washing them. Heo Chung, with a cunning smile, pointed at the screen. He informed her, the things I ordered for you will be delivered soon. I'll buy you a few pairs of high heels. What color do you like, white or black? I like red soles. Kong Hua turned her head to refuse. I don't like any of them. Heo Chung stubbornly replied, I'll still buy them. Any color is fine. Her face darkened. After a moment, Kong Hua, blushing, thought to herself, he's not satisfied with one pair of shoes and is plotting to buy new ones. Time flew by and it was already the second month of spring. Kong Hua sat alone, fishing. Heo Chung on one side took a deep breath, diligently practicing the qigong she had taught him. Just then, Kong Hua turned her head, signaling and whispering, be a little quieter. You'll scare all the fish away, he replied with a smile. Almost done. Heo Chung diligently practiced in one spot. He thought to himself, I don't know how a swordswoman like her came up with the idea of fishing. Then I guess I should practice martial arts outdoors too. She even said it helps save money. So there's no reason not to do it. It feels like one punch could knock down a cow, but it's still not enough to tame wild Kong Hua. Suddenly, Kong Hua jumped up, pulling the fishing rod taut. Caught another one. She shook the fish in her hand. We can make fish soup for lunch. Suddenly, Heo Chung said something strange. The purpose of learning martial arts is to strengthen your body and help people, not to oppress others. No matter the situation, we shouldn't lose our values. Do you understand what I mean? Kong Hua sat down, embracing her knees weakly. Yes, I understand. Her eyes glanced sideways. She thought to herself, I don't use it to oppress anyone, only to protect myself. She put her hand in the fish bucket and played with the water, continuing to think, if it were in the past, if he dared to touch me, I would have sliced him in half. Heo Chung subconsciously felt a chill down his spine. Where is this murderous aura coming from? After fishing, the two returned home together. Heo Chung thought to himself, it's already lunchtime, I'm thirsty. Kong Hua kept humming fish soup, fish soup. Just then he found a vending machine nearby. Kong Hua, do you want a soda? Kong Hua paused at the sight of the vending machine. Heo Chung walked over, rubbed his chin and thought, this is called an automatic vending machine. There's a person hidden inside this machine. They'll push the drinks down directly to the bottom. Kong Hua's face went blank for a moment. So you mean there's also a person hidden inside an ATM machine who counts out the money and gives it to you? Hearing that, he deliberately teased, you knew that too. Kong Hua quickly turned her face away, her cheeks already flushed. If Heo Chung keeps tricking me like this, I probably shouldn't do anything at all. I should just stay home and bear his children. After that, she chose a drink, and Heo Chung proceeded with the payment. Kong Hua's eyes sparkled like stars. If we own this, won't the money we put in also be ours? We're not actually spending a penny, right? As the can was pushed out, Heo Chung began to explain, that's not right. Before you put the remaining money in your wallet, you have to buy a drink to put inside first. She opened her eyes wide and nodded. Oh, I see, then I don't want this thing. It's really bad luck to be this unlucky. The can didn't drop and Heo Chung and Kong Hua put their heads together, their eyes wide. Heo Chung hit the machine hard and grumbled, "Why is it stuck again?" He even shook it vigorously, but after a moment he was exhausted and panting. He couldn't get it to drop. "Fine, I'll buy another can to push that one out." Konghua was startled and stopped him. "What if it gets stuck again?" Heo Chung's face twisted. "It won't be that unlucky." After speaking, he paid for a 3 yuan can. Heo Chung laughed awkwardly. What just happened was just a rare occurrence. And that rare occurrence really happened a second time when the can got stuck again. Rage surged to Heo Chung's head. He angrily kept pressing the selection button, frowning in disbelief as he tried again. And indeed the third can also got stuck. By the third time, the fire in Heo Chung's heart burned to his head. Konghua, standing by, reminded him, "You've already spent 7 yuan and 50 fen. Heo Chung declared indignantly. "Watch how I smash this stupid machine." Suddenly, Konghua quickly looked around, then kicked the machine once and Heo Chung's eyes almost popped out. Then a few cans dropped. Heo Chung shouted, "Run!" They ran far away. Heo Chung panted. He turned sharply when he heard Konghua speaking. "Don't worry, I checked beforehand. There was no one around." Heo Chung seemed unable to believe his ears. "You learned how to check your surroundings before doing something bad?" Konghua's ears drooped like a puppy's and she puffed out her cheeks. "I've known for a long time. Don't treat me like a fool anymore." Time passed and Konghua and Heo Chung returned home together. Konghua held the can in her hand and asked, "I wonder what it will be like 100 years from now, logically speaking." Heo Chung answered in turn, "We'll probably be conquerors of the stars. If you had come a few thousand years later, there would probably be very few people on Earth. There would be a lot of robots around and you'd have to fight them, and eventually collapse from exhaustion." A smile spread across Heo Chung's lips. He changed the subject. "Once you're settled and have an ID card, we can take a plane or a train. You'll see the ocean and giant fish." Konghua was startled and exclaimed in awe, "Giant fish? Then we can eat for a long time." He burst out laughing at her foolish words. "Why is your head full of nothing but food? You gained 5 kilograms over the winter and you're still only thinking about food." Konghua shouted angrily, "I'm not fat." Upon returning home, the fish caught that afternoon was already in the pot. Konghua smelled the aroma. "It smells so good." Heo Chung, who was nearby, continued, "I'm dying to eat it too." Konghua paused for a moment and asked, "Shall we save 2 for uncle and auntie?" Heo Chung, playing with Dong'a, replied, "What's the point of giving them a few small fish? It's like not giving them any at all. Let's just give them to Dong'a." Heo Chung was working, sitting with his legs crossed in a chair. Konghua ran over, excitedly showing him the notebook in her hand. "I've converted all the materials I've collected over the past few months into gold. So how do I sell this now?" He stared intently at the zeros and said, "That's a lot. Wait a minute, I'll find a place to sell it." Looking at the market price on the screen, Heo Chung thought to himself, "This is truly a miracle. A person from the Tang dynasty learned how to use a computer and earned her first money in this era in just a few months." Konghua lived up to her title of diligent swordswoman. She excitedly turned a few more pages. "I heard that the price of gold is much higher now than before. I've calculated it, and if I sell all of this, I can pay you back everything." She always adhered to one principle. Debts must be repaid, especially to those who helped her. Kindness must be reciprocated. "I won't let the village chief's teachings go to waste." Heo Chung kept his eyes fixed on the screen and said, "Not only will you pay me back all your debts, but you'll have quite a lot of money left over. You can buy new clothes and shoes for yourself too." "I don't need new shoes. I already bought some." "All right, I found someone who wants to buy them again. I'll tell you how to trade." Konghua replied seriously. "Understood." Seeing her diligence, Heo Chung secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two were quiet, each doing their own thing. After a while, Konghua stopped writing. She shyly twisted a small strand of hair. "Can I kiss you?" Question marks filled Heo Chung's mind. He watched her every action. Is this lady hero doing this out of gratitude or to celebrate, or has she finally reached a state of mental freedom? Oh, whatever, a kiss is just a kiss. The two shared a sweet moment. Heo Chung held her hand and thought to himself, "This time she really didn't tackle me." Suddenly his gaze followed her hand downwards. She lightly touched his chest. "What are you doing?" Konghua's eyes widened and she seriously touched the young man's chest. "I'm just doing what you did." Heo Chung's face was utterly helpless. What could this foolish young lady possibly feel by touching a man's chest? Konghua also had her own thoughts. "I don't feel anything, but why does he like doing this?" She mumbled in a small voice, "I just wanted to say thank you." Heo Chung crossed his arms and talked to Konghua. "Why are you suddenly saying thank you?" She placed her hand on her chest, her voice filled with warmth. "When we first met, I thought you were trying to poison me, so I drew my sword, but you willingly took me in and taught me how to survive in this modern era." Heo Chung replied half jokingly. Half seriously, "That's all because of your beauty." Hearing that, Konghua blushed, puffed out her cheeks and cursed inwardly. What kind of person is this guy? Can't he be less superficial and try to act mature for once? At this moment, Heo Chung even gave an example to prove his point. "If the person hiding in the corner was your bearded master, I would have immediately called the police to arrest him. So having a good appearance is a blessing." Konghua imagined it in her mind and agreed. "That's right, if you had thick eyebrows and shifty eyes, I would have sliced you the moment you were drinking that soda can." Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curved upwards, and her entire face, as if filtered, said, "We're both lucky, but I still want to say thank you." Heo Chung looked at Konghua with gentle eyes. He gently stroked her high nose bridge. "Smile more, you look really great when you smile," and then they returned to their respective tasks. Konghua calculated once and said, "After I sell all of this, I'll pay you back for the TV and the remaining money I'll save for emergencies." Heo Chung feigned nonchalance, his eyes half closed. You keep as much as you can and save it. Suddenly a prank came to his mind. This lady hero seems very serious, I should tease her a bit. He subtly touched the sock on Kong Hua's foot and then yanked it off. Kong Hua was startled and pulled her foot back, shouting, "Why are you taking off my sock?" Heo Chung put on an innocent expression. "I just wanted to take a look." After saying that, he immediately grabbed her ankle, rubbed it, massaged it, and admired. "Your feet are very different from your hands, there aren't many calluses." Heo Chung thought to himself, her skin is really soft. No, I have to stop, otherwise I'll become a pervert. I need to find something else to distract myself. Ah, that's right. After taking off the sock, he walked straight away without hesitation. Kong Hua hid behind the door, following him and shouting, "Why are you taking my sock?" He turned his head and replied, "I'm going to wash your sock, I have nothing else to do." Hearing that, Kong Hua walked in with a trembling voice. "I can do it myself." Heo Chung worked carefully. "I already told you I'll take care of you. Doing things like this for you is very meaningful to me. Besides, soap is very bad for your hands. Men like me are fine, but you need to take very good care of your hands." She blushed slightly and was flustered. Stop, but Heo Chung's words were still firm. "I'm your boyfriend, so will you let me do things like this for you?" Heo Chung heard a knock on the door and went out, biting a cucumber. "Father, mother, why are you so early?" He looked inside and turned around to announce, "Just sit and wait for a bit. Kong Hua is still cooking, Mom. You don't need to buy anything for me." "I know you love me." Mrs. Heo immediately scolded. "Who said it's for you? Your mother brought it for Kong Hua." Heo Chung shouted inside. "Kong Hua, your parents are here and Mom even brought you a gift." Kong Hua quickly ran out to greet them. "Really?" Heo Chung excitedly held the gift in his hand. "Look at this, Mom gave you this. It's hand cream." Mrs. Heo waved her hand to her daughter-in-law and greeted her. "How are you doing?" She started to get nervous again. Kong Hua, "Yes, Auntie, thank you very much." Mrs. Heo waved her hand and laughed. "No need to be so polite." After a while, the food was on the table. Mrs. Heo couldn't help but be surprised when she saw it. "Goodness, look at this skill. This food tastes even better than mine." Seizing the opportunity, Heo Chung immediately praised, "Yes, that's right. Kong Hua's cooking skills are the best of the best." Seeing her shy expression, he thought to himself, "This lady hero has learned to use a ladle instead of a sword, and she's learned very well." After the meal, Heo Chung helped her wipe the table and carried the used dishes and plates to the kitchen. Kong Hua widened her eyes as if it were obvious. "Just leave it, I'll do the dishes. You should go talk to Uncle and Auntie." Nevertheless, Heo Chung squeezed out the detergent. "It's fine, I'll wash them. Dish soap is very bad for your hands. Mother, I've seen the calluses on your hands before, which is why Mother bought you hand cream so you can take care of your hands. So don't hesitate to use it." She paused when she heard that. "Hands, do they need care? Wasn't the only thing that needed careful care my sword?" Heo Chung gently explained. "In this era, you no longer need to care for your sword. The person who needs care is you yourself. Put away your sword too and don't take it out too often. If you want to practice sword fighting, I'll buy you another sword." Kong Hua clenched her fists and lowered her head. She started to blush at her strange thoughts. "If I make my hands very soft, will he play with them?" Outside the living room, Mrs. Heo looked around. Then she whispered to her husband, "I used to think the children were living ordinary lives." After saying that, she looked at the neatly arranged house again and commented, "But look at this, the children's house looks really good. Everything is neatly organized. The children seem very comfortable, so you should hand over this house to Heo Chung soon." Old man Heo frowned slightly for a moment. His view was the same as before. "I'll wait until that kid gets his first job." Just then, Kong Hua and Heo Chung came out together. Old man Heo pointed to the room and demanded that they go in. "Let's go into the room, your father has something to say." He heard that and instructed her. "Kong Hua, you stay here and talk to Mom." She obediently nodded. Yes, with only Kong Hua and Mrs. Heo left, she asked, "What does that Heo Chung usually do all day at home?" Kong Hua began to list them one by one. "He makes videos, edits movies, and then organizes them again." His mother urgently added, "Is he the person Jin Ho mentioned before who uploads videos? What kind of videos does he make?" Hearing this question, Kong Hua immediately recalled Heo Chung. Heo Chung had said before, "Martial arts practice must be kept a secret, otherwise your parents will think we're both weak." Immediately after, Kong Hua clenched her fists and replied, "Yes, that's right, he uses a computer to monitor gambling dens." Mrs. Heo looked as if she had been struck by lightning when she heard that. "Gambling dens?" She immediately waved her hand and explained, "No, that's called the stock market." "Yes, the stock market." Once clearly corrected, Mrs. Heo breathed a sigh of relief. "You startled me, but calling it a gambling den isn't wrong either." After speaking, she held Kong Hua's hand and gently touched it, entrusting her son to her. "You have to keep a close eye on that kid, don't let him spend too much money." She asked back, slightly confused. "Yes, why, he earned money there." Mrs. Heo frowned worriedly. "The market is really volatile. He might lose a lot someday. You have to stick close to him." Gaining her trust, Kong Hua assured her, "Yes, I'll do my best to monitor him." Mrs. Heo looked at the young lady with slight incomprehension. "Monitor him, that would be effective. Why does it sound a bit strange?" At the same time in Heo Chung's room, old man Heo scanned the bed and asked, "Are you two not sleeping in the same room?" Heo Chung scratched his head uncomfortably. "I told you we don't sleep in the same room. She's in another room down the hall." Suspicion began to sprout in his mind. A man and a woman living together under one roof, yet sleeping in separate rooms, and nothing is happening between them? Who would believe that? Thinking of this, old man Heo pressed him. "Did you two fight?" he insisted with difficulty. "I told you nothing happened between us." His father turned around, snorted lightly, and took out a handkerchief to wipe his glasses. "Your mother just told me that if you two get married I should hand over this house to you." Heo Chung immediately turned into a money-hungry dog. That's great, we'll get married right away. When can we do it? His father's face stiffened and he shot back. I refuse that idea. Can't you be more like Jin-ho? Stop wasting your time at home all day doing useless things. Or you could open a shop like Go Back. If you do that, I'll support you financially. Heo Chung touched Kong Hwa's straw sandal. Father, everything has changed. It's true that you have far more life experience than me. But have you ever considered that each generation has different ways of thinking and different definitions of happiness? Happiness isn't just having food to eat, a warm home, and something to do. Old man Heo looked at his son. As he remained silently unresponsive, his son turned and looked at his father with sincere eyes. I know that uploading videos isn't a stable job, but I'm still young. If not now, when can I do what I want to do when I retire? When I'm an old man with a cane, struggling to adapt to the new era of the young generation. Old man Heo frowned and unconsciously he was speechless. The door opened. Old man Heo quietly went outside. He loudly called out to his wife, let's go home. Upon reaching the main entrance, old man Heo reminded them, no need to see us off. You two just do your own thing. Heo Chung waved his hand to the two of them. Yes, father, mother, be careful on your way. And then the door closed. Heo Chung and Kong Hwa stood silently for a long time. Suddenly he spoke. Parents are urging us to get married. Kong Hwa was startled and stammered. Married? He suddenly changed his attitude and hurried inside. But your identity issue hasn't been resolved yet, so we can't register our marriage for now. Kong Hwa unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. You startled me. I haven't even saved enough money yet, how can I get married? Heo Chung continued to explain. Besides, we don't even have our own house yet. This house was given by father. His gaze clearly sank. Up until now I always thought I'd live a free and comfortable life. That was enough for me, but after meeting someone I truly like, I started to want a stable life. Thinking this, Heo Chung clenched his fists and spoke. There's still one thing bothering me. Kong Hwa asked back nervously, what is it? His face was very serious. Whether I should kiss your face first or your hand first. Realizing she was being teased, Kong Hwa was furious. He stopped again in the middle. At dinner, shepherd salad was served. Heo Chung pointed to the food on the table and asked, do you eat this food often? Kong Hwa replied casually, sometimes. He looked at her expression and said softly, do you miss home? Kong Hwa gently put down her chopsticks. No, but a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Heo Chung knew her heart well. In about 2 years, when you have an ID card, I'll take you back to Suzhou. Kong Hwa quickly refused. I saw what modern Suzhou looks like on the internet. It's completely different from the Suzhou I knew, so there's no need to go back. After speaking, Kong Hwa's hand clenched slightly. I need to cherish the present life and forget the past. Heo Chung watched her every action, then smiled and nodded. All right, as you wish. After the meal, Heo Chung did the dishes. At this moment, Kong Hwa came in holding her phone. You have a call, it's Jin-ho. She pressed the answer button casually. Heo Chung spoke into the receiver. Hello, Jin-ho. What's up? Jin-ho replied about Kong Hwa's situation. Regarding your girlfriend's identity card problem, we can't let her stay without one. I've reviewed several regulations and this issue is quite complicated. If you want to finalize everything, you should take some time to go to the household registration office and see if there's a way to resolve this. Heo Chung frowned and asked clearly, is this problem easy to solve? Jin-ho still found it difficult to answer the situation. I don't know either. We'll have to re-examine her case on our end. The current review process is very strict and she doesn't even have family. He heard that, wiped his hands and took the phone. Hoping Kong Hwa wouldn't hear any more, he suggested they meet up later to talk about it. Let's have a meal sometime when you're free. Jin-ho said goodbye and hung up. I'll call you again later. Heo Chung replied as he put the dishes on the shelf. All right, I'm not in a hurry either. Jin-ho was slightly worried. You're really not in a hurry, it's your girlfriend's problem. Heo Chung's eyes wavered slightly. We might not last long either. If we break up, then it's a problem no longer worth solving. Hearing that, Jin-ho cursed angrily. That's your business, I'm hanging up. At this moment, Kong Hwa stared at him with murderous intent. You said we wouldn't be together for long. Heo Chung quickly patted her head to calm her down. I just said that to trick him. And it's too early to register those documents now. Kong Hwa crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and steam seemed to rise from her. It seems you already had a plan regarding that matter. Suddenly, Kong Hwa's mood turned sour. She hesitated and said, I want to appear on TV. Heo Chung was momentarily startled. Huh, what do you mean by appearing on TV? She pointed to the computer equipment and explained. Like you can see me on the computer. Others can also watch me play games, and I can earn money from it. Even though it would reveal that I don't have an ID card, it might help me get one in the future. It could serve as proof of my existence. Heo Chung listened and thought it made sense, but it had both pros and cons. But streaming isn't as easy as you think. No one might watch you. Before he could finish, Kong Hwa cut him off. I've already looked into it, and I've thought about it for a long time. I really want to do it. Seeing her determination, he had no choice but to concede. Let's see. Soon after, Heo Chung began to make a plan. The more evidence of Kong Hwa's existence, the better. If they started implementing the plan, earning money through online videos within 2 weeks would leave Kong Hwa's footprint in this era. If she gained a little fame, she would establish a firm foothold in society and even gain influence. By then, Kong Hwa would no longer be an ordinary person. Just like streamer M30, who had no identity or ID card, met a kind person and started a business through gaming. At that point, it would be much easier to solve Kong Hwa's identity problem. In short, the goal was to resolve Kong Hwa's identity issue. Konghwa's eyes widened as she looked at the words on the paper. Suddenly she frowned and asked directly, "You don't seem to want this." Heo Chung was speechless as if hit in a sore spot. "Yes, that's right, I'm not ready yet. Could you tell me your thoughts on this matter?" Konghwa clenched her fists and poured out her thoughts. "I think if I sit and stream games all day it would kill two birds with one stone." At this answer, Heo Chung made another suggestion. "Then how about you try starting a business instead of playing games?" She honestly stated her thoughts. "Opening a store requires a lot of capital and a security deposit. I saw this information online." Heo Chung still wanted to dissuade her. "I'll worry about the capital." Hearing this, Konghwa felt hurt. The two looked at each other in silence. Konghwa's gaze dropped slightly and she said in a low voice, "If you're not ready, I'll find something else to do." After speaking, she unconsciously rubbed her hands together. Seeing this, Heo Chung was slightly puzzled. "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Konghwa always understood him. "You wouldn't agree unless it was something that could harm me." Konghwa fell silent again as if deep in thought. Suddenly she grabbed Heo Chung's wrist and pressed him down onto the chair. Heo Chung cried out nervously. "What are you doing?" Konghwa displayed a very domineering attitude. "I'm going to kiss you and then I'm going to play games." While Konghwa was sitting at the computer, Heo Chung suddenly spoke from behind her. "It would have been great if you hadn't tackled me just now." She blushed and stammered. You would have touched my body, wouldn't you?" Heo Chung couldn't argue as it was too true. "That's a natural instinct." He leaned his head back and took a deep breath. "All right, I concede your martial arts skills are too good for me to win. But once I become stronger than you, I'll show you what manners are." Konghwa covered her chest and teased, "Pervert." Heo Chung plopped back down in the chair. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "After Konghwa came to the present, I helped her with many things. Almost everything was for her benefit even. I have to admit that I had to hide a few things from her without her knowing. Streaming, this was the first time she wanted to do something on her own." He stared intently at her and mumbled, "The streaming world is very chaotic. Those with ideas create content to attract attention, and those without content try to gain attention with their looks. Those who are jealous will try to drag others down using unethical means." After saying this, Heo Chung's face darkened. He felt as if his whole body had been pickled in vinegar. Crazy fans, what are they going to do to someone else's girlfriend? Crazy fan number 1. Heo Chung's pupils suddenly constricted in his imagination. Konghwa said, "I'm going to pay you back all your money and leave to experience a completely new life." At this thought, his face turned pale. So he picked up Dong-a and approached her. "I'm afraid you'll get lost." Konghwa was surprised and replied, "The work isn't easy, you've never told me that before." Hearing that, Heo Chung felt like he'd struck gold. "That's right, the work is very difficult. What if you leave someday?" Hearing that, Konghwa calmly reassured him, "It will probably take a very long time, and I don't think that will happen. The potatoes and corn are still in my clothes." Heo Chung interrupted her in a gloomy voice. "No, I mean you leaving me. You're different from Dong-a. I've taken care of Dong-a since the moment I brought him home, and Dong-a will never leave, but you're a human after all." Konghwa blankly stroked Dong-a. "Why would I leave? Or are you thinking I'll abandon you because I want to be a streamer?" Once again, Heo Chung imagined Konghwa giving him a look of contempt. "Why do you seem so useless now?" Because Konghwa was a beautiful and famous streamer, and he was just an ordinary video uploader, he always felt inferior. That might be part of the reason. When you like someone, you always feel insecure. And what I'm most afraid of is not being able to take good care of you. I'm afraid you'll get lost, and as you gradually become a modern person like me, I'm afraid I'll still treat you like the martial arts lady of old. Do you know exactly what our relationship is?" Konghwa's cheeks flushed slightly. "We are lovers." She pressed a few keys on the keyboard and continued, "We'll get married, live happily, hug and kiss each other. And you'll still like my shoes." Heo Chung explained to her in a way he understood. "Even though we are lovers, we are still two different people. You and I both, each has their own thoughts and goals. And when we're together, we can't avoid arguments due to disagreements. For example, you want to be a streamer, and I don't want you to. If you listen to me and give up on it, everything will be resolved." At that moment, the computer screen displayed, "The streamer is resting. Please watch something else." Heo Chung took a deep breath. "Everything might be resolved, but you can't always listen to me and follow my lead. If you keep doing what you want and the discord between us grows more and more serious, 1 or 2 disagreements might be fine, but in the long run it will leave many bad problems. You are living a human life and you can feel all emotions completely. If one day your opinions are continuously rejected by me, you will no longer tolerate it and will rebel. Perhaps Konghwa would be angry then. Why do I always have to listen to you?" At this thought, Heo Chung's face turned pale. "And you will leave. That's what I'm most afraid of." Contrary to him, Konghwa was completely blank. She tried to understand the full meaning of his words. Then suddenly her eyes sparkled as if she understood, but a few question marks appeared in her mind again. Konghwa decided to conclude in one word, "Are you explaining it to me?" Heo Chung blushed and asserted, "That's right. Both of us should respect each other and treat each other fairly." Heo Chung stood up straight and vowed inwardly, "I'm not raising her as a pet, and she's certainly not a pet." Konghwa made a pouting face and touched her 2 index fingers together. "So when I tackled you, it means I wasn't respecting you." Heo Chung suddenly became frustrated quickly. "That's right, that was truly a very rude act." After that, a series of breakup scenes flashed through his mind. His voice became stable again. "Don't you have any opinions on this matter?" she asked back. "What opinions?" He let out a slight sigh. "I will respect you. That is the foundation of our relationship, so when you tackled me, and that was exactly a prank and flirting. Although I really didn't like it. As he spoke, Heo Chung took her hand. Kong Hua was a little annoyed. Don't bother me, I'm playing games. His face was full of a pouting expression. I'm here to share my worries and concerns with you, and you're only paying attention to your game. You should think and worry more about our future. Ignored, Heo Chung leaned close to her ear. Instead of wasting time playing games, how about we go into my room and discuss it? Kong Hua raised her guard. Why should I go into your room? He said in a thuggish voice. We're lovers, aren't we? Being in one room is a very normal thing. Kong Hua quickly objected. I don't want to get pregnant. Heo Chung understood the meaning and explained. Who said you'd get pregnant? But the young lady was already lost in imagination. You're luring me into your room to get me pregnant. I won't be able to tackle you all night. If we sleep together, I'll definitely get pregnant. At this moment, a question mark appeared above Heo Chung's head. Do you know how babies are made? Kong Hua replied very quickly. When two people sleep together. Heo Chung struggled to explain. You can't get pregnant just by sleeping together. I haven't done anything yet, and you're still pure. Do you think I'm that easily fooled? Chapter 91. It was spring in March. Kong Hua sat in a chair staring intently at her phone. She pressed the chart displayed on the screen and said sadly, the gold trading game is losing more and more money. Kong Hua became even more depressed, hit by reality. This intensive investment in the game doesn't seem to be a long-term solution. She sat blankly in the chair and Heo Chung was busy writing something. He twirled the pen lightly in his hand. Clear items were written on the paper. Kong Hua's future occupation, online business direction and style analysis, video production, TikToker gaming experience. Heo Chung held the pen, turned his head and asked, Are these the things you want to do? Kong Hua immediately regained her vitality, her eyes sparkling as she replied, Cooking. Heo Chung nodded and wrote it on the paper, Chef. He suddenly frowned and crossed out the chef item on the paper. Choose something else. Without an ID card, no matter how skilled you are, it will be very difficult to become a chef. Kong Hua immediately suggested, How about I become a street vendor? I only need a cart and a pot. Heo Chung immediately dismissed the idea. It's not as simple as you think. You'll face a lot of trouble. The police are coming, run away. He immediately pictured Kong Hua pushing a street cart and running away, and you'll be chased by the police. Kong Hua replied, As long as I can earn money, it'll be fine. Heo Chung hesitated. But that's not a stable source of income, and it won't be enough to support yourself, she asked in surprise. Not enough to support myself? Heo Chung suddenly fell silent. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking carefully. To stably support oneself, what does that even mean? This is truly the worst. Why do I resemble Heo Moonbin a bit? Heo Chung, Kong Hua kept calling. Heo Chung, he only then came to his senses, laughed awkwardly and waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm just hungry, let's go make dinner. She immediately got up from the chair. Alright, he crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair. What kind of work would she do? Does it really matter? Heo Chung stared at Kong Hua, who was cooking in the kitchen again. It doesn't seem to be a problem for her. As long as she could earn money, she would willingly do anything, even move construction materials with her bare hands. Kong Hua shouted from the kitchen, Dinner's ready. Heo Chung picked up his rice bowl, looked at the food on the table and said, You've been living here for quite some time, so you could be considered half a modern person. If you want to do anything, just tell me, and I can give you advice. But the final decision is still yours. Kong Hua was slightly surprised to hear this. She turned her face elsewhere and said in a low voice, I've never thought about it like that. Heo Chung smiled and continued to eat his rice. There's no need to rush. Take your time to think about what you truly want to do. In the blink of an eye it was afternoon, and Kong Hua was in the living room swinging her sword a few times. She stopped and sheathed her sword. A computer screen displayed the data results. Heo Chung leaned back in his chair and asked, How is it? Is it useful? Kong Hua smiled and replied, I think it's quite good. Heo Chung lowered his head and looked at another sword. You can use this for practice in the future, the sword you always carry. He drew the sword and sighed. This SwordsWoman, when I first met her, was bloodthirsty and pointed her sword at me. And now she's no different from a person living in this modern era. Or how about we throw it away? We can't use this anymore. Kong Hua didn't answer and approached him. She caressed the sword and said, I have a special bond with this sword. I've used it for a very long time. I've always carried it since I first left home. It even broke on the road and had to be repaired several times. Heo Chung silently watched her every action. He sheathed it and stood up. Forget what I just said, I'll keep it for you. Heo Chung took out a bundle of white cloth and wrapped it around the sword. After diligently wrapping it for a long time, he eagerly held it out. Oh, it's done. Heo Chung put it under the bed. He turned his neck and went outside. I'll keep it in my room. If you want to see it, you can take it out any time, Kong Hua softly replied. Yes, she sat down in the chair again and clipped her fingernails. Heo Chung saw this, rubbed his hands together and put on a lewd expression. He was a completely different person than before. Want me to clip your toenails? Kong Hua, blushing, exclaimed in surprise. No, I don't. Heo Chung entered carrying a box from outside. I'm back. Kong Hua peeked her head out. What's that? He carefully opened the box. The item I ordered for you has finally arrived, Heo Chung said, taking out the item from the box and glancing at it. Inside was a set of underwear. Kong Hua saw it, blushed, and cried out loudly. She ran over and snatched the underwear from Heo Chung's hand. Kong Hua, flustered, covered the box with her body. You mustn't touch it. Her gaze fell upon a piece of paper enclosed. Kong Hua picked it up and read it. Leave a 5-star review and get 20 yuan. She was immediately interested. That's incredible. I have to work half a day to earn 20 yuan. Hearing that, Heo Chung frowned and showed his middle finger. They're asking for 5 stars for just 2 yuan. This is a first for me. Kong Hua looked at him, puzzled. Heo Chung seriously explained taking review photos means taking photos wearing those clothes and showing them to other people. Kong Hua held the paper and stared at him blankly. Photos taken while wearing this. For a moment she was frozen like a stone, then angrily threw the paper in her hand. I don't like it anymore. Heo Chung caught the flying paper. His face was full of ulterior motives. Even if you don't like it, I do. Give it to me. I'll wash it and give it back to you. Kong Hua didn't understand but agreed nonetheless. All right. A moment later, 30 yuan was deposited into Kong Hua's account. She looked at her phone in surprise. We actually got money. 30 yuan. Kong Hua asked, how did you do it? Heo Chung wore a secretive expression and grinned cunningly. Of course, I sent a very racy picture of the buyer. Then they gave me an extra 10 yuan and begged me to delete it. Kong Hua burst out laughing at his action. She smiled as brightly as a spring breeze. Yes, that's really funny. Heo Chung proudly snapped his fingers. That's just life. That's how people will fear me. He suggested buying more pork for dinner. Kong Hua replied excitedly, all right. She hugged Dong tightly, rubbing her face against it, thrilled. Extra food. Seeing that, Heo Chung sighed weakly. What a fool. Sometimes I feel like I'm taking care of my daughter. Don't you feel that way too? Kong Hua looked up at him, frowned and replied, no. Heo Chung slumped into the chair and scrolled through his phone. Should I read the comments on the video I just uploaded? Reading the comments, he clicked his tongue. Why does this person keep leaving the same comment? Their tone is just like an old man's. No, it's exactly like him. Then he immediately put that person on the block list. What the hell, I'll just pretend I don't know anything and block him. Anyway, I can't let him actually threaten me. The next day, old man Heo sat in the living room with a serious face. Heo Chung cautiously asked, Father, are you still angry with me? He snorted and replied, why should I be angry? Heo Chung looked helplessly at old man Heo. How dare you block all my accounts, Father? I wasn't just blocking 3 of my father's accounts just now, he shouted. It wasn't just once, I even used Jinho's and Hoja's old phone numbers to sign up. Heo Chung reached out and picked up an apple from the table. Next time you have an opinion, just send me a direct message. Don't comment on my videos. Old man Heo frowned and shouted, did you even read my messages? Heo Chung waved his hand. Actually, I read your comments too. These words made old man Heo even angrier, causing him to tremble. Heo Chung took a bite of the apple and continued, short videos are very popular these days. Watch more when you have time. You'll eventually understand what I do. He explained, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. As long as it's not a voice message, I'll explain everything in detail. Old man Heo didn't reply, thinking to himself, there's no right or wrong between us, just a difference in understanding. He frowned, lost in deep thought. I can't fall behind. Old man Heo suddenly stood up from the chair. I need to go get my phone. He went out and slammed the door shut. Heo Chung pointed his finger at Kong Hua and asked, want an apple? I'll peel it for you. She reached out and picked up an apple, replying, I can do it myself. He watched her peel the apple while eating his own. Then, unable to resist, he pulled out his phone and took a picture. Hearing the camera shutter, Kong Hua turned around. She handed a peeled apple slice to Heo Chung and said gently, you've taken so many pictures of me. Heo Chung tapped the album, bent down and ate the apple slice Kong Hua offered. It was just a casual shot. He lowered his gaze and said, I want to document your journey of becoming a modern person with these photos. Heo Chung gripped the phone in his hand tightly. Anyway, I'm afraid you'll suddenly return to your era someday. To be honest, I'm a little worried. Kong Hua looked at him silently, and seeing that, her eyes trembled slightly. Kong Hua blushed and gasped. She moved her hand to touch Heo Chung's. He also turned his head and leaned closer. Just as the two were about to kiss, the door suddenly opened. Old man Heo came out of the room. The two, flustered, covered their mouths with their hands. Old man Heo sat down, frowned, and looked at his phone. I still don't understand what's useful about watching these videos, he grumbled. They're all as useless as you. Heo Chung approached and explained, that's Otaman. People with passion find joy in these videos. He nodded. Otamasa? The name doesn't sound very dignified. Heo Chung still carefully explained each point. You shouldn't judge by the name alone. First, you need to understand the background of Otamas. It's actually inspired by Japanese. Kong Hua bit into her apple and thought to herself, this is a classic. He seems to know everything. Despite the difficulties, he tries to explain everything. She suddenly felt strangely happy. He seems much more useful than an internet search engine right now. Mrs. Heo came in from outside. Seeing the harmonious scene in the living room, she was slightly surprised. Oh my, what a strange sight. She was surprised by the intimacy between old man Heo and Heo Chung. What did the father and son talk about in the room earlier? Mrs. Heo came in and called, let's go visit Uncle Jin. Shangpa wagged its tail and ran over. It happily jumped into Kong Hua's arms. Heo Chung received a glass of water from Uncle Jin and politely replied, yes, uncle, you don't have to go to such trouble. He sat on the chair and lamented. I wonder when Ho Ya will bring his girlfriend home to introduce her to me. Uncle Jin said with a serious face, every time I bring up this topic he always says he's preparing. I wonder if that guy is deceiving me with lies. Heo Chung laughed awkwardly and asked, in what way is he deceiving you, uncle? He gave a conjecture. Ho Ya is going to find someone to pretend to be his girlfriend, for example, a surprising person from his company, and introduce her. I can't be sure, but you two should know that he definitely copied you. He seems quite honest on the surface, but sometimes he has some not so upright thoughts. He felt a shiver down his spine and rubbed his head. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Heo Chung shook his head and waved his hand. What do you mean copied me? I'm a sensible person, he continued to brag, unaware that Kong Hwa was looking at him with sharp eyes. Look at Kong Hwa, I mean the fact that such a nice girl is my girlfriend proves that I'm a decent person, right? Uncle Jin laughed and asked her. So what do you like about this guy? He was very rebellious when he was young, don't be fooled. Kong Hwa rested her chin on her hand and thought carefully. After a moment she said with a serious expression, but I like that rebellious side of him. Heo Chung looked at her with affectionate eyes. During the new year she was very flustered when answering this question. In just over a month she's learned how to answer so cleverly. Uncle Jin leaned back. You don't resemble your father at all. I can't say anything about the person you're taking care of. Heo Chung confidently crossed his arms. That's not true, I have some similarities with my father too. We both like antiques, he said, glancing at Kong Hwa sitting next to him. Uncle Jin burst out laughing. Antiques? He likes to research antiques, but you're the opposite. What do you like about them? Their value, he replied. No, that's not it, Heo Chung said, taking Kong Hwa's hand. I also like to research. She blushed slightly and thought to herself, is the antique he's talking about me? Kong Hwa angrily squeezed Heo Chung's hand, making him cry out in pain. Uncle Jin asked worriedly, what's wrong? He laughed awkwardly and replied, yes, I'm fine. On the way home, Kong Hwa suddenly spoke, I'm not an antique. Heo Chung smiled and teased, then what are you? She frowned and replied, I'm a work of art. Hearing that, he just burst out laughing. Heo Chung tightly held Kong Hwa's hand. Whatever she was Kong Hwa after all. He smiled and pointed to his own cheek. You did very well today. Your reward is a kiss here. Kong Hwa was shy and looked around. Right here? Her face turned as red as a tomato. Aren't we on the street? How can we do something like that here? Thinking that, she covered her face and ran away. No, the two stood on the bridge and Heo Chung pointed into the distance. Over there is the train station. Once you have all your documents, I'll take you to buy a ticket and we'll explore together. Kong Hwa smiled softly and replied, good. Then the two held hands and descended the overpass. Heo Chung threw his cup into the trash can and continued to introduce, and this is a bookstore, let's go in and take a look. The two immediately entered a nearby bookstore. The owner asked, what kind of books are you looking for? Heo Chung replied, we're just browsing. Two leisurely browsed the bookstore. Heo Chung took out a book and reminded her, see if there's any book you like. If there is, let's buy it and read it. Kong Hwa looked at the bookshelf next to her and took out a book. It was on time. Heo Chung leaned in to look. This book, you'll be confused if you read it. It's very difficult to understand after one read. Kong Hwa smiled and replied, I like the word time. Heo Chung immediately spoiled her. If you like it, buy it. Even if you don't understand it, you can still decorate your bookshelf with it. Then he took a pile of books and put them on the counter. Boss, please calculate the total. But it wasn't long before he regretted it. Heo Chung put the bag of books on the ground, panting. Indeed, the weight of knowledge is different. It's too heavy. It must be about 27 kilograms. Kong Hwa saw it and picked it up lightly. I'll carry it. Heo Chung looked at her with admiration. Truly my powerful female hero. The two held hands and continued walking. Where are we going next? We should go home. It's inconvenient to carry so many books around. After walking for a while, Heo Chung saw an acquaintance. He stopped and called out, Ho Ya. He and Kong Hwa quickly approached. Jinho was surprised. Chung Zi, why are you two here? Heo Chung replied, we're taking a walk. And who's this young lady? Jinho scratched his head awkwardly. This is Yu Yung Bang, a friend. The young lady next to him interrupted. I'm his girlfriend. Jinho blushed and gave a light cough. I haven't announced it yet. Heo Chung nodded and introduced, I'm Hoja's friend. My name is Heo Chung, and this is my girlfriend. Kong Hwa spoke. Hello. Then Heo Chung suggested, we're thinking of going to see a movie. Do you two want to come with us? Jinho quickly refused. No, I don't want to disturb you two. Hearing that, he pulled Kong Hwa and turned to leave. Then we'll see you next time we're leaving. After walking for a while, Kong Hwa asked curiously, how are we going to see a movie? Didn't you say we were going home? Heo Chung replied calmly, that was just a casual excuse. Didn't you feel something strange about those two? He carefully analyzed. Instead of just saying they're fake dating, they were so enthusiastic. It seems Ho Ya is being chased by her, but something's off. Kong Hwa was even more surprised to hear that. Those two, I didn't feel anything strange. Heo Chung shook his head. That's because you don't know Hoja's personality. She looked at him puzzled. I've always wanted to ask, why do you always add Z to everyone's name? He's called Ho Ya. The rich man is called Wang Zi and you're called Chung Zi. So can I be called Hua Zi? Heo Chung spoke softly. Those are nicknames we've been calling each other since college. Like Lao Zi, Confucius, they all have Z at the end. So we thought adding Z at the end would make us sound very impressive. You're a woman, so there's no need to add it. Kong Hwa nodded. I see, then I don't want to be called Hua Zi. She laughed happily and ran. Hua Zi sounds a bit strange. Kong Zi is even worse. Just calling me Kong Hwa is best. Upon arriving home, she put the bundle of books on the table and said, actually I want to watch a movie too. Heo Chung, holding Dong Na, asked in surprise, you mean watch a movie at home? If you wanted to, I would have taken you to the cinema. It's much more immersive to watch it in the cinema. Kong Hwa immediately imagined the dark and unsafe scene of a cinema. Can't speak, it's rude. She proudly compared it to home. I can adjust the lighting, talk freely, and there's a cat and soda. No, I still prefer watching movies at home. You said couples should shop, eat and watch movies together. But we can eat and watch movies together at home. Heo Chung laughed helplessly. All right, your fist looks quite scary, I'll listen to you. He reached out and drew the window curtains, his expression turning serious. This life needs moments to be recorded and cherished. We can't live so carelessly. He placed yogurt and apples on the table. Understood, if we do everything only at home, what will we say when we look back later, or when our child asks about our dating days? Do you want to tell them that daddy and mommy just stayed at home and never went anywhere? Kong Hua shot him a sharp glance. A child, what are you talking about? The man was revealing his intentions himself. Heo Chung hastily waved his hand denying it. That's not what he meant to say. Let's watch this movie. Heo Chung took out his laptop and placed it on the table. The movie began to play on the computer screen. Kong Hua and Heo Chung watched the movie, cracking sunflower seeds. He glanced at Kong Hua, and her face immediately flushed. She suddenly turned her body and reached out her hand. Heo Chung suddenly felt a surge of excitement. 2 hands, but when Kong Hua picked up the yogurt cup he reined in his wicked thoughts, another vain imagining. Kong Hua carefully opened the yogurt lid and licked the yogurt off it with her tongue. Heo Chung was dumbfounded by her action. Kong Hua licked the yogurt from the lid. As if feeling his strange gaze, she looked up and asked, "Do you want some?" Heo Chung blushed, cleared his throat lightly and hastily turned his head away. "No, I don't want any." Kong Hua continued to eat the yogurt. He couldn't resist turning his head back to look. She suddenly turned her face and shot him a glance. "You clearly want some but are pretending not to." Annoyed, Kong Hua handed him another yogurt. "If you want to eat it, just take it and eat it. Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Suddenly, Heo Chung's phone rang and he went outside to answer it. "What is it?" Jin Ho was sitting in a restaurant making the call. "Something troublesome has come up," he earnestly cautioned in a loud voice. "It's about the woman I met on a blind date and it's a long story. Don't tell anyone about this, especially not Mr. Heo. If too many people know, my dad will find out soon." "Don't worry," Heo Chung nodded. "I'll keep it a secret." Hearing that, Jin Ho began to recount his blind date story from today. "I got to know her through a family introduction. Please look at the menu. I come here often and the food is delicious." The two silently looked at each other. "I'll have fried rice." "Boss, 2 fried rice please." "Yes, coming right up." The two exchanged a few more words, then fell silent again. "You're a police officer, right?" "That's right, I just finished my practical training." "Being a police officer must be very tough and tiring, right?" "It is, but not always. It's just tiring when you have to work continuously for several hours." "Is the food to your liking?" Young Bang wiped her mouth with a tissue. "I can't eat anymore." Jin Ho ate his rice, deep in thought. He put the rice into his mouth, then slammed his bowl down on the table and resolutely wiped his mouth with a tissue. Jin Ho placed his hand on the table. "You were forced to come on this blind date too, weren't you?" Scanning mode activated. Young Bang asked back. "Really?" Jin Ho thought awkwardly. "Did I misunderstand?" Young Bang suddenly spoke. "That's right." Jin Ho let out a sigh of relief. "What a coincidence." "It is a coincidence. I have a few more blind dates in the coming days." Young Bang turned her gaze elsewhere. "How bothersome." When she turned her head, she met Jin Ho's pleading gaze. The two shook hands as if agreeing to cooperate. "So we decided to cooperate and pretend the date was a success." On the other end of the phone, Jin Ho covered his head in frustration. "By the end of the day, I felt like this wasn't right. Everything was too awkward, so I told her to end this and for us to each find our real partners, but she refused." On this end, Heo Chung asked nonchalantly. "Why?" Jin Ho replied. "She wants to continue this act." I said no, but she's still insistent. "I feel like something is very strange, but I don't know what, so I'm calling you to ask." Inside the room, Kong Hua looked left and right, wondering if she wanted more to eat. Heo Chung replied, "It's highly likely that as the two of you had a chance to talk and learn more about each other, she started developing feelings for you. She probably found good and attractive qualities in you." Kong Hua shook her head, trying to resist. No, the two continued to advise each other outside. "I'm still uneasy. I feel like she has some ulterior motive. Why don't you think she no longer wants to wander and wants to find a stable haven with a good man like you?" Kong Hua was still staring at the yogurt cup with a greedy gaze. A moment later, Heo Chung hung up. When he returned to the living room, he asked in surprise, "Where's my yogurt?" Kong Hua explained awkwardly. "I ate it. I was so thirsty after eating sunflower seeds." Heo Chung pouted petulantly. "You gave that to me." She quickly made an excuse. "You were busy answering the phone, so you hadn't eaten it yet. I'll buy you some later." "A lot, really." Heo Chung suddenly took Kong Hua's hand. He leaned close to her face and said, "Stick out your tongue. There might still be some of my yogurt left inside you." Kong Hua pressed her lips tightly together, thinking he was tempting her with a very absurd reason. After a moment of hesitation, Kong Hua stuck out her tongue, closed her eyes tightly, and leaned towards Heo Chung. He put his arm around her shoulder and kissed her. "You have to compensate me for eating all my yogurt." A month later, a clothing stall opened on the street. "Summer t-shirt discount, 20 t-shirts for only 20 yuan. Just then, Heo Chung passed by and noticed 2 shirts a customer was holding. He approached. "These are very pretty and good quality," the customer asked in surprise. "Really?" The stall owner rushed over with a mirror and interjected, saying in a flattering voice, "They look great on you. You look so vibrant." Heo Chung and Kong Hua looked down at the stall. "I'll buy them when the weather gets warmer." He bent down and picked up a few more shirts because summer is coming soon. Then Heo Chung handed those few shirts to the stall owner. "I'll take these too." The owner put them in a bag. "Yes, I'll wrap them up for you." paid 20 yuan with WeChat Pay. After finishing their shopping, Heo Chung and Kong Hua continued to stroll down the street. She suddenly frowned and looked at him. Kong Hua's expression clearly showed hesitation, as if she wanted to say something. As if gathering all her courage, she spoke. Those discounted shirts are cheaper than the ones on Taobao. Let's buy from there next time. Hearing that, Heo Chung hastily shook his head and waved his hand. No, he said with an arrogant expression. I'm a man, clothing isn't that important. Besides, I'm already handsome, so anything looks good on me. Heo Chung suddenly took Kong Hua's hand. But you're different, you're a woman. He pulled her hand closer and looked at her with warm eyes. You'll look much more wonderful in pretty clothes, so you don't need to save money because of me. When he was young, he had seen his father flatter his mother like this. These were things Heo Chung had learned from his parents. The two stopped at a supermarket together. Have you ever thought about selling vegetables at a store like this? Kong Hua followed Heo Chung, looking around curiously. She approached him and whispered, I have thought about it, but after careful consideration, I don't think it suits me. Heo Chung blushed and asked, Why? Kong Hua explained, sweating profusely. Can I get this for 3 yuan instead of 3.2? We're a small business, so we can't give discounts. And can I get this green onion for free? They're too skilled at haggling. She sadly looked at her phone screen. So if I go to sell vegetables, I'll be exposed. Everything is easier online. Because you can sell everything on a website without worrying about haggling. Time passed, and Heo Chung was diligently practicing strange martial arts moves. He swept back his hair, pretending to be handsome. Now that I'm stronger, don't you think I could fight 3 people like my past self all by myself? Kong Hua rested her chin in her hand and seriously instructed, when facing someone of similar skill, you must attack first to pressure them. But it will be a very difficult fight. She frowned, meticulously analyzing each point. Compared to yourself a year ago, you wouldn't even be able to block a single straight punch. If you use your head to attack, you might be able to take that person down, Kong Hua said excitedly. If you're lucky, it'll only end with a broken neck. Her beauty made Heo Chung lose his self-control. He suddenly shouted, making Kong Hua puzzled. Wait a minute. Heo Chung's expression suddenly changed. He gripped his own wrist tightly. Then Heo Chung shouted as if his body was transforming. This power is becoming uncontrollable, unmanageable, and about to be unleashed. While Kong Hua looked bewildered, he placed a chair on the floor and put 2 cushions on top of it. Heo Chung assumed an attack stance, clenching his fists. Now it's time to taste the fruits of arduous training. 2 pillows. One to muffle the sound, the other to protect his hands from pain. He shouted with vigor and slammed the chair hard. A deadly blow. Kong Hua and Dong Hao stood by, feeling somewhat helpless at this abnormal behavior. She asked, puzzled, Why are you doing that? Heo Chung confidently replied, I can feel myself getting stronger and stronger. Shall we spar? Stamina -1. He closed his eyes seriously, waiting for something. Heo Chung suddenly switched to an innocent expression. It's a joke, please don't hit me. I'll continue training. After Kong Hua turned and left, he hunched his body, deflated. Confidence -1000, waggishness -100. Kong Hua pouted and glanced at Heo Chung's determined appearance. She thought to herself, at this rate, when he becomes strong enough to resist me. A moment later, Kong Hua and Heo Chung were engrossed in their own work in the living room. Heo Chung stared intently at the computer screen. Skilled video producer, level 8, video speed x8, he sighed, thinking to himself. My editing skills still need improvement. I should take it a bit slower. Even though what I do is the best in this industry. Kong Hua couldn't resist turning her head to glance at him. As if feeling her gaze, Heo Chung immediately flashed a finger heart at Kong Hua, and she received it, her face flushing. Kong Hua bent her head in embarrassment and continued her work, and Heo Chung was still in love. Slow but steady wins the race, and it's the same in love. Kong Hua sat beside Heo Chung reading a book, and he glanced at her. Kong Hua was still engrossed in turning the pages. Heo Chung suddenly praised, Reading like that is good. She put down her book, turned, and asked, Why is it good? Heo Chung replied nonchalantly. Reading broadens one's knowledge. You can learn many things from books, and I won't have to teach you anymore. He smiled triumphantly and gave a thumbs up. Still, I am your teacher, so you must respect me. Come on, call me master. Kong Hua's expression turned blank with disbelief. Connection. Heo Chung is master. Heo Chung is boyfriend, future husband. Master is future husband. Can master and disciple get married? Seeing her expression, Heo Chung paused for a moment. Why does it sound so provocative when you say it like that? He lightly cleared his throat. Actually, it was just a joke, like how some couples call each other daddy. The book in Kong Hua's hand fell heavily to the ground. Her face turned red up to her ears, and her voice stammered. What does that mean? Heo Chung typed on the keyboard and explained. It might sound strange, but I'm just telling you so you know such things exist. As long as they agree and enjoy it privately without affecting others, you can't stop them. Kong Hua covered her mouth in embarrassment and hastily turned her head elsewhere. Wait, why are we talking about this? She flusteredly picked up her book. I'll just continue reading. Heo Chung couldn't resist teasing, how adorable can our lady hero be? And then the atmosphere fell silent again. The two continued their own work. Kong Hua closed her book and moved closer to Heo Chung. He looked up at her and asked, Finished reading the book? Kong Hua didn't answer, suddenly frowned and stared intently at the computer. She averted her gaze and replied, No, this book is too difficult. Heo Chung nodded. I admit it, it's too difficult for you to understand. Kong Hua looked at him with a warning glance. You seem to be looking down on me. It's the truth, isn't it? Kong Hua said angrily. I'm not stupid, it's just Heo Chung interjected. It's just that you're not used to that book yet, you understand everything else. She pouted and said, What are you looking at? Heo Chung looked up. This, he pointed at the screen and explained, this is Journey to the West, the other story. This female protagonist is very similar to you. She's very violent and attacks anyone she doesn't like. My mouth isn't that big. I'm not talking about appearance but actions. She moved closer to Heo Chung. I haven't hit anyone. He tilted his head to remind her. Don't you remember that thief last time? You beat him within an inch of his life. He lowered his eyes and looked at Konghua. So close, I can smell her scent. The distance between the two was now very close. Heo Chung suddenly asked, can I touch your calf? Konghua was startled and hastily recoiled. She pouted silently and didn't answer. Konghua shyly asked why. Heo Chung replied, or your thigh is fine too, if you agree. Hearing that, Konghua moved even further away. Heo Chung put on a serious expression and lectured. Confucianism states that appetite and desire are human nature, so what I want is not bad. We are lovers, aren't we? If there is no desire or craving between us, it would be better to be siblings. Then what would be the purpose of this relationship? He rushed forward and tightly grabbed Konghua's hand. Or let's burn incense and become sworn siblings. She was terrified and flung Heo Chung's hand away. No, we've kissed many times, how can we be siblings? Konghua put her foot down, her face as red as a tomato. Then I'll let you touch me a little. Anyway, since we've kissed many times, touching my thigh should be a normal thing. She placed both her legs on Heo Chung's thighs. He wore a satisfied expression. Isn't this more affectionate? Konghua still didn't let down her guard. No, something strange, she frowned suspiciously. You always ask for my opinion before doing anything. Are you afraid I'll hit you? Heo Chung gently placed his hand on her leg. Not necessarily, I'm just being considerate of your feelings. After all, you're from an older era. If I suddenly did something strange, you'd be surprised and attack me or become annoyed and leave. And you wouldn't understand why I did it. It might be a bit awkward if I ask, but that way I can understand and we can slowly open up to each other. Konghua was slightly moved by his words. Aren't you tired of dating me? Heo Chung chuckled and slipped his hand inside her sock. No, I like you just the way you are. Konghua, blushing, cried out. Don't touch my leg like that, you pervert. Heo Chung continued to work. The computer continuously played sounds. Kill him, not dead yet. Then you must kill him. He replayed that section. Kill him, not dead yet. Konghua asked, puzzled. You've replayed that part 3 times already. Heo Chung replied silently, I'm thinking these 3 lines not only show the villagers' ignorance but also their deep hatred, and these black people were portrayed as comical and foolish. Heo Chung continued to type on the keyboard. There are so many implications and meanings in just one short scene, it's truly interesting. She put down her book and looked at the computer. It's just 3 lines of dialogue, aren't you overthinking it? He smiled softly and replied, perhaps, but thinking a lot is better than keeping your mind empty. There are many ways to develop the habit of deep thinking. Once you have this habit, you'll be able to understand why people think the way they do. Konghua was even more bewildered. Why? I don't understand anything. Heo Chung sighed. If you don't think deeply, you'll become foolish and eventually be tricked into becoming a wife and having many children. Konghua retorted indignantly. I'm not foolish. She trembled with anger. We need to talk about this cohabitation issue. I saw through his dark intentions last time and immediately refused. Heo Chung's lips curled up. He suddenly asked, do you know why I like you and what I like about you? Konghua replied without hesitation, you like my shoes and my hands. Heo Chung shook his head and caressed Konghua's ankle. Wrong, that's just what you think. She flinched. This isn't good. Konghua pouted and looked at him, thinking, if it's not my shoes and hands, then what is it? She held the book high as if to hide her wavering emotions. Somehow I've started to like him too, and I'm gradually becoming ready to fall for his charm. Am I foolish then? At this moment, Konghua noticed the clock. She feigned annoyance and pulled her leg back. I won't let you touch me anymore. I'm going to shower. Konghua left the room, slamming the door shut. Donghua jumped from the floor onto the chair. It rubbed its head against Heo Chung's hand. Acting spoiled, he pushed it away with an annoyed expression. Donghua, angry, grabbed his hand with its paw, trying to compete with Lady Hero for attention. What a foolish, delusional cat. Doesn't it know its place? Heo Chung thought to himself. If it could transform, it would be a different story, but wait, you're a male cat. Never mind. A moment later, Konghua came out of the bathroom. Heo Chung turned his head to look at her and said in a teasing voice, shall we sit together for a bit longer? She immediately refused. Dream on, I don't know what he's up to again. Konghua's hands unconsciously gripped her pajamas. I'm wearing pajamas right now at this moment. If he touches my leg again, I'll be completely ruined by his madness. Heo Chung stared intently at Konghua. The pajamas revealed her pale chest. He stared blankly at it, mesmerized, as if sensing his strange gaze. Konghua quickly covered herself with her hand. She screamed and rushed out of the living room. Pervert! Heo Chung helplessly covered his head. Damn it, I can't concentrate on work anymore. I need a shower to clear my head. In the bathroom, he bent down to wash his face. Heo Chung lifted his head and swept back his wet hair. I need to look stronger and cooler. I can't look like an unkempt prince. A moment later, he came out of the bathroom. As he passed Konghua's room, he paused. Lady Hero doesn't seem to be asleep yet. Back in his room, Heo Chung flopped onto the bed. His mind was filled with the image of Konghua after her shower. It's going to be a long night. He tossed and turned, feeling uncomfortable. Stop thinking about it. Konghua hesitantly held up the stockings. These are called sheer stockings and they feel really good to the touch. She recalled when Heo Chung gave them to her. He bought these stockings along with the shoes 2 months ago, but I've kept them in my room and never worn them. Konghua reached out for her phone next to her. She carefully typed in sheer stockings, how to wash sheer stockings, how to style sheer stockings, and how to wear sheer stockings. She lightly swiped the phone screen, then followed the instructions and slipped her foot into the sheer stocking. After a long time of fumbling, Konghua finally put on the stockings. She touched her legs and inwardly admired, "These really feel good when worn." Konghua caressed her ankle. "They're so comfortable. No wonder Heo-chung always told me to wear them." She subconsciously cringed into a corner. "It's fine to wear these once in my room by myself, but I'll absolutely never wear them outside and show them to others." A hint of hesitation flickered in Konghua's eyes. "He didn't tell me to try them on, but if he likes these and he sees me, it'll be awkward." Early the next morning, Konghua anxiously crept out of her room. As she passed the bathroom, she paused. Konghua suddenly spoke. "Heo-chung." He was startled and quickly hid something behind his back. Heo-chung stammered nervously. "Why are you up so early?" Konghua approached. "What are you washing?" He fumbled to hide the item behind his back. "Nothing, just socks." "Is something wrong?" She frowned and replied coldly, "Nothing." Heo-chung flinched. "Really?" The two stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Heo-chung spoke first. "Don't you have anything else to say to me?" Konghua looked at him suspiciously. "His behavior is very strange. Why is he afraid of being caught washing socks, or could it be—" A terrifying thought crossed her mind, and she subconsciously swallowed. "Could he be like me? Did he secretly wake up early to wash those sheer stockings?" Heo-chung asked carefully. "I have a feeling you're thinking something rather inappropriate." Caught off guard, Konghua's face turned beet red and she turned around and fled. "No, I don't know anything. I'm going back to my room." A moment later, Konghua was working in the living room, and Heo-chung was sitting in a chair. Konghua glanced at him. Seeing him lost in thought, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Heo-chung replied, "I was just recalling last night's dream." She added, "What did you dream about?" Heo-chung wore a seductive expression. "It was a very pleasant dream." Konghua immediately imagined Heo-chung wearing sheer stockings, dreaming of becoming a woman and wearing sheer stockings. He was holding Dong-ah when he paused. "Why would I dream of becoming a woman? What on earth is this lady hero thinking? What's so pleasant and memorable about becoming a woman?" Konghua sighed and continued to work. "Wasn't it? Then never mind," he thought to himself. "Is she misunderstanding something about me?" In the small kitchen, delicious dishes were neatly arranged on the table. Heo-chung chewed on his bread and asked, "By the way, have you thought about what you want to do? If you want to open an online shop, I'll set one up for you." Konghua held her bread and replied dispiritedly. "No," he added. "Then think about it carefully. There's no need to rush this. The important thing is what you want to do. As long as you love that work, you'll succeed on your own." Heo-chung encouraged her with all his heart. "With your perseverance and determination, you'll succeed in anything you do. I believe in you." Konghua was a little sad. "But I don't believe in myself. There's still so much I don't understand." Heo-chung stirred his soup bowl and comforted her in a soft voice. "It's perfectly normal to lack confidence right now, and it's not because you're from the past. Many people who graduated from college in this era are still like you. No one who first enters society can immediately decide their path. You have to experience countless challenges and mistakes to find the right job for you." He approached her with a bright smile. "Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and Superman fights monsters. Just do what you love. Don't get too caught up in money right now. First, find something you love and start right away. Everything needs to be done step by step." Konghua asked, puzzled. "What's Superman?" Heo-chung picked up a scallion and crossed his arms in a cross shape. The triumphant expression. "Do you believe in justice? I had a transformation device, but I forgot where I threw it away. If I had it, I would transform into Superman and show you." Konghua's mind immediately pictured Heo-chung transforming into a woman in a dress. Dong-ah jumped onto the table, stared intently at the plate of food, and then bit off a piece of bacon. After breakfast, Heo-chung took Konghua's hand and strolled around the neighborhood. When they reached the bulletin board, the two stopped. A piece of paper was pasted there. "Notice to all residents. To enhance neighborhood security and simultaneously restrict the migration of outsiders, a resident control system will be installed." Heo-chung turned and asked the security guard sitting nearby, "A resident control system, Uncle Joe? Does a small old neighborhood like ours need to install this?" Uncle Joe leisurely picked up his teapot and replied, "That's right. Thieves were caught on CCTV committing crimes. Fortunately, nothing was stolen, so a security system installation fund was proposed." He approached and said with a smile, "So, Uncle, are you going to lose your job?" He shook his head. "No, I'll still be working as a security guard at the neighborhood entrance." Then the two chatted a few more words. "Besides, there's no guarantee the system will even be installed. We haven't seen any progress yet. I don't know what the management office and relevant agencies are planning." "Yes, I understand, and we'll be going now. Take care." After speaking, Heo-chung took Konghua's hand and left. The two seemed to be enjoying this leisurely feeling when they stood by the lake. He bent down and picked up something. Heo-chung picked up a flat stone and threw it hard onto the surface of the lake. He proudly dusted off his hands and boasted, "It seems my skills have improved rapidly." Konghua also snapped her knuckles with an excited expression. "How about we spar? You can use the techniques I taught you to fight me." Wild Konghua has appeared. Heo-chung quickly refused. No, I still want to live for a few more years." Konghua pouted. "I'll control my strength, all right?" Heo-chung pointed at her. "Then you'll have to give me a handicap. You can't use your hands or feet. If you agree, I'll accept your challenge." Konghua puffed out her cheeks and thought carefully. He thought of that too. "Then this is practically my utter defeat, isn't it?" As if realizing something, she sighed and turned her head the other way. Alright, he just wants an excuse to hug me. Fine, I accept. Come on, bring it. Level 5. He widened his eyes in surprise. What, really? Level 1. Could Lady Hero really use internal energy to send me flying into the sky? Heo Chung's eyes sparkled with excitement. It doesn't matter anyway. I want to witness how the legendary profound internal energy is used. Being sent flying into the sky is a very cheap price. He struck a martial arts pose, feigning danger. Then you must keep your promise and control your strength. The wind blew, scattering leaves. The two stood facing each other intently. Neither of them moved first. Kong Hua spoke first. Did I misjudge him? He doesn't intend to hug me at all. Why aren't you doing anything? Heo Chung quickly replied. Be quiet, I'm observing to find your weakness. He suddenly averted his gaze, then suddenly rushed forward. At that very moment, Heo Chung's hand aimed for Kong Hua's chest. She frowned in anger. How devious. Kong Hua ducked and head-butted Heo Chung hard in the chest. He clutched his chest in pain. Why you cheated? Why did you use your head? Kong Hua snorted lightly. It's not cheating. I didn't use my feet or hands, so you lost. She bowed her head slightly. It was all because his hand tried to aim there. Heo Chung admitted defeat, clasped his hands together and bowed his head. Lady Hero's martial arts are too formidable. This humble servant still has much to learn. I lost. Good that you know. He added. No, it's not good. It ended too quickly. I don't accept it. Let's have one more round. You can't use your hands, feet, or head. Only internal energy, she retorted indignantly. I won't play with you anymore. Kong Hua covered herself with her hands. This guy is trying every trick to touch my body, and we're in a public place. You're lucky you met me. If it were my second aunt, you'd be finished. Heo Chung stared intently at Kong Hua's sulking expression. He looked at her and asked, May I ask how old your second aunt is? Kong Hua shouted, What on earth are you thinking? Heo Chung chuckled and covered her face with his hand. I was just joking. I wasn't thinking anything. You're really cute when you're angry. He took her hand and appeased her. All right, I'll teach you how to skip stones. It's a lot of fun. Kong Hua didn't even look at him. It doesn't look fun at all. Despite saying that, she picked up a stone and threw it. Heo Chung smiled and asked, It's fun, isn't it? She replied, No. The two chatted happily, one sulking and the other appeasing. Your hands are up, I'll wipe them for you. Seeing the crowd in the distance, Kong Hua quickly ran behind Heo Chung. I see the police, he reassured her. Don't worry, you haven't violated anything, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The police are here to protect us, not our enemies. After speaking, he took her hand and went to see what was happening. Kong Hua hesitated. What if they suddenly check my ID? Heo Chung immediately denied that would happen. They're busy and have patrols to do. Someone not having an ID isn't a serious enough problem for them to check you right now. Before, I was a bit worried you wouldn't adapt to this era and would mess everything up, so I exaggerated the ID problem. He immediately gave her a plan. Even if they check now, we already have ways to resolve everything, so there's no need to worry. I'm homeless, so what? I don't have an ID either. Despite saying that, she was still a little worried. Understood, but to avoid risk, it's best not to encounter them at all. The two quickly went to where the crowd had gathered. Heo Chung stopped in surprise. Huh? Seeing the person talking to the police, he thought to himself, Isn't that Jin Ho? At this moment, Jin Ho was interrogating a soaking wet man, and other police officers were holding back onlookers. He continued to scold. You were lucky. The weather wasn't that cold, but you still need to be careful not to cramp up in the water. That would have been very dangerous. The man kept nodding and apologizing. Yes, I understand. Jin Ho continued to ask, Where's your home? Shall we take you there? He replied awkwardly, Oh, it's fine. I don't want to cause any trouble. It would be a bit strange to go home in a police car. I was just fishing. It's fine, thank you. Immediately after, the soaking wet man quickly left. Heo Chung, seeing the incident resolved, approached and spoke. Our little Jin Ho needed our help just half a year ago, but now he's making his own way, and even on patrol. But he should put on a more serious and stern expression. He continued to praise him in his ear. They say saving one life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, and our Jin Ho has accumulated a lot of merit this time. But Jin Ho didn't pay much attention and bent down to wring out his clothes. What are you talking about? I didn't jump into the water to save him. I just pulled him out. Why are you here? Heo Chung immediately put on the expression of a mere spectator. We had nothing to do, so we were just taking a walk, and it looked quite noisy with all the people gathered, so we rushed over to watch. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. He didn't have time to argue any further and immediately turned to leave. Go, I don't have time to joke around with you. I need to change my shoes and get back to work. He was a little surprised to see that. Oh, so you'll be busy all day today? Jin Ho, as usual, habitually said, It's going to be a really boring day. But he quickly covered his mouth. That was close. If I said today was boring, it would be admitting I'd be busy until quitting time. Jin Ho quickly left, leaving Heo Chung bewildered. I don't know, we'll see. Heo Chung turned his head and said quietly to Kong Hua, Those people serve society. You can find them if you need help. They can do anything, even find your pet. We could even call them to catch that fierce big black dog we met last time. She raised her head and looked intently. They certainly have a lot to do. He sighed, thinking to himself, the lady hero was right to hold them in high regard. If this were the past, Jin Ho would have been hailed as a hero. Over here, Jin Ho was getting angry. Who ruined this tree? How immoral. When Heo Chung, who was nearby, spoke, Kong Hua flinched even more. It's probably the old people going fishing. They didn't want to go home empty-handed, so they broke off branches to take. He looked at him with an extremely annoyed expression. Then how did they break the tree? Now Konghua, the old fisherman, became extremely anxious. I'm not that strong, it must have been those old people. They don't just know about fishing bait. Their martial arts are exceptional. They can climb walls and fly with lightness skills. Heo Chung, sensing her strangeness, asked, "What's wrong?" Konghua pouted and turned her head away. "I don't know." She seriously reconsidered. Those people would never think that tree was brought down by a small girl with a single strike. A moment later, Heo Chung and Konghua also returned home. As soon as Konghua arrived home, she quickly went out. "Ah, so annoying, I forgot to bring my fishing rod again," he asked, a little curious. "You like fishing that much?" She immediately boasted excitedly. "This fishing rod is really good. With just this, I don't need to spend money buying fish. If I catch a big fish, I can even sell it." At this moment, Konghua's mind had already started imagining scenes of catching fish. Now, she was burning with fighting spirit. "I can make a lot of money this way. I think I can even make a living by fishing." Suddenly, Heo Chung lightly tapped her shoulder and pointed to his phone screen. There was a picture of fishermen catching fish with nets. Konghua's face immediately fell. Heo Chung leisurely sat in the chair stroking Dong Ah. "Don't pout, I was just joking, but what I said is true." He was looking at his phone when he suddenly asked, "It just occurred to me, wasn't your village chief's surname Wang?" Konghua, bewildered, denied it. "No, why?" Heo Chung seriously reread the information he had. During the late Tang dynasty, there was a man named Wang Xianji from a salt smuggling syndicate. He was also highly skilled in martial arts. Later, he gathered a huge force during a rebellion, which was about 100 years after your time. It would be quite a coincidence if he were a descendant of your village chief. His eyes sparkled. Heo Chung asked excitedly, "What was it like in your era? Were there any rebellions?" Konghua seemed utterly confused. Why would there be a rebellion? The Tang dynasty was very strong then, it couldn't be stopped. Heo Chung was speechless upon hearing that. Unstoppable, that's what modern people say. If she went back to her own era right now, Li Longji Emperor Xuanzong of Tang would be in danger. Konghua didn't forget to correct him. "And that phrase you mentioned, appetite and desire are human nature. It was actually said by Mencius, not Confucius. That's what it says online." Heo Chung was speechless upon hearing that. His face darkened. "Even someone from the past can point out my mistakes. The power of the internet is truly something. How can I be teacher Heo Chung like this?" They were silent like that. Each did their own thing. Konghua was very focused on recording information on the computer, and Heo Chung was focused on his thoughts. "I feel like I've forgotten something." At this moment, he finally remembered. "Oh right," Heo Chung silently ran out. "I have to go out and come back. You don't need to make dinner." "We're eating out." Konghua, bewildered, didn't understand anything. "Oh okay." Soon a taxi stopped. Heo Chung was lost in thought. "Summer will be here in a few months." He quickly entered a nearby shop. "Are men's and women's summer clothes very different? Aren't there many clothes without pockets? Skirts especially would be quite inconvenient without a place for keys or a phone." "Ah, I found it. This is perfect for her. She'll still be carrying potatoes and corn after all." Heo Chung's eyes sparkled. He found a bear-shaped backpack. "This is it." Konghua always seems mature and serious. Her composure is actually unsuited to her age. This bag will make her cuter and more lively. Plus, I have a lot to do to help her define her clothing style in the future. Konghua seemed very excited wearing the backpack. "Is this what you went to buy?" Heo Chung smiled broadly. "Do you like it?" She turned her head and asked a fatal question. "But why didn't you take me with you?" He just laughed awkwardly upon hearing that. Konghua was now excitedly admiring her new bag. Heo Chung sat beside her, lost in thought. If I had taken Konghua with me, she wouldn't have wanted to spend money on this bag. For the price of this small bag, she could buy several other backpacks. She would have chosen a backpack for its capacity to hold many things. At this moment, he suddenly pulled a lipstick out of his pants pocket. Heo Chung carefully placed it in her hand. "I bought it on my way back from running errands. You can put your phone, keys, potatoes, and a few other things in it. It's very convenient. This is lip gloss that girls use. Of course you don't have to use it, you can just keep it in your bag. It would be strange if your bag had no feminine items at all." Konghua's eyes sparkled as she looked at the new item in her hand, and she carefully put the lipstick in her bag, looking very excited. Heo Chung subtly added a few more feminine items and instructed, "Oh, and tissues and sanitary pads too, just one or two just in case, plus this bag has 2 compartments so you can put your corn and potatoes in that section." She nodded beside him, observing intently. "Yes, I understand." Konghua wore the bag as he instructed. "This bag is puffy and spacious inside, but it doesn't look it from the outside. Carry it when we go out. Girls these days are crazy about cute things like this." She asked with interest, "What about you?" He immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Men don't need it. All those things fit in our pants pockets." While Konghua was still bewildered, Heo Chung received a message. The message read, "Want to grab some food? Bring your girlfriend." "You bring your girlfriend?" He read the message and smirked cunningly. Heo Chung turned his head and asked, "Shall we eat out later?" As soon as she heard about eating, Konghua's eyes sparkled. Eating out soon, the two went out together and she was wearing the bag he had given her. Suddenly, Heo Chung snatched Konghua's bag. She gasped in surprise. "I thought you just wanted to look at it. Why are you wearing my bag?" He flustered corrected her. "Men usually carry their girlfriend's bag." Konghua pouted in displeasure. "Are you teasing me for being weak?" Seeing her reaction, Heo Chung had no choice but to return it to her. All right, you carry it yourself." Suddenly, she asked again, "Have you had a girlfriend before?" He was surprised but still replied, "Yes, I have." Kong Hua continued to press him. "You said you'd always been single." Heo Chung, sensing the situation was not good, changed the subject. "Always been single. We started dating right away after our first meeting, but that was just a fleeting emotion. Even if I told you my entire dating history, it wouldn't be interesting. Let's stop talking about this. And this era is very peaceful. People don't like fighting and bloodshed. It's quite different from your era, which was full of wars. We haven't been dating for long either, and it's very difficult to explain the current global political situation to you." She still didn't let Heo Chung off the hook. "You can tell me now." He was also a little flustered and pulled out his phone. "Now, I'll have to go home and look into it more deeply. There are countries with very complicated names. I've seen them before, but not in detail. Or do you want to watch the news with me? I can explain it." She smiled brightly and said, "I want to talk about your girlfriends." "Ah," Heo Chung had to correct her again. "You should say ex-girlfriends." Kong Hua innocently asked, "Ex-girlfriends? Then am I your next new girlfriend?" Heo Chung hugged her tidily and said again, "You're my current girlfriend." Her face turned red at his words. "Current?" Kong Hua evaded and turned her head. "Really?" Now Heo Chung was flustered by her expression. "What does she mean? Kong Hua certainly isn't looking for an excuse to be angry with me. She's not the kind of person who unnecessarily picks at others' flaws just to get angry and upset." Kong Hua hesitated a little. "Why didn't they get married? Doesn't he want to marry his girlfriend?" Heo Chung hugged her tightly without a word. He simply pulled Kong Hua into his arms. Heo Chung took her hand and said in a sincere voice, "Why do we have to get married? When you date you might break up. Back then I was too young and immature. It was just an impulsive decision of my youth. We felt we weren't right for each other, so we broke up. That's dating. The road from dating to marriage is a very long one. Dating is just a relationship you can experience. If you feel you're not a match, you should stop. No one is to blame in that situation. But if you get married without truly loving and understanding each other, that marriage won't go anywhere. Think about it, it would be very painful to live with someone without feelings." Kong Hua quickly grasped his meaning. "Break up? Does breaking up mean two people are no longer connected at all?" Heo Chung nodded, confirming. "Of course, if you break up, what relationship would there be?" Anger suddenly surged in Kong Hua's heart. Listening to him speak, breaking up seemed like a very normal thing. If two people broke up, there would be no relationship between them anymore. And naturally, they wouldn't meet again. As affectionate images of Heo Chung and his ex-girlfriend began to surface in her mind, Kong Hua became displeased. She frowned and turned her head to ask, "What does it mean to not be a match?" He patiently explained and assured her, "It's too complicated for me to explain to you. I swear there will be no breaking up between us." Kong Hua didn't believe him. "Why, from what you say, it seems very common for couples to break up. I thought a girlfriend was like a wife." Heo Chung understood her meaning. "So you decided to kiss me." Hearing this, Kong Hua blushed and turned her head away. Her cheeks reddened and she became annoyed. "Everything I read on the internet was wrong. Dating and being in a relationship doesn't mean it will lead to marriage. And of course we could break up in the future too." Heo Chung had no choice but to comfort her by holding her in his arms. There, don't think strange thoughts. We will never break up. You are very special to me. Completely different from everyone else." She immediately asked, "What makes me different?" Heo Chung replied shyly, "You didn't even know what breaking up was until I told you. That alone makes you different enough." She looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Then what about you?" An invisible anger simmered in her heart. "I've never hugged anyone. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. But Heo Chung, this man doesn't seem to be ordinary." Kong Hua narrowed her eyes, staring at Heo Chung as if deep in thought. Kong Hua then turned her back to him. "What if he thinks we're not a match again later? I need to be more wary of this man." Heo Chung also sensed her unease and approached, hugging Kong Hua tightly. "Don't worry, we won't break up. I knew you were my destiny from the start, and you yourself haven't thought about leaving me, have you? I thought very carefully before starting this relationship. We either live happily ever after, or you beat me to death. In that case you'll be a widow. And of course there will be no divorce or breakup because I'd be dead." Heo Chung sighed, also very worried in his heart. Her actions when she's angry don't surprise me much. It's the price of dating this female hero. If I didn't like her, who could possibly handle her? After a moment, Kong Hua also relaxed. "I see." Hearing that, joy appeared on his face. "That's right." At this moment, Heo Chung also raised his hand to hail a taxi. The two stood by the roadside waiting for the car. He carefully added, "We come from different eras, so our relationship is a bit unique. But that's not a problem at all. Once you finish adapting to this era, your thoughts might change. For example, accepting that breaking up can certainly happen. I'm not saying I'll break up with you, but you might. Right now our relationship is one-sided. You need me to adapt to your new life. And when you feel mature enough, you can make your own decisions about your life, to leave or to stay. If you choose to leave, I will respect that decision and let you go from my life." Kong Hua was slightly surprised to hear that. "Let me go," he replied gently. "Right now I still see you as someone from the past, and I'll try to treat you like everyone else in this era. If you ever choose to leave, that would mean the feelings we have for each other aren't strong enough. Feelings can't be forced, so stopping is the best option. That's how people in this era treat each other. The reason I'm dating you is because you haven't fully adapted to being a modern person yet." But Kong Hua was very clear-headed. "I feel you're very cunning. Weren't you planning to take advantage of me?" Heo Chung didn't avoid this question at all. "That's a future problem." If you look back at everything I've done in the past and find that I always had impure intentions, then before you become wiser I'll use everything I have to pursue you." Konghua fell silent upon hearing his words. Heo Chung's hand suddenly grabbed hers tightly. Konghua was still wary of him pursuing her. "I don't know what he's thinking, he's always trying to tempt me and rationalize his actions." She narrowed her eyes and stared at him. "You're not a good person," but his hand gripped hers even tighter. The two stood silently on the street. Suddenly Konghua turned her body. She stood on tiptoes with all her might. The sudden kiss made Heo Chung blush and feel confused. The kiss lasted for a while, and after a moment Konghua released him. She gave a warning. "Your ex-girlfriend broke up with you because she couldn't handle you. If you dare to break up with me." Konghua pinched Heo Chung with all her might. "Then you'll see what the consequences are." Soon after, the two sat comfortably in the car. "Konghua won't subdue me with force anymore, and she won't do it even when she's angry. I need to be a bit more restrained too. I won't tempt her to cross the line anymore. This is the unspoken agreement between us. Perhaps Konghua doesn't realize it, but this agreement will be maintained according to her feelings. This is also one of the reasons I like her. I really dislike people who break rules. What's agreed upon must be respected and not broken." If Konghua hadn't followed what I asked from our first meeting or had denied all my efforts without clear reason, I probably wouldn't have liked her this much. She's finally learned how to love someone. They openly held hands and walked into the restaurant. Jin-ho saw them enter and said, "Yu Yungbang isn't here yet. We can order drinks first." Heo Chung cunningly teased him. "Why don't you call her Ryu or Bang Bang? Not affectionate at all." Hearing that, he became very angry. "Stop it, this is just a normal dinner. We'll see what happens." Jin-ho felt very uncomfortable. "Something's off, but I don't know what it is. She and I agreed to fake a relationship to deal with our families. Thanks to that, neither of us had to waste time going on blind dates anymore. We just meet occasionally for meals or take photos with a bouquet of flowers. Unlike other couples, we don't actually spend much time together. So how could a fake become real? The reason I asked Changja to come along was to see if he could help me. His discernment is really sharper than mine." Just then, footsteps were heard. Yungbang finally arrived. "Sorry I'm late." He pulled out a chair and sat next to Jin-ho. Soon, Yungbang's bag caught Konghua's attention. She drank water and thought to herself, that small bag could probably only fit 2 potatoes. Jin-ho politely introduced everyone. "This is my good friend Heo Chung, and this is his girlfriend Konghua. And this is Yu Yungbang, my friend. Let's order. I've been so busy I haven't even had time to eat." Heo Chung naturally started talking. "Then you order." Just then they entrusted Yungbang with ordering. His face seemed extremely nervous. Next to him, bullet-like eyes looked up at Heo Chung. Konghua reached out and pinched his thigh. Heo Chung understood the meaning and looked back at her. Konghua pouted and whispered, "You promised." He was puzzled, not knowing what was happening. The main culprit, Jin-ho, still knew nothing. "Let's eat." Heo Chung began to feel that something was strange, so that's why her attitude was so odd. As 2 staff members brought out drinks, he finally realized they were drinks ordered by the customer. He hurriedly requested, "A glass of warm water, please." The staff quickly reconfirmed, "Yes, warm water, right?" Soon a glass of warm water arrived. Heo Chung gently turned his head and asked, "You like warm water, right?" At this moment Yungbang suddenly picked up a piece of food for Jin-ho, making him flustered. Heo Chung, sitting opposite, observed with narrowed eyes. He immediately judged internally, this style of woman really doesn't suit Hoja. She probably suits someone like Wangja better. I finally understand what Hoja meant when he said something felt off. It's not that he's unattractive to pretty women, but the two really don't match. The more she shows off her extravagance, the more Hoja will easily look like a kept man. Although Hoja also pays some attention to his attire, the difference in their styles is truly night and day. As someone who understands fashion, she must have noticed this problem. Yet even though they've met quite a few times, she still maintains her clothing style. That makes people think Hoja is a kept man. At the same time, it also shows that she has no interest in Hoja at all. At this moment, Jin-ho said, blushing, "This reminds me of when I took her for chicken jjim on our first blind date." He also recalled his own memories with delight. When I and Konghua first met, we ate chicken rolls. At that time, she didn't eat it and had porridge instead. He retorted irritably, "That doesn't even count as a blind date." He also quickly attacked the other's weakness without backing down. "So you took her to a place like that for your first date?" Jin-ho explained, flustered, "That was a special case. My father kept telling me to meet her and I thought it wouldn't work out anyway. If I hadn't been stingy with money on blind dates, I would have been broke after meeting someone 3 or 4 times a month." Yungbang, sitting next to him, calmly wiped her mouth and said, "Don't worry too much. I already knew your intentions." Hearing that, he was also flustered. "Well, something like that." And so the two fell into endless silence again. But a few seconds later, the two laughed out loud simultaneously, as if by arrangement. At this moment, seeing the food arrive, Konghua's eyes sparkled. "Braised fish, braised meat, and fried meat have arrived. Enjoy your meal." Heo Chung also understood the meaning and shouted happily, "Food's here, let's eat." He immediately picked up a piece of meat. And then Heo Chung, looking a little suspicious, immediately asked Jin-ho, "It's fine to just stuff braised meat into your mouth." Heo Chung began to have an ulterior motive. The piece of meat had both lean and fatty parts and also skin. Jin-ho also understood what he meant upon hearing that. Delicious meat should have a balanced mix of lean and fatty parts and also skin. The two exchanged cunning smiles as if by arrangement. Yungbang looked at them, very puzzled. "What are you two laughing at?" Konghua also quickly noticed that Changja was making a strange expression again. He shook his head and sighed, "You two won't understand." But Yungbang quickly caught on. Are you talking about that thing that men talk about? Heo Chung refuted without hesitation. No, I was talking about the joy of reading books. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Jin Ho had no choice but to explain. Actually, we used to read novels under the covers at night with a flashlight. Heo Chung then handed him a bowl full of rice. That's right, you're still at an age where your body is growing. Eat more. Do you want more? He looked at the bowl full of rice and shyly refused. No, you eat it. And then Heo Chung and Kong Hwa ate their rice quietly without a word. They were truly a pair, even their way of eating was similar. Soon after they finished their meal. At this moment, Kong Hwa noticed Yung Bang reapplying her lipstick. She quietly reapplied her makeup. Kong Hwa fell silent as if deep in thought, then searched for something in her bag. She also took out her lipstick. Kong Hwa gently applied the lipstick, and when she lightly pursed her lips, her entire face became noticeably more beautiful. Jin Ho, sitting opposite, couldn't help but admire internally. Changja's girlfriend is truly pure and innocent. At this moment, Heo Chung was talking to Kong Hwa when a message notification suddenly sounded. He opened his phone curiously. Who sent me a message? Jin Ho asked suspiciously. Isn't your girlfriend still a high school student? He became very depressed upon seeing this message. He thinks I'm seducing a minor. Heo Chung immediately corrected him. She's 19, he added. She looks very innocent. He became momentarily stunned upon seeing that word, innocent. Heo Chung's mind replayed the scene from earlier, and fear sprouted in his heart. Not long ago I was threatened by Kong Hwa that she would kill me if I dared to break up with her. After a moment they said goodbye to each other and went home. At this moment, Heo Chung suggested, I ate too much earlier and my stomach feels a bit full. Shall we take a walk to aid digestion? Kong Hwa immediately agreed without much thought. Okay. The street was crowded at this time. She curiously looked at the shops around her. Heo Chung's eyes suddenly sparkled. Do you remember when you were chasing a thief and suddenly transported here? Kong Hwa looked at him curiously upon hearing that. Suddenly he made a hypothesis. Maybe that thief was transported with you too. Heo Chung's thoughts were different. If that's true, then fate brought them together as a couple, and I would naturally be the third wheel. Kong Hwa's eyes immediately changed, and the hand holding Heo Chung's also tightened unconsciously. Her face darkened. If I happen to meet that guy again, I will never let him escape again. Heo Chung was terrified and his face turned pale. Do you dislike him that much? Kong Hwa just looked at him without saying a word. Heo Chung saw the situation becoming increasingly unstable and quickly reassured her. Alright, don't worry too much. That guy isn't a cute lady like you, so no one will help him. Besides, if he really came here like you, he would have been found long ago. Since there's no information so far, it won't happen. Even if he were a beautiful lady, and he met someone other than me, his experience would have been different from yours. For example, if you had met my father, you might have initially thought it was a miracle. But after careful consideration, he wouldn't have left you alone. He would have collaborated with scientific research institutes. They would have used all sorts of machines to uncover your true nature. It would have been a completely different experience from now. Suddenly, a shop caught Heo Chung's eye. He led Kong Hwa there. Want to try that? She was seeing this shop for the first time and was very curious. What's that? Heo Chung carefully explained. It's a form of fortune-telling using a crystal ball to predict fate. It will answer all your questions. It's like mind-reading, it's all just trickery. Kong Hwa growled unhappily. You know it's a trick to deceive people, yet you're telling me to try it? What's your game? But Heo Chung didn't give her a chance to say more and dragged her inside. If there was any ulterior motive behind my actions, I would be researching rockets right now. At this moment, Kong Hwa was constantly thinking. She hesitated and asked, I want to ask if I can return to my previous era. Heo Chung calmly led her inside. You can ask anything, but if you ask such a question, people will think there's something wrong with your mind. It's better not to. Kong Hwa was now full of curiosity about this new thing. There was a woman, and on the table lay a shining crystal ball. Heo Chung saw Kong Hwa's sparkling eyes and sighed helplessly. Women in any era really like places like this. He carefully guided her. Just go sit there and ask your questions. I'll wait outside after that. Heo Chung waited for Kong Hwa outside, fiddling with his phone. Like tarot card readings or 4 pillars of destiny, they rely on the Barnum effect, using general descriptions or words when fortune-telling for specific individuals. They'll give countless reasons, trying to read, understand, and grasp that person's mood and emotions, and then they'll combine it with their own psychological cues. I wonder if this will work on Lady Hero. A moment later she came out. Heo Chung excitedly asked, All done, what did you ask? Can you go back? But he was somewhat confident internally. If those fortune-tellers hear someone asking if they can return to the Tang dynasty, they'll surely think, what on earth is going on? Kong Hwa hesitated for a long time, unable to answer. She was too embarrassed to face him. I asked about marriage. Seeing Heo Chung looking blank, Kong Hwa was slightly disappointed. I knew it as expected, but he quickly became curious. Let me guess what that woman said. The man you're looking for is neither too close nor too far. In fact, he's already by your side. She was very surprised to hear that. How did you know? Heo Chung then began to show off his acting skills. Actually, I also learned fortune-telling before. Fate led me here. Kong Hwa seemed very annoyed. Anyway, that woman said something similar to you. So you probably won't die by my hand. He saw her expression and didn't forget to tease. Why do you seem to dislike her answer? Kong Hwa, embarrassed, got angry. No, Heo Chung nodded and listened. All right, he quickly reached out and took her hand. The two walked hand in hand to the end of the street. Konghua couldn't help but glance at him. If that woman's words are true, what does very close and very far mean? Her eyes were deep in thought. Konghua constantly asked herself, could she be talking about the time gap between us? Just then, Heo Chung's phone rang. He opened it to see a message from Jin Ho. I just dropped her off at home. How was she? Heo Chung thought seriously. She's really pretty, but I don't think she's Jin Ho's type. He likes women who live modestly and are ready to get married in the future. He simply sent a long message and the two continued talking. I don't think they're a good match, but could someone like me be misunderstanding her intentions? In a relationship, what's there to misunderstand? It's just a matter of whether they're a good match or not. Konghua read their messages and was curious. So what do you consider a bad match? Heo Chung patiently explained. If we're together and we don't feel like we're enduring each other, then that's proof that we're a good match. The opposite is a bad match. Konghua was silent for a moment. Then her eyes turned menacing and she growled. So you and your ex-girlfriend were a good match? Now Heo Chung was dripping with cold sweat under Konghua's intimidating aura. Fang Xuanling was a chancellor in the Tang dynasty. He followed ideas completely different from those of his time. While all men in that era had many concubines, he was devoted to only one wife. Before long, rumors spread in the palace that the reason he didn't take more concubines was because he was afraid of his wife. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin bestowed 2 beautiful women upon him. Not wanting to refuse the emperor's generosity, he had no choice but to take the 2 women home. His wife, Lady Lu, was truly furious and almost kicked them out of the house. To embolden his chancellor, Li Shimin gave Lady Lu a jar of vinegar, claiming it was poisoned wine. The emperor ordered her to either accept the 2 women or drink the poisoned wine. Lady Lu, without the slightest hesitation, drank the entire jar. Hearing this, Heo Chung felt a seed of fear sprout in his heart. Women in any era are extremely sensitive to jealousy. This lady hero is exactly like that woman. He then scratched his head and said to Konghua, didn't you say it was normal when you suspected I went to such places before? She immediately got angry. What does that have to do with you and your ex-girlfriend, or was the problem that she couldn't tolerate you going to such places, recalling the earlier story? Heo Chung raised his hand and swore, no, I've never been to such places and I never will. He felt that only then would she let him go. All right, I'll believe you for now. So the two had a romantic evening. Holding Konghua's hand, Heo Chung poured out his heart. Honestly, my ex-girlfriend and I got together because of strong initial impulsive feelings. At first it was very enjoyable and she was truly beautiful in my eyes, but as time passed those feelings gradually faded and we had to face many conflicts. Those were the factors that made us realize every day whether we were truly a good match for each other. She was slightly curious. What kind of conflicts? Looking at the bustling city, Heo Chung slowly said, for example, I wanted to live a comfortable and free life, eating what I wanted, wearing what I wanted, and doing what I wanted. But she always wanted me to have an enterprising spirit and develop myself. She spent all her money buying clothes and accessories that we didn't really need. She thought she was taking very good care of me, but I was never happy because of it. Hearing his words, Konghua found it difficult to understand. Buying you good things, isn't that normal? Heo Chung's eyes saddened as he continued. No, it would have been great if you really liked it. But the problem was that I didn't need those things. I told her many times that I didn't need them, but she didn't listen and kept saving money to buy them for me. That gradually led to conflicts and I felt like she wasn't my girlfriend but my mother. She was startled by this. Isn't that similar to us now? Heo Chung calmly denied it. Of course not, I'm just helping you experience new things within my means. If you say you don't need it, I won't do it again, like going to a buffet for example. Understood? Konghua moved closer to him and asked softly, so you two broke up? Perhaps that was a good thing. He replied very happily, yes, that's why we weren't a good match. I wanted to eat an orange but she gave me peanuts. I was very grateful to her, but what she did made me uncomfortable and she herself was the same. So we decided to break up amicably. I still remember our last argument. I had just eaten lunch at 4 p.m., but she thought I would be hungry and bought me food at 6 p.m. When I asked why she kept telling me to eat when I wasn't hungry, she said it was because she was worried about me, that I wasn't eating properly. And then the conflict happened. Konghua paused, thinking about something. Then she continued his words, it's because both of you had too much food. Heo Chung thought to himself, she seems to have understood the meaning of this. Meaning if you're full, you'll get sleepy. But he didn't explain in detail and said softly, you'll understand later. Sometimes in a relationship no one is right or wrong. The problem is just that they're not a good match. That's why I said that if you want to leave in the future, I'll let you go. Because if we force ourselves to be together, neither of us will be happy. Right now I really like you very much, but if one day my feelings disappear, her sharp eyes and warning words cut him off. Then I'll kill you. Heo Chung flinched and hastily explained, actually I was just saying what if. Konghua firmly asserted that it wouldn't happen. He then innocently asked back, does that mean you like me very much too? I haven't heard you say that yet. She just blushed and muttered softly, you touched my leg didn't you? If that day comes I will really kill you. He naturally noticed her rubbing her hands. Heo Chung put his arm around her shoulder and said in a warm voice, it's too early to talk about that now. Look at you, you're changing every day. People's thoughts always change and anything can happen. Like me and my ex-girlfriend, we also said we would never break up. So you see, everything ended. Just let everything happen naturally. What's meant to be will be. After all, none of us know what the future holds. The night was already deep and Heo Chung and Kong Hua returned home. Kong Hua gently placed the teddy bear on the bed. She stared at it for a long time, and for a long time she didn't notice him standing by the door. Heo Chung opened his mouth and asked, "Aren't you going to wash up?" She replied, "I'm going to wash up right away." He turned on the computer and seemed to be looking for something. He felt that his father's way of behaving was gradually changing in a positive direction. He recalled his loving father's defiant words, "All the videos you upload are useless. I'm going to report them and have them all taken down." And now, a historical drama scene was playing on the screen. He thought to himself, in wuxia novels, when transmitting internal energy to a woman, she has to take off all her clothes. But for a man you just have to touch his hand. What a unique secret technique. Just as Kong Hua came out after washing, Heo Chung immediately asked, "Can you transmit internal energy?" She replied, "Of course not. Everything you see on TV isn't true." But he still didn't give up on his dream. "Your martial arts sect is real, isn't it? When you perform martial arts, don't you feel a warm current coming from your head, as if you could dry your hair without a hairdryer? When did she buy those pajamas?" Kong Hua held her ground. "Can't. I can only fight normally." At this moment her hair was still wet, and Heo Chung quickly went to get a hairdryer. She sat there with a slightly bewildered expression, but she couldn't hide her joy as she swung her legs back and forth. Kong Hua inwardly resolved, "Next time I need to wear pants under these pajamas, otherwise when that man wants to touch my leg he'll just lift my skirt. I must wear pants, but if I wear pants, what's the point of wearing these pajamas?" Just then, one of her slippers slipped off her foot. Kong Hua uttered a shocking remark. "I wish you were blind." Heo Chung was startled and asked back, "What on earth are you saying now? Is your evil nature awakening? You wish I were blind? That sounds like an old yandere line." But she didn't answer. Staring intently, Heo Chung explained first, "Don't worry, I won't peek. Whether you cover yourself or not, I'm a gentleman." Kong Hua looked with an expression that said she knew everything. "Then why do you care if I cover myself with my hands?" he then reluctantly admitted. "There's no point in arguing anymore. I really can't win against you." Kong Hua threatened. "What do you mean by that? Go away, I'll do it myself. I can't let that person keep using me. What does he want? Does he want to sleep with me? We're not even married yet. Does that make sense?" And then she dried her own hair. This time, Heo Chung couldn't hide his curiosity. Her resistance exudes a lot of energy. It's really strange. I should investigate it. Thought soon turned into action. He sat in a chair, lifting his legs into the air. All for the advancement of science. Then he sat cross-legged. Heo Chung said in a gentlemanly voice, "Do you want to come and stay in my room?" He was immediately splashed with cold water. "Why would I do that? We're not even married yet." Heo Chung retorted, "Ah, we won't do anything. Your room is just a storage room anyway, not suitable for sleeping. The bed is small and uncomfortable. The bed in my room is a Simmons, very big and soft. You'll know the difference if you try it. Besides, you can't beat me, so what could I possibly do to you?" But Kong Hua still didn't agree. "He clearly wants to sleep with me, but he says he won't do anything. Does this guy always take me for a fool? If we sleep in the same room, I'll definitely get pregnant." Heo Chung thought of another way. "We could even put a bowl of water in the middle of the bed like Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. I don't know who those two are, and I don't know what good that bowl of water would do." Saying this, she stopped, imagining the scene of herself being oppressed. He cried inwardly. It was truly a mistake. I should have lured her into my room earlier. Even if I'm a pervert, would that be more important than cuddling a cute lady? Heo Chung stood up and, pretending to be serious, continued, "Anyway, sleeping in a big bed will be more comfortable. If you want to try it, we can swap rooms for now. We don't have to sleep together. You move your things to my room and I'll move my things to your room and we'll switch rooms." His face was full of ulterior motives as he spoke. He vowed firmly to himself, "I really want to touch and caress her legs." But Kong Hua recognized that look. She shouted, "No, my room is very comfortable right now. There's no need to switch." Heo Chung continued to coax, "You're my girlfriend after all. If people found out I let you sleep in a room like a storage closet, what would become of my reputation? I'd be criticized and ridiculed. There's nothing good about it." Kong Hua didn't accept it. "If we don't say anything, no one will know." Kong Hua didn't seem likely to accept this. "First, he saved me and brought me home, and since then we've lived together. Moving to the master bedroom now would make me feel like the lady of the house. But I will be the lady of the house in the future anyway. But absolutely not now." Of course, there was fear in her heart. "We're not even married yet, so sleeping together is out of the question. If I get pregnant before marriage, I'll have my head shaved, be covered in lime, and set adrift on a raft down the river. Second aunt will scold and punish me." Heo Chung didn't give up. "Father knows about this too and scolded me. He said we should switch rooms since we're not sleeping together. Let's just switch rooms, okay?" Kong Hua was surprised to hear that. "Why would father say that?" he replied casually. "Perhaps father already thinks of you as his daughter-in-law. You can call him father now. If we break up, you'll kill me, so start getting used to calling him father now. I'm a little afraid of father, but I'll be very happy to see him surprised." He vividly remembered his father's stiffened face in front of her. "Yes, father." Kong Hua vehemently refused. "No, that's really—" Meanwhile, he continued to encourage, "It's okay. Right now, both you and my parents might feel awkward, but you'll get used to it later. If I ever dared to break up with you, my parents would kill me too." Since father also said so, we should switch rooms, otherwise I'll get scolded again. You're my girlfriend, I should be responsible for taking care of you. Perhaps she was too bothered. Konghua agreed but still opened her mouth. I'm just staying temporarily. How can I use the host's room? I won't switch, Heo Chung teased. Then how about you call me master? Seeing her about to sulk, he immediately appeased her. I was just joking, you're my girlfriend. Using your boyfriend's things is a very normal thing, it should be like that. I'll tidy up and move your things. Konghua was immediately startled, ran out and refused. No, I'll do it myself. 20 minutes later everything was done and their rooms were swapped. Looking at the room, Heo Chung reminisced. This was my room when my parents lived here where I grew up. So many memories. Suddenly he turned his head and immediately froze. Konghua was standing right in front of him. Seeing her in new pajamas, Heo Chung blushed. Konghua immediately noticed and said nervously, these are the pajamas you bought for me, but I don't really like them. These pajamas are definitely a bit revealing at the top. Heo Chung covered his eyes, then opened them, but verbally agreed, it certainly doesn't suit someone who practices martial arts like you, she retorted. What nonsense are you talking about again? I don't know, you have to buy me something else. After that, Konghua bought clothes online herself. This also looks pretty, but if I sit improperly or he hugs my legs like usual, it will easily expose me. Suddenly, Heo Chung spoke. How about you try wearing this? He pointed to his phone screen. Konghua looked at the clothes, puzzled. Is this longer? So it can cover my entire leg, he replied firmly. Yes, but it won't be very comfortable to wear. Overall, this outfit is also good. You can do everything very comfortably, like jumping or rolling on the sofa, and you don't have to worry about it tearing. Seeing Konghua hesitate slightly, Heo Chung thought to himself, even when it's just the two of us, she doesn't want to reveal the white underwear she's wearing. This is a common concern for most women, he persuaded. It only shows your calves, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can buy another one a size larger. It'll be longer and more comfortable. It'll be easier to move around in too. I'll wear it as a couple outfit with you, okay? You wear the yellow one and I'll buy the blue one. Konghua easily agreed. Then let's buy this. After the clothing issue was settled, Heo Chung made a new plan. Besides simply playing games on the computer, learning more about computers to do other things would also be very useful. Konghua was surprised. Aren't you going to bed yet? He set this thought aside for a moment and said, you go to bed early too. Then he went out but suddenly stopped at the door, turned around and hugged Konghua. Good night, he still wanted to cling to her. Suddenly Konghua said, let's kiss. She was embarrassed and Heo Chung was the same. The two slowly kissed. Heo Chung dreamily opened the door. Inside the room, Konghua was tidying the blanket and he was flustered. Oops, wrong room. Under her murderous gaze he quickly fled. I forgot, it's nothing, don't be angry. After that, Heo Chung returned to his own room. He stood in the middle of the room. Everything was neatly arranged. There wasn't a speck of dust in the wardrobe either. Heo Chung was satisfied. Even every corner of the room is very clean. No matter what era she's in, as long as she's in this house, there's nothing to fear from anything outside. This place is like a small paradise just for her. It's just that from now on, one more person has appeared in her life. Suddenly, he discovered something. It was a strand of hair. This is her hair. The weather is getting warmer and warmer. If I wait until it's unbearably hot to suggest she come to my room for air conditioning, she'll definitely refuse. She'd rather die of heat than come into my room out of embarrassment. Now we've switched rooms. Once summer comes and it's unbearably hot for me, I'll have to ask her if I can use the air conditioner with her. She'll definitely agree to install an air conditioner in the storage room. Only a fool would do that. Time passed and the alarm clock rang at 9 a.m. Heo Chung still entered his own room out of habit. Konghua was startled and quickly closed the tab, but he just walked out sleepily, happy inwardly. Lady Hero is still quite clumsy with computers. She can't even properly hide the browser window. If Konghua continues to develop like this, she'll become like a teenage girl. She'll start having her own secret world. Konghua followed him with her gaze and said, I made porridge, let's eat. He waved his hand. You eat first. Next time if you want you can come into my room and wake me up. She meekly listened. Yes, on the table was the food she had prepared earlier. Heo Chung loved this food. This homemade kimchi is much tastier than what you buy outside, Konghua continued. In my era, what you bought outside was always tastier, he retorted. Why is that so strange? She raised an eyebrow and asked back. Then you're saying it's not strange that food bought with money is less tasty than homemade food? I can't win against you. If you ever thought that what you made was better than what you bought outside, it might be worth trying to sell it, she replied. I've thought about it, but it seems difficult and unrealistic. Heo Chung also thought the same. That's right, this kimchi isn't that common a side dish for meals. If you want to sell this to make a living, you'd need a lot of bulk orders and expand your business to a larger market. It's not as simple as just being tasty to profit from selling kimchi. Absolutely not. After a barrage of words, Konghua felt dizzy. To expand a business, you need to understand quality control, production processes, inventory management, transportation, and sales. All of this requires a lot of capital. If you sell kimchi, the price won't be high, and you'd have to reduce capital. That means fewer good products. Moreover, it also depends on customer demand. Among those who buy kimchi at the supermarket, some like simple and humble things, some taste it before buying, and some have no other choice but to eat dumplings and kimchi with every meal. Because of all this, you shouldn't assume that customer demand is the same as your demand. But she found these words a little difficult to understand. Everything sounds too unfamiliar. Heo Chung stood up and said, "That's just my personal opinion. If you want to earn money that way, I won't object. I just hope you live a better life." Kong Hua's gaze fell and she asked, "Second aunt also told me that. She wanted me to live the best life I possibly could, but how can I know if this life is the best or not?" Heo Chung replied without hesitation, "That depends on yourself. There's a saying, a frog in a well thinks the sky is round. Only by stepping out of your comfort zone will you know how vast this world is, whether you like it or dislike it after stepping out of your comfort zone, or choose to return to that well after seeing everything. Everything is just a choice. It's up to the person to decide what's better for themselves. I'm also very afraid that after I make you think that way, you'll regret stepping out of your comfort zone. So what I hope is that even after you know everything about the outside world, you'll still stay by my side. At least then I won't feel guilty or irresponsible about seducing you into bed." The first part of his words moved her and the latter part chilled her. "That guy always thinks about getting me pregnant. I will never give him a chance to sleep with me. If he dares to step into my room, I'll lift him up like a pig and throw him out. With this method he won't be able to resist me." At this moment, Heo Chung was doing dishes, when a sudden chill ran down his spine. "Why do I suddenly feel scared?" A moment later he came out. Heo Chung diligently practiced martial arts. "What's the purpose of practicing martial arts? Of course it's to strengthen one's body." The air seemed to stop. Kong Hua found something interesting. "I just thought of a few things that suit me well. For example, us selling kimchi online. Shop costs will be reduced, so even if the business doesn't do well, we won't lose much. Next is cooking. I've seen many people on the internet make videos teaching cooking recipes. If I learn a few more dishes, I can try this method. I can't do it right now though. I need to watch and learn more. Besides, most of the dishes I make often are already done by other people." Heo Chung advised. "That's called a food vlog. It's not a problem if you make dishes that others have already made as long as viewers like it. You should focus on whether your unique personality and content attract viewers. You don't need to focus too much on teaching recipes. You can focus on new or less known content." She immediately got an idea. "Oh, and I thought of one more thing. I saw some people on live streams just sitting and eating. Is it feasible to show my eating ability?" Kong Hua also suggested another plan. "Oh, and live streaming games too. I think I'm quite good at games." Heo Chung, practicing martial arts, calmly explained. "No one is idle enough to watch you just play games. Whatever you do, you need content. Watching someone solve difficult and constantly changing challenges gives viewers anticipation, because you never know what will happen next. For example, if you just repeat the same challenges in a game, there will be no surprise or anticipation, and only boring people like me will watch." She sulked at his words. "That's true, I am a boring person. I have a lot of your photos and videos of you practicing swordsmanship saved on my phone," he appeased her. "That's because you're my lover." Kong Hua was angry inwardly. "When he filmed me, I didn't care about myself." Suddenly something came to her mind. Kong Hua hesitated and said, "I think we should. Oh, first let's open an online shop to sell kimchi and then make cooking vlogs so people can watch me cook and then eat it all. After I finish eating, I'll live stream games and advertise my kimchi to viewers." Heo Chung listened and his head was full of question marks. Meanwhile, she didn't notice and was still excited. "Do you think that would work?" Heo Chung couldn't believe it. "Is this the decision you came up with after researching all day? Why don't you just live stream yourself sleeping? Plenty of people like watching that too." Kong Hua immediately bristled. "Absolutely not." Heo Chung calmly explained, "It's just my personal opinion. You cook it yourself, eat it yourself, and then you try to convince viewers to buy your kimchi while playing games. Who's going to watch that?" After saying this much, he inwardly chastised himself. "That's absurd. Well, maybe some people would watch if they were captivated by a pretty girl, so I guess I have no choice but to encourage her. Your plan is very good but impossible to execute. You have to choose only one of those things. That way it'll be more effective. If you try to do too much, you won't do anything properly." But Kong Hua's face clearly showed a sad expression. Heo Chung stopped his training. He sat down in a chair, lost in thought. "Ever since I started practicing martial arts, my back and legs don't hurt anymore, and I'm full of energy every day." Then, as if something occurred to him, he gestured, calling her over. Kong Hua came and sat next to him. Feeling a little unjustly treated, she said, "All those tasks don't take that much time. So why can't I do them all at once?" Heo Chung advised. "It's really hard just to focus on one thing. Who has the energy to do everything? Let's take opening an online kimchi store as an example. How will you promote the store and attract customers? Do you have enough time to research all of that?" Kong Hua immediately replied. "I can advertise the store to viewers when I do mukbang and game live streams." He asked back, "Then how will you attract people to your live stream?" Her eyes sparkling, she replied enthusiastically, "I'll show customers how I make kimchi so they can be assured that my food is always clean and safe. Then they'll naturally watch my mukbang." Heo Chung's face darkened upon hearing this. Before him was an extremely excited person. He furrowed his brows even deeper, but with this attitude he couldn't break her will. But a few seconds later, Kong Hua's spirits sank. "All right, I'll focus on just one thing first if everything goes smoothly. Can I do other things too?" Heo Chung proposed a new approach. "First, try doing just one thing. You won't know if you'll succeed until you try. Above all, you need to have a passion for what you want to do. Doing what you love is always better." Kong Hua asked again, "Like how you like my shoes?" He corrected her. "Like how I like your feet." Think about what you want to do most. If you don't know something, ask me. Heo Chung seized the opportunity to grab Konghwa's foot. She realized it and immediately hit his leg. Konghwa's face flushed bright red and she returned to her room, saying, "I'm going to play games." Heo Chung thought to himself, "I can't control myself. If I'm not careful, I'll become uncontrollable." Then he picked up his laptop. He praised himself as a dignified gentleman and thought he needed to exercise self-control. Now, should I check today's stock market? Sincere advice. The stock market involves many risks. Please research carefully and acquire knowledge before participating in investments. One person played games and the other researched stocks. A moment later, Heo Chung stretched and said, "The market closed at 3 o'clock. He approached Konghwa. Heo Chung spoke, "I'm going out to get something." She replied, "Okay." Hearing the door close, she thought to herself, "Now it's time to prepare dinner." Then she went into the kitchen to cook. While chopping cabbage, Heo Chung called out, "I'm back." She looked out and asked, "What did you buy?" He handed her a round mirror. "This is a hand mirror. You can carry it with you when you go out." Konghwa opened the mirror, very surprised by this new item. As Heo Chung struggled to carry something in, she asked curiously, "Then what's this?" Chapter 111. At this moment, Dong-na and Konghwa both peered into the box. The box was full of small metal rings. Sitting on the sofa, Heo Chung held pliers in his hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Let's see what I can make." He took one small metal ring from the box and used pliers to create a gap in the ring. He mumbled as he worked, "This is really hard, so intricate. Maybe I'll try to make armor. First, take 5 rings and cut one to create a gap as shown in the picture. Connect them to each other as described in the diagram. Repeat the above 2 steps to create a chain with the structure shown in the picture. This is how these rings are used." Konghwa stared intently at the 2 metal rings in her hand and said suspiciously, "Can you really make armor out of these?" Then she fell into thought. Is this man out of his mind? How is that even possible? And for what purpose is he making this? Suddenly, she remembered Heo Chung's oath to her that night. "If there was any ulterior motive behind my actions, I would be researching rockets at a research institute right now." He seemed to understand that not everything needed a purpose. Konghwa watched Heo Chung still fiddling with the rings and asked curiously, "How long do you think it'll take to make all of this?" He immediately replied, "I'll only do it when I have time and only when I feel like it, so I don't know when it'll be finished." She asked again suspiciously, "Will you really wear it after you finish making it?" Then she suddenly fell into thought. Could he be using this to defend and block me? If he wears metal armor, he might be able to withstand my attacks. Heo Chung said to her with an innocent expression, "If you want, you can wear it too. I'll remake the bottom part to look like a skirt." She replied in a flustered tone, "That wasn't it. Then what's the purpose?" Heo Chung slowly closed his eyes and leaned fully back on the sofa. He calmly explained each point. "What should I say? Honestly, I don't have any better ideas. When people are bored, they start thinking crazy thoughts, like touching someone's feet or playing pranks, for example. Eating and enjoying oneself are basic human desires. When you're full, you want to play. If you don't play with me, I'll find something else to distract myself, otherwise I feel empty and uncomfortable." Konghwa looked at him in surprise. She thought to herself, "Heo Chung is having those thoughts again." Then she said in a flustered tone, "Then I'll give you my shoes, so play with those." Heo Chung shouted happily, "I want to play with your feet." Konghwa looked at him shyly. She tentatively suggested, "Then like last time when we watched a movie, you can hug me." He replied happily, connecting the rings one by one. "Ah, I see." But this thought always came to his mind, to be able to meet Konghwa every day. When I see her sitting there, I keep thinking about what I have and what I don't. Sometimes I really need something to distract myself. And that's actually happened. I'm going out less and less, and I've developed the habit of going to bed early and waking up early. So I have a lot of free time to do what I want." Suddenly, Konghwa sat still without a word. Heo Chung asked worriedly, "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to play games?" "Are the dinner ingredients all ready?" she said shyly. "No, don't you want to watch a movie?" Upon hearing her words, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Ha," he asked, puzzled. "You want to watch it right now?" Her reaction was immediately like a cat that had been hit in a sore spot, blushing and shouting, "Didn't you want to?" Heo Chung quickly caught on and replied, "No, what I meant was that we should watch a movie after we both shower in the evening." "Ah, there was a misunderstanding. This lady hero thinks I want to watch a movie right now and touch her feet." He put on a teasing expression. "So you really want to watch a movie with me? All right, let's watch it right now then." She became increasingly shy and firmly exclaimed 2 words, "No way." Unable to continue this embarrassing conversation, Konghwa got up and left. She didn't forget to tell him loudly, "I'm going to play games." After that, Heo Chung reached out and picked up his phone. He prepared to record and instructed Konghwa, "Be quiet. I'm going to record now and make a video." She was surprised very quickly. In their small room, he started his work. Dong-al wandered around the room and she carefully watched him work. Heo Chung said excitedly, "Now I'll continue working with these rings." Konghwa watched him for a long time and then said, "He's really working hard. He talked about touching my feet and distracting himself." A moment later, Heo Chung raised his hand and stopped recording on his phone. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes tiredly and sighed, thinking to himself, finally finished a section. He opened his eyes groggily. Konghwa, holding Dong-a, asked curiously, "Are you done recording?" He nodded and replied cheerfully, "Do you want to see it? I'll send you the file." He watched her intently looking at the phone screen and thought, it's really boring, but maybe Konghwa will find it fun. Jing Wu Fei Yang, Ching Wu Fei Yang, this name suits her very well. Just then the video he had just filmed was playing on her phone. She asked in a flustered tone. Did you livestream too? He explained to her. I only recorded, I didn't livestream. Back then the camera was on and people could watch what I was doing. She got up and approached him. Looking intently at the interconnected rings, she couldn't help but admire them. This is truly amazing. I can make so many things I want with this. Just thinking about it makes me excited. She immediately asked him, then can I do it too? It looks quite easy, he replied. Of course. But I won't let you. Like me, you'll only be able to make clothes with these rings and won't learn anything. It's best to do something that allows you to showcase your strengths. She looked at him dejectedly, sadly uttered a single "oh," and then obediently sat next to him. She watched him still happily connecting the rings diligently. Kong Hua smiled inwardly. Heo Chung is truly a free spirit. That suits him very well. Just then, Kong Hua carefully watched Heo Chung diligently connecting the rings one by one, thinking, even if he finishes making the armor, he'll probably just display it in the house. Besides, he could take a lot of photos with this armor and upload them, she asked him curiously. Then what's the point of filming the making process? He calmly explained as he worked. It depends on perception, knowledge, learning methods, and problem-solving skills. These aren't things you're born with, you have to acquire them through a learning process. She admired him like a kitten that had just learned something new. That's really interesting. Heo Chung continued to explain. I too have understood and accepted the lowest limits of what I can achieve in the future. That is the power of knowledge. When I recognize my abilities, I don't need to worry and think too much. If you're ready to stay at home, be a housewife and take care of children, then you don't need to focus on learning and developing further. I'll work to earn money and support you. Suddenly exposed to so much information, Kong Hua became confused. She was immediately displeased, especially about taking care of children. She asked back in a flustered tone, do you mean like taking care of Dong-ah? He replied cheerfully. No, it's different. Dong-ah is a pet. You'll still have to do trivial things and then you'll do those things with me, she asked curiously. What things? He replied innocently as if it were obvious. You know those things. Then the two stared blankly at each other for a moment. Heo Chung sighed, thinking to himself, she still really doesn't understand. A person from the past seems completely unaware of the things a husband and wife do before marriage. I wonder if she needs to take a crash course on married life before getting married. Kong Hua turned her head away in anger and grumbled, that's enough, stop looking at me like that. Read more books, it's very important to develop your self-study skills. I can already do it. She thought to herself, I don't want to rely on him anymore. I want to be able to do everything on my own. At this moment, Dong-ah confidently walked around the room with an elegant demeanor. With its plump body, it lightly jumped onto a chair as soon as it saw it. Kong Hua watched Dong-ah's series of actions and fell into thought. I can't be like that, Dong-ah, just being fed all day and sleeping all the time. Then she picked up a book next to her. Her expression turned gloomy as she muttered to herself, will reading these books really help me? Although I don't understand all the content, I know that if I read it repeatedly, I'll gain many good insights from this book. Heo Chung advised her. If you want to read, just read. It's very important for forming a reading habit. The biggest difference between reading and not reading is that if you don't read, you'll only know yourself. But once a reading habit is formed, you'll gain knowledge and awareness of everything around you, of the world and society. In the morning in their small home, Heo Chung had connected quite a lot. He let out a light sigh and said, I finished a big piece. It's about the size of my palm. Suddenly, Heo Chung's phone rang. He looked at the screen. It's Jin Ho. Then he pressed the answer button. From the other end of the phone, Jin Ho exclaimed in surprise, are you really making armor? When will it be finished? Make it a bit bigger so I can wear it too. That's really cool, he chuckled and thought. Why is this guy so excited? At first I was going to make Iron Man-like armor, but that's really too difficult. I can't do it, he replied calmly. Are you still watching my boring channel every day? Jin Ho retorted. Dream on. On my way home I saw my father watching your videos. He asked what you were doing and that's how I found out. Heo Chung asked back, startled. But why is your father watching my videos? He thought blankly. Could Uncle Jin be the one who follows my channel every day? My goodness, he actually found new and interesting things in my videos. Jin Ho replied, flustered. Your father told him to follow the content you upload. Both of them watch your channel often. You never would have thought your father was one of the people who often criticizes you online, right? Heo Chung's face was filled with questions upon hearing that. He suddenly realized, that's right, there were some arguments in the comment section recently. The anonymous account arguing with my father's other account was Uncle Jin's. Then an amusing thought occurred to him, and he smirked cunningly. Alright, I'll show father what despair is. Or make him come here and ask what on earth I'm doing. Once it's finished, I'll wear it and parade around the house proving to father what these two hands can do. Actually, even if she reads it, she'll only understand a few parts of the book. But that alone is very good. Understanding more about the world she lives in and gaining more knowledge about the concepts of Earth and the universe will be the first step towards gradually becoming smarter. If she can ever return to her own era, she'll almost certainly tell her second aunt about what she's learned and boast about it. She'll tell her about the heliocentric model, Newton's laws and the steam engine, proving that Master Heo Chung taught her very well. A moment later, Kong Hua came out carrying a steaming plate of dumplings. She introduced them to Heo Chung. Inside there's dill, eggs, cabbage and pork. The vegetarian dumplings are marked with a spiral shape on top, he exclaimed in surprise. It smells so good, and so the two began their dinner, putting dumplings into their mouths. During the meal, Konghua shared her thoughts with Heo Chung. I've been thinking. Once a person's basic needs are met, they can achieve anything they desire, and at this point they can freely pursue meaningless activities they enjoy and create all sorts of things. I still haven't understood the significance hidden behind these actions. He gently stroked her head and praised her warmly. You've started thinking about these things? Congratulations on evolving from a foolish little martial artist to a slightly smarter lady. Being able to think like that is a very important development. A moment later, the two finished their meal, and Konghua began to clear the dishes and chopsticks from the table. As she carried the dishes away, she noticed Heo Chung doing something. She saw him meticulously observing the small ginger plant in the corner by the window. She asked, "What are you doing?" Heo Chung replied, "I'm checking if this plant is ready to bloom. Under normal conditions, it's very difficult for a ginger plant to bloom. The conditions for it to bloom depend on the soil and humidity. Too bad, it seems this plant still can't bloom," she said suspiciously. "It looks pretty as it is," he thought for a moment, then laughed and said, "It's quite similar to you too. Just water it often and it'll be fine." Konghua pouted and replied, "It's not similar to me at all." Then she thought, what does he mean by that? Besides water, I need to eat too. A few minutes later, Konghua quietly sat in a corner of the sofa reading a book while Heo Chung walked around the room, learning and researching about the ginger plant. Dong-ah followed him around as he walked, invigorating the yang energy. In Chinese medicine, ginger is believed to be a product that helps invigorate yang energy. The moment he found useful information, he quickly sent a message to his friends. "We're good friends, so I should send them this information. I'll give you some health advice." Ya Jun saw his message and replied, "What for? No need." Heo Chung read the message and thought, "This is all I can do to help. Ginger is really hard to eat plain, but it must be admitted that it's one of the best spices. If it's someone like Wang Ya who is full of vitality, or even someone who eats clean and disciplined meals and practices martial arts daily, using ginger probably wouldn't have much effect." Suddenly, Heo Chung's gaze turned towards Konghua, who was gently stroking Dong-ah the cat in her arms with a sweet smile. He clasped his head and muttered sadly, "Am I really worse than a cat?" She asked him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" He immediately stated his wish. "I want to lie on your lap like Dong-ah." Konghua hastily retorted, "Absolutely not," he exclaimed loudly. "Why?" Her face remained calm as she offered her answer. "You're too big, how can I support you?" Heo Chung was dumbfounded and speechless at her words. Suddenly a very bold thought occurred to him. "So if I can be supported, it means I can lie on your lap." Heo Chung began to imagine the sight and feeling of Dong-ah lying on Konghua's lap. "Even if my whole body doesn't fit, just lying like a pillow would be really nice. When she's showered, put on her pajamas and sits on the chair, that's when I'll rest my head on her lap." 100 added warmth, 100 added happiness. Konghua saw Heo Chung's cunning expression, blushed and exclaimed loudly, "Even if you fit, I wouldn't let you. You're having strange thoughts again." He didn't mind and continued to grin, saying, "You'll experience it soon anyway. All right, do you want to shower first? Once you're clean and fragrant, let's watch a movie." She turned her face away shyly and replied sulkily, "Why do I have to shower? I don't want to." Heo Chung looked at her and said in a soft voice, all right, have it your way." He inwardly guessed, "It seems she's afraid of getting entangled with me in her pajamas like last time when we watched a movie. I know, since I bought her that dress. Even if she knows I won't touch her, she's still afraid that unexpected incidents might happen. All right, let's forget about that. We can just watch a movie," he thought, and turned on his laptop to find a movie. Popular movies of the day appeared on the screen. Finally, he made a decision. "Let's watch a movie about Wang Fei Hung today." After making his choice, Heo Chung thought for a moment, then looked over to see Konghua sitting neatly right next to him. Feeling his gaze, she also looked up and stared back, and as their eyes met, both their faces flushed with embarrassment and they turned their heads away. Heo Chung, blushing, opened his mouth. "Shall we watch with the lights off?" As soon as the question was out, Konghua froze on the spot. She nervously clenched her hands and stammered back, "Why do we have to turn off the lights?" Heo Chung explained. "Of course, it's to create an appropriate space where viewers can concentrate and immerse themselves in the movie. That's why movie theaters are usually dark. You turn on the lights for work and turn them off for rest." Konghua, like a little bunny, heard his words and without suspicion quickly got up and replied, "Understood." Heo Chung, the cunning fox who achieved his goal, smiled very contentedly. She went to turn off the lights and then gently rested her head on his shoulder with flushed cheeks. No more than a few minutes after sitting down, Heo Chung started playing pranks. He suddenly grabbed Konghua's foot. With a calm expression, he placed it on his lap, startling her. Konghua looked at him, bristling. Heo Chung smiled innocently and said, "It's fine, just keep watching the movie." She didn't resist and let him do as he pleased, turning her head away sulkily and muttering softly, "Do as you like." Heo Chung couldn't help but admire Konghua's attitude inwardly. "So cute." She opened her mouth and asked, "Is this a martial arts movie?" At the same time, he gently reached his hand behind her back, embracing her tenderly, and replied, "Yes, this is Wang Fei Hung. He knows a secret technique called the shadowless kick, where no shadow is left when he kicks." Heo Chung looked at her with affectionate eyes and thought to himself, even after several kisses, she's still somehow sensitive to physical contact. Or is she afraid I'll cross the line? I have to admit, this moment is truly comfortable. In the dark night, the two were intertwined watching a movie. This feeling comforts me, and the dark space inspires romantic gestures and actions. Then he gently took Kong Hua's hand and she was startled, her face turning red as a tomato. She reminded him, "Can't you stop doing these strange things?" Heo Chung replied innocently. "What's strange? I'm just concentrating on the movie," Kong Hua said timidly. "I haven't washed my feet yet." He gripped her foot tightly, placed it on his lap and said, "You've been home all day today, you didn't even go outside. Excuses won't work in front of this old fox." She just bit her lip and thought shyly, "So strange." Suddenly, Dongna's small paw scratched her clothes, then burrowed into Kong Hua's arms as if searching for something, then curled up comfortably and fell asleep. Kong Hua suddenly spoke, "I still want to show people my gaming through live streaming." At the same time, her heart was in turmoil. "Why is his hand so warm?" Heo Chung asked, puzzled. "Why do you want to live stream games so much?" Kong Hua explained, "At first I wanted to live stream teaching cooking, but then I reconsidered and you were right. I need more experience to understand and handle complex situations. I can't just learn superficially. If I learn cooking and live streaming at the same time, I won't be good at either. So I thought if I start with game live streaming, I can learn gaming and how to live stream at the same time. Even if everything doesn't go smoothly, I can still earn money through gaming." As she spoke, Kong Hua exclaimed loudly, reminding him, "Don't stroke me so suddenly." Heo Chung encouraged her in a soft voice regarding her wish. "You've been gaming for quite a while, so that should be fine too. Try starting with live streaming and gaming." He thought to himself, this is her second expression of enthusiasm for live streaming. If I refuse again, that enthusiasm might disappear. I already refused once, and just now she hesitated and worried a little when she brought it up again. Seeing her like that really breaks my heart. With eyes full of concern, Heo Chung asked softly, "Have you thought it through and considered it carefully?" Kong Hua asserted, "Yes, very well. I'll start first. I won't expect too much. Once I get used to it and gain confidence, I'll switch to cooking streaming," he said without hesitation. "If you have new ideas, tell me and I'll help you." Receiving the support of her loved one, Kong Hua comfortably confided her true feelings. "I've seen some people focus on nutrition and some focus on eating contests. I don't have knowledge or experience in those things yet, so for now I'll just focus on gaming." Seeing that, he suggested, "How about trying the fighting game genre?" "Fighting game?" she asked back, her eyes wide. Heo Chung embraced his girlfriend and diligently explained, "You control a character in the game and fight against other characters controlled by other players like yourself. I'll tell you more about that later. Let's just watch the movie for now. You can switch to other games if you want. Tomorrow, try the fighting game genre, see if you can beat other players. Then you'll be able to decide what game to stream. This game usually requires buying a season pass, so it's not suitable for playing for a long time." After looking into it for a while, Kong Hua was very excited. She excitedly jumped up and said, "I have to try it right away." But she was immediately stopped by Heo Chung. "Do it after the movie is over." He thought sulkily, "I haven't even finished holding and stroking her yet. And I still haven't touched her legs completely. How can I let her go so easily?" At that, Kong Hua froze with a displeased expression as Heo Chung wouldn't let her go. Heo Chung flailed his arms and legs, making up all sorts of stories to trick Kong Hua. As human civilization developed, what we want gradually became more important than what we need. Like monkeys. Before human civilization developed, people liked curves like the buttocks. That was considered to ensure reproduction. Later, as culture gradually developed, people began to pay more attention to what was visible. A slim and slender physique is the result of that change. If you look at the problem from a different angle, there's no difference between your legs and your appearance. And that's proof that you're behind the times. In fact, all lines of the body are the same. Once necessary desires are satisfied, people become freer and their thoughts become more diverse. They become richer, and each person will have their own charm and seductive qualities, and there's nothing strange or different about that. Everything depends on each individual's feelings and tastes. Kong Hua sat next to him listening, then looked at him with sharp eyes. She felt very displeased in her heart. Immediately she blushed and growled, "Shut up right now." Heo Chung immediately shut his mouth and couldn't boast any more. Dongna sat next to them, merely yawned once. Then Kong Hua approached the desk and began her research. Heo Chung held Dongna and thought deeply. "I don't think I knew about that before." And it didn't leave much of an impression. Although that wasn't so strange, he turned his gaze towards Kong Hua and thought to himself, "Perhaps it's also because her appearance is quite pleasing to the eye. I thought her feet would be full of calluses, but it turned out they weren't. Those feet fit perfectly in my hand and they were very warm and soft." Feeling his piercing gaze, she was startled, turned around and said loudly with an expression full of contempt, "Why are you smelling your own hand?" Heo Chung was still blank, not understanding what she was saying, then immediately realized with surprise that he had unconsciously brought the hand that had touched Kong Hua's foot to his nose and was smelling it. Heo Chung hastily hid his hands behind his back, waving them in a flustered explanation. Kong Hua stared at him with a dark expression, thinking, "I told him I hadn't washed my feet yet, but he still touched them. He definitely has some ulterior motive. There's definitely something wrong." Heo Chung stammered, "Actually, there's no smell at all." She pretended not to hear him and turned away in a huff. Kong Hua lowered her hand to check her feet, then brought them to her nose and confirmed that there was indeed no smell. "I've been home all day today. Still, I want to hit that person." The computer screen displayed the message. "Good, you like to enter the reporter Z." Kong Hua, without hesitation, stretched and prepared for a proper game. A moment later, the computer rang with several victory sounds. "You win." In the quiet space, she turned slightly and saw Heo Chung playing some tricks. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. "Actually, there's no need to rush, just do your best. You can start with suitable content like injuries from X's battle. You could even stream yourself fighting. That's also an idea. You might get a few viewers. Kong Hua asked back, a little worried. Would that really be okay? Heo Chung asserted firmly. Of course, and it'll be less boring than just watching you play games. At the same time, he thought to himself, no one wants to watch something as dry as game grinding. Kong Hua immediately replied, but game grinding earns money and fighting games don't. It's really different from what I first thought, he said in a gentle voice. I'll rethink that problem. Losing income from game grinding is indeed an issue. Aren't you seriously considering making videos of your sword dance or cooking? I think those are both good. One can make you famous more easily, and the other is something you love to do. Kong Hua vehemently objected, shaking her head vigorously. I'm just trying things out, and I'm learning and exploring things I'm already familiar with. Don't show my videos to other people. Heo Chung replied clearly and without hesitation. Alright, relax. Try streaming for an hour. You were probably thinking of streaming your entire game grinding process so people could watch you hunt monsters. Streaming fighting games doesn't require that much time. Just do it for about an hour and see how it goes, she asked hesitantly. Can I really do that? He assured her. Of course you can, but you can't consider it your profession. You're currently in the first stage of experience, just like game grinding. As you gain a deeper understanding of this modern society, seeing him explain seriously, Kong Hua's eyes widened and she nodded, listening attentively. Heo Chung continued, you'll learn more things you've never seen or understood before. Only then will you truly have the motivation to do such things. After only a few minutes of seriousness, he started spouting nonsense again, dampening her enthusiasm. Heo Chung hugged Dong Ah, closed his eyes and let his imagination run wild. You'll come to love doing laundry, cooking and taking care of children every day. And after a while you'll let me play with your feet. Absolutely not, Kong Hua vehemently objected, furiously clicking the mouse to vent her anger. She stopped talking to Heo Chung and concentrated on the game. Her face was as red as a tomato and her cheeks were puffed out, looking truly adorable. She kept cursing under her breath. The swordsman looks like an X-ray and doesn't seem like a good person. Finally, Kong Hua's character in the game overwhelmingly defeated her opponent, gloriously won and leveled up. She turned around excitedly and bragged to Heo Chung, I won again. He looked at her and replied nonchalantly, that's normal. Your level is still low and all the opponents you fought were noobs. Kong Hua asked, puzzled, what's a noob? They're people whose gaming skills are worse than yours. They might have some equipment, but it's not very useful. After hearing the explanation, Kong Hua's eyes widened and she exclaimed, oh. Seeing her stare at him, Heo Chung thought to himself, noob, did she learn how to be sarcastic? A moment later, Kong Hua jumped up excitedly and shouted, 8 consecutive wins. Heo Chung thought helplessly, I don't know if her opponents are too much of noobs or if she truly has a talent for this genre. After that, she turned off the computer and prepared for bed. Kong Hua's steps suddenly faltered as if she had remembered something. She was momentarily blank, and Heo Chung smiled softly, seeing her actions. Realizing she had entered the wrong room, Kong Hua stealthily backed away, then mechanically turned around. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment and finally she quietly entered her room. Heo Chung too witnessed his wife's adorable actions, and his face reddened as he proudly crossed his arms after entering the room. Kong Hua, embarrassed, leaned against the door and lowered her head, deep in thought. After switching rooms, I'm still not quite used to it, even though his bed is bigger and more comfortable. A moment later, she emerged from the bathroom clean with a slight dampness and faintly flushed cheeks. Kong Hua stood before Heo Chung and said in a soft voice, I'm all clean now. He was engrossed in his toy and didn't even look at her, simply replying in a low voice, I'll shower a bit later. When Kong Hua didn't say anything, Heo Chung raised his head to look at her. At this moment, Kong Hua turned her head away in embarrassment, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Seeing her expression, he smiled and said, you were clean from the start, there really was no smell at all. Really? She asked, pouting. When Heo Chung didn't understand his meaning, steam started rising from Kong Hua's head and she trembled with anger, feeling deeply resentful. He smelled my feet before I even showered. Now what? Do I have to let him smell them again? But why should I? Finally, she shouted, good night. Heo Chung sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, his face flushed, and thought to himself, it's really embarrassing to let someone else smell me when I haven't showered yet. But she smelled good even without showering. She seems a bit flustered and scared. It seems she's starting to care more about my feelings for her. If she disliked it from the start, she would have gotten angry. And she wouldn't have come to me after showering to tell me that. He replayed Kong Hua's changing attitude. At first she was always guarded, but after a while she calmly accepted it, and now. Heo Chung felt a little smug. Her current way of expressing herself is more relaxed and natural than before, and she probably doesn't even realize that she's gradually falling for me. But of course she would never do this. He imagined several clingy scenes and immediately refuted his own thoughts. Heo Chung was holding pliers, meticulously working. He opened his mouth. I need to finish this sleeve part within 10 days and shoot the next video. I have to update the progress frequently so viewers keep watching, otherwise they'll quickly forget. As he finished speaking, the door opened slightly. Kong Hua came in and asked, aren't you asleep yet? He replied, I'm going to sleep soon. Why aren't you asleep yet? Kong Hua explained, then asked, I'm going to drink some warm water, don't stay up too late. Is there anything I can help you with? Heo Chung put on a serious face and said in a playful voice, can you help me with something that doesn't look tasty? I'm trying to distract myself right now, but seeing you walk around in those pajamas is really too difficult. Do you understand what I mean? Kong Hua, of course, understood nothing. Her face was bewildered. Doesn't look tasty. After that, she didn't ask any more questions, poured her water and quietly stood watching Heo Chung diligently work on the sofa. A moment later a sound attracted his attention. Heo Chung looked and saw Dong Ah sleeping soundly on its back. The current time was past 11 p.m. He rubbed his neck and yawned widely. I'm tired. After that he went to shower. Heo Chung stood in front of Kong Hua's door with a towel around his neck. He hesitated, then leaned his ear against the door to listen. No sound was heard. Seeing that, he didn't disturb her and returned to his room. Flopping down, Heo Chung raised his head and looked out the window, thinking, it's raining. Why is it raining at this time of year? It usually rains a lot around Qingming Festival. The next morning, Heo Chung lowered the doorknob and instructed Kong Hua, who was eating breakfast. I'm going out. Stay home and play games, she replied. Okay. Heo Chung walked with his hands in his pockets. Walking in the rain, he opened the car door and sat down. The car drove quickly down the road, and Heo Chung muttered to himself, the weather will be much more pleasant once the rain stops. If I can, I should take Kong Hua fishing. Listening to the rain and seeing everything around after the rain is truly enjoyable and interesting. When he was in a good mood, he suddenly saw something. It was two familiar figures standing by the roadside. Heo Chung exclaimed in surprise, Driver, can you turn the car around? I just saw two of my acquaintances. The driver quickly turned the steering wheel. Of course. I'll turn the car around. In the car, Heo Chung opened his phone, which showed the two people he had just seen. His face was not very good, and he resented inwardly. Who would have imagined that someday I would become a paparazzi like this? The two faces in the phone were very close to each other. Just then, the driver asked, Aren't you going to say hello? Heo Chung said in surprise. It's raining, so I just sent a text message to say hello, and they're busy with work anyway. His heart cried out, what on earth is going on? I know it's very common for girls to hold hands, hug, and even go to the bathroom together. It's normal between close friends, but that kiss. Heo Chung sent a text message to his cousin, but the other party was silent. He tapped the screen, but there was no reply. He must be busy. When he arrived at the accessories store, the rain was still pouring. Go Park was diligently repairing the computer. Heo Chung saw this and opened his mouth. Give me a webcam for the computer. Go Park replied, You startled me. Sit down, brother. Heo Chung playfully watched him work. If I steal 2 memory cards now, you wouldn't know, would you, brother? He put down a glass of water and asked, What did you come to buy today? Heo Chung raised his hand and began to list. 1 webcam, the same as the one I bought last time, sound adjustment equipment and a headset too, and a stand for live streaming. We're video content creators and food bloggers working hard every day. It's really cool. Hearing that, Go Park smiled and guessed, Oh, you're going to live stream chainmail crafting streaming? Heo Chung was surprised. You know, brother, he said, your video is quite famous. Is that strange? Heo Chung waved his hand and continued speaking. Oh no, I just don't know why that video became famous so quickly. Even as he said it, he felt a pang of guilt. I uploaded that video, but I didn't expect people to be interested in my trivial creations. After that, Go Park put the items Heo Chung needed into a bag and didn't forget to say, Tell me when you stream, I'll definitely come watch. Heo Chung left the store, and when he reached the apartment entrance, he saw several people gathered. He asked, Hello, Uncle Joe, what are those people doing? He said, They're preparing to install the electronic control system. So they're looking at it now and will start trial operation in a few days, and it will officially operate next May. Delivery people can still enter, but I have to give them an access card. Heo Chung took the opportunity to flatter him. With your strict security, even ghosts wouldn't be able to get in, Uncle. At these words, Uncle Joe puffed out his chest. I'm a guardian god, a gentleman. Back in the room, Kong Hua saw the bag on the table and asked, What did you buy this time? Heo Chung replied briefly, Some streaming equipment. Oh, and who's the guardian god? Did you have them in your era too? Hearing that, she said, Guardian gods. Some houses worship guardian gods, usually gods with fierce appearances. Heo Chung quickly guessed, Zhang Kui. Kong Hua clenched her fists. That's right. Then Heo Chung came up with a bold idea that stunned her. Then how about putting this Zhang Kui painting behind you? After that, the two discussed the shooting angle. I've seen other streamers have very cute backgrounds behind them. Some even decorate with dolls or animal plushies. Kong Hua seriously raised 2 fingers. I have bear plushies, 2 of them. Heo Chung said again, Bear plushies are common and don't leave much of an impression. Only Zhang Kui can suppress ghosts. As he spoke, he kept looking around, then opened his phone to scroll through it. I need to order a set of Zhang Kui talisman paintings. A few minutes later, the delivery person knocked on the door. Your order has arrived. Heo Chung received the item and said, Thank you, you've worked hard today. Kong Hua stood watching, understanding nothing. She opened the painting Heo Chung had just bought and he was chattering. I'm going to hang this painting on the door to ward off evil spirits. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. Jin Ho called. Heo Chung pressed the answer button. Jin Ho was eating a sandwich in the car and opened his mouth. It's me. I have some time to rest during patrol. Why, what's wrong? Heo Chung asked vaguely from the other end. Did you kiss Yu Yung Bang? At these words his face reddened and he thought to himself, why is this guy asking me this? For a moment Jin Ho didn't know how to answer, but in the end he said, we just held hands. Heo Chung heard that and inferred, then you haven't even hugged her yet. Jin Ho said honestly, not yet. He was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. I think you should consider breaking up with her. Kong Hua heard that and turned to look at him, but only Heo Chung knew the reason. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, whether she's a scammer or not, she has the right to freely find someone she likes. This relationship was fake from the start, but Jin Ho is a good guy, kind-hearted. He doesn't deserve something like this. He probed, they haven't even hugged yet, so can you really call that dating? Jin Ho, a little flustered, said, you have to. Heo Chung said sarcastically, what do you mean have to? Let me tell you the truth. This morning I went to buy something and saw something. Calm down and listen carefully. A moment later, Jin Ho was astonished by what he heard. Really? He thought in a daze. They kissed? That's really hard to accept. Heo Chung offered an idea, or how about they both date at the same time? Jin Ho shouted angrily, are you crazy? I'm not talking nonsense with you anymore. I need to have a clear talk with her. Heo Chung tried to soothe his friend so he wouldn't despair too much. Maybe it was her sister. Go meet her and ask. Investigating is your job, isn't it? Jin Ho calmly replied, I know, but why would such a cute person be interested in me? I don't think this relationship will last long. Heo Chung said, I just called to let you know so you can deal with it. I'm hanging up. He thanked him. Yeah, thanks. After hanging up, Kong Hua approached with a curious expression. What do you mean breaking up? Heo Chung quickly made an excuse. It's nothing. I was just giving some advice to a friend. It's the person we met at dinner before. Jin Ho and that lady in the fishnet stockings and short skirt. I didn't look at her legs, no. Anyway, Jin Ho's girlfriend, if you remember her. I saw her kissing another woman this morning. Kong Hua raised her voice, emphasizing kissing another woman. Heo Chung pretended to be handsome. That's right. Strange, isn't it? Definitely stranger than me. Kong Hua silently thought to herself, why would a woman kiss another woman? If men and women can love each other, can women and women do the same? Heo Chung had once said, once basic desires are met, people's thoughts become more diverse and they might even come to like new things. She walked past Heo Chung, sat beside him and said, is it common for women to love each other in this era? He crossed his arms and replied, it's not very common in our country. But I respect their right to love. Kong Hua pouted and said, all right? She thought to herself, forget it, let's not ask how babies are born. Looking at Kong Hua, Heo Chung thought to himself, what is she thinking? I remember, I activated a live streaming account with my ID. Now she can do game live streams. There's no particular risk to worry about, but for safety, I should go out with her. It'll be very difficult for Kong Hua to get what she wants. She might fail, but it will be a good experience for her. I must not stifle this enthusiasm. Suddenly, Heo Chung spoke. I've been thinking you can do game live streams every evening from 7 to 8 p.m. It's a perfect time after dinner. We don't have anything to do anyway. After 8 p.m. we can watch a movie or do whatever we want, so go ahead and try it. I'll help you. All preparations are complete. After that, Heo Chung suffered consecutive losses. Kong Hua said with a cold face, didn't you say they were all noobs? You broke my winning streak. A true noob. Heo Chung laughed and explained, I was just trying it out to get used to it again. It's been a very long time since I played this game. Even as he said that, he quickly gave up his seat. Your turn now, we're live streaming. There are no viewers yet, but they can come in anytime. Don't pick your nose or act carelessly, you'll leave a bad impression. At his nagging, Kong Hua almost bristled. I don't. Then she ignored him and focused on the game. Heo Chung looked at her and admired inwardly. Someone from the Tang dynasty doing game live streaming. I really can't believe it. This life is truly too interesting and mysterious. Heo Chung sat in Kong Hua's room watching her play games. She didn't even glance at him. He thought, since I registered the live streaming account under my name, it's better if I also appear in the stream with her. But the problem is I have to edit the armor-making video I shot yesterday. The game account she's currently playing doesn't have any equipment or auxiliary items, yet she can fight equally against other players. This lady hero truly seems to have talent in this field. As he stared intently, Kong Hua noticed. She asked, why don't you go sit comfortably on the sofa and work? Heo Chung said naturally. This is my account, so I should be in the live stream too. A good idea occurred to him. He came up with an idea, then stood up and moved his chair. Heo Chung, the master of time management, announced, from now on I'll move my martial arts training to the evening. Then I can stand here during the live stream. This way I can also watch the news. Suddenly a notification appeared on the screen. Kong Hua looked at it excitedly. A viewer has entered, but the viewer Hong Su immediately left and she was flustered. Why did he leave? Then Hong Su entered again. Before Kong Hua could be happy, he left again. That person came back. Her mood sank. ? Why did he leave so quickly? I haven't even said anything yet, as if to annoy her. The viewer Hong Su entered again. This time Kong Hua was annoyed. Again, what's wrong with this person? I haven't even said anything. Fine, I won't say anything anymore. Silence is golden. She no longer paid attention and continued playing the game. Heo Chung stood behind, striking a pose and training, thinking, this is the first time I've held a horse stance for so long. Normally it's only 30 minutes, but today I've held it for over 40 minutes. Let's try to hold it a bit longer. Heo Chung, a person born to pursue perseverance, was very seriously holding the horse stance. On Kong Hua's side, the viewer Hong Su entered again and asked in the comments, what's that behind you? She frowned and said, Zhang Kui. The viewer Hong Su on the other side of the screen was dissatisfied. Who doesn't know that's Zhang Kui? I mean that thing standing motionless behind you. It was none other than Heo Chung. He relaxed his stance and exhaled, making Hong Su gasp in surprise. "Oh my god, that thing moved." Heo Chung rotated his shoulders and said to Konghua, "That's enough for today's live stream, let's rest." She followed his words. Strange. Just as she was about to turn off the live stream, a change occurred. Konghua's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the screen. "A viewer has entered." Heo Chung grimaced, hitting the desk. "I saw you even introduce Zhang Kui." Konghua ignored him and started counting on her fingers. "If there's one viewer every day, that's 365 viewers in a year, right?" she thought happily. "With those 365 people I can sell a lot of aged kimchi. Oh wait, I haven't even opened a shop yet." Heo Chung spoke. "Don't get ahead of yourself. 1 or 2 viewers won't do anything, maybe no one will come in tomorrow. As your level goes up, your chances of winning streaks will decrease, and if you lose a lot, no one will watch." Konghua stood up and said, "They might come back tomorrow though." Heo Chung grinned and said, "They might." Konghua asked, "Shall we make dumplings for dinner?" His voice changed. "That sounds great, eating dumplings this season is the best. I like pork and scallion filling." Then the two went into the kitchen together. Konghua rolled the dumpling wrappers and Heo Chung mixed the meat filling. While she was distracted, he lightly kissed Konghua's cheek and she immediately spun around. Heo Chung pretended as if nothing had happened. Konghua's hand, which was rolling the dumpling wrapper, stopped. She said in a small voice, "I never imagined a moment like this would come." He was curious. "What do you mean?" Konghua smiled happily and whispered, "Like this. I'm making delicious dumplings, kneading the dough, and you're helping me mix the meat filling, and then suddenly you kiss me." After saying that, Konghua closed her eyes and recalled her difficult past. The wounds had never left her body. Konghua became sad. "That kitchen, that house, and even my life. It feels like I left everything behind in the blink of an eye and everything has completely changed." Suddenly, Heo Chung's voice broke her train of thought. "What are you thinking about?" Konghua smiled gently and said, "I was thinking that the kitchens in my era were made of mud bricks. First we'd scoop mud from the river, put it in molds, and once it dried it became bricks that we cut. Then we'd mix tree bark and weeds into those bricks to build kitchens. If a crack appeared in the wall, we'd mix mud and grass and apply it, and if we didn't reinforce it often, it would easily collapse." Heo Chung quickly continued, "But when a strong wind blows in autumn, how would those grasses endure?" Hearing that, Konghua blushed and praised him. "You're quite skilled at writing poetry." Heo Chung pretended to be humble and showed her his phone. "No, that's a poem by Du Fu. He also lived in the Tang dynasty and was a genius scholar. Look, he seems to be the same age as you. When you left, he was a 16-year-old boy." Konghua asked curiously, "A genius scholar, was he really that amazing?" Heo Chung replied with an affectionate expression, "He was very amazing and well known to many people in your era." Then in 755, Du Fu became an army strategist for the imperial court, overseeing weapon manufacturing and transportation. When he returned to his hometown in November, he heard mournful cries from his house. His youngest son had starved to death. Konghua listened carefully. Heo Chung continued his story. And he recited the timeless verse, "In lavish mansions wine and meat go bad, on the roads lie frozen bones and tattered shoes." She immediately added the meaning of the verse. "It means that in luxurious mansions the smell of wine and meat permeates, while on the streets frozen corpses and worn-out shoes are strewn about." Heo Chung held his phone and looked for another story. In November of the same year, the An Lushan rebellion, led by An Lushan and Shi Siming, broke out. The causes were various objective and subjective factors. After the Kaiyuan era it seemed prosperous on the surface, but in reality there were internal and external troubles, and the land distribution policy was unequal, causing farmers to lose their land and leave or be exiled. These two things, along with the rebellion, were the main causes of the long period of darkness. Hearing this far, Konghua suddenly interrupted. "That's enough," she asked herself. "If I hadn't come here, would the world have fallen into chaos when I was 42? How did the villagers survive this difficult time?" Then, as if to change the subject, Konghua tugged at Heo Chung's clothes and shyly suggested, "Kiss me." Heo Chung, of course, gladly obliged. In the middle of the kitchen the two kissed and the surrounding space was sweet with excitement. When they separated, Konghua smiled gently. "It's all in the past, whether good or bad. It happened 1,000 years ago." He gently brushed Konghua's hair and she happily followed his words. Heo Chung returned to the original topic. "The filling is all mixed, so I'll help you make dumplings." Konghua agreed. "Okay, 1,000 years is neither a long nor a short time. Perhaps 1,000 years later everything will be completely different from what I knew. Even a change of just 1 minute on the scale of human history can have an everlasting impact on all of humanity." Heo Chung tried to make a dumpling, but no matter how hard he tried, the wrapper wouldn't seal. Then he slumped down and lamented, "I give up, I can't do it." Heo Chung looked at Konghua and thought, "No matter how I look at Konghua, she really looks like a wise and virtuous wife right now. Who would have imagined she was once a warrior?" He couldn't resist praising her. "You look truly wonderful right now." Konghua, accustomed to such compliments, asked a difficult question. "You're talking nonsense again. Do I look better now or when I'm practicing sword fighting?" Heo Chung was startled and didn't know how to answer. He stood straight, saluted, and firmly said, "In any form to me." "You are always the best, my lady warrior. Please allow this humble servant to prepare water for steaming the dumplings." Konghua silently watched Heo Chung bustling about, cooking. She didn't give up and asked, Then what about when I hit you, is that good too? His face turned pale. Heo Chung suspiciously pointed to his eyes and probed. You seem to want to do a martial arts training live stream by hitting me, right? The title would be 108 Martial Arts to Defeat Heo Chung. Kong Hua was extremely interested in this idea. Can I really do that? He firmly refused. No. A moment later, the two sat at the dining table. Heo Chung held the remote control and changed TV channels. Kong Hua, with a blank expression, picked up a dumpling, took a small bite, and spoke in a small voice. Second Aunt only ate until she was half full, and she hoped for peace to last as long as possible. I can't believe it only lasted about 20 years. At these words, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. As Kong Hua sadly dipped her dumpling in sauce, Heo Chung's voice suddenly broke the silence. She was with you throughout your most beautiful years, wasn't she? She raised you very well. If you can live a happy and fulfilling life in this era, I believe she would be very happy too. Kong Hua, as if encouraged, turned and looked at him, and her mood quickly changed. Really? She resolved inwardly. Of course, next time I dream of Auntie, I'll have to ask her. After finishing dinner, Heo Chung took over the dishwashing. He asked Kong Hua, who was standing beside him. Decades ago, when the landlord system still existed, a rich landlord once hired a feng shui master to look after his house. Do you know who that feng shui master was? She replied, yes, I know. Heo Chung told a short story. A geomancer holding a geomantic compass examined the landlord's house and said, this location is excellent. The land has very good feng shui and will produce many scholars and talented individuals. The landlord was delighted to hear this. He thought it was truly fortunate that many scholars and talented people would be born, as it would mean the lives of his descendants would continue to improve. Later, the house was demolished, and a prestigious high school was built on that land, and that school truly produced many talented individuals. Upon hearing that, Kong Hua was surprised internally. So feng shui is truly miraculous, isn't it? She questioned. Then compared to our fortune-telling, would that also be accurate? Heo Chung replied while washing dishes, you don't even remember your own birthday. How would we compare your fortune? He playfully splashed water from his hands onto Kong Hua, teasing her. Look at you believe everything I say, how it's clean water? She shook her head vigorously as if disbelieving. Kong Hua pouted, annoyed. Of course not, I only believe what I think is right. A moment later, she sat beside Heo Chung, watching him work. Kong Hua asked curiously, is there enough of those metal rings to make a full set of armor? He replied, I don't think so. Why do you ask? Kong Hua offered an idea. I want to make a basket with these rings. A metal basket would be stronger and last longer than a bamboo basket. If I just line it with fabric inside, I won't have to worry about things getting dirty. Heo Chung listened to her words and imagined a shopping basket made of metal. He thought to himself, honestly, that's a good idea, Kong Hua said with slight disappointment. But if there's not enough, there's nothing we can do. Heo Chung chuckled, raising his phone, which displayed a shopping mall homepage. It's fine, if we run out of rings, we'll just stop and buy a bamboo basket instead. 2 days later, a delivery person knocked on Heo Chung's door. Thank you. He and Kong Hua put their heads together to look at the delivered items. Inside were a yellow bamboo basket and 2 outfits. Heo Chung said, the pajamas I ordered earlier were delivered with the basket. I should wash the pajamas before wearing them. Heo Chung made a mental plan. For now, 1 set is enough. After I move back into my bedroom in the summer, I'll buy another new set. Suddenly, Kong Hua's voice drew his attention. Tell me if it suits me. She tried on the basket Heo Chung bought for her. He gave 2 thumbs up, indicating it suited her very well. Seeing Kong Hua's excited expression, Heo Chung felt a bit of pride in his heart. As my future wife, having her own shopping basket is truly necessary for her. Is that a sword? What is that? He suggested. Shall we go grocery shopping with this basket now? Kong Hua immediately agreed. Yes, let's go. And so the two walked out hand in hand. As they passed the basketball court, someone practicing caught Heo Chung's eye. How isn't that Uncle Joe's nephew? I think his name was Joe Woon. As the boy was about to shoot the ball one more time, Heo Chung approached and tapped him on the shoulder. Can I borrow the ball for a moment? Joe Woon smiled broadly. It's Heo Chung Hung. Then the boy threw the ball to him. Heo Chung skillfully caught the ball. He started dribbling like a pro, ran for a bit to gain momentum, then jumped and successfully made a very cinematic dunk. Heo Chung landed. Joe Woon stared wide-eyed. The boy exclaimed excitedly, What? How can you fly? Heo Chung smiled contentedly. I can't fly, kid, but that Nuna there might be able to. Kong Hua was pointed at. She looked bewildered. Heo Chung asked, Do you want to see Nuna demonstrate? Joe Woon's eyes sparkled. Yes. No sooner said than done. He handed the ball to Kong Hua and pointed at the hoop. Did you see what I just did? Now you try it. He felt a bit smug inwardly. Poor lady hero, how would she know how cool a dunk is? Kong Hua attempted to dribble. After getting used to the ball, she dribbled, ran a few steps to gain momentum, and then jumped. Every movement was perfect, light as a feather, and without hesitation. Kong Hua successfully made a dunk as magnificent as Heo Chung's. Joe Woon's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Heo Chung held his phone and took pictures continuously. Due to her height, Kong Hua held onto the rim for a moment before landing safely on both feet. Heo Chung cheered from outside. Our lady hero is the best. After showing off, he returned the ball to the dazed Joe Woon and bid farewell. Here you go, bye. The boy stood frozen on the spot holding the ball. After grocery shopping and returning home, Kong Hua quickly went into her room. When she came out again, she was holding something tightly. Kong Hua said, blushing, I bought this necklace when we were shopping. You can wear it, it's a gift for you. She held out her hand to show a necklace with a blue jade pendant. Heo Chung scratched his head in confusion. For me, can I take this as a token of love? Kong Hua placed the necklace in Heo Chung's hand, pressing it against his chest. She acted aloof on the outside but was warm inside. Of course not, she pouted, thinking to herself. People in this era don't seem to wear necklaces like this anymore. Despite thinking that, she put the necklace around Heo Chung's neck. Kong Hua instructed, "Don't lose it." Heo Chung lifted the pendant and said awkwardly, "I'll keep it safe." "Haven't you been wearing it for a long time? Why are you giving it to me?" She didn't explain clearly. "It's yours now." Heo Chung put on a playful expression. "Does it have some special meaning?" Kong Hua asserted firmly. "No," although she said that, her thoughts were different. "I've worn this jade necklace since I was very young. Aunt Guy told me to give it as a token of love if I met a good man. If he was a village youth, she told me to keep it so I could exchange it for money in an emergency. When I first came here, I wanted to give him this necklace as a sign of gratitude, but he refused. But now that we're lovers, I was planning to give it to him soon anyway." Kong Hua walked to the refrigerator and took out a cup of yogurt. "Anyway, it's his now." She turned her head and saw Heo Chung still staring at the pendant. Kong Hua asked curiously, "Why do you keep looking at it?" Heo Chung replied, "I was checking if there was any writing engraved on this jade, like remembering Kong Hua or something." She asserted firmly, "There's no writing engraved on it." Hearing that, he stopped looking at it and tucked the necklace inside his collar. Heo Chung couldn't hide the happiness on his face. "There's really nothing." Then it was time for Kong Hua's live stream. Heo Chung picked up a chair and went into her room, sitting next to her with his arms crossed. Kong Hua looked at him with suspicious eyes. Heo Chung silently lifted her 2 legs and placed them on his thighs, then began to massage them. Kong Hua was thrilled internally but pretended to be calm externally. "Since I'm wearing long pants today, I'll let it slide a little." On the game screen, Kong Hua had a question. "Are there other ways to get these people's outfits or equipment besides buying them with money?" Heo Chung replied, massaging her leg. "Most of them have to be bought with money. Sometimes you get 1 or 2 from events, but a character looks prettier when they have a complete set. If you're just hunting normally, skill alone is enough and outfits or equipment aren't necessary. But in PvP matches, you might have to wear some shabby equipment like a Christmas hat. But you have to keep fighting to prove your skill and raise your ranking. Or you can wear your best equipment. Then you can climb to an even higher rank with skill and equipment." Kong Hua offered her opinion. "Spending money is unnecessary. Besides, I haven't even lost yet." Heo Chung clicked his tongue. "You've just started, so how would you know the importance of good equipment? You'll find out as you keep playing." Kong Hua didn't argue further. She changed the subject. "What's that Christmas you mentioned? Is it a day to celebrate the birth of Jesus?" Heo Chung explained, "It's a Western holiday. Every year on this day, an old man in a red suit and red hat gives presents to everyone. I met him once when I was little. Then when he got too old, he passed the job on to me. As his successor, I deliver presents to people on his behalf. If there's a present you want, just wear these long silk stockings and I'll come and put a present inside." As he said this, not so pure imaginings flashed through Heo Chung's mind. Kong Hua suddenly realized with a disgusted expression. "He seems to have some bad intentions," she imagined to herself. "Let him touch my legs when I'm wearing those stockings? No way." But she wanted to give him a small concession. "I won't wear those stockings, but I can wear that hat. Is that okay?" Heo Chung's eyes sparkled. "Really, you promised?" Kong Hua confirmed her promise, thinking to herself, "I seem to have agreed to something rather strange, but oh well, it's fine since he can't do anything to me anyway." And so the two returned to talking about the game. Heo Chung guided her. "You can also change your equipment setup in PvP. If you win a certain number of times, you can upgrade your equipment. Then your equipment will get stronger and stronger. The main stats to choose for your suitable outfits and equipment are attack speed and corresponding rewards. Remember this well. Don't focus on strength, don't focus on strength, don't focus on strength. It's important to say it 3 times. Kong Hua retorted. She grasped the meaning of 1 to understand 10. The strength stat requires a lot of gold. Of course I won't touch it. To get this money, I've caught countless monsters and had to spend it on equipment repairs. I'll sell it just before it breaks and buy a new one. That way I can save on repair costs." Hearing her words, Heo Chung felt proud. It's really good that this lady hero's gaming career is going in the right direction. Anyway, this is better. I don't have to worry about her secretly going out in the middle of the night with a backpack and a sword planning to conquer the world. Kong Hua glanced at the necklace around his neck. If I can't go back, then staying here and watching how he treats me isn't so bad. And the way Heo Chung cherished her was by letting her do whatever she wanted, for example, games, reading, studying and such. Meanwhile, Jinho was standing by the railing calling Heo Chung. "Chung Ya, I met Yu Yung Bang and talked to her. Your hunch was right. As soon as I brought it up, she confessed everything. I found out what happened. She said her family put pressure on her." Upon hearing that, Heo Chung was surprised. "Wait, what do you mean by confessed? You make it sound like she's a criminal." Jinho didn't elaborate and simply concluded, "Anyway, my first love ended before it even began. I haven't told my dad about this yet, and you shouldn't either. I just want to lay low for a bit, otherwise he'll start looking for blind dates again. I always felt like something was off, but I didn't know exactly what. It sounds a bit pitiful to break up, but if I didn't, it would look even more miserable. It's fine as it is now, and we don't need to be tied to each other anymore. I'm free and I'll continue my single life, but tell me, who would have imagined I'd get caught up in something like this?" "Why me?" Heo Chung on the other end of the phone could only offer words of encouragement. "My friend, you have to think positively." The call ended like that. Heo Chung sighed, feeling a little tired. Kong Hua was still engrossed beside the computer desk. Heo Chung, slightly curious, leaned over to see what she was doing. "What are you looking at? Are you playing games?" He lightly said, "Oh," and thought to himself, "This reaction, how is it so similar to mine? My friends usually show me explicit pictures and I react like that too." Seeing Heo Chung's judging gaze, Kong Hua immediately explained, "I'm really playing games." He sighed and agreed with her. All right, you're playing games, okay?" Kong Hua frowned and replied, "I'm playing games, so don't disturb me. I need to concentrate." Seeing her concentrating on the game, Heo Chung felt like he was in love. Whether she's angry, annoyed, or happy, she's always so cute and lovely. Suddenly, Kong Hua tied her hair up high. With a look full of fighting spirit, she was ready. Seeing that, Heo Chung smiled and thought, "In just a few days, a few people have come to watch her play games at a low level." Kong Hua, highly focused, still earnestly pressed each key on the keyboard, her concentration growing even stronger. Seeing someone continuously commenting on the live stream, Kong Hua said unhappily, "I'm playing games right now." A moment later, she won again. Heo Chung still stood there like a statue. One viewer thought to himself, "I can't do anything, but I want to know what's going on." No cursing, no background music, just one person sitting and playing games. There's a Zhang Kui painting on the door and someone is standing there in a strange pose. It must be a real person. If it's a wax figure, it's too realistic. They just blinked. Then this person commented, "Everyone, did you see that? The person behind just blinked." Then another person immediately replied, "No, it's a wax figure. How can it blink?" Another person added, "You're seeing things." Yet another person commented, "Don't tease me, brothers." Kong Hua read those comments and opened her mouth to explain. "Everyone, the person behind me is a real person. They're being punished so they can't move." She thought to herself, "Heo Chung told me to answer like this if anyone asked." A viewer named Ramtu kept asking, "How long do they have to stand there?" Hododongzu retorted, "Why don't you believe me? That's a wax figure." As countless unnecessary comments kept pouring in, Kong Hua felt awkward. But when Heo Chung winked, she seemed to understand his intention. "Does he want me to decide for myself?" Then Kong Hua spoke, "Let me see what music to play." "Everyone, please wait a moment," she thought to herself. "It seems like people are starting to communicate with each other. It's good that there aren't many viewers. It's not chaotic or noisy. It's like friends gathered together to talk and watch games. This feeling isn't bad at all." 1 hour later, the live stream finally ended. The two stretched to loosen up. Heo Chung looked at the screen and admired. "Not bad. The highest number of viewers ever, twice as many as last time. Big progress." At this moment, Kong Hua suddenly untied her hair, letting her lustrous locks fall. She excitedly told Heo Chung, "Someone gifted me a bottle of Coca-Cola." He went to the refrigerator, took out a Coke and praised Kong Hua. "That's a great start. Congratulations on your first income." Then he lightly tossed a Coke can towards her. "I'll also gift you a cold can of Coca-Cola." Kong Hua hugged the Coke can and replied forlornly, "But everyone was only curious about what you were doing. No one watched my game." Heo Chung sat down and sighed. He comforted Kong Hua, "That's normal. You haven't even climbed to a high rank yet. And who wants to watch you bully noobs? Me standing there will help attract and retain viewers. If they ask, just say I'm being punished." He thought to himself, "If I were them entering a stranger's stream and seeing something like that, I'd be very curious and think it was a prank." Then he excitedly said, "Anyway, record your matches. If your winning streak becomes famous, people might re-watch your past match videos to see and learn from your gameplay. It would be even better if you could challenge and defeat famous streamers." He thought to himself, "Round 1500 points is quite high, and it won't be easy to win at that level. If this female hero continues to use such shabby items without buying equipment, her skill will gain significant attention, but I'm afraid it might be impossible to maintain a winning streak. After all, it's hard to make up for the power of money with skill. She has to make the most of every opportunity and not make any mistakes." Kong Hua also regained her momentum. She said loudly, "All right, if I get a chance to challenge famous streamers, I'll show them how I defeat them." Heo Chung also boosted her morale. "Good, that's the spirit." Heo Chung continued to calculate in his mind. "I just uploaded a movie review video last week, so I need to find more good movie content to upload to my review channel. I'll watch it with Lady Hero." Then he told Kong Hua, "It's already 8 p.m. Shall we cuddle and watch a movie together?" Hearing this, she asked displeased, "Why do we have to cuddle? Can't we just watch a movie normally?" He replied excitedly, "Because that's what couples do when they watch movies together." Hearing that, Kong Hua blushed slightly and shyly said, "Then we have to turn off the lights, right? I want to shower first." "All right, I'll wait." Hearing that, Kong Hua immediately went to shower. She turned off the water and looked at the short pants in her hand, thinking to herself, "With these new pajamas, I won't have to worry about Heo Chung doing perverted things like lifting my skirt. Heo Chung must know that I'll never really hit him, so I need to be vigilant." Being even more careful, she came out thinking shyly, "Why are these new clothes so short? They're not much different from my old ones. What if Heo Chung plays pranks again? He's always had dark intentions. Now that I'm so clean and fragrant, will he?" Heo Chung looked at her and excitedly said, "Why are you still standing there? Come here." Kong Hua immediately drew Dong Ah into their conversation. "I want to hug Dong Ah when we watch the movie." Then she approached Dong Ah and picked him up. He held him out towards Heo Chung. "No, you hug him." Heo Chung asked back, unable to understand. "How, why give him to me? You wanted to hug him." She replied, "No, you hug him." Kong Hua frowned, glanced at him, then reached out her small hand and pulled Heo Chung towards her. The two looked each other in the eye. Heo Chung was surprised by her strange behavior. "What are you doing?" Kong Hua lifted his leg and replied, "I want to hug your leg too." Heo Chung awkwardly replied, "No, there's no need. I promise I won't do anything to you." He was crying inwardly. Kong Hua acted first, so I didn't even get a chance to touch her leg. Why is she so severe? I only touched her foot lightly and smelled it. But now she's completely against it. Kong Hua looked at the screen and asked curiously, "What movie is this?" Heo Chung put his hand on his chest and gently explained, "Lady of the Jianghu. It's a movie about an era with many grudges between countless families. This era is very different from yours. Each family had to follow their own extremely strict rules, and those rules were passed down through generations. Those rules focused on shaping a person's character, such as courage and loyalty. Have you ever thought that you were able to time travel because of this jade necklace? Who knows, on some stormy night, I might be wearing this necklace and travel to your era." She glanced at the necklace and immediately denied it. "No, that's just an ordinary jade necklace." Heo Chung continued his story. "In novels, this jade usually contains an old master or martial arts manuals, or it allows you to travel between different worlds. Perhaps if you put this jade in your mouth, its mystical power will awaken." Hearing that, Kong Hua was flustered and scared. She asked back, "Then what if I put it somewhere else? What if it really can take you to my era?" Heo Chung used the opportunity to tease her. "If that's really the case, should I give it back to you? Then you could go home." Hearing that, Kong Hua remained silent. She was a little sad and hesitated, saying, Heo Chung quickly comforted her. "I was just joking, such magic doesn't exist. I won't give it back. It's mine now." Leaning on Heo Chung's shoulder, her mind was in turmoil. "I keep remembering the day I came here. I was walking in the forest and somehow I ended up in this city and couldn't go back. This jade necklace doesn't seem to be the cause, but staying here and living like this forever would be very nice too." Eventually she fell asleep amidst those thoughts. Heo Chung glanced at Kong Hua. Seeing that she was asleep, he smiled gently. "She's in a deep sleep. How can she claim to have profound martial arts to let her guard down like this?" In the quiet night, the couple looked truly romantic. Kong Hua was still sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Heo Chung glanced at her at this moment. He lightly kissed Kong Hua's lips. "I once dreamed of embarking on adventures to witness how wonderful this world is for myself, but at this moment with Kong Hua I just want to stay home all day and hold her." Heo Chung looked at the clock on his phone. "She's sleeping too deeply. I should take her to her room. Kong Hua will definitely be very grateful, and tomorrow when she wakes up she'll allow me to stay in the same room." Then he picked her up. "It's a good thing I worked out, otherwise it would have been difficult to carry her to her room. Why is she so light? She must weigh less than 50 kilograms. Meanwhile, Kong Hua woke up at this moment but pretended not to be awake. I'm sleeping. Heo Chung took her to her room and gently placed her on the soft bed. At this moment, Kong Hua opened her eyes and saw. Then she was caught by Heo Chung. "Are you trying to trap me?" she asked back helplessly. "Trap?" Heo Chung put his hands on his waist and continued, displeased. "You're trying to make me think you're really asleep so that if I take the opportunity to do something you'll suddenly wake up and catch me red-handed." Then he placed his hand on her leg and gently stroked down to Kong Hua's sole. She kicked him in anger, her face bright red. "What kind of prank are you playing now?" As he walked out, Heo Chung turned back and teased her. "I don't count this as me taking advantage of you. Good night." Kong Hua clenched her fists. She was angry and sulking. Heo Chung stood outside leaning against the door. "I need to write a movie review while the memory is still fresh." A moment later, Kong Hua crept out. She saw Heo Chung working and, curious, asked him, "Aren't you asleep yet?" Heo Chung replied gently, "I'm about to go to sleep." Seeing him drinking from a Coke can with a straw, Kong Hua inwardly reprimanded him. "Seriously, he told me before that men drinking water with a straw looked too feminine." At this moment, Heo Chung stood up and stretched. He asked, "Can't sleep? You just took a nap." Kong Hua, a little sad, said in a soft voice, "No, it's not that. Don't forget to go to bed early." Seeing her, he was happy inside. "She's learning to care and worry about me. If I exercise and maintain disciplined, healthy lifestyle habits, I'll always be healthy even when I'm 80. Young people don't read novels too late." After that, Heo Chung quickly went to shower and went to bed. The next day, Kong Hua was diligently practicing and Heo Chung sat in a chair and asked, "Do you know Bixi Swordplay Pai Xie Jian Fa?" She turned her head and replied, "Bixi Sword Manual, I don't know it." Then he took out his phone and a game appeared on the screen. Seeing it, she reprimanded him. "That's a game, I can't split mountains." But Heo Chung still stubbornly said, "It's exactly this technique, can you show it to me once?" Bixi Swordplay. She looked at it, then turned away. "I don't know how to do it." Heo Chung didn't give up and pleaded with Kong Hua. "That's easy too. Try it and I'll make breakfast for you later." She immediately refused. "No, I can make breakfast myself." Suddenly he knelt down, an extremely sincere posture. "I'll do the laundry, wash the dishes, and even help you grind in your game." Kong Hua, being kind-hearted, was quickly swayed by his appearance. "He just wants to see it after all." Then she agreed, "I'll show you a little." Then she reached out and snatched Heo Chung's phone. He fell in pain but couldn't do anything. Kong Hua dragged her sword and walked quite far away. "Why are you going so far?" Then she started dancing as Heo Chung requested. He was so happy he almost cried. When she finished dancing, Heo Chung immediately turned his head away. She asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" He was so mesmerized that his nose bled, but he still replied calmly, "Nothing," he thought to himself. How can a person create such a captivating technique? It's really too embarrassing to do anything. Then he started coming up with cunning schemes. "I don't feel so good today. You cook today and I'll cook tomorrow. The kind-hearted Kong Hua was quickly fooled by Heo Chung's scheme. He's even bleeding from his nose. It would be cruel to make him cook now. Heo Chung still couldn't stop his nosebleed. He vowed to be more careful from now on. Lascivious thoughts make emotions all jumbled up. After finishing the meal, Heo Chung went to the computer desk. Now I'll grind in your game. You can rest comfortably and read a book, he calculated inwardly. Anyway, reading a book is better than interacting with boring viewers on a stream. A moment later, Heo Chung grew bored. The next day an idea came to him. An access control system is being installed at the main gate. I need to go get an access card. Then he spoke. I'm going out. I have some errands to run. Heo Chung walked around the neighborhood looking for Aunt Jeon. As soon as he saw her, he said, Aunt Jeon, I'm here to register for an access card. She replied, all right, fill out these forms first. Why didn't your girlfriend come with you? He replied, yes, I'll fill out hers too. I stopped by to take care of this quickly while I was out on errands to save myself multiple trips. At this moment, Heo Chung started filling out the information on the form. Aunt Jeon looked at the information and teased him. Oh my, she's only 19, then you can't get married this year. Heo Chung, flustered, said loudly, who spread rumors that we're getting married this year? Aunt Jeon chuckled and explained, it was just my thought. I got ahead of myself. You two haven't been dating for long. We are going to get married, but probably much later. And Kong Hua doesn't have any relatives in her hometown. She hasn't even gotten an ID card yet. I need to take her back to her hometown when I have time. Aunt Jeon continued to tease Heo Chung. You should just put her directly on your household register. Kong Hua is a very good girl and knows how to take care of a family. Then Auntie handed him the card. Heo Chung replied, yes, thank you very much. I'll be going now, Aunt Jeon continued. I'm really looking forward to receiving your wedding invitation. After a while, he returned home. Heo Chung approached Kong Hua and handed her what he had received from Aunt Jin. This is your access card. They just installed the access control system and it will be operational starting next month. From now on, you'll need to use this card to enter and exit the neighborhood, so attach it to your keychain. Aunt Jin helped me. She really likes you. She thinks you'd make a good wife. She even said we'd get married within the year. When I asked her where she heard that information, she said it was just her own thought. You're only 19, so you're not legally old enough to get married yet. Hearing that, Kong Hua quickly asked back, I can't get married at 19? Heo Chung thought to himself, actually by now she should be a grandmother, but if you calculate her age with carbon dating it would be similar to that of ancient artifacts. Then she wouldn't be that old. Then he opened his mouth. In your era, if you weren't married by 19, I bet you'd be considered an old maid. Hearing that, Kong Hua angrily shouted, what are you talking about? Who's an old maid? It's nothing. Then he glanced at Kong Hua's sword and began to flatter her. My lady hero, would you teach me a few sword techniques? She asked critically. Are you sure you really want to learn? Heo Chung affirmed again. Of course, absolutely. At this moment, Heo Chung was already imagining his own magnificent appearance. If I really had no talent for martial arts, I wouldn't have been able to master the martial arts manuals from historical dramas on TV and make videos about them when I was in college. Kong Hua interrupted his train of thought. Then eat first and get your strength up. After finishing their meal, they began their training. Like this, Kong Hua calmly explained, use your wrist as an axis and hold the sword between your two arms. If you spread your arms wider, it will be easier to spin the sword and you can focus your strength on the tip of the blade. Heo Chung excitedly thought to himself while practicing, that reminds me of the old days. I used to practice using a sword too. Kong Hua was like a lecturing machine that wouldn't stop. Once you master wrist techniques, you can learn sword techniques like thrusts and slashes. For any technique, wrist strength is the most important. If you want to master it, you have to practice for several hours every day. Heo Chung asked back in surprise, so you also fight instinctively? Kong Hua spoke at length as if dizzying him. You'll learn quickly. Learning martial arts is one way to practice until it becomes a skill, plus your reactions need to be fast, but usually reactions are always slower than instinctive actions. If you keep thinking that way, you won't be able to do anything and you'll get cut. Seeing her dark expression, Heo Chung cried out in fright, wait, can you stop scaring me? I'm just practicing for fun. I don't intend to fight anyone. He rubbed his chin and continued, this is just entertainment, like watching a short video. Heo Chung raised his hand, felt his arm muscles and let out a heavy sigh. I've been practicing for over an hour and it's much harder than I thought. I should go back to making armor to relax. My life is getting busier and busier. Video production, movie reviews, stocks and martial arts training. To develop all of them, I need to invest time. Fortunately, I can do all of this with Kong Hua. Then he approached where Kong Hua was live streaming. The viewers seemed to show an attitude of incomprehension. Seeing that, Kong Hua turned to him and said, people are saying you shouldn't move all day. Heo Chung thought with a cunning smile, these guys really don't know anything. They don't understand physical training. Bend the body like a bow, stand straight like a pine, move not, sway not, sit like a bell, rush like the wind. I'm a pine tree now and of course a tree cannot move. Those people continued to leave annoyed comments. Streamer, are you talking to that person? Why are they ignoring you? Reading these comments, Kong Hua hastily explained, that person doesn't like to talk. They just want to stand like that. They're a martial arts fanatic. Heo Chung was pleased to see her. Not bad. The lady hero has learned how to respond to unnecessary remarks. The old saying goes, you become like those you associate with. Did she perhaps learn it from me? Over here, Jin Ho began commenting incessantly. If you're not convinced, try this stance yourself. If you can hold it for 10 minutes, that's truly amazing. How can a person stand motionless for so long? I tried this stance a few days ago, and I couldn't even last a few minutes, Konghua then seriously explained. Everyone, you shouldn't try to follow along recklessly. If you do it wrong, it could be harmful to your health. Just watch and don't try it by yourselves. That person started by self-teaching and had poor posture, but I helped them a lot, which is how they got to where they are today. Looking at the screen, she thought to herself, the follower count is holding steady at around 20. Plants need time to grow and success is never easy to achieve. If I keep working hard, soon hundreds of people will follow me. My mission right now is to play games well and win while wearing this ugly hat. What's going on? Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Heo Chung saw it, walked over and picked up his phone. Wang Ya called. That guy. Seeing him move, people murmured, it's a real person. It's a real person. Oh my god, they're looking at me. It's really scary. Seeing that, Heo Chung also seemed to realize something. He thought to himself, it seems people are coming to watch the stream because of me. But this is Konghua's game stream, this isn't right. Suddenly, Heo Chung's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Hearing the comments and Konghua's words, Heo Chung's blood boiled. That person says you should stand there for another hour. He angrily thought, damn, that Wang Yejun guy is looking for trouble. Then he angrily turned and left. I'm not doing it, Konghua then told the viewers. He said he won't do it. A moment later, Heo Chung returned. It's just imagination, all your imagination. Think about it, I'm live streaming and I'm just standing there doing nothing. And people come to watch me standing. Doesn't that seem strange? They're just talking because they have nothing else to do. That's all. Damn Wang Yajun. Hearing that, Konghua lay her head on the desk in disappointment. So that's what it was. At this moment, an idea occurred to Heo Chung. I've already registered your game streaming account with my information. So I'm worried there might be a lot of problems if I don't appear on the broadcast. If we get caught by the platform operators, your main job is playing games, so don't worry too much about things like that. She thought for a moment and then replied, you're right. Heo Chung turned around, gritting his teeth and thinking, I'll get you back, you damn Wang Yejun. At this moment, Konghua suddenly spoke. By the way, how much is this gift worth? Heo Chung explained to her. Around 100 yuan. You'll receive about 30 of that. She sadly cried out, why do they take so much? Heo Chung continued to explain. If you don't have a contract with the platform, they take a fee. If you stream well, they'll offer you a contract, but let's think about that later. For now, you need to focus on your area of expertise. By the way, have you recorded your matches? If you upload them, people can watch them and you'll get paid each time. It won't be much, but it's better than nothing. From now on, we're colleagues, Heo Chung said, fixing his gaze on the computer screen. You can upload today's stream video to attract more viewers in the future. There are a few techniques you need to learn, but don't worry, they're not very difficult. I'll show you how to do it. Konghua immediately agreed with his opinion. Yes, suddenly something occurred to Heo Chung. Wait, even if she gets a contract, I'll be the one contracting since it's an account under my name. Ah, but the contract will have many terms and regulations like monthly live streaming hours, which would be quite a headache. Next up is Heo Chung's little classroom. There are 3 different paths you can choose to become a contracted streamer. Heo Chung directly contracts with the platform. This is the best path, providing a basic salary and even accommodation. It comes with many benefits and rewards, but it requires a lot of talent. Path 1, platform contract. Konghua contracts with an MCN company. This path usually has many pitfalls. The platform first takes half of the revenue, and the rest belongs to the MCN company, even though the company helps with image promotion. You can gain fame and gifts, but honestly, not much will come back to you. All contracts require at least a penalty fee for early termination. Moreover, there are many fraudulent companies that subtly embed violations to extort money. Path 2, MCN company contract. Jin Ho works as a freelance streamer. This is the path we are currently on. You can do whatever you want, but it's very difficult to grow and earn revenue. The gifts you receive won't need to be shared with anyone, so they will be quite large. In short, the biggest advantage of this path is freedom. Heo Chung mused to himself. If Heo Chung male and Konghua female were to work together, the couple wouldn't feel tired, he concluded. Their profits would decrease. No, that's not right. Now upload the video you took. If you get many viewers, you can earn some money. Returning to the present, Heo Chung continued to think, we're doing this for fun right now, just to get her accustomed to it. When the time comes, the platform will send a contract and then she can transition to being the food streamer she wanted to be. Seeing him lost in thought, Konghua looked puzzled. Then she opened her mouth and asked, for tomorrow's stream, can you stand in a horse stance for 40 minutes and then sit and make armor for the rest of the time? Heo Chung, still recalling his recent appearance, came up with something strange. No, that's not fun to watch. Cultivating perseverance and meticulousness is quite fresh, but handicraft work is boring. If more than half of the armor is completed, it might create some influence and make people want to keep watching. Look, I've only made 1 sleeve so far. No one will understand what we're doing. Seeing Heo Chung's expression, Konghua said, you're overthinking things again like usual. He retorted, you are too. You're thinking more than before. You even learned how to talk nonsense. A moment later, Konghua uploaded the video. She joyfully exclaimed, Heo Chung, I've become your colleague now. At first I was so envious of you sitting at home watching movies, making videos and earning money, but now I can do it too. Heo Chung opened his mouth. I learn martial arts from you and you learn a profession from me. Immediately, Konghua rebuked him. Can't you stop with those strange acts? Heo Chung playfully teased her. You really don't know how to have fun, Konghua replied with annoyance. Then what should I call you now? I can just call you by your name. I don't want to understand those strange things. Suddenly, Heo Chung quickly moved next to her. Then after we get married, what will you call me? Konghua hesitated and opened her mouth. Honey, I'll think about it then. Seeing her shy expression, Heo Chung became even more excited. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. 2 days later, Heo Chung diligently trained, vowing inwardly, only by diligent training can I become skilled in techniques and martial arts. Learning martial arts requires perseverance, hard work, and continuous practice. Jin Ho and Ya Jun arrived at their meeting spot at this time. Ya Jun called out to him, Hey Chung, Ya, I'm here. I haven't seen you in about 2 months. Have you gained weight again? Hearing that, Heo Chung immediately denied it. No, this is called becoming robust. Then they found a spot at a street food stall. Ya Jun asked curiously, Tell me, what exactly are you training? I saw you standing motionless for an hour, but when I tried it, I couldn't last more than a few minutes. That training is like torture. My body just can't take it. Are you really a normal person, or is it the Sunflower Manual? When did you start learning it? Jin Ho, who was next to them, didn't understand what they were talking about and stopped them. What are you two talking about? What's the Sunflower Manual? Heo Chung said, feigning great danger. It's a long story. I was walking in the park this morning and saw an old man training there. I asked him if training like that was effective, and he said yes, but I didn't believe him. So he told me to hit him once, Ya Jun asked blankly. So you paid him 80,000 yuan in hospital bills, right? Heo Chung said with annoyance. Don't interrupt me. Jin Ho stopped the two of them. Stop fighting, let's arm wrestle. I want to see how amazing your martial arts training is. He didn't refuse and immediately agreed. All right, but don't cry if you lose. I'll lay some tissues down for you. Jin Ho saw that and became furious. Why are you acting like such a girl? So the two began their match. Jin Ho looked at the situation and doubted his life. What's going on? I can't even beat him in 1 second. Heo Chung licked his lips triumphantly once again. Ya Jun shouted to liven the mood. Didn't you two eat? Why are you so weak? Go at it more fiercely. Don't drag it out. Quickly, ta-da. And the final victor was Jin Ho. Ya Jun saw that and laughed, holding his stomach. Wow, seriously, even divine martial arts only get you so far, huh? Heo Chung calmly replied. How could I win against an elite police officer like him? Jin Ho still looked at his hand suspiciously. Why don't I feel like I won at all? Did he let me win on purpose? Then he asked in surprise. Did you eat some mysterious herb or something? Heo Chung remained silent for a moment, then put on a mysterious expression again. I told you I learned it from an old man in the park. Hearing this, Jin Ho became furious and shouted, Don't be ridiculous. You think I'm a fool? At this moment, Ya Jun showed Jin Ho his phone. What he's doing is not foolish at all. Look at this, doesn't it look like martial arts training? That must be some kind of martial art. Look at his horse stance, an aura of justice is emanating from him. Then the two began to argue. What if it is? No, how could one reach such a level in this era? Heo Chung looked up at the time on his phone. It's almost 7 o'clock. Konghua must be getting ready to log into the game. I'll send her a message later. Suddenly Ya Jun shouted, Look at him putting tissues on the table. Why is he acting so girlish? He must have castrated himself to practice the Sunflower Manual. Hearing this absurd logic, Heo Chung replied angrily, What are you talking about? These are new clothes and the table is dirty. What's wrong with me putting down tissues? He frowned and thought to himself, How would those guys know? Konghua bargained with the merchant to buy these clothes for me. What would you bachelors know? Even though it was a buy one get one free deal. At this moment Ya Jun gripped his hand tightly. With an eager attitude, Teach me. Heo Chung then shot sensitive words at Ya Jun like arrows. You're too weak, your physical condition is bad, you have no foundation, and you always whine after exercising. You can't learn. Then he pointed at Jin Ho. You might be able to. Jin Ho immediately refused unhappily. No, I won't learn. I'd rather do 200 push-ups or hit a sandbag than stand in that stance for an hour. Stop the nonsense. Let's eat. What do you guys want to drink? I'll get it. Suddenly Jin Ho froze as he stood up. His face also darkened. Heo Chung saw this and asked softly, Why is Hoja suddenly nervous? What is he looking at? After a moment, as if realizing something, he glanced behind him. He seems to be looking at those 3 men. He shouldn't do anything foolish. Move. It seems he dares not move. Ya Jun was trembling all over. Suddenly, Jin Ho spoke seriously. Changja, you get the food. I have something to do. Jin Ho clenched his fist. A group of people approached from somewhere. Their gazes met Jin Ho's. Then he placed his hand on the table, stood up, and walked towards the group. Jin Ho slowly took his hand out of his pocket and in a flash pressed one guy's head, subduing him. Don't move, everyone, don't resist. Ya Jun trembled at this sight. Oh my god, shouldn't we run? Heo Chung still calmly finished his beer. Calm down, why should we run? Then Jin Ho escorted the group away. He turned his head and waved to his 2 friends. I'm leaving first, see you next time. One of the police officers took a picture of the criminal's car. Ya Jun began to speculate. If my guess is right, he's going to get credit for this. Heo Chung agreed with him. Of course, it's really different from what I saw on TV. Originally, Hoja should have shouted, Don't move, and the others should have overturned tables and run away, leading to a chase and a fight, causing chaos all around. Shouldn't that be the case? Their quiet way of arresting them is something we can't imitate. Ya Jun slumped over the table and said sadly, We finally had time to eat together, but when he got serious, I felt a murderous aura and couldn't move at all. He comforted his friend. Don't worry, he'll pay us back next time. Heo Chung recalled Konghua's gaze earlier. The first time I saw Konghua wielding a sword, I was also terrified and froze. I could only react a little when she pointed her sword at me during training. I wasn't scared at all just now. Maybe I'm too used to it. The quiet Hoja I knew has changed into someone I don't recognize. I really couldn't have imagined it. One of my two close friends has become a rising star in video production and live streaming, and the other has become a police officer, but I'm still stuck in the same place, still lost and unrecognized by anyone. Thinking this, he looked at Yajun. Then he handed him a skewer of meat. Here, eating pork kidney might help your kidney health. Seeing Yajun stare at the skewer, he spoke, "Stop staring and eat. Oh, and don't send us any more gifts. We're just doing it for fun, and the platform will take all of it anyway." After a while, Heo Chung returned home. "I'm home." Seeing Kong Hua sitting on a chair holding a teddy bear, he asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Are you angry because I didn't watch your stream?" Kong Hua remained silent and cried out tearfully, "Everyone only wanted to see you. They asked where you went and said no one would watch the stream if you weren't there." Hearing that, Heo Chung's eyes widened. "Really? Those idiots really only want to see me? I was just standing there doing nothing. What was there to see?" "Wait, is this lady hero trying to act cute with me?" Heo Chung hugged her and comforted her softly. "You seem to be good at only game grinding, right?" After only a few seconds of being touched, Kong Hua pushed him away. Kong Hua asked, "Did you drink again? You smell awful." He rubbed his chin and grumbled, "Why is your head so hard?" At this moment, Kong Hua was 3 meters away from Heo Chung. "I just showered and changed into new clothes. I don't want to smell like you. What if the bed smells too?" Hearing that, he smelled his own body. "Do I smell that bad?" Heo Chung thought to himself, "Whenever Chang's scent is around, it always feels like he's nearby. Even if I drink beer, it shouldn't smell this bad." Thinking this, he spoke, all right, I'll shower, okay?" Heo Chung thought while showering, "She's learned how to handle certain situations. She's learned not to hug me when I'm drunk, and she's also learned to control herself. Otherwise she would have slapped me. Is this an innate ability for all women?" After showering, Heo Chung came out and said to Kong Hua, "I saw an arrest earlier. That police officer stood in a very brave stance. His whole body relaxed, but his neck and shoulders were tense as if he was ready to fight. Do you know about that?" Kong Hua slightly pushed her chair back and gave him a judging look. "Ready to fight?" Then her gaze returned to its lovely state. Like this, Heo Chung looked at her and was terrified. "Oh my god, now I understand why that dog tucked its tail and ran away." Thinking this, he turned his body and returned to his foolish appearance. "Like this, something feels off. It's different from when you first pointed the sword at me." Kong Hua calmly replied, "That was because you were thinking of handing me a broom at the time." Hearing this, Heo Chung froze. "Just like I lured her into a trap wanting to hold her hand at that moment, was I really playing with the god of death?" Suddenly, Kong Hua spoke, "You haven't held my hand in a long time." Heo Chung heard that and walked over to her, putting his arm around her shoulder. All right, I'll hold your hand then. I really have held her hand less since I started thinking of all sorts of ways to touch her feet. I need to teach Kong Hua video editing, then I can freely hold her hand." Heo Chung looked at the computer screen. "So that was your massacre mode just now?" Kong Hua denied it. "No, you're too sensitive. It's quite complicated and hard to explain. It's like I don't feel danger when I'm next to you, but I become wary when I meet a police officer. It's like a natural instinct when faced with danger." Hearing her words, he asked again, "Do you think the police will harm you?" He thought to himself, Hoja wouldn't harm Kong Hua, but in his role as a police officer, Kong Hua is truly a mysterious and suspicious being. If Kong Hua is the source of catastrophic problems, Hoja would definitely not leave her alone. To protect me from harm, he would be more proactive in investigating, finding out and planning to capture her. For Hoja, the sooner he catches Kong Hua, the less risk I'll be in. At this moment, Kong Hua spoke, "I don't know if others will harm me, but I know you definitely won't." Hearing that, Heo Chung asked again, "Then why are you afraid of me?" She asked back, unable to understand. "Isn't that what you wanted?" At this moment their lips were very close. After a moment, Kong Hua pushed Heo Chung away. "You still smell too much of alcohol," he said unhappily. "Did you forget that you collapsed into my arms when you were drunk?" She replied, "If you can defeat me, then you can do that." Heo Chung was angry but couldn't do anything. At this moment he lay on the sofa and read a book. "When was the last time I completely relaxed and read a book? A year ago or 2 years ago." Then he covered his face with the book. "Kong Hua is becoming more and more demanding and strict. And that's definitely not good at all. Her words mean I shouldn't drink alcohol anymore, or I shouldn't hug or kiss her after drinking. If I want both, I have to overpower her. That's impossible, so let's give up. Still, those thoughts are fun." Seeing him silent and quiet, Kong Hua asked curiously, "Are you sleeping?" Heo Chung didn't answer and continued to think, "Now I can only dream. How can I make her do what I want? I can't keep letting her take the lead like this. If there's no way when we sleep in the same bed, I'll definitely be the one underneath." Suddenly, Kong Hua approached him. She stared intently at Heo Chung over the book. He was startled and opened his eyes wide. What is she trying to do now? Kong Hua just sat there and did nothing. Heo Chung became confused. "Is this a trap?" "No, you've misunderstood. A trap is when I plot something and you pretend to sleep to watch what I do to you. But now how can this be a trap when you have no intention?" She removed the book from his face. "Then what is it?" Heo Chung frowned and replied, "What is what? You had no intention of kissing me, and even if you did, I wouldn't resist, so it doesn't count. It only counts if you desperately want to do it and I don't want to." Kong Hua made a small sound of, "Oh," she thought to herself. "When I saw him sleeping just now, I really wanted to bite his lips." Then she shyly turned her head away. "Then if I secretly hit you when you're sleeping, does that count?" Saying this, Kong Hua picked up the book and covered his face again. Heo Chung said unhappily, "How can you do it secretly? Do you think I wouldn't wake up if you hit me?" Heo Chung grabbed her arm and smiled wickedly like a CEO. Even if you knock me out and hit me, I'll know. I'll wake up with aches and bruises all over. So there's no way. It's very different from me touching your legs. If I secretly touch them when you're sleeping, you wouldn't know when you wake up. Now tell me, why do you want to secretly hit me? Konghua replied in a small voice. I was just asking. Heo Chung was still holding her hand tightly. Konghua's face flushed red as she thought, this feeling is really good being touched like this. No, why am I thinking like this? Is it because his face is covered by the book? This man usually gets overly excited. So it's better not to look at his face. Suddenly, Heo Chung pulled her into his arms. Konghua continued to think, it's really comfortable to be with someone I like this all night. At this moment, Heo Chung peeked slightly from under the book, and after a moment she covered him again. Leave it, he frowned and argued with Konghua. You've been strange lately, she said in a small voice. I'm not strange at all, she mumbled to herself. If I don't cover his face, he'll do something strange to me. It feels safer like this. He just has to do his thing and hug me, that's enough. Heo Chung hugged her tightly and wondered inwardly, did she like it? She's so comfortable. Or does she think I'm asleep because I covered my face with a book? I think this is her way of denial. I want to fall asleep right now. Suddenly, Heo Chung's eyes widened. Konghua whispered in his ear, if we sleep like this on the sofa we won't have a baby, right? Hearing that, Heo Chung asked back in surprise, haven't you seen how babies are made? She was too embarrassed and shouted angrily, why would I watch something like that? He continued, and didn't your second aunt teach you such things? Konghua replied in a small voice. She did? Stop it. I know. At that answer, Heo Chung thought to himself, I feel like I'm coaxing an innocent young lady. She definitely hasn't learned such things, as if she never had the chance to learn. She probably wanted to wait until she was married. As Konghua remained still, Heo Chung spoke. If you keep moving like that, you'll have a baby, she replied innocently. I feel a bit hot. Heo Chung angrily asked in return, what does that mean? I'll buy a fan tomorrow. There's a fan at my parents' house and I'll get the same one. Feeling hot in the afternoon in this weather is bad for your health, so it's better to use a fan. Yes, Konghua thought happily, his hand feels really good and comfortable. Just then, Heo Chung spoke. Are you afraid of the heat? She shyly replied. No, it's just a bit hard to explain. I feel a burning sensation like a warm little flame igniting deep in my heart. Every time that feeling comes up, I can't sit still. Suddenly, Konghua jumped up. That's it. That man said I would get pregnant if I kept fidgeting and moving. I need to find out if that's true. Then she rushed to the computer and frantically searched for something. Heo Chung was already standing behind her. He whispered, honey. Konghua shrieked in surprise. Be quiet. She unhappily turned her head to look at him. Heo Chung hastily explained to her. Touching your leg won't make you pregnant, Konghua retorted irritably. Of course not. If touching a leg could make you pregnant, this world would be full of people. Heo Chung continued. Some information on the internet is unreliable. You shouldn't believe everything you see, like your liking for shoes. That's really quite strange, and normal people don't like such things. It only really happens when you truly trust and love someone. Konghua then quickly hit him where it hurt. So you admit you had ulterior motives with the shoes? Heo Chung frowned and forced an explanation. I do like them. It's not just that I like shoes. It's you and your shoes. I like both Konghua and your shoes, and there's no harm in not associating the two. Hearing his answer, she irritably shouted, you didn't think of me when you hid the shoes. Heo Chung replied without a hint of remorse. At the time I thought it was an antique and very valuable. If I made money from it, I could buy a big house and a farm. Then you could farm and raise livestock. Konghua frowned and asked him back, why would I do that if I'm rich? Heo Chung also asked back curiously, then what would you do? She replied. I'd hire farmers to work for me. That's right, every farmer dreams of becoming a landlord. Then Heo Chung waved his hand and backed away. That's enough, I'm going to bed first. Good night. Don't blindly believe what you see online. Selectively consider and gather information. Good night. He went into his room and slammed the door, lost in abstract thought. People from the past seemed to have an unspeakable fear of childbirth. The main reason was that medicine at the time was very backward, and childbirth essentially carried a very high risk of death. And the question of mother or baby simply meant choosing one over the other to save a life. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Childbirth in any era always involves potential risks for the mother. With the advancement of medicine, the risk has been minimized as much as possible. I hope she overcomes this fear. The age of technology is truly wonderful. Having a baby at such a young age is a rather early thought, but it's not surprising that most women Konghua's age in ancient times already had 2 children. In that era, a 30-year-old was already considered a grandmother. So it's natural for her to feel uncomfortable. Just then, Konghua knocked on the door from outside. Heo Chung was greatly startled by the knocking. This seems to be the first time she's knocked on my door in the middle of the night. I've waited for this day for a long time. It might be now. After researching childbirth, she came in with a few tubes in her hand. Do you have more of these tubes? Mine are all used up. Heo Chung stared at Konghua with a perverted expression. Seeing his gaze, she instinctively felt scared. Why are you looking at me like that? Her feet also instinctively retreated. Heo Chung hastily explained, it's nothing, I'll buy it for you. Heo Chung took out his phone and ordered. Konghua was impressed by the price. Why are the ones Auntie gave me so expensive? He replied with a gentle smile. You should call her mother. I've already ordered it. Konghua opened her mouth in a fluster. Wait, I've used Taobao once so I can buy it myself. Heo Chung replied, the Taobao one is mine and you should use this one. Then Heo Chung handed it to her. Alright, then buy it yourself. If you run out of money, tell me, but don't stop using it. Your hands are getting softer and softer. Yes. Kong Hua slowly walked out of the room and suddenly turned around to see him still standing there. Kong Hua then hastily pushed Heo Chung into the room. Sleep, she slammed the door shut. Sighing and recalling the scene just now, she felt happy inside. It's really comfortable to be in Heo Chung's arms, and there was even a moment when I wanted to take off his shirt, but Kong Hua quickly shook off those thoughts. No, I'm a lady hero. How could I do such a thing? Inside the room, Heo Chung was diligently practicing. Just then, Jin Ho called him. I just realized I have a special ability. Wang Ya and I were joking on the bus that if I just hang out with you guys, I always encounter criminals to catch. Heo Chung replied wearily. It's just luck, my friend. Jin Ho denied it and continued. Don't talk nonsense, it's true. When I used to work as an engineer, my colleague and I joked that it would be funny if we met someone we knew on patrol, and then we met you guys. That was when I first started this job. Heo Chung asked back, Are you sure your mouth isn't jinxed? Jin Ho asserted firmly. My word is gold. Seeing that, Heo Chung also gave up. Alright then, if you go bankrupt later, just take some gold out of your mouth to use. Who were the guys you caught yesterday? What crime did they commit? The other end of the phone replied, They're scammers. Heo Chung didn't believe it and inwardly recalled Jin Ho's expression at the time. I felt like he was lying. Judging by his reaction then, they couldn't have just been scammers. It was as if he had met an archenemy, Jin Ho continued. I'm sorry that happened when we were eating. When can we get together again? Heo Chung replied. I know you want to catch more people when we eat again. I'm quite busy right now, so let's meet later. I'm hanging up. After saying that, he sighed. Hojo is really shameless. How dare he think his words are gold? Your mouth is truly precious, as if coated with honey. Next day, Heo Chung subtly asked Kong Hua, I'm going to see my parents now. Do you want to come along? The two held hands tightly. Heo Chung inwardly resolved. My dependence was formed that way. He recalled what happened at this moment. Kong Hua asked, Should I call her auntie or mother? You should call her mother. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Heo Chung's house. After a moment of hesitation, Kong Hua finally decided to call her auntie. Hello, auntie, Aunt Heo replied brightly. You're here. Come in and sit down. He went inside and looked around. Where's father? She turned her head and explained to Heo Chung. Your father is on a business trip for a few days. He's needed for urgent research and preservation at a cemetery. After that, he tiredly sat down next to Kong Hua. He was a little disappointed that his father wasn't home. He wanted to see his father's reaction when Kong Hua called him father, but in the end Kong Hua didn't, and his father wasn't home either. Kong Hua just subtly glanced at her phone without saying anything. Seeing the battery level, she complained inwardly, the battery's dead again. Unable to hold it in, Kong Hua began to complain. Why are phones designed so that the battery can't be removed? Like a flashlight, you can just put in a battery and use it. Hearing that, Heo Chung just gave a wry smile and replied, Actually, in the past phones were designed with removable batteries, but now the design has changed. If you want, you can look up the reasons on your phone. He took out his phone, thinking to himself, She'll learn to research and solve problems herself and not develop the habit of depending on me for everything. Don't you know how to use Google? Those are quite harsh words to hear. But if Kong Hua gets used to receiving support from me like this, it won't be good for her growth. After speaking, Heo Chung immediately handed her his phone. Here's my phone, take it. Then, according to the plan he had in mind, he looked for a way to leave. You research it and I'll go read a book. All I can do now is let her do it herself. Heo Chung went into the study and subtly looked up at the bookshelf. What should I read to pass the time? Suddenly, a book titled The Secret History of Empress Wu Zetian caught his eye. Wait, or this one. A moment later, Aunt Heo had also finished preparing the food. It's time to eat. Yes, I'll be right there. Heo Chung sat down at the table, full of excitement. Kong Hua saw his reaction and returned his phone to Heo Chung. Here you go. Seeing the new wallpaper, he couldn't help but admire it. She even changed my phone wallpaper. How quick. Suddenly, his mother asked curiously, What were you doing in the study just now? Heo Chung's face turned red naturally, and he stammered, What are you talking about? I was learning about the history and heritage of our human race. Hearing that, Aunt Heo gave him a suspicious look. You? Seeing his mother's disbelief, Heo Chung replied indignantly, What are you talking about? A member of the Heo family should naturally love antiques. Hearing his implied words, Kong Hua's face flushed bright red, just as Heo Son loved the millennium-old snake demon consistently. Or your father also likes collecting antiques, and so do you. That meant starting again. She thought Heo Chung was being too much and reached out to pinch his thigh. Heo Chung was in so much pain that he stopped speaking. Aunt Heo also sensed something strange and changed the subject. Stop talking nonsense. Kong Hua will be uncomfortable. Kong Hua, the weather is starting to get hot these days. Eat more bitter melon to cleanse your body and reduce oily foods, she continued to instruct her. Soak it in salt water before cooking. That will make it less bitter. Hearing that, Kong Hua replied blankly, Yes, then auntie, you told me to eat bitter melon, but it wasn't because of the bitterness? Heo Chung couldn't help but laugh and interjected. Mother is right. If you can't eat bitter things, you can switch to cucumbers. Mother knows how to cook many more dishes than you. Mother constantly learns new recipes, and her learning speed is also very fast. Seeing him praise her so much, Aunt Heo just quickly brushed it off. Just eat your meal. In her heart, she realized his true intentions. All right, this kid brought his girlfriend home to show off our family background, and with father not here, I'm also one of the things he wants to show off. After finishing the meal, Heo Chung returned to the study. Seeing his keen interest, Aunt Heo warned him, Don't mess up your father's study. He'll be furious when he gets back. Heo Chung confidently assured her, Don't worry, mother. I'll tidy everything up neatly after I finish reading. My personality is naturally tidy. Finally, he quietly continued to research the book he was looking at earlier. I didn't expect father to have researched this too, no wonder he had such extensive knowledge. Suddenly, Konghua opened the door and entered. Seeing her, Heo Chung hastily put the book aside. He calmly picked up another book to pretend she didn't mind and approached the bookshelf asking, "Are all the books here about history?" Heo Chung nodded and replied, "Yes, if you find a book you like, take it out and read it. After you finish reading, put it back in its original place, otherwise father will have trouble finding it when he wants to read it again." After wandering for a while, Konghua also approached him. This feeling is really, seeing Heo Chung concentrate on reading, a strange feeling arose in her heart. I'm learning everything about this modern world and he's researching ancient history. Out of curiosity, Konghua leaned closer and read the book with him. Aunt Heo happened to come in and couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. This sight made her very happy. Oh my goodness, those two are getting closer and closer. Aunt Heo quickly closed the door, leaving them alone. I shouldn't stand here and watch them anymore. I feel like I'm going to burst into tears. Suddenly, Konghua noticed the book lying next to her. Out of curiosity, she picked it up and read it. The very next moment, the contents inside made Konghua blush and tremble with embarrassment. Konghua turned around and questioned him. Why are you reading this kind of thing?" Heo Chung calmly replied. "That's actual research information from history, so you shouldn't be so prejudiced," but she still didn't believe him. "Do you think I'll believe the nonsense you're spouting?" I was so happy to see Heo Chung seriously researching history, but I didn't expect him to read this kind of book. Heo Chung asked back, "What nonsense are you talking about? Then what is a male concubine? Can you explain it?" Hearing that sensitive question, she just looked elsewhere and stammered, That's at this moment Konghua's face was completely red. "How can I talk about something so sensitive, pervert?" Seeing Konghua blush so much, Heo Chung reached out and pulled her closer. "Come here, I'll teach you." He made Konghua sit on his lap and continued to talk about how to look at and understand historical events from a normal perspective. But when something touched her back, Konghua became even more hesitant. "Something is touching my body." Heo Chung was also startled by this friction. At this moment his face also turned red. "I think it's better if you stand," and so they finally decided to sit side by side. He opened the book and explained to Konghua, "This book records a lot of information about the history of the Qin dynasty. You might even find clues about your village. Your second aunt is known to be a martial arts expert, so there's a very high chance she's recorded in history, like Hong Funu or Gong Sun Danian." Hearing that, she quietly immersed herself in research. Heo Chung glanced at Konghua and couldn't help but admire her inwardly. When Konghua is quiet, she exudes an inexpressible aura. Unlike others, she doesn't lean her arms on the desk when engrossed in a book. Her shoulders and back are perfectly straight. He suddenly reached out and poked her. Startled from her concentration, Konghua jumped. She cried out in surprise, "What are you doing?" Heo Chung burst into laughter at her reaction. He had just lightly touched her. Seeing him stand up, Konghua immediately became alert, but Heo Chung didn't prank her any further and quietly instructed her. "I just thought of something important I need to take care of. I'll be back for dinner, so keep reading or chat with mother." He turned and left, but she remained on guard. Konghua pouted and thought to herself, "This immature man. I am different from him." Another grand apartment building. Heo Chung greeted the person in front of him politely. "Uncle Jin, it's me." Uncle Jin was also slightly surprised by his appearance. "Chung Ya, you have time to visit this old man?" "Yes." He stepped inside and asked about Uncle's family. "Is Jin Ho out?" "Always. He goes to work in the morning, comes back for lunch, then leaves again. I don't know why he's so busy. I really envy you. You always have free time and can rest whenever you want." "That's a free life." Hearing Uncle Jin's praise, Heo Chung humbly replied, "Ah yes, every life has its own advantages." He looked at Uncle's phone screen and advised, "Uncle Jin, do you enjoy watching these videos? It's enough to just watch videos for your own entertainment. There's no need to argue with my father in the comment section. My father uses the Qianjin keyboard and you use the QWERTY keyboard, so it'll be difficult for you to win against him." Hearing that, Uncle replied discontentedly, "That old man started the fight first, But inwardly, Uncle Jin had to admit defeat. "It takes me half a day to type just one paragraph, but that old man posts dozens of comments. I really can't win." Heo Chung suddenly suggested a method to him. "So uncle, you should use WeChat voice messages like my father. Wouldn't that be better?" Seeing him coaxing, Uncle Jin scolded, "You naughty boy, did you come here to add fuel to the fire?" "No." A moment later, Uncle changed the subject. "By the way, where's your girlfriend? She's at home reading." Hearing that, Uncle Jin suggested, "Do you want a drink with me? I have some very good snake wine." But Heo Chung quickly refused. "No, I'm fine. If I smell of alcohol, my girlfriend won't let me get close to her." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle's face darkened. Uncle Jin seemed to recall something and asked him, "Oh right, Jinho told me you're making chainmail armor. Is it wearable?" Heo Chung introduced it to him. "Yes, of course. I'm making it to wear. When it's finished, it'll weigh about 10 to 15 kilograms and you'll look very robust wearing it, Uncle." Uncle Jin imagined himself wearing it and replied excitedly, "When it's finished, let me try it on too." Hearing that, Heo Chung thought to himself, like father, like son, both of them want to try it on. He gave a wry smile and politely refused Uncle's request. "Uncle, your physique is a bit large. I'm making it to my size, so I'm worried it might not fit." Uncle Jin was immediately disappointed. "Ah, I see," but he suddenly thought of another idea. "Then I'll make one myself too. I have plenty of time. When it's finished, let's wear them and go out on the street together. Thinking this, Uncle Jin remembered his youth, a time when he never had the chance to play with such things. His childhood was full of dirt. Thinking of the past made him sad. How many people dreamed of wearing a suit of armor like this? Hearing that, Heo Chung refused his suggestion. Uncle can wear it out, but I can't. Be careful, Jin. Ho might arrest you. He wouldn't dare. Anyway, Uncle Jin was determined to carry out this plan. Let's do it. I'll research your videos and order the necessary materials tomorrow. Heo Chung couldn't do anything about it. Uncle is really determined, there's no way around it. A moment later he said goodbye. I have to go now, take care, Uncle. Okay, if I don't know anything I'll ask you. After returning home, Heo Chung hid behind the wall and secretly observed. Seeing Kong Hua sitting with his mother, he thought to himself. Two seemed to be talking very happily. A moment later he also went inside. Aunt Heo saw him and asked, "Are you back?" "Yes, I just got back. I stopped by Uncle Jin's place." Hearing that, she couldn't help but think to herself, Chung Ya doesn't talk much with his father, but Jin Ho quickly opens up to him when he visits our house. It's really true what they say, fathers and sons are enemies from a past life. Aunt Heo teased him, if you and Jin Ho swapped places, your father and Uncle Jin would probably talk all day. Hearing that, Heo Chung also burst out laughing. Oh no, how could that be? I have a mother too. She waved her hand and complained, I don't care. One of you is out doing dangerous things all day and the other is cooped up at home doing things no one understands. Those words were so true that Heo Chung didn't dare to refute them. He approached Kong Hua, took her hand and said, we're going home now. Seeing them leave so quickly, Aunt Heo was puzzled and asked, aren't you staying for dinner? No, we'll just go now. We have something to do tonight. Goodbye. The two held hands and walked home together. The time just spent made Kong Hua very happy. It was truly enjoyable to have a casual conversation with Mrs. Heo and hear stories about Heo Chung's childhood. Thinking that, she subtly glanced at him. Looking at Heo Chung now, it was hard to imagine that he used to be chased by geese and always teary-eyed as a child. Seeing Kong Hua kept staring at him, Heo Chung asked curiously, why do you keep staring at me? Your expression is strange, she playfully teased him. Now I know why you learned martial arts. Was it to fight monkeys and geese? Oh, and what else? Now you're not afraid of dogs anymore either. Heo Chung was not to be outdone, he playfully retorted, and after defeating the lady hero I can spank her bottom. Hearing him say such rude things, Kong Hua was angry. If there was no one on the street right now I'd show him what manners are. After returning home, Heo Chung was excited and ready to dive back into work. I need to quickly continue making and uploading videos of the chainmail armor. Otherwise Uncle Jin will complain again. But Kong Hua quickly pulled him, pushing him against the wall. She questioned him in a stern voice. Would you like to repeat what you just said? Heo Chung was dumbfounded and speechless at this threat. Feeling her intimidation was insufficient, Kong Hua stood on a wooden chair. Is this her way of threatening me? Heo Chung glanced at the arm gripping him tightly and thought to himself, could Kong Hua be trying to get something out of me? I'm not a fool, I won't let her have her way. Then he helplessly looked at the person in front of him. Before Heo Chung could finish saying, you shouldn't do this, she lunged at him and kissed him. The two were engrossed in a deep, passionate kiss. A moment later they separated from each other. At this sudden aggressive action, Heo Chung's face turned beet red and he stammered, I only said I wanted to spank your bottom, there was no need to be so rude. Hearing that, Kong Hua pouted, turned her back and left. Next time he thinks of playing pranks I should punish him just enough, otherwise people will say I'm fierce. Seeing her leave, Heo Chung also had no choice but to quietly tidy everything up. He couldn't help but feel threatened by Kong Hua's reaction just now. Goodness, this lady hero has finally learned how to make things interesting. Realizing he was being pushed back more and more, Heo Chung broke out in a cold sweat of fear. Moreover, I'm getting the feeling that I'm increasingly being put in the subservient position. A moment later, the sky also darkened. Kong Hua had also finished preparing dinner. She brought it to Heo Chung for him to taste. The bitter gourd auntie made wasn't very bitter. Try my stir-fried bitter gourd with minced meat. Kong Hua eagerly awaited his reaction. How is it? Heo Chung smiled brightly and praised her. It's very delicious. Hearing that, Kong Hua's heart also swelled with joy. When I was writing down the recipe, I thought of this. I should create 2 recipes, one bitter and one non-bitter. When teaching people how to cook, I'll give them many options so they can learn the recipe they want. Hearing that, Heo Chung suggested, you can write it down in the notebook I bought you. Have you researched and prepared for teaching cooking? She nodded and replied, yes, of course. For now, I'll get used to live streaming through games. After that, when I'm used to it, I'll switch to food streaming. As she spoke, Kong Hua became more and more excited. Oh right, I've also planned in advance to sell aged kimchi. Seeing her so excited, he could only give a wry smile. This lady hero has ambitions to become a versatile star in many fields. Game streaming is just the beginning of that ambition. Heo Chung bent down and said, this humble one expresses his utmost respect. I'll do my best if I get the chance. I'll even merge your channel with mine. Hearing Kong Hua's far-reaching thoughts, couldn't help but be startled. Heo Chung hastily stopped her decision. Wait, there's no need to drag my channel into this. Your plan is basically too perfect, he inwardly thought, disillusioned. It seems I'm also involved in her business plan. I thought I was witnessing the birth of a new star in the business world, but I was wrong. Seeing Heo Chung refuse her, she was very angry and thought to herself, he's looking down on me again, and as 7 p.m. arrived, Kong Hwa furiously pounded on the keyboard and he just stood there in his stance. At this bizarre sight, the viewers couldn't help but be surprised. This guy really knows how to make things interesting. Ya-jun was delighted and decided to spend money to send a gift. Well done, a reward for the deserving is a pair of angel wings. But he remembered Heo Chung's words, stop sending gifts. Right, Chung Ya told me not to send gifts. While Ya-jun was lost in thought, another person sent a festival trophy as a gift. Seeing his first place spot snatched away, he was furious. Someone just took the number 1 spot, unacceptable. Ya-jun immediately sent angel wings. Seeing the gifts continuously pouring in, Kong Hwa couldn't help but be surprised. Her eyes sparkled at the pile of gifts. Are they all for me? But the very next moment, Kong Hwa's face darkened. She shot a glare at Heo Chung, feeling a pang of jealousy. He earned hundreds of yuan in just a few minutes. Seeing that, Kong Hwa pounded the keyboard even more furiously. This is truly humiliating. If I get better and better at games, I can also attract viewers' attention. In an instant, she won the game. Numerous congratulatory comments flooded in. Although most people were only talking about Chung Ya, there must be some who are truly focused on my game. A moment later, they finished streaming. Kong Hwa turned around excitedly and said, "I," but Heo Chung was distracted by the ringing of his phone. Seeing him completely ignore her, she was furious. He was just waiting for that. Heo Chung asked the person on the other end, "What's wrong, young Master Wang?" Ya-jun gushed excitedly. "Your live stream is really amazing. You just stood there and your followers increased by hundreds." Hearing that, he replied incredulously, "Hundreds? This is a game live stream and I'm just a sidekick. What happened?" Heo Chung approached the screen to check the information. Over 500 people had followed. He couldn't help but be surprised by this fact. She can't attract so much attention just by playing games, and I can't achieve this much just by standing there either. While Heo Chung was lost in thought, Kong Hwa approached and leaned into his arms. So the two of us created a very successful live stream together. Ya-jun's voice kept echoing in his ears, but he was distracted by her. "It's because you know how to attract people. Set up a studio. It has great potential. This waste, I don't intend to go deep into this field." "Waste?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, Heo Chung was flustered. "I'm just doing the live stream for fun to help my girlfriend. I don't have any plans." Kong Hwa, who was next to him, heard that and pinched him in anger. Heo Chung was in so much pain that he quickly hung up the phone. "Let's talk later. My goal is different. Streaming is just for fun." After hanging up, he asked Kong Hwa with a curious expression, "Who taught you? Or is it a woman's innate skill?" She was about to leave, then remembered something and sat down again. Kong Hwa looked at the statistics on the screen and questioned him. "There were hundreds of viewers today. Did you make that happen?" Hearing that, Heo Chung hastily denied it. "No, they gave gifts because of you. Isn't what's yours mine too?" She knew this was a lie, and immediately became angry. "You're joking, right? Don't play tricks." After saying that, Kong Hwa angrily stood up and returned to her room without a word. Heo Chung silently watched. Kong Hwa suddenly turned around and declared with a resolute expression, "I'm going to earn more money than you." He could only give a helpless smile. After she left, Heo Chung was lost in thought. She even caught on to my deception. He couldn't help but sigh, looking at the empty search history. It would be easier for her to check the browser without leaving a trace. Then one May afternoon, Heo Chung saw Kong Hwa about to go out and affectionately reminded her, "Be careful and always be vigilant on the streets." "Yes, I understand." She carefully took out her house keys and put them in her bag. With preparations complete, Kong Hwa confidently stepped outside. Uncle Joe saw she was alone and asked, "Where did Chung Ya go?" Kong Hwa politely replied, "He's watching TV at home." Hearing that, he could only give a wry smile and thought to himself, "Doesn't he get scared staying cooped up at home like that?" Watching her small retreating figure, Uncle Joe couldn't help but recall old memories. "This child is becoming more and more like Chung Ya. Even the way she walks is the same. When I first met her, she walked like a fox." Kong Hwa leisurely strolled along the street, drawn to a shop, and casually walked inside. A moment later, Kong Hwa happily enjoyed the drink she had just bought. After walking for a while, she seemed to realize something. Kong Hwa approached a nearby map and examined it. "I don't think I've been down this road before." Without much thought, she decided to take the next bus. Kong Hwa boarded the bus, tapped her card, and leisurely found a seat. At that moment, the young girl's heart was filled with excitement. The bus set off for the next stop. Kong Hwa looked out the window with curious eyes. A few minutes later, she also arrived at her destination. "The bus has arrived. Please exit in an orderly fashion." Kong Hwa looked around, trying to find her way. "This is Buksan-Jiu. If I keep going north, I'll be out of the city." After a moment of thought, she also started walking. Finally, Kong Hwa arrived at her destination. The golden rice patties before her surprised her. Heo Chung was working when he suddenly received a message. He smiled as he looked at the photo Kong Hwa had sent. Seeing her so happy, Heo Chung couldn't help but feel proud. She's doing more and more exploring. This lady hero always wanted to get out of the city, and now she's done it. Turning back to Kong Hwa, she looked around. Then Kong Hwa approached the nearby rice stalks. With her small hands, she grabbed the rice grains and began to shake them. A moment later, she opened her hand and blew away the hard husks. Kong Hwa tasted the white rice grains and imagined, "What if we build a house in a rural area like this, plant rice in a large field, and then have him harvest it with a sickle? Not a bad idea." The image gradually formed in her mind. Just thinking about it made Kong Hwa immensely happy, but I don't think he'll want to do it. After a long time, Kong Hwa still hadn't returned, and Heo Chung became very worried. "It's been an hour. Just as he was about to call her, Konghua returned. You were having so much fun that you forgot to come home, didn't you? Hearing the sound, Heo Chung turned around. She placed a pile of groceries she had bought on the table, then fumbled for something in her bag. Konghua pulled out the handful of rice from earlier and said with a bright smile, I went outside and saw, just as I thought, it's all planted with crops. Want to try some? At these words, Heo Chung was stunned. He quickly composed himself and reminded her, they sometimes spray pesticides in places like this. Pesticides are used to prevent pests, so you shouldn't just eat anything. Konghua was flustered upon hearing that. Then am I poisoned? Heo Chung gently reassured her. A little is fine, but don't eat anything random next time. He tasted a few grains of rice and asked, it's too old, the softer varieties taste better. Why did you go so far? Konghua replied calmly. I was just sightseeing. Hearing that, an unpleasant thought crossed his mind. When the corn ripens, is she going to pick other people's corn? Surely not. After a moment of thought, Heo Chung suddenly suggested to her, let's buy an electric bicycle. Then you can ride it wherever you want to go. That thing I often see on the street, you call something a bicycle if you don't have to pedal it, Konghua shouted from the kitchen. It's fine if we buy a bicycle, I can ride very fast. But he firmly rejected that request. You'll break the bicycle by pedaling it. Hearing that, Konghua made another wish. Can we buy a house in the outskirts and live there farming? I've seen some people with really big yards. Heo Chung didn't refute that. Houses in the outskirts are cheap. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, so that means we can. But Heo Chung's next words completely dashed that idea. But it's not very convenient there. If you want to eat or buy something, there are hardly any shops, and if you're hungry at night and want a late-night snack, there's nowhere to buy it. Hearing that, Konghua replied dejectedly, oh really? He immediately comforted her. But in fact it's very leisurely. I used to be a very leisurely person, but since living with you I've become a little less leisurely. Those words, Konghua's face flushed crimson. Let's eat. Heo Chung could only give a wry smile. The lady hero wants to take me with her wherever she goes, how heartwarming. After eating her fill, she wanted to go out again. Konghua sat on a nearby chair and enjoyed the fresh air. Suddenly, Aunt Jaeon approached and spoke. Isn't this Konghua? What are you doing? She politely replied. I was sitting and enjoying the scenery outside. Then Auntie asked Konghua to come with her. Oh, there's a lecture on May 1st. Want to go get an umbrella? Yes, the two walked and talked. When does So-eon rest? Probably around July or August for a month. The May 1st holiday is too short, so she won't come. She'll come during summer vacation. Aunt Jaeon was lost in thought and didn't notice her surroundings at all. Walking with such a pretty young lady makes me feel young again. But Konghua, who was beside her, quickly sensed the approaching danger. Just as a motorcycle was about to hit Auntie, she darted in front of Aunt Jaeon in a flash, blocking it. The rider simultaneously fell to the ground. He was bewildered. Auntie stood dumbfounded and asked Konghua, what just happened? She replied in a stern voice, that person was about to hit you, so I pulled you back. Hearing that, Aunt Jaeon couldn't help but admire her strength. You're really amazing. Then she rushed over to scold the rider. Are you blind? Coming from that direction is a red light violation. Are you blind? Do you want to die? He was angry and about to hit her. Ah, but the next moment the rider was intimidated by Konghua's murderous expression. He immediately backed away, stammering, Sorry, it's my fault. I'll never violate it again, never. The rider quickly picked up his motorcycle and fled. One old lady and one pretty fierce-looking girl. Can't touch them, got a split. As he fled, he thought fearfully, if I had said one more word, that girl might have hit me. Even after the rider had gone far away, Konghua remained on guard. A few hours later, Heo Chung also finished his work. He habitually looked for Konghua, but seeing no one at the computer desk, Heo Chung realized he had forgotten she went out. Heo Chung stood up tiredly. After sitting and working for a long time, he stretched and loosened his body. Heo Chung thought about various things as he went to get the fan. People are sometimes strange. They usually spend their days idly watching others work, but as soon as someone else becomes free, they want to find something to do themselves. He brought it closer to his desk, put the fan in place, and started it. After a few adjustments, he could now rest peacefully. Heo Chung was utterly satisfied with this coolness. It's really comfortable. A moment later, he couldn't resist turning on the computer. Let's see what kind of mischief the lady hero has been up to lately. But the lock screen before him startled Heo Chung. She even put a password on the computer account. He could do nothing and simply gave up in annoyance. What kind of person does she think I am? Does she think I'm someone who secretly checks search history? Yes, I am. Heo Chung was tired and lay his head on the desk, but in less than a minute he got up and did something else. Anyway, since I'm free, I should dry the ginger in the kitchen in the sun. Heo Chung carefully tended to the potted plant. Just then Konghua returned. He happily greeted her. You're back. But seeing the cactus pot, Heo Chung asked in confusion, why did you buy a round cactus? She put it away and replied, on the way I saw a flower stall and this small green pot was very pretty. Aunt Seong said round cacti prevent refraction, so I bought it for 8 yuan. Heo Chung approached and examined the small pretty pot. Do you even know what refraction is? I looked it up before. It's invisible to the eye, but just thinking about it is scary. Konghua suddenly remembered something. She took out some snacks from her bag and gave them to him. I bought some snacks too. Peanut butter, dried sweet potato and raisins. Seeing her so happy, Heo Chung couldn't help but feel proud. This lady hero also knows how to enjoy life now. Konghua leisurely opened a bag of snacks and tasted them. The sweetness melting in her mouth made her incredibly happy. Seeing Konghwa's reaction, he couldn't help but be curious. "Are these snacks really that delicious?" she replied in surprise. "Aren't they delicious?" Heo Chung approached, picked up a piece and tasted it. He evaluated it as he ate. "It's delicious, but it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be." Regardless of what Heo Chung said, Konghwa looked dejected at the few remaining snacks in her hand. "I bought too little. If I had known, I would have bought more so I could put a piece in my mouth and savor it while playing games." Hearing that, he seemed to understand her intention. "Wait, you're not planning to buy a bunch of snacks, eat them while playing games and then advertise them to people to buy, are you?" Konghwa was surprised. "How did you know? Are you reading my mind?" Seeing her admit it, Heo Chung reminded her, "I knew it, stop it. This is at least more reliable than selling aged kimchi. If you want to do it, go ahead, but you won't earn much money from it." He said that as he was about to put a piece in his mouth. "If you can find a way to sell it, it'll be a very valuable experience, but I won't help you with this." But Konghwa didn't listen to Heo Chung and just stared intently at his actions. She suddenly took out a piece of snack and commanded, "Open your mouth." At these words, Heo Chung was stunned. "Huh?" Before he could speak further, Konghwa tossed the snack into his mouth. Heo Chung saw it, swallowed obediently, and after eating excitedly said to her, "This is fun." Then Heo Chung kept asking for other pieces. "I want dried sweet potato." Seeing him eat deliciously, Konghwa found a new kind of fun. She excitedly asked Heo Chung, "What else do you want to eat? Do you want peanut butter?" At this moment, he realized something was wrong. "That's enough, it's like feeding a dog." Hearing that, Konghwa didn't tease him anymore. "Then I'll go make dinner." While she was cooking, Heo Chung looked up at the sky, lost in thought. He unconsciously smiled and thanked inwardly, "This life is really good." Seeing Heo Chung lost in thought, Konghwa quietly approached him. "Weren't you going to make dinner? You scared me appearing without a sound." She said nothing, just stretched out her arms and hugged him. Konghwa whispered softly, "I just wanted to hug you for a moment." She suddenly remembered something and said anxiously, "You know, if I get an ID card, we can get married, right?" Konghwa's face was then filled with anticipation. Seeing her, Heo Chung unconsciously smiled. The two exchanged a gentle, passionate kiss without a word. Every meeting in this world is a reunion after a long separation. Only after a passionate kiss did Heo Chung open his mouth to explain to her. Legally, getting married is called marriage formation. It's a legal act where a couple establishes a marital relationship according to the conditions and procedures stipulated by law, and at the same time takes on the rights, obligations, and other responsibilities arising from it. The marriage you asked about before was about the wedding ceremony, right? But you probably don't need an ID card for that. If we just have a wedding ceremony socially, we become husband and wife. Having said this much, he suddenly realized something. Heo Chung turned to Konghwa and asked, "So you want to have a wedding ceremony with me?" "I didn't expect the lady hero to be more eager than me." "That's truly unexpected." Hearing him ask, she was extremely embarrassed and replied, What do you think?" Heo Chung thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. "What do I think? If possible, this old dilapidated house would be our honeymoon home." At this moment, Konghwa's mind was elsewhere. "If we get married, we'll have to have a wedding night, right? And have children. Am I being too hasty?" A moment later, she stammered, "This house isn't that dilapidated. I was just exaggerating. In a few years, we can move into a bigger, newer house." Hearing that, Konghwa didn't refute him. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do," right? But her mind was thinking something else. "Anyway, if he dares to break up, I'll beat him to death. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later, but later is better." Suddenly, Heo Chung leaned close, startling her. "We can have the wedding ceremony first, then we can sleep together. Very purely, of course." At the sudden contact, her face flushed crimson. Konghwa said in a small voice, "You touched me again." Hearing that, Heo Chung immediately pulled away. Damn it, now his face was also beet red. Before, he used to laugh at Jin-ho for being a novice, but he was no different. Too embarrassed, Konghwa didn't talk about that subject anymore and left. "Then I'll go make dinner." She suddenly stopped as if she had remembered something. "But getting married and having children is too scary." Hearing that, Heo Chung asked, "You don't want to have children?" Konghwa didn't answer and asked back, "No, it's just too scary." "How many do you want to have?" he replied calmly. "Two." Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Only two?" At this, Heo Chung was dumbfounded. "Is that too few?" he thought to himself. "Are people from the past also amazing? They'd have 5, 6, 7, 8 children at the drop of a hat." Konghwa firmly declared, "I won't have any." Heo Chung didn't refute that. She was very surprised that he agreed so easily. "Oh," Heo Chung said calmly, "these days many people don't have children. Raising children costs a lot of money. What does it mean to continue the family line? Does it only count if you have a son? Only if a descendant has a son can the family line continue. 3 generations, 4 generations, 5 generations if you only have daughters. Then the line is broken, isn't it?" I don't see much meaning in it, but for an old-fashioned person like her, this was unacceptable. How can they accept not having children? Then why get married? Heo Chung gently explained. "Of course you get married to sleep with someone. What does that have to do with children? If you hold your wife warmly and fragrantly at night, wouldn't you sleep more comfortably?" A moment later, Konghwa hesitantly suggested, Then how about having one?" He didn't hear clearly, and asked back, "What did you just say?" But she was too embarrassed to say it again. "No, nothing." Seeing her like that, Heo Chung just gave a wry smile and thought to himself, "I didn't mishear, did I?" She asked how about having one. but he soon shook off that thought. That's all for later. What does it have to do with a young man like me? I haven't even enjoyed myself to the fullest yet, and now having children. Kongwa's menu. A little winter melon added to the leftover braised ribs from lunch, and pouring the braised rib broth over boiled noodles completes a fragrant bowl of braised rib noodles. Heo Chung slurped his noodles and asked her, "You said you're ready for marriage, so can I move into your room now?" Kongwa firmly refused. "No, we're not married yet. If you move in, it'll be called illicit cohabitation," he asked blankly. "Where did you learn that word?" She still said firmly. "Anyway, no, you'll be thrown into a pigsty. The wedding night should be after the ceremony. Do you think I'll fall for your trick?" Hearing that, Heo Chung could only say helplessly, "What's there to be afraid of? Can I defeat you?" "You can." After speaking, she threatened. "Dare to try." He coughed a few times and said confidently, "Even if I could defeat you, I wouldn't. I'll only do what we both want to do together after you agree. Moreover, now I just want to sleep with you. I'll make you come into my bed yourself soon." Kongwa immediately retorted, "Absolutely not." A moment later, they finished their meal. Heo Chung glanced at the clock. It seemed to be still early. He lifted Dong-a and said, "Move, move." Then Heo Chung happily leaned against Kongwa. Charging time, Dong-a could only play with the fan. He placed her feet on his lap and began to massage them. Seeing that, Kongwa asked curiously, "Why do you like touching my feet so much?" A strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Her body felt strange and she wanted to do something. Heo Chung also couldn't find an answer. "I've never thought about this problem." The conclusion was that he didn't like touching feet. He liked seeing her blush after her feet were touched. Seeing that, she asked back, "Then if I don't blush, will you not like touching them anymore?" Kongwa's 2 feet instinctively rubbed against each other, but Heo Chung hadn't noticed this yet and continued to chatter. "Of course I like touching them, it's just much less fun, but I know you still blush a lot." But when her feet touched a forbidden spot, Heo Chung cried out in surprise, "What are you doing?" Seeing him react so exaggeratedly, she was flustered, thinking she had hit a strange switch on his body. Kongwa suddenly touched that spot again, and Heo Chung became even more flustered. She couldn't help but be surprised. "It seems very strange." Unable to bear it any longer, he stood up. Heo Chung left in embarrassment. "I'm going to change my underwear. No, I'm going to shower." Heo Chung hastily went to shower to calm himself down. Kongwa could only wait outside. After he came out, their 4 eyes met, but no one spoke. A moment later, Heo Chung turned his head away in embarrassment. He suddenly changed the subject. "It's a 7:10, isn't it?" Hearing that, Kongwa snapped to attention. "That's right." She hastily rushed to the desk. She had calmed herself down after the moment before. "I feel like we're no longer innocent." Kongwa glanced at him. She suddenly blurted out a long speech. "Youth is the most positive and active force in the entire society. They are the most eager to learn and the least conservative. Especially in this era, learning is like standing on a high mountain, allowing you to see far and wide. Lacking knowledge is like walking in a sewer, unable to explore, which is very painful." Heo Chung replied blankly, "What are you talking about?" Kongwa was not in the mood to explain to him. "Nothing." Heo Chung also didn't ask further, and changed the subject. "Today I won't stand. I'll make chainmail armor. I need to get my emotions in check." After discussing, they also started their live stream. Kongwa looked worriedly at the screen. Comments started appearing. "You're finally here. I thought you flew away. Late. How about standing as punishment?" Heo Chung held up the pliers in his hand and informed them. "Today I won't be standing. I'll show you how to make a chainmail sleeve." Hearing that, the viewers stirred again. He said excitedly, "You definitely haven't seen this before." Kongwa, having all the attention taken from her, could only sadly eat her snacks. Heo Chung began to demonstrate to the people. "These are interlocking rings. You interlock 4 rings tightly like this, then open 4 more, gradually weaving them into a suit of chainmail armor." Suddenly, someone commented curiously, "Is the streamer from a martial arts family, learning martial arts and wearing armor too?" He read the comment and nodded, explaining, "That's right, my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, many generations of ancestors, were all the heads of the Heo family. Master Ho passed that on to our family. That's what I used to practice. To learn Kung Fu, you must first train your waist. The waist is the center of power. Power comes from the ground, passes through the feet, controls the waist, and then goes to the shoulders, elbows, wrists, and hands." The viewers, hearing that, asked more curiously, "So is the streamer surnamed Heo, and are you 2 siblings streaming together? This is definitely a popular version of Tai Chi, right?" Heo Chung also got excited and continued to chatter. "All martial arts in the world have 10,000 variations, but they don't deviate from their roots. In fact, any martial art is the same." Suddenly a comment caught Kongwa's attention. Reading it, her face immediately darkened. Kongwa immediately interrupted and corrected the people. "We are lovers, not siblings." Hearing that, the comment section stirred again. No wonder something felt off. Usually when the boyfriend plays games, the girlfriend eats snacks or does something else next to him. Has this live stream room ever been normal? Have you ever seen someone standing or making armor while live streaming? That's true. A moment later, the 2 were absorbed in their own things and no one spoke. Heo Chung suddenly turned his gaze towards her. His gaze moved downwards and he was captivated by her dangling legs. Heo Chung was blank for a moment, then snapped back to reality. No, I'm still live streaming." There are fewer people in the live stream room. Weaving chain mail did pique the curiosity of old viewers, but it doesn't seem to attract new viewers. The retention rate isn't high, so I should just stand. After speaking, Heo Chung began his standing posture and the comment section became lively again. Kong Hua, having her attention taken again, grumbled, "Can't you just watch me play games?" The viewers immediately comforted her. We're watching, we're both watching, but the streamer seems a bit down today. You've lost several times. Is it because your level is low or are you not feeling well? At such a direct question, Kong Hua stammered, I just leveled up, so I'm not used to it yet. But inwardly she blamed Heo Chung. She hastily chewed and swallowed all her snacks and declared proudly to them, "I won't be like this next time." A moment later, Kong Hua's imposing aura returned. Heo Chung suddenly approached and suggested, "Shall we watch a movie later?" No, seeing her refuse like that, he didn't push it. "If you don't want to, then don't," Heo Chung continued, correcting Kong Hua, "but I have to say this, I didn't wet the bed." Hearing that, she was speechless and just looked down at his pants. Then Kong Hua stood up abruptly and went straight to her room without a word. She slammed the door shut, leaving Heo Chung standing blankly. Inside the room, Kong Hua's face was completely red. She inwardly reassured herself, "We're lovers, this is normal. We have nothing to be ashamed of, it's very pure." On the other hand, Heo Chung sat down on the chair exhausted. His situation was no different. What a complicated emotion. Heo Chung was suddenly startled by Kong Hua peeking out. She opened her mouth shyly. "Oppa, my shoes." Heo Chung, realizing what Kong Hua was about to say, immediately retorted, "I won't do anything strange to your shoes." The next day, Heo Chung held a sword with great vigilance towards the person in front of him. This quiet atmosphere made him uneasy. Finally, Heo Chung opened his mouth to ask, "Aren't you going out and running anymore?" Kong Hua replied coldly, "I need to learn how to operate the computer. I'll go out when I want to." Heo Chung couldn't help but be intimidated by her threatening gaze. He could only close his eyes and continue practicing. "She's looking at me strangely again. Now I'm really afraid that the lady hero will suddenly lift the blanket and pounce on me in bed one day." Heo Chung's mind suddenly recalled a past memory. It was the same when we first kissed. She was very shy at first, but after tasting it, she'd grab me whether there was anything going on or not. After holding back for half a year, she finally let me hug her a little. After practicing for a while, he also put away his sword. Heo Chung hastily made an excuse and left. I have something to do outside for a moment." Her gaze is like she wants to eat me alive. He looked at the keys in his hand and vowed to himself, "I won't do things like sending travel photos from outside like her." As he said that, Heo Chung imagined himself looking like a frog with a backpack. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky, admiring, "The weather is really good." Heo Chung greeted Uncle Joe politely. "Hello, Uncle Joe. Isn't this Chung Ya?" But seeing his gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. "Why is he looking at me like that?" Uncle Joe asked in a fatherly tone. "Did you and your girlfriend come out for a walk? You even take turns coming out." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "No, Uncle, you're mistaken." Heo Chung saw the cigarette and reminded him, "But Uncle, you should smoke less." Uncle Joe heard that and defended himself. "You don't know. After a meal, a cigarette makes you feel like an immortal." Heo Chung immediately refuted. "Scientists have researched and proven that wrong." He asked in surprise, "Huh, scientists researched that too?" He joked with a bright smile. "Yes, they've researched that there are no immortals in this world at all." Hearing that, Uncle Joe's face showed clear helplessness. After chatting for a while, Heo Chung also continued his walk. He approached a nearby bench, sat down and rested. Heo Chung was lost in thought. Aunt Jaeon couldn't help but be curious when she saw him. "Is there something wrong with this couple? Last time Kong Hua sat here watching who knows what, and now Chung Ya is here." She approached and asked aloud, "Is there some treasure over there?" Heo Chung replied calmly, "There's no treasure, it's just quite interesting to look far away." Hearing that, Aunt Jaeon couldn't help but feel strange. "Why do all you young people have such strange thoughts?" Heo Chung was flustered and thought to himself, "What's strange?" At the same time, it was students' dismissal time. Seeing that, Heo Chung suddenly remembered something. He hastily opened his phone and browsed a shopping mall website while reminding himself, "Lady Hero also needs to go to school now. Once she finishes all these workbooks, she can be considered to have graduated from elementary school. Then if I make her an elementary school diploma, she'll be happy." A moment later, Heo Chung's delivery arrived. "Delivery, thank you." Seeing him enter the house carrying a large box, Kong Hua asked curiously, "What's that?" But Heo Chung didn't want to reveal it. "You'll know later. If I open this, Lady Hero won't be laughing." He suddenly turned his head and suggested to her, "That's right, let's go out and play tomorrow." After speaking, Heo Chung calculated inwardly. Go out and have fun once and then come back and tell her to go to school. Life needs ceremony. Kong Hua asked excitedly. "Where are we going?" he said with a smile. "An amusement park. It's 3 days after the holiday now, so there will be almost no people, and we won't have to queue." Hearing those 3 words, her face was already filled with anticipation. Amusement park. After speaking, Kong Hua immediately rushed to the desk and started searching for information online. She excitedly browsed through forum reviews. Seeing her like that, Heo Chung approached and said, "You know this is called self-study, right?" He glanced at it and thought to himself, "No wonder she learns so fast. She's been looking at things like this every day." Hearing him say that, Kong Hua gave Heo Chung a suspicious look. She asked, bewildered, "What power are you talking about? You haven't even done anything to me, and I'm already prepared." Kong Hua looked at him suspiciously and said, "You really haven't done anything?" Heo Chung stammered, "At least not right now," he added shyly. "We both wanted it, otherwise you would have pushed me against the wall." Heo Chung calculated inwardly while speaking. If I were to express it in concrete numbers, I probably only did 60, and Kong Hua figured out the other 40 herself. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely quiet. A moment later, Kong Hua spoke first. The first time you deceived me was your fault. The second time I was deceived was my fault. And if you deceive me a third time, we will be nothing to each other. Hearing this, Heo Chung replied, bewildered. Huh? She continued to explain. It's something a Westerner named Steven said. He was momentarily stunned and felt proud of her. Lady Hero's ability is truly amazing. If she finishes all those workbooks, she'll graduate elementary school in no time. The next day arrived, and Kong Hua excitedly prepared to go out. Heo Chung asked her curiously, why are you wearing a hat? Kong Hua smiled and explained, to block the sun. It's bothersome to open an umbrella. He suddenly picked up her hat. Heo Chung casually put it on his own head, then put it back on when the sun gets stronger. You don't look very comfortable wearing it right now. Seeing him taking care of her, Kong Hua blushed. Just then the bus arrived. Ah, the bus is here. The two quickly found seats on the bus. She looked out and said, I've taken the bus from that stop before. Heo Chung nodded and praised her. Amazing, amazing, Kong Hua suddenly whispered into his ear. Wearing that hat makes you look like a criminal from a movie. At the sudden contact, Heo Chung's face turned beet red. He really does resemble one. He'd look even more like one with a mask. He cautiously replied, thank you for the compliment. If you didn't whisper as if you were plotting a crime, it would sound more normal. Hearing Heo Chung tease her, she pouted and turned her head. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, Lady Hero is still just a young girl. She just seemed foolish and innocent because she was so suppressed before. As her true nature gradually unfolds, she'll become more lively, and later she'll come to like even more things. Heo Chung gently took her hand like a lover. A moment later, they arrived at their destination. Kong Hua said impatiently, let's go buy tickets over there. But Heo Chung quickly grabbed her. He led her to another place. Don't queue, follow me. Kong Hua followed him to a different ticket booth. Heo Chung asked the vendor, sir, do you have discounted tickets? He immediately stated the price, 180 yuan. It's 260 if you buy at the counter, but mine is even cheaper than online. It's an insider price, so I don't deceive anyone young or old. Kong Hua heard it and her mouth dropped open. Why is it so expensive? But Heo Chung quickly bought the tickets. Have fun. Yes, she looked at the two tickets in her hand and curiously asked, why is it so much cheaper to buy them here? He explained the structure. Insider prices are usually for employee welfare or gifts which are sold to store owners here. Then that person resells them. They'll do anything if they can make money. They're smart at making money, and you're smart at saving money. Hearing that, Kong Hua asked worriedly, then wouldn't the ticket booth lose money if tickets aren't sold? He patiently replied, it depends on the situation. Sometimes they intentionally release them to attract people, and sometimes others just profit from it. The two walked and talked like that. How do you know everything? When you find out why I know everything, you'll know too. They opened the park map and Heo Chung looked at it for a moment. He made a plan inwardly. It's over 600 mu in area, and there are 9 pretty big theme zones. The holiday just ended, so there are only a few tourists inside. Most of the rides don't require queuing, so we can probably ride almost everything in one day. Kong Hua was suddenly drawn to something. She couldn't take her eyes off that giant Ferris wheel. Seeing its danger level, Kong Hua said fearfully, is this really a place for fun? You'll know as soon as you ride it. Heo Chung tried hard not to let her know that this was his first time here, vowing inwardly, a man can't say no. Then they headed towards that dizzying ride. The two slowly moved to their seats. Kong Hua hesitated and said, it's a little scary. This isn't some kind of punishment, is it? Heo Chung, who was next to her, reassured her. You're so amazing. Even if something happens, you can just fly down, can't you? Kong Hua replied hesitantly. Before it started, she carefully checked the seatbelt. Fortunately, it was very sturdy. As soon as she finished speaking, the ride began to move. Welcome to the giant Ferris wheel. At the terrifying speed, Heo Chung's face turned white. Lady Hero was right. This is a modern-day punishment. A moment later, they finished the ride. At that moment, Heo Chung's legs trembled. Damn it, my legs are giving out. He suddenly thought of Kong Hua and looked back at her. Seeing her terrified face, Heo Chung felt a sense of camaraderie. Good, it seems we both feel the same way. The two sat blankly on a bench and rested. A moment later, Heo Chung asked, want to ride more? She asked back, what about you? Suddenly, the screams of other people were heard and the two fell silent. After calming down for a moment, Heo Chung opened his mouth. You're so amazing at martial arts and you're still scared? Kong Hua replied in a small voice. If I wasn't tied to anything and had to jump from such a height, I wouldn't be scared. After finishing speaking, the two fell silent again. Looking at that giant Ferris wheel, she suggested, want to ride more? I can watch you ride. Heo Chung cautiously said, or I can watch you ride. The two sat there watching others ride. Seeing them enjoying themselves, Kong Hua curiously said, why are those people having so much fun? Heo Chung just gave a wry smile and replied, they're probably forced to ride it. Like a boyfriend having to ride with his girlfriend if she wants to. Hearing that, she said firmly, I won't ride with you. Heo Chung said teasingly, it seems your affection for me isn't deep enough yet. Then Kong Hua asked back, then will you ride with me? He flatly refused. I won't ride with you either. The two fell into silence like that. Heo Chung felt helpless about their situation. Two cowards seriously discussing something that won't even happen, how foolish. They definitely both lacked the courage to ride again. Kong Hua, who was next to him, looked at the Ferris wheel and suddenly had a bizarre thought. If we had something like this in my era, we'd tie up anyone dishonest and spin them for an hour. It was such a scary thought that he hastily stopped her. Stop, stop. The two sat leisurely enjoying the fresh air. Heo Chung picked up his phone and suggested to her, let's take some pictures here. Kong Hwa immediately agreed. Okay, she was very excited at the thought of taking pictures. We came all this way, so let's take some photos. So the two walked around together capturing beautiful moments in pictures. After taking all the pictures, they stopped by the restroom. Heo Chung came out first and began studying the map. The entrance fee was over 100 yuan, so I have to get my money's worth. Something more peaceful, the carousel should be fine. Seeing Kong Hwa come out, he asked gently. Done? She, seeing he had come out first, curiously asked, how do you always go to the restroom so quickly? Heo Chung casually replied, because I'm a man, I just shake it off. Hearing that, Kong Hwa recoiled warily. Pervert, shake what off? Heo Chung said indignantly. Didn't you ask? Her gaze suddenly went to his head. Kong Hwa stood on tiptoes and retrieved her hat. She casually put it on her head and said, I can't ride anymore. Heo Chung smiled and pointed forward. Let's go ride the carousel. Hearing that, Kong Hwa grumbled. Again, my goodness, he persuaded her. This doesn't fly or shake around, it'll just be like riding a horse. In the end, she had no choice but to follow. Alright, let's go see, Kong Hwa thought to herself. If it's about tying people up and swinging them in the air, I'll let him ride it alone. But once they arrived, she really enjoyed this ride. Heo Chung, on the other hand, had a helpless expression. The two enjoyed their time on the carousel like that. As she showed no signs of stopping, he admired inwardly. Lady Hero has been spinning for 30 minutes. She must think she needs to get her money's worth since we spent so much. Suddenly, a notification sound caught Kong Hwa's attention. She took out her phone to check the voice message Heo Chung had sent. Kong Hwa played the message. Want to ride something else? After hearing it, she turned her head to look at him. Then she turned her head back and sent a voice message to Heo Chung. Sit a little longer, she thought to herself, but it's really strange. My voice when I speak doesn't sound much like my voice recorded on the phone. Is the phone changing my voice? Seeing Kong Hwa wanting to ride more, Heo Chung grumbled, You've been sitting there for a really long time, even kids don't ride this long. Hearing that, she looked around. It seems only this is a ride and all the others are like punishments. It's not playing, it's spending money and getting punished. Lost in thought, Kong Hwa took a sip of her drink. A moment later she pointed forward. That one, she commanded Heo Chung. You tie yourself to that chair and hang there, I'll watch from below. Hearing that, he replied indignantly, Why should I hang there for you to watch? When Heo Chung didn't agree, Kong Hwa smiled and replied, Then why go anywhere else? This place is good. As soon as she finished speaking, eerie music began to play. Kong Hwa immediately left her seat and he could only give a wry smile. The person who chose this song is a genius, if they keep playing this song on the carousel. Seeing her so upset, Heo Chung sighed helplessly. I brought Lady Hero here today to let her experience something and have fun all day. Surely, he reached out and took Kong Hwa's hand. Heo Chung smiled brightly and suggested to her, We're already here, aren't we, so let's experience it a little. If you never try it, you'll never know if it's fun or scary. It's better to try than to regret. Seeing him like that, Kong Hwa's heart pounded. Heo Chung looked at the map for a moment and then suggested to her, Let's go look around over there, that's the Egyptian zone. Egypt is a western country. It's all desert with pyramids and things, and they like to mummify people. Look at the color over there, you can see yellow land. As Kong Hwa said nothing, he turned back. Heo Chung slowed his pace waiting for her and gently asked, Have you ever thought about things like this before? He spoke holding Kong Hwa's hand. Before the romantic atmosphere could fully blossom, Heo Chung snatched her drink the next moment. Like this, at this action, Kong Hwa was extremely annoyed. I deliberately drank it this slowly. She looked at the empty cup. She grumbled, in the past with just one hand. Before Kong Hwa could finish speaking, he interrupted. You would have beaten me to death. Hearing that, she glared at him. A moment later, they moved to another zone. Heo Chung carefully observed the prize display board. The prizes for the air rifle game and dart throwing were similar. Seeing him hesitate, the vendor spoke, Hey friend, bring your pretty girlfriend over and have some fun. Kong Hwa innocently asked him, If we play once, can we win this many? Heo Chung confidently replied, You can leave them at the entrance. Hearing that, the vendor was speechless. These two haven't even started playing, and they're already thinking about winning. I've seen people set goals, but this is the first time I've seen someone think like this right upon entering. After thinking, Heo Chung decided to start with dart throwing. The vendor stated the price. 50 yuan for 20 darts. 10 darts are enough. Kong Hwa stepped forward first. She carefully asked again, I just need to pop all the balloons, right? The vendor explained the rules to Kong Hwa in detail. That's right, pop 3 for 3 keychains, 6 for a choice of these toys. 9 lets you choose between this toy belt and a transforming robot. If you pop them all, you can choose anything including that big doll over there. Hearing that, she couldn't help but exclaim, Such a good deal. It's unbelievably easy. Kong Hwa asked Heo Chung, Which one do you want? Do you want that belt? He replied, A big bear, so I can hug it at night. Let's see if we can win the belt with the air rifle later. Hearing that, she tried to throw 3 darts at once. He hastily stopped Kong Hwa. Throw them one by one. The vendor shivered at her serious demeanor. She feels a little scary. Did some civilian master just get discharged from the military? A toy gun isn't a real gun, and darts are even harder, so how can she be so confident? Before he could finish muttering to himself, the next moment he was astonished. Kong Hwa finished the game and asked, Can I take it now? Yes, yes. She happily hugged the giant bear plushie. Kong Hwa didn't want to stop and asked again, Do you still want that belt? Seeing her, the vendor hastily pleaded, Customer, we're just small business owners here. We understand masters like you coming to play. Taking 1 or 2 is fine, but otherwise my boss and I will have a hard time. At Heo Chung's next words he breathed a sigh of relief. No, I told you, we're just playing once to take another photo. But soon after, he made the vendor's face turn pale again. Give me some more bullets. Konghua picked up the gun and prepared to continue. She aimed for a moment and said, I don't know how to do this. Heo Chung gently took her hand and taught Konghua. You've never tried it, so you should try it once. The vendor was curious about his professional demeanor. Have both of you practiced before? Heo Chung calmly replied, the Gangsung Dart Enthusiasts Association. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be shocked. An association? There must be more than 1 or 2 people. I should inform the boss. To think there's such a troublesome and idle group in Gangsung, I must prevent these 2 from going out and bringing back their association members. Yejun, while drinking, suddenly received a message. A photo of Konghua was sent to him. Yejun replied excitedly, you didn't want to go last time when I suggested it, but now you've secretly gone out to play. Heo Chung proudly boasted, if you go now, there's no need to queue. He complained, this place is a rip-off. I spent over 1,000 yuan and only won 1 transforming robot. That money could buy a whole basketful. Heo Chung retorted, you're the one who got scammed by impulse buying. As he spoke, Heo Chung picked up his phone to show him proof. Heo Chung excitedly showed off the prize. After shooting all the darts, Konghua said disappointedly, I've shot them all. It's not fun, not as good as darts. The vendor consoled her and took out the prize, a 3rd-place keychain. Heo Chung suddenly looked back and asked, are these keychains available as a couple set? Then I'll play another round of darts. The vendor, terrified, suggested he just pick another one. But Heo Chung firmly refused. Still, it's better to play a bit more since she enjoys it. Seeing him mess up his hair, Konghua shouted irritably, don't mess up my hair. Hearing that, the vendor's face turned pale. A moment later, the 2 cleared out all the prizes from the stall. Seeing Konghua hugging the teddy bear tightly, Heo Chung was also happy. He approached and asked, was it fun? She replied joyfully, yes, I just threw them randomly and managed to win such a big teddy bear. I can probably sell it for a good price, right? Hearing that, Heo Chung offered her another suggestion. Why sell it, just hug it and sleep. Isn't it nice? You can get used to it beforehand. At his suspicious words, Konghua became wary. Get used to what? Heo Chung pretended not to hear. So she asked again, what? He hastily changed the subject. Never mind, let's put it in storage and find somewhere to eat first. A moment later, they chose a restaurant and leisurely walked to a table. Heo Chung looked at the menu and discussed their next plans with her. Let's order first, and after we finish eating, we'll ride the Ferris wheel. Konghua asked curiously, what's a Ferris wheel? He explained to her with gestures. It's that big spinning plate, the highest one in the park earlier. It moves very slowly and it's just a bit high. You're not afraid of heights anyway. Hearing that, Konghua reluctantly agreed. Okay. A moment later, the waiter came to take their order. After ordering, Heo Chung intently gazed at the 2 hands before him. Those small hands astonished him. With these hands it would be no problem to hit dozens of people like him. He was incredibly proud to think he had reformed their owner. I've helped such a dangerous individual adapt to society, reformed her and taken her as my wife, so I can't be refused. At most I'll be the one on the bottom. But as he thought this far, Heo Chung realized with a start, wait, have I lost my status in the family? As he continued to stare at her, Konghua just rubbed her hands shyly. She subtly glanced at her hands, feeling a little self-conscious. He must be looking at my calloused hands. Now I spend every day at home with the mouse and keyboard, and I often use fragrant hand cream, so my hands must have gotten whiter. Suddenly, Heo Chung picked up her hand and gently kissed it. This action made Konghua extremely embarrassed. Pervert. After finishing their meal, they went to the Ferris wheel. Konghua was surprised by the structure. It's too high. They entered a nearby glass cabin together. She held Heo Chung's hand tightly and pulled him inside. Once they were seated, the Ferris wheel started to move. It truly moved very slowly. Gradually, bit by bit, the Ferris wheel lifted them higher and higher. Konghua suddenly noticed his expression. Heo Chung's face was already pale. She asked worriedly, "Are you scared?" "Of course not." Seeing Konghua so calm, he asked curiously, "Aren't you scared at all?" She calmly replied, "There's nothing to be scared of. It's not like they're tying me to the chair and shaking me around wildly." Konghua suddenly stood up and moved to sit next to Heo Chung. Seeing he was scared, Konghua asked gently, "Are you very scared of falling?" Heo Chung replied tremblingly, "I'm not scared of falling. As long as I don't run around, I won't fall. It's just too high, and being scared is a human instinct. Fear, you know." Hearing that, she looked outside. Konghua imagined inwardly, it wouldn't be difficult to crawl out and grab the railing, then jump down to the cabin below. Even so, after seeing the people below, she realized it was indeed very high. Heo Chung couldn't help but pick up his camera and take a picture. When he saw Konghua's reaction, looking at the photo in his hand, he was extremely satisfied. It would be a shame not to take a picture of such a majestic lady hero. Konghua suddenly placed her hand on his. This sudden contact surprised Heo Chung. "What does she want to do with my hand?" She lifted his hand and calmly replied, "When you touched my hand." "Did I ask what you were doing?" Feeling Heo Chung's large hand envelop hers, she was impressed. Heo Chung's hand is much bigger than mine, very firm, and his palm is always warm. Konghua suddenly remembered the warm feeling when her foot was once covered by his palm. Without a word, she suddenly kissed his finger. This sudden action made Heo Chung very flustered. "Why are you suddenly kissing my finger?" Konghua, embarrassed, avoided his gaze. "I'm just doing what you did to me at this moment." Her face was already bright red. "Heo Chung also kissed my hand like this when we were eating earlier. This action conveys deep affection." Looking at Konghua, he cautiously said, "What you're doing is a bit perverted." Hearing such words, she hit him. Why is this person hitting me? Heo Chung then suggested to her. You can grab my neck and kiss me or hug me. Girls usually like to express affection that way. Before he could finish speaking, Kong Hua lunged at him. She leaned down and gave him a passionate kiss. On that Ferris wheel, a couple quietly enjoyed a sweet moment. Heo Chung and Kong Hua quietly leaned against each other, peacefully greeting the sunset. He suddenly whispered to her, Actually, I think I should take some responsibility for myself. As a guide, take you, who came from 1,000 years ago, to experience all sorts of beautiful unseen landscapes, witness all the beauty of life and feel this miraculous journey. This is a noble responsibility bestowed upon me by the times. Hearing that, Kong Hua couldn't help but be moved. She replied shyly, You're already doing it, aren't you? Kong Hua suddenly reached out. She leaned forward to look at the scenery and continued, Thank you, I'm very happy right now. Heo Chung heard it and smiled. He picked up that small hand and lightly kissed it. You said yesterday, didn't you, we're nothing. Although there are many personal interests mixed in with my official duties, this noble mission from heaven must have picked the wrong person. At that moment the whole world was bathed in orange light. They had finished their Ferris wheel ride and the two returned home together. Let's go. Yes, along the way, everyone's eyes were on them. Kong Hua's giant teddy bear was the center of attention and everyone was in awe. She happily boasted to him, I have 3 bears now. Kong Hua excitedly counted them one by one. This one Bao Bao and the one that got hit many times. Heo Chung immediately teased, Can I be the 4th and join you in your room? She firmly refused. No need, he smiled and acted coyly. Don't be like that, I'll give you a present in 2 days. 2 days passed. Heo Chung pointed at the pile of books. This is it, he proudly said to Kong Hua. It's a very good gift I prepared for you. She frowned and read the characters. Isn't this what So Eon used to read? Bingo. Heo Chung then instructed, You have to learn it too, that way when you buy food later you won't have to lower your head and count on your fingers while muttering, he said excitedly. Experience a little of the joy I felt when I was studying before, Kong Hua replied irritably. You really look like you want to be hit right now. Enough with the teasing, Heo Chung said sternly. In short, your goal is to solve all these problems, he then instructed. The answer key is on the last page, but I tore it all out. Don't look up answers on Baidu either. You have to do it yourself to truly learn. Hearing that, Kong Hua glared at him. She wanted to refute, feeling wrong but couldn't. She could only be angry inwardly. Why is this person filling water and draining it at the same time? So the two continued, one training diligently, the other solving problems earnestly. Heo Chung skillfully demonstrated his swordplay, then excitedly boasted to Kong Hua, Was I amazing just now? She gave him an exasperated, disgusted look. This person is really annoying. I want to stab him with one strike. Can't he see I'm studying? Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting their conversation. As soon as Heo Chung answered, Hello. Jinho swore. My dad has gone crazy because of you, he continued to grumble. He doesn't even go out for walks with one pie anymore. He just keeps fiddling with pliers and metal rings, saying he needs to make a big chainmail armor. Because you said he has a big frame and broad physique, Heo Chung retorted helplessly. Actually, if you think about it, the root of the problem lies with you. Jinho became even angrier. Everything's my fault, he explained to her. Look, didn't Uncle used to just walk his dog around the neighborhood with nothing to do? How nice was that? Heo Chung's next words further convinced Jinho. Later, you taught my dad how to use Bilibili and my dad learned it and then taught your dad learned it and then often watched my page, saw my videos and wanted to make one himself. See, it's not your fault, having the upper hand, Heo Chung smugly added. There's retribution in heaven and heaven spares no one. Stop talking, what should I do? My dad just fiddles with that all day. He gave a long lecture. So don't say I harmed you. What's wrong with that? Just let him play. Walking the dog is also very enjoyable. Your dad finally found something he really likes and you want to interfere. I like to fiddle with things too. What's the problem? As Heo Chung spoke, he forcefully swung the sword in his hand. Did you hear that just now? Jinho replied blankly. He proudly boasted. I'm practicing swordplay after hearing that. He angrily hung up the phone. I'm already poor enough, there's no need to train anymore. With the conversation cut off like that, Heo Chung was also very angry. With not even a hint of wariness, he dares to become my sworn enemy. He gritted his teeth and vowed firmly. Once I master my divine martial arts, I'll wear a blindfold, tight pants and a coat. That'll be the urban black and white duo. I'll scour every corner of the alleyways, deal with villains and make that guy completely jobless. Just you wait. A week later, Kong Hua looked at the pile of books, her face darkening. She was extremely tired from the immense amount of knowledge she had to absorb. Bright moonlight by my bed, looks like frost on the ground. 2 orioles cry in the green willows, a line of white egrets ascends into the blue sky. Zhao Ming and Zhao Hong started from points A and B simultaneously in the same direction, and after meeting immediately returned to their starting points. Each took 48 minutes. If Zhao Hong started 10 minutes earlier than Zhao Ming and Zhao Ming met Zhao Hong 20 minutes after starting, how long does it take Zhao Hong to travel from A to B? What's the meaning of a few poems and the strange things Zhao Hong and Zhao Ming are doing? It's really a headache. Kong Hua thought discontentedly. They can clearly go together, but one always has to go out first and walk very slowly, making the other catch up. This knowledge confused her greatly. It was clearly about counting numbers, but it always had to involve counting the legs of rabbits and chickens. Kong Hua couldn't help but curse inwardly. The person who set these problems must also be a foot-loving pervert like Heo Chung. She kept pacing, trying to cram it into her head. Seeing her like that, he couldn't help but tease. Don't be so sad, reading books has many advantages. The most obvious one is making money. The fastest way to make money is to rob a bank, but if you steal with violence you'll get caught. However, if you study, research their knowledge, and get hired by the bank, work hard while concealing your intentions, well, you can subtly withdraw money from the bank without anyone knowing. Then the police won't catch you. Konghua frowned and replied, that's not robbing, that's being employed. Heo Chung smiled and praised, oh, congratulations on evolving into Smart Sapling version 1.0. After speaking, he handed her donga and instructed, I'm going out for a bit. Wait for me at home. Konghua just followed his retreating figure. She waited patiently until Heo Chung was completely out of sight. After confirming, Konghua coolly tossed the pile of books aside but couldn't help but look at him a bit longer. It's so hot outside, what's so fun about going out? A moment later, Konghua also averted her gaze. She approached the fan. Konghua turned on the fan and comfortably enjoyed the cool breeze. This cool air somewhat relieved her fatigue. Konghua was happily playing with the breeze when she suddenly received a message from Heo Chung. Don't make strange noises in front of the fan, but when she looked back there was no one there. Konghua was a little surprised by this. He teased me, she replied unhappily. I didn't. If you didn't, then fine, you're 19 now, an adult. Reading the message, Konghua threw her phone down irritably, and suddenly, the book below caught her attention. But seeing it, Konghua's mood worsened. Just thinking about this makes me angry. This book is really stupid. If you don't know the time, look at a clock. If you want to catch up, run. If I want to know the time, I can just wait until it's fully charged, and then look at the clock. Why do I have to calculate everything? I want to tear this book in half. No matter how angry she was, she had no choice but to endure it. Konghua merely furrowed her brows and accepted it. Suddenly, she turned on the computer and quickly tied her hair up high. Konghua regained her energy and prepared to type on the keyboard. This was the most enjoyable thing. She began to show off her searching skills. Since she was told to study, this counted as studying too. Unconsciously, time passed and the evening glow painted the world yellow. Konghua stared intently at the computer screen. Seeing the nearly full drive, she wondered why it showed 300 gigabytes in use when there was only one movie file on the D drive. Was it broken? Konghua immediately searched the internet for the cause of the D drive's low space. After reading the online information, she finally understood. So that's it. She was extremely proud of being able to handle it herself, to solve another problem on her own. I'm truly amazing. A moment later, Heo Chung also returned. Back, he admired the delicious food on the table. Did you add pepper to the stir-fried garlic scapes today? It smells really good. Just then, Konghua also came out of the kitchen. Seeing her lost in thought, he approached and asked, why are you zoning out? She denied it. No, let's go scoop the rice. But Heo Chung was slightly suspicious of her strange behavior. A moment later, the two ate together peacefully. Feeling her gaze fixed on him, he felt a little awkward. Heo Chung asked curiously, why have you been staring at me since earlier? Konghua blushed and immediately turned her head away. No, it's nothing, he asked suspiciously. Your face is very red. She immediately made an excuse. It's hot. Konghua suddenly stood up. I'm full. Heo Chung found this behavior very strange. When it was time, she prepared to broadcast. It was time for the live stream. But seeing Heo Chung using the computer, Konghua was extremely flustered. Why is all my sound off? Were you trying to adjust my broadcasting equipment? She suddenly shouted. I turned off the sound because I was tired of hearing it. No other reason. At 7 p.m., Konghua was playing games, and Heo Chung continued making chainmail armor. The two cooperated for the broadcast. Seeing the numerous viewers, he couldn't help but exclaim, at first I was just doing this as a joke, but now it seems to have become famous. Should I take it seriously? She focused solely on the game without saying a word. Heo Chung looked at the statistics on the screen and suddenly thought again. But at most it will only get this famous. Eventually, clearing stages with only basic equipment will become increasingly difficult. The time will come when you hit a wall. Konghua watched the exploding comment section with interest. I came to watch her beat those fancy players with basic equipment. Exactly. If the streamer was going to spend money on equipment, she would have done it long ago. Look at that guy, he spends all day leisurely making armor and practicing martial arts. Does he look like he doesn't have money? This is the way to do it, with ordinary equipment. If she reaches 1600 points, I'll send a rocket. Wake up, you don't have rockets here. Streamer, do you sell armor? Phone, I'll buy it. I'll offer 900 yuan. Wow, he's rich. Seeing people bidding prices eagerly, Konghua excitedly said, people want to buy your armor. But Heo Chung firmly refused. I'm not selling it, I'm going to use it myself. I need to wear it into battle, she advised. You can sell this for 900 yuan, but he was still firm. I've been hunched over for 2 months and only made 2 sleeves. 900 yuan is nothing. Hearing that, another viewer bid a higher price. I'll buy it for 9,000 yuan. Amazing. Rich. Heo Chung was astonished to see it. Are people so rich and idle these days? Seeing their firm resolve, he had no choice but to explain. I was just saying that. I wouldn't sell it for 9,000 yuan. You can find it on shopping apps. It's not that expensive. Heo Chung added, we're just doing this for fun as an experiment. We don't have any intentions. Everyone, please be careful when sending gifts. If you have time and money and enjoy it, sending a little is fine, but don't lose too much. Otherwise one day your wife or husband will grab your ear and scold you. As he said this, he suddenly fell silent. The very next moment, numerous cursing comments poured in. After reading them all, Heo Chung just gave a wry smile. I'm sorry, I'm too used to it. I thought everyone had one. Actually, having a wife is very good." After speaking, he started teasing the viewers. "Look at this, honey." At Heo Chung's actions, her face turned beet red. Kong Hwa was so embarrassed that she dodged the kiss and shouted, "Get lost." The viewers burst into laughter once again. "Are you two fighting?" Good cursing. Seeing that, he waved his hand and explained to them. "Fighting? We're adults, so we just hit each other directly. I can't elaborate. It's very violent." Kong Hwa was speechless after seeing the comments, sympathizing with him. "Now I know why you need to make armor. Truly terrifying. That's his last resort for self-defense, a martial arts practitioner being bullied by a woman?" Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Heo Chung quickly stopped talking about it. "In short, everyone, don't add fuel to the fire. What couple doesn't fight? How they resolve it isn't important." But the viewers continued to chatter. "Got it. Your solution is to get hit. It's true, he's so pitiful he has to make armor." Seeing that, he suppressed himself. To be so irritated in such a beautiful life, not good, not good. A moment later, they finished the live stream. Kong Hwa stretched tiredly and said to him, "You seem to be better suited for this than me. You can joke around with people too." Heo Chung replied while tidying up, "That's why I asked if you really wanted to do a cooking broadcast." Kong Hwa heard it and blushed, saying nothing. A moment later, he was peacefully doing his work. Heo Chung suddenly glanced her way. Seeing Kong Hwa's strange behavior, he asked, "Why are you sitting so far away from me?" She couldn't help but cover her flushed face. A moment later, Kong Hwa slowly, little by little, approached him. Heo Chung could no longer bear it and immediately asked, "What's wrong with you lately?" Hearing that, she became even more embarrassed. Kong Hwa continued to deny it. "It's nothing." Heo Chung was extremely puzzled by this. She pushed his face away and reminded him, "Focus on your work. Don't do anything useless." Kong Hwa avoided his gaze and thought to herself, "If he dares to do anything, I'll lock him in his room for a few days." Seeing Heo Chung not going anywhere, she asked curiously, "Aren't you going out today?" Hearing Kong Hwa's question, he couldn't help but be suspicious. "Why does she keep trying to get me to leave the house these days? Is there something wrong?" She calmly avoided his words. "I'm perfectly normal." Seeing Kong Hwa so focused on the book, Heo Chung thought worriedly. Could she be corrupted by studying? He advised, "Where I'm from. Takes half a year to finish one of these books. You can rest if you're tired. You don't have to keep rushing me to go outside." "I won't blame you." Hearing that, she retorted, "You said it yourself, diligence makes up for intelligence." When Kong Hwa rebutted him with his own words, he was speechless. Heo Chung reluctantly left. "All right, do as you please." Suddenly, his phone received a notification. After reading it, Heo Chung was startled. It was a mobile game collaboration offer. Upon receiving the notification, Heo Chung briefly investigated. It was a domestic martial arts game released by a small, unheard-of production company. He was extremely hesitant about this offer. "The reason my videos make people feel comfortable is that I don't ask for gifts, follows, or likes. I always get straight to the point with short introduction videos of a few to a dozen seconds. I need to consider advertising carefully unless the other party pays a lot or as a large production company. Otherwise, advertising this early will not be good for account growth." Heo Chung unconsciously sighed and made a decision. "Let's politely decline for now." Several hours later, Heo Chung carefully watched Kong Hwa studying. Seeing what she was studying, he couldn't resist teasing her. "You said diligence makes up for intelligence." Although he was teasing, Heo Chung didn't forget to remind her, "If you're really tired, take a break." Kong Hwa looked at the knowledge in her notebook and asked, "Did you study like this before, at least for 9 years?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, if I didn't study well, the teacher would hit my bottom and palms." She tiredly closed the book. "Too pitiful, the computer is more fun after all." After speaking, Kong Hwa left the desk. She flopped onto the sofa. "I'm going to rest now. I'll watch a movie for a bit." Heo Chung didn't stop her and just smiled slightly. He opened his notebook and looked at the words inside, feeling nostalgic. It really reminded him of his school days. Heo Chung suddenly confided in her, "I didn't like studying when I was little either, but I had to study hard so I wouldn't be left behind in society. Then I went to college." Kong Hwa asked curiously, "Will I really be left behind?" He continued to explain, "I don't know either. While video editing doesn't require the knowledge I learned in school, 10 years of studying helped shape my values and way of thinking."